to make a product as healthful as possible. I think that's really important. I grew up on a biodynamic farm in New Jersey belonging to my family. So they put that into my brain at an early age, that it was good to have something that we call living soil, that every batch, the soil doesn't get thrown out. The soil is part of the equation.
Sure.
And it's the most important part of the equation.
And that matches well with sort of the audience, you know. I think the cannabis audience in general tends to be open to that, as opposed to the big corporate farming and all that kind of thing.
Well,
you know?
there's that as well. And that's, I want to focus on the topics that I want to focus on. And no one really tells me what to do. That's a nice thing in life to not have to work for the man anymore. And, you know, I follow the guidelines that are set out to me, but I love writing about, you know, small producers, small farms, like this little one right here.
So do you believe,
this is from New Jersey.
So do you believe there should be an appellation system in cannabis?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I've always promoted the appellation system, like in Napa and in Sonoma, and, you know, for wine. I think it's extremely important to have appellation.
Well, Mendocino County, doesn't Mendocino County have like 12 appellations now?
I believe so, but there's nothing in Napa, and there should be, because the soil's so darn good there.
For our listeners, remind us what the appellation system means.
It's that you were reminded to produce the wine under certain regulations, if you will, and it's different regions have different approaches to the propagation of wine. Sometimes they use special yeast. Sometimes they use wild yeast. Sometimes the yeast comes from, you know, the farmer down the block, but you have to use that in different appellations. And a lot of it goes back to terroir. It's the flavor of the place, the taste of the place, if you will. And I think that does apply to cannabis, especially, you know, outdoor grown cannabis. Indoor grown, you know, you can make something any place and have it taste
right. So it doesn't apply indoor.
That's
but we've been growing indoor because it was illegal for so many years, and now that it's legal, now people are starting to grow outdoors again, and I think it's going to open up a whole new
Maryland,
chapter.
You should be able to do very nicely there, because it's, you know, the soil is so rich, and
there are a few most of the growers are indoor. There's a lot of greenhouses, and I've heard that there have been some outdoor grows. So,
wow.
Well, what do you think? What do you?
Not in New Jersey.
Warren, what do you think about? You talk about small, you know, boutique kind of farms. What are their chances of surviving in this kind of corporate culture? I mean, we're seeing it in all these states like California, New York, or New Jersey, where they have the vertical system to get a license, and so
they're just carving it out.
It's these huge corporations coming in.
Yeah, they're out there, but there's always going to be craft cannabis, and that's something that I focus on. I try not to worry about the big players as much as I want to focus on the ones that are.
We agree completely.
So when you say craft cannabis, do you mean growers, processors, retailers?
Yeah, how do they survive in a vertical requirement with the vertical requirements?
But the vertical requirements are something different, and I love vertically integrated grows. I think that's really important to have that, because it's always nice to be able to do everything in house. But I spend a lot of time talking to farmers who are under the Flow Kana umbrella out in Humboldt County, and these are all, you know, mom and pop farms that are legal, not illegal. They're legal mom and pop farms, and they're doing the best job they can to make to grow the best product that they know how to grow. And I think that's really, really important. And terroir fits into it, especially the outdoor grown. Sunrise Mountain Farms is one that I speak very highly of. I also speak very highly of Brotherly Love in Humboldt. And then, you know, there's just a number of different places that are growing, and those aren't under the Flow Kana umbrella, but the Flow Kana principle is very much craft and small producer, and not coming out with, you know, hundreds of thousands of pounds, but maybe, you know, a couple hundred pounds per strain.
But in the current system, state by state, California is somewhat different. I know in Virginia and many other states, there's that vertical requirement again. So only the big guys are allowed.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean that makes it. I don't know how the little boutique guys can even
Well,
compete.
fortunately for you, you're starting your own boutique beverage company.
Yes, and I'm the first and the only one to do a cocktail that is, or a mocktail that's worthy of, that I believe of my muster. I mean, I've been writing about some of the other producers out there in the market, and then after tasting some of them, not the ones that I've reviewed, but others that I haven't written about, and there are reasons why I haven't written about them. And those reasons are pretty simple. Cannabis drinks suck. And I spoke at the Cannabis Drinks Expo, I think it was last year before, whatever, and I came up on stage. I was a keynote speaker, and I said very clearly, I said, cannabis drinks suck.
Well, how do you get around? How do you get around the taste? Seriously, I mean, that's the complaint people have.
Made with all the best ingredients in the world. Most of the ones that are out there are no more than seltzer. Mine is not a seltzer. A seltzer, my USBG, my friends from the bartending guild, because I'm a master mixologist, they would have my neck if I did a seltzer. I'm not doing it.
I bet.
Yeah, you've got your reputation to think about.
A Bud Light seltzer.
Not only that, I like seltzer with a pastrami sandwich, and the things that I'm making, the cocktails that I'm making, are not necessarily geared towards pastrami.
Well, I think the complaint a lot of people have is that, chlorophyll-y, grassy taste. How do you get around that?
It's not because I'm using something called nanotechnology, and nanotechnology is, it's microscopic. It's, if you pull out one of my hairs, you couldn't even tell it. You can't see it. It's an incredible thing, and there's actually terpenes that are made available in this process that you can taste and you can smell the good parts of the cannabis, not the green part, not that chlorophyll-y part.
Right.
So it smells like it tastes like what it smells. I think that's the word I'm using.
Right.
And the other thing that I'm using mango Trainwreck in my my Mezzarol cocktail, which is named for Louis Armstrong's weed dealer during the 1930s.
Oh, that's great.
During the jazz era, it was a guy named Mez Mezzrow. So I'm naming my cocktail to pay homage to Mez.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
A well-rolled cigarette.
By the way, we're all three musicians. Phil went to Berkeley, keyboard. I'm bass, Jay's guitar.
Well, I'm an Emerson grad, which is just around the
Boston.
Yep.
So Warren, I'm curious about the culture that you find over at Forbes magazine. It seems to me kind of an interesting place to have a Vice's correspondent, being the kind of, I always think of Steve Forbes. He's a conservative, and it's kind of a different culture there.
But they're very pro cannabis.
There are no Forbes at Forbes magazine anymore.
Is that right?
That I will tell you.
There are no Forbeses?
There are no Forbeses at Forbes. Yeah. They're all gone. They sold off all the Forbes assets. I think in Malcolm's will, it said that they were supposed to dispose of everything, including the building and the toy soldiers. So the toy soldiers are gone. And, it's life goes on. But the Forbes name is venerable, and I hope to add value to what they do.
It's a great website and magazine, and we've had other journalists on from Forbes or contributors to Forbes, and it seems to me there's a real pro-cannabis culture at Forbes.
Yeah, there really is, and because I think that the people that are the powers that be there, if you will, most of them are younger than I am. So I can, at 59, I can tell you that they're definitely younger than I am, and they just have a different approach, more of an open-minded approach. Now they do have other groups. I mean, if you look at Forbes and you break it down, there's lifestyle, and lifestyle has watches and guns and this and that, and and we have to be part of it. And my swim lane is THC, and that's something that I want to focus on, and I want to give props to the people who are out there who are doing a good job and being really passionate about what they do.
Well, here on Vote Pro Podcast, I'm kind of the resident conservative, and my job is to preach a message of individual liberty. Almost.
So libertarian approach.
Well, libertarian. I mean, fiscally speaking, I'm much more in tune with the old line Forbes magazine of. But this is a individual rights issue for me, and I wonder, is that part of the culture there? Do you think?
Yeah, unless I stray out of my swim lane. And I did for a long time.
And you do sometimes.
I mean, I was writing about CBD, and I don't write about that stuff anymore because every time I would write about it, I would get an email from one of my editors, and they would say, like, "What are you doing?"
Really?
And it was so hard to say no. I mean, I get pitches every single day from PR agencies and this and that, and even gas station operators, and they're saying, "Will you cover our CBD?" And I'm like, "No."
No.
No,
No.
sorry. Snake oil. You know, my grandfather made Geritol. He was he
Really?
founded the company that made Geritol, and Geritol was snake oil. And you know, anyone
Is
who
that right?
has a little gray in their hair would probably remember Geritol.
Oh, I
I remember
remember.
Geritol.
Yeah.
You know, it was invented for something that no one had, and that was iron poor blood. And no one had iron
Yes.
poor blood.
Iron
You know,
poor blood.
Yeah.
no one had that. It was supposed to give you vim and vigor into your step, but it didn't do that either. So the FTC and the FDA got together, and they sent my grandfather a love letter in the late 1950s. I was born in 61, so it was before my time. But I remember that my dad is my late father. He was the head of the tax division. And he said that dinner time will never be the same.
No.
They made him sell the company. They literally made him sell the company. Yeah, because it was, you know, what he was
Bullshit.
doing was making snake oil, and our powers that be frown upon snake oil.
So with Geritol, would you call that a mocktail?
Yeah, possibly. You know, my mom, when I was growing up, gave me Geritol Junior before school in the morning. So yeah, that was like 10 or 15% alcohol, 30 proof.
Nice. Thanks, Mom.
Thanks, Mom.
Put some of that in your Cheerios.
Yeah.
You know, here at Vote Pop Pop, we've been talking about the edibles industry for quite some time, and here in Maryland, we're still trying to get it off the ground. Right now, we only have consumables. But one thing we have to, and as a chef, I mean, I worked as a chef in New York City, and I went to culinary school, and I'm also a trained pastry chef as well.
Oh, my
And
wife-
I was in the bar business for 25 years, so I've
Right.
been bartending for decades. And,
Right.
and I really believe that one of the problems with edibles, I mean, cookies and brownies are fine. I've had taste some that have a nice flavor, and if you're in the mood, that's okay. But I don't think it's a lot of people are going to use brownies as their main source of THC,
Of high getting.
of whatever, whether medicine or recreational. So that's why I think sort of the gummies are kind of where it's at, but also beverages. We've been preaching, and I really believe there's going to be a huge future in cannabis beverages. But you can't mix them with alcohol. So I was thinking, is there, you know, the product I would come up with would be a Bloody Mary Jane mix. You know, they just add your own vodka.
I did, right. So I did a Bloody Mary Jane for in High Times, but I took a different step with that, and I made it with the Clamato juice that you get up in Canada.
Yep.
And,
Oh yeah, the Clamato.
I made it into to like a Bloody Caesar, and then I infused it with THC.
Nice. Man,
that's nice.
did you put like shrimp on a stick in it or anything, or clams?
Well, yeah. But one thing that the problem with edibles I find is that you want to be able to dose yourself. You want to know how much you're eating. So that's why like a bowl of hummus or something is nice, but
Yeah, that's true, Andrew.
That's
you never
why
know
I
what
find
you get.
and beverages you can kind of do that. It's like liquor. You know, if you can pour a 1 ounce shot, there's going to be so much THC in it. Or you could also package. You know, I always thought it'd be great to make the little.
I wish it did work that way, but it doesn't, and a lot of it has to do with the potency of the cannabis itself.
Right.
So the medical stuff, the stuff with high CBD, is going to have no effect whatsoever. And it's so funny. I appeared on Viceland on Vice magazine, their TV show, and they asked me to make them a CBD punch that they could feel. And I thought about it for a second and said, that's really strange. So I was on Viceland, and they asked me to make a CBD cocktail that they could feel. And anyone knows who's worked with CBD knows that you can't feel anything in CBD.
You can't feel it.
There is nothing to feel. If anything, it's going to put you to sleep. And I didn't want to put them to sleep. So I gave them 50% THC, 50% CBD, and unleashed what we call the entourage effect. and destroyed them on live TV.
I got to go back and find that on YouTube.
Good job.
27th, 2019.
I'll do that, definitely. Warren, you're a pretty prolific writer. You've written 6 books now?
6 books, thousands of articles. I've been in the Oxford Encyclopedia of Food and Drink in America, also the Gotham edition of the Oxford Encyclopedia. I think I wrote about cocktails or something to do with cocktails.
You don't remember?
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of stuff. And in a short period of time, I mean, I've only left the corporate world in May of 2009. So I've done all this stuff. I mean, I never wrote a word before like 2010.
No kidding.
Wow. You've also done TV and radio, I understand?
Oh, of course. I have a great face for radio and even better for
We all got a face for radio.
That's why we're podcasting, brother. We're all the same age, by the way. In fact, we're all 3 older than you, but that's another...
Not by much, I'm sure.
Not by much.
No, a year or two.
A year or two, yeah.
1960, I was born.
59.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Well, give us a quick summary of your books. Tell us real quickly what they're...
My first book was called Apothecary Cocktails, and I have a copy of that over here someplace. There's in the...
Now, how does that differ from the current
this is actually the French version, but Apothecary Cocktails was my first book in 2013, and here it was translated into French for the European market. But it was a view into the early apothecary shop where someone would have some sort of affliction, and they wouldn't necessarily go to a doctor because doctors were out in the field healing broken bones and things of that nature. So preparatory pharmacists or apothecarians were the ones that were making the drugs that we took, and they did all that stuff from scratch. And how that's so important to history in a way is that the fragile ingredients were mostly fresh herbs or preserved herbs, and how do you keep things like that fresh? Well, they didn't have refrigeration. There was no electricity.
Alcohol?
So they used alcohol. And I happened to be down in New Orleans for the yearly event known as Tales of the Cocktail. And I was doing a book signing for my 3rd book, Bitters and Shrub Syrup Cocktails. And at the same time, at the Pharmacy Museum, they were doing an exhibition. And that exhibition was for cannabis in the early apothecary. And at that very moment, I knew what my next book was going to be.
There you go. Yeah, gotcha. So, I mean, cannabis obviously has been used. THC has been used for
5,000 years of history. Yeah,
but I mean, even in the United States for a couple hundred years.
Well, we haven't been around for 5,000, but in China, 5,000 definitely.
Well, that's interesting. Where can folks go to find your books? I assume Amazon and.
No, I always say you can go to the usual suspects. You can go to Barnes and Noble and Amazon, and if you're up in Canada, you can get it on Indigo. But I always say you should go to an indie bookstore.
There you go.
And the reason why you should go to an indie bookstore is because they're probably a local. They're probably someone who's in your town, and you may or may not have a relationship with. But if you do, they know what kind of books you want. And they can get just about anything these days in a day or two. So I would say before you pick up your computer and say, we're going, oh yeah, there, GPA 420. After you decide what you want, go call your indie bookstore. They need the business. That's
support your local merchants. Absolutely.
Support your local merchants. Anyone can buy anything they want on Amazon. You can have it tomorrow if you have Prime. I appreciate that. I mean, it works
the convenience,
very well.
But you're right.
But it's nice to be able to support a local store.
Agreed.
Well, I've been a bartender for decades, and I mean, I'm just really excited having you on the show. I could ask you, there's a million questions I would love to ask you. And I would really like to sit down and get stoned and drink with you, quite frankly.
I'll second that.
Where are you located?
I'm in Morristown, New Jersey.
Oh, so we're in D.C.
As opposed to Morristown near Philly, this is the northern one.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, hopefully when these expos and things start opening back up, we'll try to run and have our paths cross again, hopefully. We're definitely going to rush out and get all your books. So I can't wait to read them.
Yeah, I think that you're going to have trouble getting the French one, but the one that's still in circulation right now is this one, and of course cannabis cocktails, but the Craft Cocktail Compendium. That's
all right.
My recipes. And, I've created I'd say 98% of them are mine. And the only ones that aren't, I asked other people my teachers and people who influenced me over the years, I asked them to give me cocktails.
Right. All put together by a master mixologist.
I worked at a restaurant. I worked as a chef in a restaurant that Dale DeGroff was a consultant in the bar.
Dale's an old friend.
He's great, man. I'll tell you, he's one of them.
It took a long time for Dale to recognize that I existed, but
yeah, I still doesn't recognize me, but one of these days, hopefully.
He's a tough cookie. And
he didn't invent the Cosmopolitan, but he made it famous. I think as the story goes.
I think that Dale's great strength is that he's just the best person with people that I've ever seen. No matter who you are, you're his best customer.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
What do you recommend for our listeners if they want to maybe experiment a little bit with making a drink?
I would stick to the simple things that you can duplicate at home pretty easily without technology. I mean, I'm a scratch trained chef. I went to Johnson & Wales and did the ACF apprenticeship. So I always focus on doing things from scratch. As long as you're able to decarb your cannabis, that means heat it in the oven in a closed container, 240 degrees for an hour, let it rest for about 15 minutes or so before opening it up. If you have a magical butter machine, you can infuse. If you have a Levo 2, you can infuse. In my book, I teach you to do it all from scratch. So, as
what do you
chef,
think about a sous vide?
I don't at all. I don't like sous vide food. I don't like, people make me like sous vide chicken. I wonder if it's.
Well, I've heard some people using sous vide to decarboxylate.
No, it can't. What is
water?
It
doesn't get hot enough.
What is water? 212?
Yeah.
You need 240.
Right. That's what I said. I heard some people they said, I'll just keep it in longer.
No, it doesn't work that way.
That didn't make sense to me.
You'll have a flawed decarb.
How do you decarb?
Okay. I'm glad I asked you that question.
Yeah. How do you decarb, Warren? Like a double boiler or?
No, what I use is the Ardent. I have an Ardent Flex, which is contains you put about 4 ounces in it, and you hit the on button, and it gives you a 100% bioavailability in just over an hour.
Wow!
Perfect every time. You never have to worry about your home oven, which is sometimes fluctuates as much as 40 to 60 degrees up and down.
Yeah.
And that's a flawed decarb. So when you do your decarb in your oven, you wonder why you didn't get stoned. That's why. So I used the Ardent. I spoke at South by Southwest back in 2018, and with Chanel Lindsay, and we really did shake things up, if you will, because decarbs are really important if you want to have that extra little buzz. And if you don't want the buzz, you can just put weed and whatever and hope for the best. But I think
the machine,
for medicinal
the machine you're using was what was that again?
I said the first one. I said the magical butter machine.
Okay.
That does not decarb. You have to decarb the cannabis before it goes into the machine. The other machine is called a Levo 2 with a number 2. Levo with a number 2.
Okay.
And that actually does have a decarb function built in, but it only operates up to 1 cup. Whereas the magical butter machine, I think you can do up to 4 cups, like 4 ounces. Levo is really nice. I mean, it's a great machine. And even works, there's an app for my phone. So you can play around with the decarb times. If you want more CBN or CBG, you can do that.
What kind of oil do you recommend? What do you think is the best?
I'm sorry?
What type of oil? Like coconut or?
Coconut oil. Yeah, I use the GMO-free Crisco.
Okay.
That's the best. It doesn't have to be Crisco, but an organic GMO-free, probably a good idea. Anything that you're going to be heating, you should have something that's organic, because who knows what's in there. If you're using your coconut oil that comes from who knows where, and it's produced by who knows who, and you're going to be heating this and putting that in your body, I want to make sure it's the best.
Makes sense.
Absolutely.
We did a story a couple weeks ago about they found that they were putting some cannabis beverages in cans, and Jay did the story. And the lining in the can actually depleted the amount of THC
Yeah,
it
we don't have
affected
to
the
worry about
beverage.
that. The company that I'm using has a technology that makes it so that doesn't happen.
Are you using cans or glass?
Cans, yeah. I'm
Cans.
using cans. They're I can't tell you exactly what the technology is, but there's a coating on the inside of the can that the TPC doesn't adhere to.
That makes sense. That's great.
When do you expect this product to be on the market?
We're hoping for the beginning of November.
Oh wow! Oh, that's
Excellent.
yeah,
We're
real
right
soon.
along.
Well, it's been in process for almost 2 years now.
Mhm.
So I'm happy to say that it's moving right along.
That's exciting.
It feels like glue
Yeah.
to me.
I bet. Yeah,
Well, did the COVID pandemic affect the rollout?
No, not at all. No.
That's
If
good.
anything, it's busier than ever in the cannabis industry, in the beverage industry. They can't keep the stuff on the shelf because, if you live in an apartment and your neighbors don't smoke cannabis and they don't like the way it smells, they're going to make your life very difficult. They're going to complain to the landlord. They're going to say that the cannabis smoke makes they don't like it. It's like cigarette smokers in an apartment. You don't want to have a cigarette smoker next door. Everything's going to smell like cigarettes. I'm not saying that it's bad to have the smell of cannabis, but not everyone likes the smell of cannabis. That's why it's so nice to have a beverage, because I can guarantee you're going to get stoned and no one has to know what you're doing. Because you can mix a
And it's refreshing.
cocktail. Oh, it's crisp and it's aromatic and it's refreshing and it's fun. And
So I can't wait to try it.
How potent are your drinks? How many?
10 milligrams for
10?
8 3/4 ounces.
That's
And
perfect.
All right. That's perfect.
It's live resin, so it's even more potent.
Perfect.
Okay.
You know what live resin is? That's the most
Yes.
concentrated form of
Right.
the concentrates. And
Well, live resin also has a different terpene profile than other concentrates.
It does.
Doesn't it?
It does, but I'm using the mango train wreck, so the terpene profile is from the mango train wreck, not from the live resin per se.
Right, but I'm thinking that could be a good thing.
Oh, it is a good thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a good thing.
Awesome.
Especially you don't have that chlorophyll flavor. You
You don't have any of that
terpenes.
green flavor that predominates in a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot of cannabis beverages. Most of them taste like nothing.
Yeah,
Right.
Well, cannabis
Yeah.
beverages,
Seltzer water.
I think they're
It tastes like
further.
water. I
Yeah.
think, or water with flavorings added. That's not necessarily the direction that I want to go in. I wanted to use the best ingredients on earth that I could get, and I had long-time personal relationships with ingredients manufacturers such as Pickett's in Denver, Colorado. They make a Great Britain-style ginger beer syrup, which is spicy, and it tastes like something you would have in the Caribbean. It's really incredible.
Yum.
Then I have a tangerine syrup from a company up in Massachusetts called Fruitations,
Nice.
and that's just pure fruit. And you can mix a delicious craft cocktail with that as the base. That's for my 1851 zombie drink, which is a takeoff on
Nice.
the 1934 zombie drink. I was a rum judge, so you have to think about things in
Damn,
the
that
rum
sounds good. My
dichotomy.
mouth is watering right now.
And then I would recommend that zombie to be drunk with a little rum agricole, but that's for you to do at home, because
Right.
obviously, I can't advise you to do it, but I can tell you it tastes delicious with rum agricole from Martinique.
Well, it sounds delicious.
Freshly crushed sugar cane juice as opposed to molasses.
Oh, nice. Well, Warren, we're really happy that you joined us today, and really just on short notice. And we're going to list your books on our show description, so folks can get right to that and go to your local bookstore and pick them up. And the latest one is Cannabis Cocktails, Mocktails, and Tonics, correct?
Actually, I'm going to correct you. The latest one is the Craft Cocktail Compendium. The fourth book was the Cannabis Cocktails, Mocktails, and Tonics.
All right. Well, we're going to list them all, and I'm going to get some. I know Andrew needs to get his copy, and
I'll find it.
and we're going to keep an eye on you on your articles on Forbes magazine. Warren Bobrow.
And let us know when the next book comes out.
Right.
We're going to have you back on the show.
We'll
gotta
have you
promote
back.
that.
In that drink.
Hopefully you'll have me back before my next book, because I'm not writing any more books right now. But
all right. Well, we'll have you back when you launch the drink, when the drink is out, and
definitely.
we're all gonna enjoy it together. So
we wish you really all the best with your business ventures here out in California. You know, I think I love the idea, the concept, and I just love craft, artisanal. I love artists getting involved.
Absolutely.
That's what I think. I can appreciate the Chick-fil-A sandwich, but sometimes I want just the local chef to make something for me.
I like, I'm a scratch-trained chef, a saucier, so I love the idea of flavors that are coaxed from nature.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
All right.
We got a party. I want to party with you, dude. I definitely want to party with you.
Yeah, really. Who would have this?
I love it. The Thomas Jefferson.
My new Lamy. This is really
nice.
All right, Holmes. All right, Warren Bobrow, we will be in touch. And folks, we hope you enjoyed the episode. If you did, if you get a mind to, go on Apple Podcasts, give us a 5-star rating, share us with a friend. What else, Jay?
Send us an email at podcast@votepropot.com and check out our mugs. Go to our website and buy a mug. Support the cause.
Absolutely.
Andrew?
And people, and also, if you haven't registered to vote, get out and register to vote. Talk to everyone you know over the 18 or someone who's going to be 18 before November.
Just do it.
Get them to register. Grab them. You can register online. Then you can go to votepropot.com or rock the vote. You can register online. And then once you're registered, apply for an absentee ballot. You can do the whole process with a joint hanging out of your mouth from your couch. You don't have to get off your ass to do it. You can register, you can vote, and you can change it.
Let me just give you one takeaway. I was in Russia in 2015, and I was told not to speak about politics, but every single person who came up to me said, "Why don't Americans vote?"
Boy, that's a good point.
That's a
damn good question.
Yeah, it's a damning question.
So for Russians asking me, they would do anything to vote
for the opportunity.
You're damn right. You're damn right.
Yeah.
What else, Andrew?
The only thing worse than someone who can't vote is someone who doesn't vote,
and then bitches about it,
and then is apathetic.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, okay. Also, if you would like to find out more about Vote Pro Pot and politics and everything that about to do. Let me try that again.
Just spit it out.
There's so much going on in the world of cannabis, we can't scratch it on. We can't even scratch the surface on our podcast. So we share a lot of information on our social networking platforms. So just go to LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter and do a search for Vote Pro Pot.
Hey, everybody, it's Sherry Tutkus, the Green Nurse, and welcome to the Green Nurse Podcast, where we bring hope and inspiration for growth and healing. We often talk about things that people don't like to talk about because they are often very important subjects to be discussed to decrease stigma for healing. So, no one likes to talk about healthcare and servicemen. No one wants to talk about burnout. No one wants to talk about trauma. However, this is what we've been seeing today with the pandemic. There's so many different traumas that patients are experiencing, medical professionals are experiencing, and service men and women are experiencing. So today I'm reintroducing Matt Cascio back to the Green Nurse platform, where we're going to discuss what it looks like for us as individuals who have both experienced compassion fatigue, what that would look like and how we got through it. Matt is a member of the American Cannabis Nurses Association, the Cannabis Nurses Network, and cannabis certified by the Medical Cannabis Institute. He's an educational speaker at the Truman Medical Center, as well as several cannabis events in Missouri. Matt is also a Facebook page called Matt the Cannabis Nurse, where he educates people via social media. He is currently working as part of the Cannabis Care Team, a nurse-owned company that is providing cannabis education in dispensaries in Oklahoma and Missouri. Matt's vision is to create an individualized patient treatment plan to set them up for long-term success with their cannabinoid therapy. So you all saw Matt's interview that we just had, the last episode. So today we're actually just going to have a discussion about what compassion fatigue is. What does it look like? What are the experiences that clinicians and servicemen have that can contribute to that, and how we work through it? So Matt, welcome back. Thank you so much for coming on. I'm looking forward to having this informal discussion with you. We have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's an honor to be able to, always spend time with you, and to be able to talk about something that I really have so much passion about, because I know right now there's a lot of nurses out there suffering, and want to help them out and make them feel whole again. That'd be nice.
So let's talk about compassion fatigue. We call it burnout, and so compassion fatigue sounds so much nicer than burnout, because burnout has such a negative connotation, and we shouldn't be burnt out if we're nurses, and we shoulda, coulda, woulda, should do things differently, but compassion fatigue is a really nice way of putting something, putting it into words as to what we're experiencing, because we're not burnt out from taking care of people. We're burnt out from certain situations that have contributed. Would you agree? Is that kind of how?
Well, yeah, that's definitely true. But you've also got to remember that when you're really talking about compassion fatigue, you're not just talking about burnout. You're talking about burnout and secondary trauma syndrome are co-travelers that travel together, that comprise what we call compassion fatigue. There's plenty of people. I don't know anybody in any walk of life, that any business that they have, even if they own their own business, that don't get burnt out at their own job. But when you start talking about nurses, firefighters, paramedics, cops, veterinarians that see people suffering from putting their dogs down, that secondary trauma syndrome that we suffer from the people that we're trying to care for, the people that we're helping, that is what affects us. And that's how, secondary trauma syndrome with burnout from what's going on with the system. I mean, burnout is like the perceived demands are always going to outweigh the perceived resources. It's just the way it is. And so, yeah, burnout and secondary trauma syndrome really contribute.
Right. So we look at what's the difference. So burnout looks like this. Secondary
burnout is more of the feelings of inefficacy, that no matter how hard you try, you can't get your job done. And there's all these perceived demands, and you don't have enough resources. It's just feelings of complete inefficacy. You can't do anything. You're just
so helpless
with the system. Yeah, hopelessness, depressed. I mean, it could be a multitude of things. Then secondary trauma syndrome is more about fear. It's more about you're just afraid. These triggers at work have got you so upset that when somebody asks you to do something, you freak out.
So almost like you're hyper vigilant.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically what's happening is your neocortex is being overwhelmed with so much energy that it can't process everything. And that's why you see these people at work that they're not themselves anymore. Their integrity has just been completely compromised. They're not really the person they used to be. They call in, they're complaining all the time. They have a victim mentality. They don't want to work, and they don't even want to be there. So it's really, a different thing than just being burnt out.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. I didn't know that. That's a good distinction.
Yeah.
Really good distinction.
I mean, you see these people too that constantly they're transferring, like at the hospital, they're transferring from unit to unit because it's going to be better at the next one. And then it's maybe a couple weeks, good, it's okay, but then they're right back where they were because, it's like they say, everywhere you go, there you are.
There you go. You carry your energy with you.
And once you get your head right, you can do a lot of things, but you're just taking that burnout and secondary trauma everywhere you go. So until you start doing something about it, you could wind up really getting it's not just a a mental thing. It as you know, just like me, because we've talked about this, it turns into a physical thing, and it can be very detrimental to our health. Very.
Truly.
Yeah.
So what did compassion fatigue look like to you in your experience? Like how did it manifest in your life?
Well, it was weird, I never really even heard of compassion fatigue. I had left a level 1 trauma center for a year where I'd been working in their surgery department for 6 years. And I took a break and I was doing some stuff on my own. And then I decided to go back to nursing and went into oncology because I thought I'd be able to spend more time with my patients, which I really did get to spend a lot of time with them. But I'm very empathic, and I became very attached to these people very quickly and their families. And a lot of those people died. And it took a toll on me. Like I didn't know what was going on because I had never heard of compassion fatigue. And a lady that worked for Novartis came in and did a 1-hour CEU class, and it was all about compassion fatigue. And it really made me realize, and she's the one that turned me on to the ProQual test that was in the information that she gave. And that was kind of how I really realized after I took that test that I was really suffering from compassion fatigue. I really didn't know much about it, but I knew that I was waking up in the morning. I mean, I had all the signs. I as a nurse, I was so burnt out. I was always changing, I'll go work. I'll work med surg. I'll work telemetry. I'll work surgery. I'll do that. I'll be a home health nurse. I've done all these different things. And everywhere I went, I eventually was burnt out because it was the system that burnt me out. But then when I went into oncology is when I really got sick, because those people I love people, that's who I am. I'm a helper.
Yeah.
I'm a healer. Yeah. And
you're a healer.
It affected me. So I couldn't even, on my way to work, I was starting to shake so bad. And I was sick all the time. My stomach was just like in knots. I was sick all the time. And I was so nervous trying to just access people's ports. It was like I had PTSD almost, where somebody was talking to you, but you were somewhere else, like looking down. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. And I just, they don't teach managers about compassion fatigue. And my manager just thought maybe I wasn't, a good fit, because I had left this one infusion center because I thought, hey, maybe it's this place I'll go to another one.
Right. Yeah. So that's just very interesting. So different situations. So you just got to think about right now, just think about all of the nurses and doctors that are experiencing, watching, and witnessing the trauma that patients and families are experiencing. Yeah. To me, the most difficult part about hospice nursing, when I did it for 3 years, wasn't actually working with the patients, but it was working with the families that were so devastated and affected so much by death and dying and losing their loved one. That's what pulled on my heartstrings the most. It was so rewarding to be able to cross someone over to a different realm, but then their families, if they're not ready for it, it's the mental, emotional, spiritual part of my psyche giving into, working with these patients. And then how does it affect me physically?
No, I know exactly what you mean, because, I was always that nurse that was just like, I didn't just take care of the patient. I took care of the family and the patient. And I know exactly how you feel, because when I was a case manager, I had a lot of family members that would always keep calling me after I had dismissed patients and stuff, because I just get people, I bond with people real quick, but that's what made me a good nurse, because people work with me, and that's an important thing. So it's not a bad thing.
No, it's good. You have that ability to truly connect with the patient's heart. That transpersonal nursing is just so key when we're working with patients, truly. So what did it look like to you? What ended up happening with you?
So basically for me, I'm an older guy, so I had some options. I didn't have to stay at a job that was making me so sick anymore. And it took me a little while to realize that. I felt guilty about leaving nursing, but I literally had to step away because I was sick. I was sick and tired of being sick all the time. And I was having these feelings of trying to go to work at a job that I just, like I said, once I took the ProQual and I noticed that my compassion satisfaction was really, really, I just didn't have it anymore. And I said to myself, listen, you know, Matt, you became a nurse when you were 38 years old. You know, you've given it 20 years and you've taken care of thousands of people and touched thousands of lives, man. You know, you can move on and maybe you can help people that have.
There you go.
And so, you know, here I am, you know, a couple of years later after healing. I mean, it took me a while to heal because I would cry all the time.
Me too. Me too. You know,
it was really hard watching all those people die. It affected me very, very deeply.
Yeah, I hear you. I totally hear you. And that's the other thing too, is, you know, as nurses too, when we're working in institutions and dealing with death and dying, where's our mental, emotional, spiritual support? Is there anything that's set up for clinicians? You know, I'm going to tell you a quick story of a patient that I took care of, and I'll never, ever forget it. It was a patient that I was in the cardiac ICU. She had open heart surgery, a cardiac, you know, CABG times 4 vessels. She was on, she was diabetic. She didn't have legs. She was in kidney failure. So why they operated on her, you know, was just the last resort. She was, you know, this was it. So one of the things that ended up happening is she coded. Okay. And basically she had, you know, coded means her heart was starting, she went into, ventricular fibrillation. So her ventricles were quivering and she had pacing wires in already. So here, you know, she's circling the drain of despair when she's hooked up to everything. Her drugs are maximized. She's got pacing wires in and her heart is still fibrillating. So in other words, she wasn't pumping enough oxygenated blood to provide life for her. So we had to open her chest. Can you imagine? Freaking cracking open a chest and taking these little tiny paddles and putting it on a fibrillating heart. That was hard. That was tough. That was tough. Really, really tough. You know, and to know that this was the last ditch effort, and is it going to work? Is it going to save her? You know, and then just being like, calling it. And then you're with this body that's completely opened. And then, you know, and then having to call the family and then having to, you know, to really just process that and to look at the patient and be, you know, the families be like, did they suffer? And I'm like, God, I hope not. But you know what I'm saying? Like, these are things that as nurses, we don't think about. And so what did I do? I buried it. I didn't process it. It went into the data bank to come up later when I started to experience my own personal trauma with the medical system. So all of these traumatic experiences that I experienced as a nurse working in the intensive care unit, I was able to bank and put aside and put away until I was on the other side of the bed, sick, suffering, and dying myself. Right? And that's when it started to pop in. And that's when my PTSD started to really evolve.
Yeah. It's weird when you sit and just talking about it, you can feel that trigger, but you breathe through it and you keep moving forward. You know, that's what I do. You know, that's what resiliency is all about. You know, feeling that trigger coming on, yet controlling that sympathetic nervous system, and where you can rest and you can digest and you can just keep moving forward, man.
Rest and digest. I like that.
What we got, man. You know, we got to keep moving forward. So, but yeah, I mean, you know, I have 3 friends and their mothers have, you know, one of them's getting ready to pass away and 2 of them passed away over the COVID. And these poor nurses, you know, that are taking care of these people, man, it's like they got to hold a Post-it note up. Hey, your family member died. I mean, you know, I didn't go to nursing school for that, man. I mean,
no,
they're thrown at these nurses and these doctors are being thrown into these situations that are just, wow.
They're making decisions that no one should have to make. Exactly. And they're being forced to make these decisions because there's not adequate support in the system to
Right.
support nurses and licensed health professionals to do the job that we intended to do. We go into these professions because we care and love human beings.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know any nurses that said, "Man, I'm going to go become a nurse because I can make a lot of money." I mean, I don't know that many people that I just don't know those people. So
I don't either.
I got into it because I love people, and that's why I left corporate America, because it wasn't satisfying my soul, you know. So that's why, like I said earlier, it was hard to kind of leave nursing because, you know, when we help other people, we're helping ourselves at the same time, because we get these feelings that are 100% ours that no one can ever take away from us. And I knew I wasn't going to get that from that anymore, but the other side of me just constantly getting sick all the time.
Right.
And my health, you know, my father said, "Matt, no job is worth you losing your health over."
No.
Mhm.
I truly realized that when I was on the other side of the bed.
Yeah.
So here's the other thing too, is when you're a nurse, right? And you see what you see, and then let's talk about this completely traumatic event that I totally didn't process until I started to work with medical and pharmaceutical trauma. So patients that are experiencing medical and pharmaceutical trauma from the traditional system. Now, I truly didn't understand what that meant until I went through it myself, right? So you think about going into having, you know, first of all, working in an environment and getting sick while you're working. I was an infectious disease nurse, okay? An infectious disease nurse, working in home infusion, working as a clinical nurse specialist liaison in 3 different big hospitals in Boston, teaching and educating, coming in contact with a lot of patients that have infectious disease. I was an infectious disease nurse, following all the protocols, but yet I still got sick. I got an infectious disease that landed me in the intensive care unit, and I almost died.
Wow.
And then my own health, my own, you know, caregivers, the people that I worked for, didn't seem to care, because I was just another, you know, it took a while for me to, you know, I was like, it took a really while for me to truly grasp that I was just a number.
Yeah, I had kind of realized that. And that's why I left nursing a year, you know, a couple of years before, because I was just so burnt out. And I literally, I started a business on Amazon, and I was making about $10,000 a month. But I did that for a year, and whilst it was cool, it wasn't that cool, because all I ever did was sit at home and do orders and take care of stuff. And the only person I talked to every day was the guy at the post office. So as a nurse, it wasn't very satisfying. So I kind of weighed out my options and decided, hey, I'm going to go back to nursing, but I got to do something different. I'm going to go into oncology and, you know, really help some people and make a difference. And I did, but unfortunately,
same thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, I was burnt out at that hospital, and then just watching a lot of these people that I had gotten close to and their family members that, you know, were bringing in Christmas gifts, you know, to us all the time, or you know, just stuff that, oh, it's your birthday, blah, you know, and then all of a sudden they're dead, you know, and it's just like, it really took an extreme toll on me. And I'm just glad that, like I said, I'm glad that I look back on it now, like I'm so glad that I went through that, because it's made me such a better person. And now I'm at this point where I'm able to help other people that are suffering and raise awareness about compassion fatigue.
That's right. And what did we call that? We call that post-traumatic growth, right?
Exactly.
So
yeah.
Because
I feel like there's a lot of nurses out there kind of like you that just thought compassion fatigue was a cool name for burnout, but it's really, it's more than burnout. It's seeing our patients suffer, and seeing our people die, or seeing that fireman not being able to, I mean, those guys go on a lot of medical calls, you know, and they watch a lot of people pass out in the field, those EMTs, the paramedics. So, I mean, just like I said earlier, veterinarians, they have to watch, you know, people put down this animal that's like part of their family and cry in front of them 5 or 10. Man, yeah. So
it's tough.
I didn't even know when I started really working on my compassion fatigue certification and all that. I didn't know veterinarians were, and it was somebody I would have never thought that would, wow, be one of those classes of people that would really be considered that they get a lot of high levels of compassion fatigue at their job. But yeah, so pretty wild. But it just goes to show you that, you can be affected anyway. But like I said, I definitely think there's a lot of nurses that they just think they're severely burnt out. They don't realize they have compassion fatigue because they don't understand what it really is.
They don't understand what it is. And so how do we take care of ourselves with compassion fatigue? What are the things that we do?
When I work with people, first off, the first thing I really make sure that they're at a place in their life where, they've taken the pro qual and they see kind of where they are. But I also want to make sure that they're going to accept where they are and they're going to take responsibility for where they are before I want to work with them. Because if they don't want to accept that there's really, this is really happening to them, because it's not, really in a helper role. It's not if you're going to get it, it's probably when you're going to get it. And if you don't want to be responsible, then I don't really want to waste their time,
Right.
Some people you can, as we know as nurses, you can lead people to, you can't make them take a drink. So
Right. True. I totally hear you. So I think that's really important, that patients take the quality of life questionnaire, which I'm going to take so we can talk about it.
Sure.
And then, so you look at that and then you educate. So basically find out, what is your resistance to this, right? So asking them those questions of, what's going on? What changes do you think you need to make? So is that the kind of...
Well, what I do is I talk about where they're at. I start kind of working with people because, it's funny. I became a life coach and I never got my certification because I got so sick. And as I was healing, I didn't really think about getting my certification because I was just healing and I started doing some other things.
Right.
And I was working on I thought, now's the time. I'm healed. I could talk about all this stuff that's happened to me. I don't get, sure, I feel a trigger, but I breeze through it. And I need to help other people. And that's when I had actually got the certification program like a year earlier and did nothing with it. And I, over the quarantine, that was the first, I got, a certification as a compassion fatigue professional. And through that, through my research, I learned some ways. But so as a life coach, a lot of the symptoms, a lot of people are just pretty lost.
Right.
So I'm trying to help people find a little balance. I use a lot of life coaching techniques when I'm talking to people, but at the same time with compassion fatigue, when you're healing, you got to really think about, your intentions and your integrity, because if you're not deliberately trying to change yourself, once again, that goes back to responsibility. You're not going to get well because, like I said earlier, a lot of people are trying to figure out, like how they can stay at a job that they feel like crap about when they go there, and it scares them because they know they're going to see somebody get sick and die. Or me, I could walk away, but other people need to figure it out. And that's what I work on with them. I work on techniques. A mission statement is a good example. I have a specific set of questions that I have people, I give them a worksheet that they can put a mission statement together. Because, when you write something down, it becomes pretty solid. It's something that you can look at.
It is. It's the first agreement. Be impeccable with your word.
Well, sure. That's what I'm saying. And when you have something written down, it really, like they say, when you have if you have an idea, it's just a wish until you write something down. Then it's a goal that you can work on. And if you're going to be deliberate about changing and you're going to take responsibility to change and you're going to have intentions to do that, a mission statement is really awesome.
So give me an example of what a mission statement would look like.
I don't want to go a whole lot into it, but yeah, I ask people why they're, first of all, you start asking people, are you choosing to be at your job? Because a lot of people, you have to change their mindset. Most people, they go to work and they're scared and they bitch and they complain, but they got to remember if they, like Wayne Dyer says, change the way you look at things and the things you look at change. You have to learn to change your perception because you're doing a job that has affected you physically and mentally. And you're trying to figure out how to do that. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, but as you work on it, you're going to get stronger and stronger. But so I ask people, what are your, why do you choose to do this job? What was your why? Why did you want to go into this? A lot of people go into this field of this helping field, kind of because of the compassion satisfaction. You think about they want to work in the healthcare field. They like helping people. They like being involved with teamwork and things like that, working with other people. And sometimes it's just almost altruistic. People just, they want to be involved in healthcare because, like if they had a sandwich and somebody was hungry and they were hungry, they'd give it to that person because that's how they are. And so, I'm trying to get that person back to their, almost in sales. What was your why you got into this? And so, but I also start talking about future things, ifs and thens and things like that. But I also bring in later on, one of the things that's very, very important is staying connected with people. When you're, one thing I knew, I realized is when I became a nurse is, man, people really aren't good at asking other people to help them. They don't, it's not in our nature. And so.
Yeah, Matt, I get it. Can I tell you? Because when I got sick, being on the other side of the bed and not asking for help. So me as a nurse could do it all, single mother of 3. I got a child with a disability, working a full-time job in 3 different hospitals, making it work, making it happen, feeling stress, of course.
Sure.
However, but then, getting sick and then being on the other side of the bed and going from high functioning to not functioning at all, to reinventing yourself and looking back at everything and to try to processing emotion, right? Around, I couldn't go back to what I was doing. Why? Well, who knows? It could have, a lot of different reasons why, compassion fatigue, burnout, just too much work. I'm not supposed to be where I'm supposed to be. Like, who knows what the answer is, but truly, like, being able to process emotion is probably one of the most difficult things we have to do as human beings. And having tools to be able to do that is so critical and essential. And I think that your program, that you're doing is amazing. I think this is what people need.
And that's
change of perception.
Yeah, and that's why, when I was talking about staying connected is, reach out to a couple people that you're very close with at your job or one of your family members and let them know that you're trying to change and what you're going through and what you're working on, and show them your mission statement. When those are the people that when we're having a bad day and they see us fall down, they can come pick us up and they can say, hey, get a cup of coffee, man. Looks like you're having a bad day or something. And those are the people, when we tell people about what we're trying to do and how we're trying to work on ourselves and change, and we tell them that we're going to do this, we're a lot more likely to do it because we don't want to not do what we say we're going to do in front of other people. We're
going to hold ourselves accountable, and the way of being accountable.
Yeah.
Accountability and writing it down.
That word, but it wasn't.
Yeah. So I had a brain blip too. So one of the things that I was going to say is, as nurses, we give, and oftentimes we don't ask for help until we're forced to. And so being sick on the other side of the bed, I was forced to have to ask for help to take care of my children, to do my laundry, to do my grocery shopping, just to help me to get to appointments, all of that. So talk about being really, really humbled.
Yeah, because all that stuff, it makes you feel like, why can't I do that? You feel bad about yourself because you can't do the things you used to do and take care of the people that love you. And, I can imagine it was extremely an emotional process for you.
I felt like I lost a part of my identity. Because you know what I mean?
And that's one of the things, too, why people go into nursing, because it is part of their identity. All of our jobs define us a little bit. And, when you're a nurse and you take care of people and that's great for your psyche, your mental psyche about you and who you are.
Yeah. Truly fascinating. Yeah. Truly fascinating. So basically, what are you doing now, Matthew? I want to make sure we get everyone your information so they can get a hold of you and work with you so they can live a better quality of life for sure with all the tools that you have to offer.
Well, actually, right now, because of COVID, over the last couple of months, I've been pretty blessed. My course, I turned it into a 1-hour course, and I got approved here in Missouri by the Missouri Department of Public Safety to actually work with, I could actually teach the class at there's 19 different training centers throughout the state of Missouri where I could offer that as a 1-hour continuing education. And through Miss Marcy and Miss Heather, I had an opportunity with the Ohio Nursing Association to become accredited through them, and I can do the class. Unfortunately, because of COVID, it's hard to walk into a hospital and try to teach a class right now, and it's hard to walk into a police station or a fire station. So, what I'm really doing right now is just completing a website, and I'm putting my course online where people could be able to just take it. It's probably going to be maybe around $19.
Oh, awesome. We're going to put it on our website for sure. Absolutely.
They'll be able to get just take a survey, and then they'll be able to get a certificate of completion that'll be sent to them, or same as well for the peace officers of Missouri. There's a different certification that will be sent to them. But yeah, for nurses, the Ohio Nurses Association, obviously they're a huge accreditation group here with all nurses throughout the country. So, but I want to get it out there. The time is, people need this. And I'm nobody special. I'm just some guy that.
You're making a difference. You're making a difference.
Trying to make a difference and help some people out.
It's true. I mean, this is like, even I discussed, at the American Cannabis Nurses Association, my presentation was spirituality is the root of cannabis care. So truly, when we're working with patients, we're focusing on symptoms, body parts, disease processes. We're lucky if we get to their mental, emotional state or psychological state, and rarely do we ever get to spiritual state. What if we did it backwards? What if we connected with the patient first and started to address spiritual issues and spiritual principles and gave them hope? Work it backwards, work spirit, mind, and then body.
Well, what I've in my life experiences, and there's quite a few of them.
Me too.
One thing I found is when people are at some of the lowest points of their life and they need the most help, they lose a lot of their spirituality. And that's why, I always come to people with I'm not some religious based guy, but I'm very spiritual. And I think that, being able to find something, I don't care what it is, the God of their understanding, whatever, but you got to have that faith and that hope, in something, because that's, it starts there, man. Definitely.
Think about it, if we can bring patients hope, what is that going to do? It's going to inspire them. It's going to they're going to be in spirit, inspiration. And when we're in spirit, we actually want to do something. We're going to be creative, and inspiration sparks our creativity. So hope and inspiration for what? Growth, right? So once we're inspired, we have to do something. We have to do something for that growth, to grow in health. So hope, inspiration, growth, and then healing, right? Healing isn't the absence of illness or disease, but it's doing the best with what we can right here, right now. So I think your program's awesome. I'm looking forward to taking it.
Thank you,
Matt. It has been a true pleasure.
Having me on again, it's an honor to be able to talk about this because, like I said, I have a lot of passion for it, and I really hope that somehow I can make a difference in some people's lives and maybe show them that you're not alone. And, a guy told me once, we're all wounded warriors, but we can truly heal.
Yes, we can. Healing the wounded healer.
That's right.
True archetype. Many of us are, truly. All right, don't hang up yet, but I'm going to end the show. Everyone, thank you for joining us. We're going to have all of his information. He's going to have a website. We're probably going to have him on again. I'm going to be taking his course, and his course will be available on The Green Nurse. I can't wait for that. And remember, everyone, truly what it's all about. It's about living your best life.
Don't look now, but it's a whole new world of weed out there. Pot is flower, it's Bruce Banner and Blue Dream. You've got bongs and dabs, resin and shatter, vaping and edibles, new terms, new strains, and new ways to use cannabis sativa, the plant. Some just made with CBD, and hemp has minimal THC. There's sativa and indica strains, and 100 chemicals, all legal in 10 states for adult use. There's a lot to get to know. Get used to it, folks, because it's legal in the Bay State and it's not going away. Neither is In the Weeds with Jimmy Young next. Revolutionary Clinics is just one of 49 medical cannabis dispensaries in Massachusetts, but there's a reason why it's one of the most popular. It's their patient-first philosophy. All day long, they teach, they educate, they communicate about this complicated plant called cannabis sativa. That's true whether you visit their Cambridge location in Fresh Pond at 110 Fawcett Street or at 67 Broadway in Somerville. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are now continuing on with a special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young from the studios of the Performer TV in Quincy, Massachusetts. We are joined by Dr. Eric Ruby and Elizabeth Dost, Beth Dost, right?
It is.
And it's a repeat. You were actually on In the Weeds way back when we first started about a year ago, and I appreciate you coming back on tonight too.
My pleasure.
Great to see you again. Dr. Eric Ruby, you have been, your reputation precedes you, sir. You are a pediatrician in Taunton, Massachusetts, and you've been at one of the forefronts of the debate on the medicinal uses of cannabis for various young people's symptoms, and I don't want to call them diseases, but conditions, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us a little bit of your personal story, because I find that very compelling?
When my son was injured, he was hit by a car in the year 2000. He received a spinal cord injury, and he had central neuropathic pain. Well-meaning physicians tried to take some of that pain away, but the opioids was not a good story. And he was very depressed about his situation, physically, mentally, emotionally, and he found cannabis, and he was able to wean himself off of all his opioids, and his central neuropathic pain is still there, but it is significantly helped.
Can I ask when this was, and how did he get his cannabis?
This was November 29th, 2000.
Okay. So I now know where he got his cannabis, which was pretty much from what they call now the illegal market. I guess it was illegal. Everything was illegal back in 2000, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So he really didn't have an idea of where it came from or what the strain was. He just knew it had a positive effect on him.
Yes, my discussion with him was, if you continue like this, you're going to end up in jail, and you cannot do this because it's going to ruin my reputation.
Mm-hmm.
If you need to use it as a medication, you're going to have to go out to Colorado or California, where it's much more accepted.
Mm-hmm.
And he did.
And he did.
And he did.
And how did that work? I mean,
well, his mother almost killed me.
Okay.
And as a paraplegic in a wheelchair, knowing nothing about Colorado,
mm-hmm.
He actually was able to buy a grow facility. And after 3 years, he discovered what he needed to take in order to alleviate his problems. He moved his entire team to Connecticut, where he established TheraPlant, which was the first licensed grow facility in Connecticut. It is doing extremely well. Connecticut is still all medicinal. He gives talks, he gives lectures, he educates the population. He's expanded from 60,000 square feet of grow facility to 80,000 square feet. So
wow.
He's doing quite well. He's married, has children, has a wonderful home.
That's incredible.
Has a nicer car than I have.
That's incredible. And I can imagine the challenges between you and your wife to just try to balance everything.
Well, it definitely was. He was very severely injured. It was a year of rehabilitation, in New York. He went to the same place that Christopher Reeve was rehabilitated in the Burke Hospital in White Plains. But the challenges emotionally, physically, financially for a spinal cord injured person that's how I got involved in the spinal cord injured community. And I'm head of Massachusetts Walks Again. We have an event at the State House every year, Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Day, which will be September 18th this year. And we've raised $2.5 million this year for grants to cure spinal cord injury.
I'm going out on a limb thinking you probably know who Travis Roy is.
Good friend of mine.
So he's an old friend of mine.
Okay.
And I was there that night.
Wow.
And I know Lee, the dad, because I worked in Portland, Maine for 11 years. And I remember when he was a stick boy for the Maine Mariners.
Well, if the viewers have not read 11 Seconds, they need to.
Yes, it's a great book.
Absolutely.
E.M. Swift, isn't that the writer, Ed Swift?
I don't know who
No. I'm 100% sure on that one. Was a writer for Sports Illustrated, and 11 Seconds is a great read.
Travis is very modest, but Travis is a very good person.
Yes,
and he does lots for the spinal cord injury.
Well, the next time you see him, please tell him that you hung out with Jimmy Young for a little while and watch his eyes light up too. Because he used to come on the sports talk show for kids that I won an Emmy for back in the day on NBCN. So I hate talking about myself, but in this particular case, I enjoyed it because I love Travis Roy too. Beth, tell me what you're up to now these days, because when we last talked, you were involved as a clinical science officer. I know you're a registered nurse and a senior healthcare executive. Tell me a little bit more about what you're doing.
Well, so I'm continuing to function in my role as the clinical director for the Massachusetts Patients Advocacy Alliance. And so that's a continuation of making sure that patient rights are protected in the state of Massachusetts. Because as you know, of course, the program was built on the patients. And so that continues to be a fight. It continues to be a fight. And we continue to forge ahead. And the legal initiative has not deterred the patients because of all the marginalized. It is the patients that are the most marginalized and the ones that suffer. So I really have taken on suffering as being one of my key components to my message. I do quite a bit of public speaking. On suffering, and I'm working with a couple of startups that. One is a wellness company, and then the other one is actually called the Weejits. It's a filtration device for smoking flour. So they're launching pretty much this week, and so it's just better ways to consume that are cleaner, healthier, and better for patients. And anyone else that decides to. I go on and I speak about cannabis as being a health and wellness enhancement element. And just like a daily vitamin. And when Raphael Mechoulam said that it should be as available as aspirin, at first I thought, I don't get this because it was not my culture. But then now, about 8-9 years later, I think it should be as available as aspirin.
Yeah, and you know what? We're starting to break down the stigma and the barriers that are out there. I've had a medical card in Massachusetts since the inception of the program. I have chronic pain. I've had 4 surgeries in 20 years, and I hate to show my fingers to the camera, but they're kind of gross, and that kind of explains some things to people. It's all I had to show Dr. Bob Walker when I needed my card. I go, do I really need to explain what's going on here? And it's osteoarthritis. That being said, one of the first things I wanted to do was not smoke it anymore. Right, and that was the first questions I had with the patient advocates. I don't like to use the other term of the tender when I went into a specific medical dispensary, and they said, well, why don't you try a tincture? Or why don't you try a pill? Or why don't you try an edible? And I said, edibles. Well, I've never had any effect of edibles, over the years, or whether it be hash brownies or whatever they were, never had any effect on me. And then he gave me the chunk of chocolate, and it was too much, to be honest with you guys. The dosing and the titration, and because every body is different, it is a medicine. How do we manage that? And And I think the answer you tell me is different, but every human is different. It's going to affect everybody different. It's almost like you have to be a guinea pig for yourself.
Hey, this is what Beth and I were talking about prior to coming on here.
Mm-hmm.
The Cannabis Control Commission has to make sure the dispensaries label what people are getting.
Mm-hmm.
The milligrams per dose
Mm-hmm.
and the percent CBD, percent THC.
Yeah.
Right now, the Department of Public Health regulations say that it all has to be on the bottle. That's really crazy. What needs to be on the bottle is what's in the bottle. And if you want to read the blurb about all the other things, that's what you do at the pharmacy. You go to the pharmacy, you get your penicillin, 500 milligrams per capsule, or you get your amoxicillin, 250 milligrams per 5 cc's. It has to be labeled, it has to be accurate. And right now, there is so much data on what you're getting at the dispensary, you don't know what you're taking. And the reason that we need the data is exactly what you just said. Everybody reacts differently.
Right.
So we need to do studies, and you can't do studies without the data. And right now, we've been kind of futzing around for 4 years without the correct information. The bottles don't tell you what the volume is. The people don't know what they're taking. It is a combination of CBD, THC, what the percentages are, and what the milligrams are. And without that information, we won't be able to answer your question.
Right. And again, as a pediatrician, you certainly understand the importance of dosing for different ailments. People come to you and looking for answers, and you don't want to give them too much medication. That's a danger. And everyone's endocannabinoid and metabolism is different. Everybody comes back to research, and of course you can't get grants for research until it's federally decriminalized and descheduled. So there really is a lot of different issues that have to be addressed. If you had to pick one issue that you'd like the federal government to move or remove, what would be the first thing, Beth?
Prohibition.
Just get rid of it.
Just deschedule cannabis. It should never have been scheduled. It was kind of a placement issue under Nixon administration, and it got placed in Schedule 1, and there it stays. And so it has to be descheduled. And there have been attempts to schedule it as a 2 or a 3. That's not good for patients. It's a plant. Plant medicine's generally not scheduled.
Right.
And so it's a botanical. And as Dr. Ruby was saying, just, it's so important because I was listening to Dr. Steven Stein out of Florida, and he was talking about cloning. And he had 6 clones from one mother plant, and they were grown under different conditions, and they were all different from each other. So when you find out what works for you, the labeling is so important, because AC/DC or catatonic in Massachusetts, you're visiting your friends out in California and you figure I'll just buy my medicine in California. You go to buy AC/DC, it's not the same thing that you're taking in Massachusetts. So you really need to know that information that's on the label in addition to the terpenes, because the terpene profile, I think, has a tremendous effect on how patients feel.
I was talking to Chief Science Officer at Alternative Compassion Solutions, a kid by the name of Chris Liska. You're smiling. Do you know Chris?
I don't, but I spent 3 hours in Salem yesterday going over the science and the chemistry and saying that in order to get rid of the stigma, we need to make sure that people know that this is safe. And to answer many of the other questions, if the product is safe, if you're getting what they say you're getting, then we can do appropriate science. There need to be double-blind crossover studies. There need to be epidemiologists involved. We have to get rid of the stigma. And it's a multiplicity of problems. Yes, descheduling is part of it. I am not sure whether it belongs in 2 or its own category. There have been some debates about that. Getting rid of the decriminalization is very important. Having the banks be able to lend money to the grow facilities and the dispensaries, and for people to be able to use insurance to be able to get this medication. So there are a lot of topics there. Elizabeth Warren and Cory Booker are the people who know what they're talking about in Congress.
Good. We like that because one of them is running for president too.
I know that.
Right?
Very well.
Back to, I come to you with I'm going to give I happen to know that this story exists, and I mentioned Chris Liska because I'm friends with Alternative Compassion Services down in Bridgewater, and they had a young couple come to them with a 3-year-old child on the autistic spectrum that suffered from seizures and was not verbal. They brought in a recipe and that they had discovered online that worked, and they brought it in, and Chris created this product back in the old days of compounding medicine. So he's compounding using cannabis. Sure enough, the child now is taking it 6 months later. Seizures have ceased. He's becoming verbal. He's more, his behavior has calmed down. This doesn't surprise you, does it?
Not at all. I've had too many cases like this.
That's amazing to me. And is it easy for these people to come to a doctor? And I mean, how does that happen? You know, tell me. You're looking at me like I'm a...
Well, right now in Massachusetts, it's extraordinarily difficult.
Still?
Yes. Now, you can get your CBD.
Yep.
But you have to make sure your CBD is broad spectrum CBD.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking Charlotte's Web. We're talking Simpson's Oil.
Yep.
We're talking Haley's Hope, Palmetto Oil. We're talking a CBD that has 0.3% THC and terpenoids.
Right.
You can do it that way without getting certified and getting a card through the Cannabis Control Commission. However, if you want to get the THC to be a higher percentage and more milligrams,
right,
you have to get the card. And the only way you're going to get the card is to find a pediatrician who will certify you.
As a caregiver? Or as a patient?
No, that person comes to me as a patient.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then has to see a second physician, which is an impediment. It is one thing to be safe. It is one thing to be regulated, but to be over-regulated and so safe that you become obstructionist, that's a problem.
And that's what's going on in Massachusetts.
That's what's going on.
That's not right. I don't like that.
And when we talk about these type of situations, what we're talking about is over and over and over again we see it work, and yet it gets harder and harder, and it's still harder for patients. It hasn't gotten easier. It hasn't gotten easier since I started in this business in 2012. It's just we have more dispensaries, we have better access points, we have more access points, but the patients still have to register, they still have to fill out the form, it has to go to the CCC, has to be issued to them, and then they can go into the dispensary, and then the fun begins where they're starting to pick their products that work for them. And what I was going to say too is that you today that starts on cannabis may not be you next year that is continuing on cannabis. So as cannabis changes and adapts, and your needs change and adapt, and your health changes and adapts, your needs for cannabis. So cannabis is a journey, and I was explaining this to a patient today. It's not just a one-time fits-all, go in, and it's a journey, and it's a journey of that patient, and that patient is always changing, and hopefully they're getting better, and things will change. So it's a very complex compound. And so we need to have a lot of freedom and a lot of leeway to work with physicians. And physicians have to be comfortable. There are about 289 recommending physicians for adults with 60,000 patients in the state of Massachusetts. So,
are we finding that the doctors are seeking out more information now? Do you find your peers wanting to know more about cannabis?
Not at all.
Wow. Woo! That scares me. And bothers me.
That bothers me a great deal.
Bothers me.
At the level of the Mass Medical Society, there has been so much, I will say, difficulty in getting the education out. Now, there is a education module that is available, and it will be announced sometime in July for Massachusetts physicians. It's called theanswerpage.com. That is where I got my initial information. It is run by 2 Harvard-educated physicians. It is excellent, it is unbiased, and it's authoritative. Israel asked for it. It is what is used in New York. New York asked them to put it together. Pennsylvania asked them to put it together. It is what is necessary. Physicians need to be more comfortable. They need to be educated. Right now, the patients know more than the doctors.
Right.
Doctors do not like that feeling. But if they don't like it, then they better study it.
They better do something about it,
That
which
is correct.
make the effort and learn.
Right.
Because there's tons of information.
We have a resolution that right now is extraordinarily prohibitive. They were going to reaffirm it for 7 years against recreational marijuana, against medicinal marijuana. I'm part of the legislative committee, and I had them say, no, let's talk to the Cannabis Commission, let's talk to the educators. I will say Marianne Bamba, who is now president of the Mass Medical Society, she and I need to have the discussion and bring in the appropriate parties so that we can educate the physicians, so we can get rid of the stigma. Safety is out there. The dispensaries are safe. The grow facilities are safe. It's easier to break into Fort Knox. You have to wear a hazmat suit when you go to these places.
That's right.
It is so expensive to do this.
Yes.
And that's why the product is expensive, because of the regulations. However, with safety, with education, I hope the stigma will go away. Getting back to, this was cannabis was legal until 1939. And LaGuardia put out a report in 1942 that said this is a public health matter. This is not a science matter. And in 1972, Nixon had a Schaefer report, which said this is a public health matter. This is not a science matter. The data is out there. We have so much more problems with alcohol, with tobacco, with guns, and with opioids. Money talks. And I'm afraid
dictates policy, too.
And it seems to dictate policy. And I think that if the government was truly out for the benefit of the people they govern, it's supposed to be of the people, by the people, and for the people, not just the 0.5% who run Wall Street. So I may get some flack on that, but actually I support the people.
And I think that, and I champion that, and that's why everybody loves you, by the way, because everybody I mentioned that you're coming on the show.
Talk to my wife about that.
You know what? I got to tell you, what the two of you have gone through, and you're still together, is an awesome thing.
Yes, we are.
That's an awesome thing.
48 years.
Because parenting and a long relationship are the two toughest things you can do.
Absolutely.
On this earth. And to have a child go through the trauma that he went through, and the fact that you guys are still, I mean, God love you both.
My wife became a PhD in psychology to understand what the issues were dynamically with him. My daughter became an Ironman, dedicating her PhD in female endurance athletics to him.
Ironman, Hawaii Ironman?
She's been there.
Wow.
And we've been there.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Thank you. I have to talk about my family.
No, you should. Well, you should be. My goodness, you should be proud of your family. You guys have been great. I mean, this show is going to keep going, and you are always welcome into my studio in Wellesley at any time to come out and talk, especially if you need an audience, if you catch my drift. We'll be happy to share your thoughts and your opinions with those people as well. Beth, as always, thank you so much for coming in today as well. We're going to keep this show moving, and we have other guests to get to. I do know that we have that story about that young couple that went to Alternative Compassion Services. And Stephen Werther, who is the president there, is a childhood friend of mine. And he's going to give us that story as we go to a break. But for both of you, quickly, do you have anything you'd like to plug? Anything else you would like to say before we say goodnight for now?
Patients need to be transparent with their physicians and say, please learn about cannabis. Learn about it through the answer page. Have the Mass Medical Society endorse this. We need to get it out there so that people feel safe and people feel educated.
That's what it's about. Beth, last plug?
My last plug is that I think the lack of available safe cannabis is the largest international health problem that we see right now. And I also feel that we are very comfortable in the United States with people being uncomfortable. And so those who suffer are very marginalized in this country. And we need, those of us that have a voice need to stand up for those that suffer and don't.
Well, I am more than willing to give you an opportunity to have that voice at any time on Pro Cannabis Media and on In the Weeds. Both of you, thank you so much for coming in at night on a Thursday night here in Quincy, and I appreciate your time.
Pleasure.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to have
much.
more of this show coming up in just a little while. Don't go away.
Husband and wife come in, parents local to the Bridgewater area, not to Bridgewater necessarily, but local to the Bridgewater area, came in. Their 3-year-old son had a number of problems. It was on the autism spectrum, had seizures, and from all of these things, he was basically having seizures. He had been verbal and had become nonverbal, and had become quite agitated, and also had an eating disorder. And they came in. Their pediatrician, who does believe quite a bit in cannabis and has worked extensively with kids, basically told them what he wanted their child to be taking, and they had been unable to really find this sort of formulation at any of the dispensaries in Massachusetts, and they came in here, and we were able to make them something almost exactly what they were looking for, very close to what they were looking for. The long and short of it is that they gave this, it was mostly a very high CBD to very low THC ratio, but there was a ratio they were looking for. Anyway, the child has had nothing but great success, and the parents are completely thrilled. The child's seizures have virtually stopped. The child became less agitated and started talking again, and now, because for a long time they couldn't even eat with him at the table because he would get too agitated. Now he's eating with the family again. His appetite is up. He's become verbal again, and it's like a miracle, really. And when people say, well, you don't have any proof that this stuff works, well, for me, that's all the proof that I need to see that this medicine is helping this. We're helping this child.
Revolutionary Clinics is just one of 49 medical cannabis dispensaries in Massachusetts, but there's a reason why it's one of the most popular. It's their patient-first philosophy. All day long, they teach, they educate, they communicate about this complicated plant called cannabis sativa. That's true whether you visit their Cambridge location in Fresh Pond at 110 Fawcett Street or at 67 Broadway in Somerville. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first. In the Weeds with Jimmy Young is a video podcast produced by the Pro Cannabis Media Network for the entertainment and education of our audience. All opinions on this show should not be considered medical advice or reflect the opinions of the management of CLNS Media, C-Suite Network, Pro Cannabis Media Group, or its marketing partners.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to a very special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young on location in Jamaica, Montego Bay is the place for the 4th annual CanX convention. And there are people from all over the world here talking about the cannabis industry, both internationally, nationally, and right here in Jamaica. And you never know who you're going to run into. But did you ever think you could run into somebody that lives right down the street from you in Massachusetts? Yes, it was Dr. Umandana Balan. Check it out.
Don't look now, but it's a whole new world of weed out there. Pot is flower, it's Bruce Banner and Blue Dream. You've got bongs and dabs, resin and shatter, vaping and edibles, new terms, new strains, and new ways to use cannabis sativa, the plant. Some just made with CBD, and hemp has minimal THC. There's sativa and indica strains, and 100 chemicals, all legal in 10 states for adult use. There's a lot to get to know. Get used to it, folks, because it's legal in the Bay State and it's not going away. Neither is In the Weeds with Jimmy Young next. Revolutionary Clinics is just one of 49 medical cannabis dispensaries in Massachusetts, but there's a reason why it's one of the most popular. It's their patient-first philosophy. All day long, they teach, they educate, they communicate about this complicated plant called cannabis sativa. That's true whether you visit their Cambridge location in Fresh Pond at 110 Fawcett Street or at 67 Broadway in Somerville. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to a very special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, now on location at the CanEx, the Cannabis Exposition in Montego Bay, Jamaica. And you know what's amazing about this small world is you never know who you're going to run into at one of these conventions. Dr. Uma Dhanabalan is here. I mean, like I see her down the road all the time. Dr. Uma, great to see you.
Great to be here, Jimmy, and welcome to CanEx. This is your first one, correct?
I am a virgin, yes.
Absolutely. So I've been coming to them for a few years, and I've really seen this thing evolve here, and I'm very proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, we were there for the keynote, and Douglas Gordon obviously is the guy who's the power behind this, and I could see the pride in his face as he looked out and saw the masses that were watching and listening to some of the keynote addresses. But there's two big things that have happened in the news in cannabis over the last few weeks and then yesterday. I want to start with yesterday because I like to start with the positive in my life. The Safe Banking Act passed the United States House of Representatives by a 321-103. See, the sports comes back out in me, you know, a whopping margin, and now moves on to the Senate. Do you see the momentum? Do you think that we're actually going to have a banking industry that will welcome the cannabis industry finally?
Absolutely. I mean, this is part of the journey. You know, we've seen small steps happen, and opening it up to the banking industry again also brings this not only credibility that this is real, but it also brings a lot of opportunity. I mean, now you're opening another door, as I call it, right? As we open hearts and open minds, we are opening doors, is what Dr. Uma has been saying. And yes, I'm very happy to see this happening.
And I just hope that the Republicans in the Senate see the reason why this needs to happen is more for public safety than an issue of cannabis or not cannabis. After all, Mitch McConnell did sign the Farm Bill with a hemp pen, and he does have farmers in Kentucky that I think would be very happy to actually have a banking account in their industry. Don't you? I mean, everybody thinks, oh no, he's going to block it. I don't know.
I think this is a safety issue too. I mean, people should not have, you know, safe deposits in their home that have just cash, and especially when they're dispensaries, right? And also for patients, having to now be able to say, hey, I can actually charge this, use a card, and have an accountability. And I think it opens up another venue of also insurance companies being able to hopefully have this be an option for patients and even for the healthcare providers. I think it's the start of a whole new beginning.
New beginning. That would be great. Now let's talk about the vaping crisis that has gripped our country. And Governor Baker back in Massachusetts has shut down an industry for 4 months just to try to figure out what's going on. First of all, I guess, do you agree at this point it's a public health hazard and anyone who has vaping should stop? Do you agree with this?
This is now in one of my hats that I wear, which is public health, and also as an occupational environmental medicine physician. And I'm also specialized in heavy metals, and this has been a concern to me from when I first started to talk about cannabis in the industry, that we need to talk about this. And I've been saying this for 7 years, and now we're seeing the outcome of this. And I think it's alarming, but people do need to be alarmed, because if you are inhaling heavy metals and pesticides, and you're going to inhale it in regardless of what your health condition is, there's a problem.
And we're seeing the problem. We're seeing people dying. We're seeing people getting sick. We're seeing a need for more regulations about how these e-cigarettes and cartridges are being formed. Yes?
It's not just regulations. It's about using some of our things that we've learned from other things already, Jimmy. We know right now that these are methods of how people are consuming this product. We know that inhalation of any type of a metal could be toxic. there's no need for some of these heavy metals. And now we're talking about a vaporizer that's got a cartridge, and the cartridge is made up of parts, and we're going to put a liquid into it, and now we're going to heat it. So this is one of the basic things that I'm very, very concerned about, is if the cartridge itself has not been checked and does not have a standard, regardless of if it's for nicotine or if it's cannabis or whatever the liquid that you're going to put in it, we have a problem. And then we get to the liquid itself. And then we get to the devices that we use. And then we talk about the temperatures, when it's at room temperature, when it's being heated, when it's being vaporized, when it's being combusted. So these are all part of the processes that this plant is going through. So each of them can have an effect.
It's almost like smoking it is the healthier way of ingesting it.
Now, I have promoted inhalation as a method, and I've said if we can make sure that your products that you're consuming are produced in a clean manner, meaning you know what went into it. If it's not clean to begin with, and we concentrate it, or we make extracts out of it, or we do other processing to it, we are going to have concentrated forms of a potential toxic material. And that's what we're seeing the effects of. And depending on the individual, it can vary from a microdose to a macrodose that it takes you, but it could be also cumulative. And those are my biggest concerns. And it's a whole conversation of its own, just to look at piece by piece. And that's what I really want people to understand. Regardless of what it is that you're putting in your body, you must become an educated consumer, and you are a customer.
And it's your body. You are responsible for it, not a government. You are, right? Or we are. And you are still in charge of what you put in, and you decide how you're going to put it in. But it's still a medicine. It's still going to interact chemically with our insides. And because we are all different inside, it has a different effect. That being said, where do we go from here? How would you like to see the regulations change? Do you want to see the ban on all e-cigarettes and cartridges at this point be permanent?
It's a starting point right now till we figure out what's happened and where the source of the problems are. This is how we do investigations. As a public health officer, as I consider myself, this is about the public health. It's about each of us, because this is going to impact somebody in some way. If it's not your child or yourself, you know that somebody is using these products right now. And they're in different forms. We talk about nicotine that's been around there. And yes, we didn't want people smoking the cigarettes, so we gave them these toys now to play with. But again, we're saying, okay, it's about harm reduction. Harm reduction. So if it helps people to get off of one thing, but at the same time, if you're giving them something that's toxic, let's think about what we're really doing.
It really comes back down to education again, right? You should recognize what you want to put in your body, how you're putting it in your body.
Well, I've said this for a long time. Food is medicine. And I consider cannabis is food and medicine. And if the food is processed and contaminated and I consume it, my body ultimately has to compensate for it. And this is why we're having illnesses. We're relying on the government. We're relying on the producers of these products. At the end of the day, you still have to become responsible. Yet it is also the responsibility of the people that are making these products to say, what am I really doing? And they know very well. And start asking yourself. And I would really prefer people start to grow their own, but also know what you're putting into the product.
Yeah, there you go. And in Massachusetts, they're allowing you to grow 6 plants in your household per adult. So that, again, perhaps Massachusetts doing a decent job at trying to roll it out, try to figure it out, while the rest of the nation watches how Massachusetts handles these kinds of crises. Dr. Uma, running into you in Montego Bay. It'll be a thrill I'll never forget. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much. And remember what Dr. Uma says, educate, embrace, and empower. Reach one, teach 10, teach one, reach 10. Whatever the knowledge that you learn, please share it, because it's our patients that are educating the doctors. Doctors have not been taught about cannabis or the endocannabinoid system, and we're changing the stigma and making sure that safety first and do no harm is what I'm saying.
We're playing catch up, though. We are definitely playing catch up. Dr. Uma Dalabalan here at, I said Donabalan? Donabalan. I've said it 500 times now. And of course, if Bob Lobel can pronounce it, I can pronounce it.
Go with Dr. Uma.
Dr. Uma it is for Dr. Uma. I'm not Dr. Jimmy. I'm just Jimmy. And remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Well, that'll do it for a special In the Weeds with Jimmy Young on location at Canex in Jamaica. We've got 6 or 7 more episodes coming up of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, featuring some of the most amazing speakers and attendees at that 3-day convention. And that will include a one-on-one with Bruce Linton, Perry Antleman of CBD Medic, and many more from around the world. Revolutionary Clinics is just one of 49 medical cannabis dispensaries in Massachusetts, but there's a reason why it's one of the most popular. It's their patient-first philosophy. All day long, they teach, they educate, they communicate about this complicated plant called cannabis sativa. That's true whether you visit their Cambridge location in Fresh Pond at 110 Fawcett Street or at 67 Broadway in Somerville. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first. In the Weeds with Jimmy Young is a production of the Pro Cannabis Media Group for the education and information of our listening audience. The opinions on this podcast are strictly those of the hosts of the program and do not represent Pro Cannabis Media or any of its affiliates. No medical advice is given, and any use of cannabis should be by adults over the age of 21 and used responsibly.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Dr. Ryan Zachlin is recognized as one of the leading cannabis physicians in Massachusetts. Called Dr. Z by his patients and friends, he practices integrative medicine, taking a whole body approach to healing. He is also an expert on the endocannabinoid system, and you'll hear why on In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. Hi, everyone. Welcome to another edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, on location today in Newton, Massachusetts. Happens to be my hometown, here at the Crown Plaza. It used to be the Sheraton. You know, the hotel over the Mass Pike in Newton. Everybody knows. They've driven under it once or twice in their lives, I'm sure, if you've come into Boston from the west. But today, it's a very special location because it's the place where the Medical Cannabis Patient Therapies and Wellness Summit is taking place. And Dr. Ryan Zachlin, Dr. Z to his friends and his patients, joins me now. And Dr. Z, thank you so much for coming on. And more importantly, thanks for presenting here today.
Thank you for having me. And yeah, of course.
Tell me, if you had to nail down an elevator pitch of what you just talked about up on the dais, if you will, what were the key points of what you were just talking about?
Yeah, so what I was trying to hammer home, if you will, one, the ECS, the ECS, the ECS.
Endocannabinoid system.
The endocannabinoid
By the way,
system.
Joe Budweiser, happy to interpret to other
perfect,
people.
Perfect, yeah, perfect. So the importance of the endocannabinoid system as our system of maintaining homeostasis and balance, and trying to perpetuate this idea that people need this. They need an understanding. They need to grasp the ECS, so that they understand why they may be imbalanced and how they can correct that balance, or imbalance rather.
So I took a crash course in this for 18, 19 months since I started my podcast.
Yep.
I've learned quite a bit from scholars like yourself, doctors like yourself. Dr. Jordan Tischler is a friend, and I've known him since the very first day that I started this podcast, March of 2018
at
NECAN.
I love Dr. Tischler.
Learned quite a bit, learned quite a bit. It's amazing to me when you could go up to someone who is a prohibitionist or has just been buying into the whole reefer madness thing for their entire lives and explain to them, you know, you have an endocannabinoid system inside you. And they go, what are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. I go, I'm telling you, you have an endocannabinoid system.
Yep.
Can you define what that system does and how it works with the body?
Yes, absolutely. So And I do want to get back to another point when you were mentioning the prohibitionists and whatnot when we talk about the stigma. So let's return to that. But so there's two ways of looking at the ECS. So I'm an integrative physician, which means I look at patients and people from the perspective of mind, body, and spirit, if you will. So if we're looking just at body or physiologically, the endocannabinoid system is a system of receptors and neurotransmitters that dance in an elegant dance and ensemble in which they essentially help to maintain the homeostasis or balance of the organ systems, right? And on a more detailed or microscopic level, what it is it's basically a system in which neurons communicate with each other, and they can either amplify each other or turn each other down depending on the needs of the system. So I mean, that would be so it's really, in a nutshell, how we physiologically maintain balance. But for me, and one of the concepts that I'm trying to kind of propagate, if you will, or teach people is, there's another story there where it's clearly the mind-body connection, right? Because it's how the nerves touch every point of the body. So what about the spirit? What about the anatomy of the spirit and our essence, and how does that relate? So I also look at the ECS as that touch point of the mind, body, and spirit, and a way in which we can kind of test and regulate our own balance both within our body, but also mind, body, and spirit within ourselves and our environment.
Gotcha. So I have a theory, and I'm going to run it by you and see what your reaction is, because I've talked to other medical professionals, specifically oncologists, about this. I said, so for 80 years, a couple of generations in there, right? This product has been verboten, right? We can agree on that. What effect do you think that had on the development of cancer and carcinogens in our system? And if it wasn't prohibited in 1937, would we have as much cancer rampant in our world now? I mean, there's certainly enough cancer carcinogens out there, but it would have helped, couldn't it? Isn't the whole idea is to balance the internal system?
Well, this is a brilliant point that you're making, and I can appreciate it. Why limit it to that? Would we have as much obesity, alcoholism, anxiety, domestic violence, right? If you inhibit a population that has a system that responds well to a medicine and prevent them from having access to that medicine, what are the long-term effects? That's a phenomenal point. I got to shake your hand on that.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to use that going forward. I mean, I would say that it's a very interesting theory. And I would say don't limit it to cancer. I mean, because what you're saying is, okay, and let's just take this moment to talk about this, right? So enthusiasts they'll purport cannabis to be a panacea, right?
Right.
And that's because it often has, can help many different conditions.
Right.
But if you rewind back, and we're going to make our way back to that stigma talk, the ECS is ubiquitous, right? So if you take something that's going to kind of help balance this system that is ubiquitous, it's going to look like the intervention provided some ubiquitous blanket therapy, right? I.e. a panacea. But I think what you're seeing is people are getting back into balance, and they're seeing balance of multiple systems. And along those lines, many people also resort to cannabis as the final therapy.
Right.
So they often have multiple therapies in place.
Right. The last resort choice.
The last resort choice, but then you put that final piece into the puzzle and says, oh my God, the cannabis helped everything. But you also have these other components that are in place that have kind of primed the pump, if you will.
Gotcha. And it's so fascinating to me to hear that support, that you actually believe that. And it's a theory I've just learned and figured, look at my family, old generation, and who's passed away from cancer at a young age versus older age, and suddenly and all that. But it is not a cure-all for all things. I think that's an important thing that we talk about a lot too, and I get pushback on that. It can't be a cure-all to all things. I said, no. I said, but it can enhance those anti-immune regular antibodies in our system. It kind of enlightens them and gets them going and working at their best. It's almost like an engine, something you could put in your engine to make it work better.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that, so the cancer specifically, we have to always be very careful when we talk about cannabis and cancer, right?
Right.
We can't say that, and even as a cure-all, because, so, you know, an antihypertensive doesn't cure blood pressure, but you won't have high blood pressure if you're on that medicine.
Right.
So it looks like, oh, look, it cured my, you know, my hypertension, but if you remove the intervention, now the hypertension comes back.
Yep.
So you're not cured of it in that
Right.
way. Cancer, we have to be careful because, you know, we can manage, conventionally it's been shown to manage symptoms, nausea, vomiting with chemotherapy patients, but you're referring to basically, right, so cannabis interacts with the endocannabinoid system. The endocannabinoid system is, I mean, interacts with all systems, but particularly the immune system. The immune system is responsible for the surveillance to make sure that a cell doesn't have out of control growth, and the natural killer cells will destroy those cells, right? So what you're questioning is, or what you're proposing is, well, gee, if, you know, maybe if you had provided the system with the diet, and I want to go back to what another point that I would distill out in I want to revise my elevator pitch, if you will, based off of this.
That's okay.
Would be, right, so if you starve the system of something that it would need, as you have the Industrial Revolution and toxins and chemicals, and those are on the rise, so it could be the combination of the two. Those are on the rise, and now you're removing the tool that helps us to essentially manage it. Yeah, it's quite interesting. I mean, it could be perceived as certainly inflammatory, but I understand what you're saying,
right.
And I think it's yeah, I mean, it's certainly worth consideration. You know, the next question would be, well, does that mean that everybody should be on some sort of cannabinoid therapy, right?
Right. And by the way, that doesn't mean, and this is something I know, we talk about the stigma.
Yeah.
If you use this product, it does not mean that you have to get high all the time. It doesn't always have to be high in THC, low in CBD. Now because they're able to affect the DNA of the plant, they can grow stuff that is twice as many cannabinoids in it as to THC.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, and again, it's simply that fact, and it's a good setup, if you will, from what I'm about to say. But yes, it's dose dependent, right? I mean, if you take a sip of wine,
right?
So I argue with people. I often ask people, so if you take a sip of wine, do you feel anything, right?
Right.
And most people say no, but some people say yes, and I say ding, you do, right? You feel. Right, that remembered response, that first sip, that first smell has a physiological effect.
I need a drink.
Are you intoxicated, though?
No, I just need a drink.
Right? Yes, exactly. Exactly, right? So that end of the day, even pouring the wine, you sit back and people are like, you start to relax before that first sip, right? But you're not intoxicated. You can put it down and go drive, do work, take care of your kids, whatever it is.
Yep.
Half a glass of wine, you intoxicated? No. A glass of wine, most people, no. I mean, some cheap dates, sure, right? Big difference between a sip and a bottle or two bottles. And that's part of the problem. So, that being said, when red wine took off, because everybody said resveratrol in red wine, which you would actually need to drink 28 bottles of it to get that 5 milligrams of resveratrol that has beneficial effects in it, right? And everybody said, oh, my wine is good for me, right? We're entering the age of, I believe, you're going to have your gummy and your glass of wine, right? It's entering the age of, your daily aspirin, your daily cannabinoid, therapy, your daily cannabinoid tonic. And I have to say, with that statement, which could be very inflammatory, because I'm implying that it's possible that most people would benefit from some kind of cannabinoid therapy. I am absolutely saying that, but I'm absolutely not saying that anybody needs to feel intoxication. And in fact, intoxication might be the body's sign that we've had too much.
Ooh.
So we're able to play with it because it's not toxic.
Right.
And that's how we can have that dance.
Yeah.
But it may be telling you I've had too much.
Right. Interesting. And of course, and as a doctor, you understand this, you already kind of alluded to this. Every human body is different.
Yes.
So, and I love it when they talk about indica strains and sativa strains and hybrids. And, if it's an indica, it's going to do this. And if it's a sativa, it's going to do this. And yet, but wait, it could have an opposite effect on people too.
Yep.
Right?
Absolutely.
So it's almost like, but the education's so important because we are dosing it, we are self-medicating, and we're learning by taking different doses and different products.
Yep, exactly.
So as you talking about wine, it's not dissimilar to that because every wine tastes different, every beer tastes different. Right?
In some, yes. If you're gonna, or you could compare alcohols too, because you have
do it all the time.
You have whiskey that is I mean, whiskey might even be better because you can have a whiskey that's 80 proof and a whiskey that's 120 proof.
Right.
Right. And those are going to have different effects. You're going to feel a different effect. You do feel different from a wine versus a whiskey versus if you're
Correct.
mindful of that experience.
Yep.
But what you're alluding to is the importance of recognizing the variations in human beings,
Right.
and that when it comes to dosing and absorption, I mean, some people respond to 1/3 of a milligram of THC, and some people need 200 or 2,000 milligrams of THC. And, I always joke, I was with my father-in-law, right? Just like caffeine, there's two other examples. Caffeine, my father-in-law can drink a triple espresso and go right to sleep. I'll be up for 6 weeks if I drink a triple espresso, right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, the guy can fall asleep in a tank. Thank you for your service, Artie.
That's right.
But right, so that's a difference. The Asian population in general, specifically Asian women, they lack alcohol dehydrogenase. They can't drink alcohol, many of them, without getting violently sick. Wow. What's the equivalent for cannabis, right? We all know somebody who took the one and dones, or
Yep.
every time I take a hit, I have a giant freak out. Some people, I know some patients respond to the different strains, right? Indicas, sativas. Some people it doesn't make a difference. Some people they'll imbibe in a sativa, just before they go to sleep, and they're fine. And some people have a cutoff. So I think it's a beautiful mess, right? And and I think it's I take great pleasure in kind of contributing to sorting it all out.
Yeah, and I had an opportunity about a month ago to visit Jamaica, and I interviewed my first Rastafarian, and I was thrilled and fascinated by what he was talking about and how the plant, and he talked about the mind, body, soul connection with the plant.
Yep.
And here a doctor is kind of talking about the same effects that this has. It reinforces how the Rasta have worked with and lived with that plant forever, because now we've got enough science and research to actually respect what they do with the plant.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, and when you talk about kind of, on a spiritual level, so we've also seen this explosion of consciousness, the yoga culture, mindfulness, meditation has become much more normalized. I mean, it started in the 60s, right? Swami Satchidananda came over, said the opening words at Woodstock, the Maharishi were teaching meditation. The Beatles really helped bring that to light. It's become very mainstream, right? So, and now we have, with the Benson Henry Institute, Dr. Benson's work that he's done looking at the relaxation response, we now have an understanding, and quantum physics, right, where we're all this primordial soup manifesting into form and time and space, right? Everything is starting to converge, and we're starting to get this understanding, or glean this understanding, if you will, of some of these disciplines and why they were effective. And I think the ECS is key. I think of the ECS as the touch point of the mind, body, and spirit. And this is something I talked about in my talk, right? In traditional Chinese medicine, they speak about different meridians, and they talk about the liver energy and the kidney energy, and they're referring to a physiological reality or phenomenon, but they're overlapping in energetic phenomenon, an energetic way of thinking about things that help us to elicit overlapping therapeutic responses, if you will, both on the physiological and energetic level. And so the way that I have ultimately distilled out my viewpoint of the endocannabinoid system is that it being the touch point of the mind, body, and spirit, right? So how do we get into physical shape? Diet and exercise. You can't exercise away a crappy diet. If you have a pristine diet, you'll look biomechanically fit for the world, but you're not going to be, and it's going to catch up with you, right? And so they go together like Olivia Newton-John, John Travolta. That's for our generation.
Yeah.
But they work in concert. You need both of them, right?
Right.
So the same thing applies to the mind, the body, and the spirit, right? And so if we think about the ECS, I mean, spiritual diet, who are you spending your time with? What are you reading? Are you taking news fasts? Are you listening to things that are inspiring you? Are you hanging out with people that are draining you? It doesn't have to be so esoteric. I mean, even just going to church or temple or wherever you're going is a spiritual diet, right? And so if we look at the ECS as the touch point of the mind, body, and spirit, well, what's the diet and what's the exercise? Well, the diet we all know. it's cannabinoids, not cannabis, cannabinoids, right? We make our own endocannabinoids, but we have a physiology that's designed for a world that no longer exists. Often ours fall short of our needs, so we need to supplement with external cannabinoids, either synthetic or phytocannabinoids. I'll go for the plants.
Yep.
Who's got the majority of them? Cannabis, perfect. Now cannabis is the diet for my ECS, right? Very different than the Rastafarian viewpoint is more of like, what is this plant that's giving me this experience, that's connecting me with all
It's more of a love affair.
It's a love affair, right?
Yeah.
But we're not looking at it from that perspective. That's the diet. What is the exercise, right? So the exercise is present, non-judgmental, present moment awareness. It is meditation, it's mindfulness, right? It's being in the moment so that we're not obsessing over the future in a hypervigilant state, being anxious, or we're not beaten by our past in a kind of depressed state and depressed. We're in the present moment. And we need to cultivate that as an exercise. We need to learn how to do it. We need to learn how to engage with and disengage from our minds. And so that really is, I know this is a long-winded diatribe or whatever you want to call it.
No, but it's good. I'm learning, and that and it's the entourage effect.
Yeah.
That combines it all, and where the THC and the CBD kind of works together as a break. One's the braking mechanism, one isn't. Right.
Yep. Yes.
So I mean, the entourage effect exists.
Yep.
And because it manifests itself differently in everybody's body. It's a challenge.
I mean, the ECS is 28 different receptors, 130 to 140 endocannabinoids. If I were to...
That they know about now.
That they know about now.
Because it was only 100 or so a few years ago,
Yep.
and Israel, I think, is leading the way in the research
Yep.
on this, and they're coming up with new chemicals. So everybody's all excited about the CBD. I go, wait, did they learn about CBN and CBF and CBD? I mean, there's a million
CBDA,
CBDA, THCA.
ACV.
It's alphabet soup. For someone who's trying to just learn, it is overwhelming.
Well, those are phytocannabinoids. I'm talking about endocannabinoids that we make. If I were to put a graphic that depicted all of those receptors and all of the endocannabinoids, it would be dizzying. How are you going to make sense of that? Right?
You know what? Our friend at ACS, Stephen Werther's group at Alternative Compassion Services, give him a plug on this.
Shout out to Stephen.
That's right, and that whole
Good
group
man.
down there, Chris Liska, the mad scientist in the back. He does.
Stephen is a mensch.
Yes, he is. Well, he comes from a good neighborhood. I can tell you that right now. That being said, on the wall is exactly what you just described, a graphic of all the different terpenes and endocannabinoids that are there, and there's hundreds.
Yeah.
And it can be overwhelming.
It is overwhelming.
It is overwhelming.
There's
Good, I
over
appreciate
200 terpenes. There's over, I think it's well over 100 and something phytocannabinoids. There's flavonoids that are now, it's almost like, terpenes, and I'm not saying this because I'm a big proponent of terpenes, and I think they're a major key, but it's like, terpenes, that was like, 2015. Like, now we're on to flavonoids, what's next? But yeah, it's real, it's dizzying, it's overwhelming. But like I said, it's a beautiful mess.
Let's talk about another mess. Two messes. I alluded to CBD.
Yep.
I'm going to quote Chris Liska here because he is the Chief Science Officer at Alternative Compassion Services and Solutions, and I've sat down with him and I've talked with him about this. It's a fad. This is what he said. It's a fad. And you can't put 5 milligrams of CBD into a food, a beverage, and expect to just feel amazing. There's a therapeutic dose and a non-therapeutic dose. And the fact now that it's already out there and people believe that it's totally legal and they're not going to get intoxicated from it, that's important.
Yep.
But we're just scratching the surface on what CBD actually does to us and how when we put it into a lotion or we put it into a food or a beverage, what effect that's going to have on us. Does it boggle your mind that we knew this in the community, and Mitch McConnell and the guy who signed the bill for the Farm Bill just said, oh no, this is great. Now CBD is legal and now my Kentucky farmers can grow hemp. They uncovered a Pandora's box when they did that.
Yeah, so there's a lot in there.
That's what I do. I'm a talk show host. I set up things like that.
I want to use the opportunity, though, to go back to the stigma piece, because I think that's the root of what's going on here, right? It relates directly to the ECS as well. It all does. But if we think about what's happened, right? So you have the prohibition of THC. We could go off on that, right? But we won't. But you have this now. You have this emergence of what you're describing is, oh shit, cannabis works as medicine. Oh my God. Okay. Well, now we just banned all of it. Well, what can we do? Well, it's convenient. It's almost like CBD is in opposition to THC. Best example of that, people say it's not psychoactive. How could it treat seizures and anxiety and not be psychoactive? They mean it's not intoxicating. So they don't even use the word that they're intending to use, right? And so...
And I see that in the media all the time.
All the time. And so... The point that I want to make, and then I'll go off on CBD as well, is that I think there's a better approach to disarming. Because you mentioned before the prohibitionists, you mentioned you have an endocannabinoid system, right? Mm-hmm. And the point that I like to make is, right, to those people is, are you anti-GI tract? Like, are you anti-cardiovascular system? Are you anti-nervous system? Are you anti-muscular? Nobody is. That's like, that would be like being against the sky, right? I don't like trees. Like, I don't, right? I mean, I don't really like the sun. It's like fine, but like, you know what I mean? It's like, I mean, some people don't.
Right. No, no, it's because the sun we could talk about.
The sun's different, but I don't really like trees. I don't like, some people don't like dogs. Weirdos. No, I'm just kidding. But there are things that, people are not against physiological systems, right? Because it's designed by nature. I don't like rivers. They just really suck. You know what I mean? Or mountains. What's with mountains, right? And so it seems absurd, but that's the point that I'm making, is that those people are never going to be anti-ECS, right? They won't be. But if you present something that's in opposition to THC, well, now it's in opposition and there's a mistruth that's happening, which we'll address in a moment. Mm-hmm. But I think the approach is, here's the ECS, right? This is what's going on. Here, the diet are cannabinoids. You make them. But guess what? You're not making enough, and you probably could use some supplementation with it, and the synthetic ones aren't as effective as the plant ones.
Right.
And so that's the way that I would frame it. CBD... and I had just talked about this as well. Look, Epidiolex, FDA-approved medication developed by GW Pharmaceuticals. The starting dose is 2.5 milligrams per kilogram. For about, for you or I, it would probably be a couple of hundred milligrams twice a day. Twice a day, 2.5 milligrams per kilogram twice a day, okay?
Right.
How much does that cost? $32,500 a year to manage your seizures with Epidiolex.
Right.
If you look at medications that treat seizures and other conditions like pain, so gabapentin, you may cut that dose in half.
Yep.
But the reality is that you might need 75, 100 milligrams twice a day of CBD to manage a condition, right? It's too freaking expensive.
Right.
So what you're getting is what we're seeing in people, certainly there's a placebo element, which is fine. That's in every medication.
Right.
We're also seeing a lot of misnomers and a lot of mistruth. Journal of the American Medical Association did a study in 2017. They looked at 84 products from 31 companies. 21% of them had up to 6.43 milligrams per milliliter of THC. All right, so let's say that person had the dropper.
Right.
I take my 2 droppers in the morning,
Me
2
too.
droppers at night, and I'm like, woo, I feel amazing. I have no high, which they might not. You're probably taking 20 times the amount of THC I would ever start anybody on. Right. So that also is going on. Or you have this entourage effect where many of the products from the dispensaries, it's not hemp. It's 0.7, 0.6% THC, right? I mean, so I have a patient. He came in with a tremor like this.
Yep.
He couldn't sign his name. Parkinson's patient couldn't sign his name. He took, I think it was like 15 milligrams of CBD with, it had to be, maybe 0.3. Maybe 300 micrograms of THC in it. And he took 2 of those capsules a couple times a day, came in after 2 weeks and was like this.
Wow. And there's so many of these anecdotal stories out there, and it's another reason why I founded my company. Because I want to give those stories an audience. Because when we talk about traditional media, there's still a lot of misnomers. There's still a lot of misinformation that the reporter on the story is doing. That being said, I am going to give credit because there are certainly enough journalists out there that are trying to learn the right way to tell the story of what's going on. And I go back to the Today Show this morning where I saw a very well done piece on a new company in California, CannaPure, that has developed a test of the exhalant from the person who has inhaled a CBD product or a THC in CBD product and exhaled. Now they're testing that vapor that's coming out of the mouth. And they found a lot of scary things from the illicit market.
Do they call it the shotgun?
I don't know what they call it.
You know, when you shotgun. Right
oh,
now?
yeah, no, Mike, those are the old days, man. My God. That was a flashback to 78, I think I just had. Sorry. I never did that with a girl either, by the way, just for the record. I just want to make sure we understand that. Or a guy, all right? Let's clear the air there. Anyway, I was very impressed with the fact that they were able to do the type of journalism that needs to be done.
Yeah.
Find these companies. And more importantly, they brought up the point, why is it that a startup in California in a month can develop a test for an exhalant and the CDC is sitting on all this information and is doing nothing? Or enough to cover their asses, if you will, because I know that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good, those are all good questions.
It's a point, it's not even a question. It's my thought. I was happy that I saw NBC do a story that I actually learned something from, which was good. And it didn't come out as the old, these are bad. It was about, these are bad products. They even showed 2 legal adult use products next to the 2 illicit products, same name, different packaging. One was legal, one was not legal. So it's making the point again for the industry. You need the regulation.
Yeah.
You need the testing. They need the money for the research, and especially now that people are dying from vaping.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously there are a lot of points there.
That's what I do, by the way. You figured out my style, did you? I give my opinion, my points, and then I looked at, is it right? Am I wrong? Where am I, Doc? Because I respect your opinion.
I appreciate that. So I think that we have to look at the financial motivation, right? I mean, the CDC is not financially motivated, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's, capitalism can do a wonderful thing. I mean, it created computers and iPhones and all, right? So we need that, right? I think it does go back to a little bit of your earlier point of, what happens when this is damage that's occurred that could have been avoided if it wasn't suppressed or prohibited in the first place.
Right.
Right. And I think another point that comes to mind, though, is, when I hear you talk is, you know what? I mean, I don't, like most of my patients, they don't inhale their medicine anyway. They don't, now unfortunately, so I never trusted vaping in the first place.
Okay. And by the way, neither did Jordan Tischler, and he said it on one of my first podcasts.
Yeah, and I'll credit him with that, and I'll credit a couple of my friends influenced me, and they kind of, for several reasons, okay? So the carts, I never trust that, and dabbing is a bad idea in my opinion. Because, so it goes back to the ECS. The dabbing is an easy one, right? So first of all, or even high dose THC, but what happens when you pound the insulin system with sugar? It becomes resistant. You develop something called type 2 diabetes. Right. You need medicine that hopefully works, right? But it's something that could have been preventable, right? What happens if you what if you blow out your ECS? Well, let's look at rimonabant, which blocks CB1 and CB2 receptors. It was for appetite suppression. They took it off the market because people were killing themselves, right? What if we see this in young people that are dabbing regularly? I mean, people are concerned about cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. Sure, at least you could stop that and just abstain and it's fine. What if you blow out your ECS and you have a rampant depression epidemic 10, 20 years from now, 5 years from now, right? So that's what I'm that's the next level that I'm thinking. But with the vaping, first of all, these cartridges, I have one dispensary tested their cartridges. So they take the oil, they test the oil, put them in the carts, and they sell them, right? One dispensary tested the cartridges after the fact. After it was sitting for a week, they had concerning lead levels. Now, which ones had concerning lead levels? Were it the cartridges that had terpenes that were added back to it, or flavors that were added to it? Was it the live resin that was preserved in its more natural form? Right? Which one? It was the freaking live resin, because the terpenes and the cannabinoids were acidic, and they started breaking down the element in it and started leaching out lead. Right? So now you think I'm doing the right thing by having, avoiding the additives, right? So that's one issue. What about the ones that they take the terpenes down, they add the terpenes back, or they're constant? So what FDA-approved formulation are you using? Limonene is a solvent. It's used they're using cleaning products.
I know that.
So you're going to concentrate them and inhale them. Yeah. Not my patient.
Right.
Not me. Not my family member or loved one.
Right.
Right. So that's another problem with it. You're taking something and you're removing. It's like I mean, and again, I mean, people, the integrative scene would I'll be hung out to dry if I make this comment on juicing, but juicing is debatable, right? I mean, especially fruit juice. Well, actually, it's not debatable whether or not fruit juice will spike your blood sugar much more than eating fruit will, right? If you drink a glass of apple juice, you're gonna have a spike in your blood sugar. It could be detrimental, whereas eating an apple that contains fiber and other, mainly fiber, but other constituents that prevent the sugar from, right? It keeps the sugar in a matrix and allows it to slowly be broken down. It's in its natural form. Well, now let's flip over to cannabis. What happens if we're extracting and concentrating everything, concentrating also the pesticides and everything else? I mean, it's an experiment that is not going to turn out well. Now you're also exposing the lungs to high volumes of vegetable oil. I said this before. In fact, I sent out before the vaping ban, once the first illness was diagnosed,
discovered, yep.
I sent out a practice-wide email and said, I don't recommend vaping to anybody, flour, oil, anything,
Really?
period. Well, because, I mean, the flour's a quick one is, these are not FDA-approved devices. I mean, none of them are FDA approved.
Okay,
I can't,
gotcha.
in good conscience, recommend.
And by the way, neither is Jordan Tischler.
Yeah.
I asked him that question. I said, "What's the difference between vaping a concentrate and vaping a dry flower? If you're putting a vapor, a steam, a liquid thing into your lungs, different than a gas into your lungs. Your lungs are designed for a gas, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oxygen's a gas.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but
smoke is a gas, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting because the vapor, though, a lot of these cartridges are actually combusting. They're not even vaping.
Right.
But the point I wanted to make, though, is what happened was, if you look at the exposure to vegetable oil, what happened? People now they said, well, it's vitamin E acetate. They had lipophilic pneumonia, so lipids in the lung tissues. But at the same time, these kids that are vaping high dose nicotine, they're getting early COPD, protease breakdown. I mean, why would we assume that, oh, it's the vitamin E acetate. Oh, fine, it's no problem.
Right.
Let me tell you something. I was on the perpetual search. My patients were on the perpetual search for the vape cart that didn't burn the back of their throat if it wasn't on the absolute lowest setting, and it was near impossible to find. Jumping to your question about vaping flower. So in theory, vaporizing flower is going to be safer because what you're doing is you're not combusting the plant material.
You're warming it up right before it combusts.
Yes,
and that's the key. And I think there's actually a C-cell cartridge out there, and not a cartridge, a vaporizer, that is a ceramic heated, and they guarantee it's at that same temperature every time.
Yeah, guarantee. So,
right, I know. Well, I mean, I don't even know if they even use that word guarantee.
So it's
I don't want to, because I liked the product when I was using it. I don't use it now.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that, so what you're doing is different terpenes, different cannabinoids have different, essentially boiling points, right? So what means at certain temperatures, it goes from a solid, a solid essentially to a gas. It vaporizes, right? It skips the liquid phase. It goes from a solid to a gas. And so as you heat up those temperatures, you're going to release different terpenes, different cannabinoids, and you're going to vaporize those terpenes and cannabinoids, maybe some of the flavonoids as well. And so you're going to inhale those, and you're not going to be inhaling any of the combusted plant material that you do from lighting it, right?
Yeah.
In theory, yes. This is probably so the healthiest way to ingest it is eating, which is there's a whole other issue with that.
We can talk about the chemical.
We
can talk about that. Go ahead.
We'll talk about that in a moment, but the issue that I have with vaping flower, like I said, are these devices. It's early days. What is in that chamber that's lining, right? So it may be a ceramic chamber. I don't know what they line it with. I don't know what's in the chamber that goes up to the mouthpiece. What's in the mouthpiece? The mouthpiece is plastic. I mean,
plus, if you can measure what I'm exhaling, like that company in that story I saw, that's really going to tell you whether it's the heating unit or it's the concentrate or what's in it that you're putting into your lungs because you're getting rid of something.
You'll know what the byproduct is, but you won't know what you're inhaling. I mean, you would have to know what you're inhaling.
It changes. So what you're saying is the product actually is going to change as you go into the body and then exhale it because the body is interacting with that.
Well, I believe you absorb the majority of the THC, if not all of it, on the first. This is why I would always joke about this. That I mean, shotgunning is different. I mean, that's I think you put a joint in your mouth and blow it into somebody else's.
Right.
That's different because you're blowing the joint in their direction. But people I've seen people, this was in high school, college, whatever, people would inhale, right? And then they'd inhale it into the next person. And the joke is that exhale doesn't have any THC in it.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious to see what is contained in it. But like I said, I mean, I can't, I have to be, especially as I'm trying to establish an ECS specialty. I'm trying to establish legitimacy. I'm trying to bring, or rather, I'm trying to educate people on the legitimacy because it is legitimate.
Right.
It is established. I'm trying to, take down stigma and break down walls. And so I took an oath. And my products that I recommend, I mean, they're FDA approved. Anything I prescribe is FDA approved, right? Any devices that my patients are going to use need to be FDA approved. Now, is cannabis FDA approved? No, it is not.
Correct.
Right? Cannabidiol is.
Yep.
So then why am I comfortable with that? In my practice, I don't recommend inhaled therapy to the majority of my patients. I see if they can get away with oral therapy. For certain patients that have issues with absorption, or in certain cases now I've actually I start recommending either a small one hitter or an efficient way, using edibles to offset and minimize the amount that you might have to inhale or smoke. And I never thought that I would, but I think we have hundreds and thousands of years of, I didn't make this comment, I made a comment in my talk that, cannabis has been used for 5,000 years, right? I like what Jordan says. He says, that doesn't mean we should still use it. There are lots of things we were doing 5,000 years ago.
We don't do anymore.
We don't do anymore, okay? So that's not a great argument for that. But it's interesting because from a safety profile perspective, I mean, people have been smoking pot for
generations, centuries.
Donald Tashkin set out to prove that it caused head, neck, and lung cancer, and he said, this guy's a pulmonologist, and he's like, no, I can't say it does.
Right.
So that's why I'm comfortable. I think it's, you're taking, but I'll start them off on edibles initially.
And it has a different effect on you. I mean, it really does. The full body high, the full body intoxication, if you will, if you're on an edible. The tinctures made me nauseous, so I don't like tinctures because I don't like to be nauseous.
Yeah.
Most
people don't.
Right. I know that. Well, although I know a lot of people who drink a lot of alcohol
that's true.
who get to that nausea.
Tolerate the nausea.
I'm just saying, I've seen it, and I'll admit that's one of the reasons why I don't like to be nauseous, right? Anyway, so go back to the absorption of how your body interacts with an edible product versus an inhalant.
Yeah. So. And I think it's important because you made in this distinction I really want to hammer home, because you said you said the whole body high or intoxication is different, right?
Yep.
So let's talk for a moment about the three types of use that I see, the triad of cannabis use. All right. So there is, and what they mean. So there's medical cannabis is using your cannabis therapeutics, right? Medical cannabis, using cannabis medicinally, is using cannabis to manage a particular symptom or condition, right? Intoxication is a side effect or an adverse effect that is often unwanted, right? For medical cannabis, right? In a pure medical cannabis patient. The flip side of that is adult use, which I like recreation, recreation, but adult use is like it's got to go. We got to come up with it. I mean, just go with rec. It's just easier. But anyway, I digress.
And we get into marijuana versus cannabis too, if you want to talk about marijuana. I don't like marijuana.
I don't say marijuana.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
Neither do I.
So, but adult use though, the purpose of adult use is intoxication, right? It's recreation, recreation, right? You already feel good. Life is good. You're just having fun.
Right.
So it's a way to shift out, connect with people, whatever it is, but that's pure adult use. Well, what's the bridge? And to me, the bridge is therapeutic use, okay? So therapeutic use is using cannabis to feel better, have a little fun in life and enjoy life, but often manage a particular condition. Now, a lot of times that could be depression or anxiety, right? And so there's a bridge, but intoxication there is often a part of the picture.
Yep.
It's often embraced in therapeutic use. And I think that's a very important distinction, right? So if we're talking about recreational, you're probably going to be smoking. right? Therapeutic, you're probably going to be smoking, sharing a joint with some friends on a Friday evening.
There's certainly a socialization aspect to it. It always has been.
That's very positive, and having it's like the cliche is wine with the ladies, beers with the boys. Today it's wine with the boys and beers with the ladies, right? And so whatever it is, but having a joint, having whatever it is, that is going to have a positive benefit. Now, medicinal, though, right? What you're referring to, medicinal does not require inhalation, not at the onset. And what the phenomenon you're referring to is when we ingest THC orally, right? Tinctures are another thing. The whole oral mucosal absorption, I don't use them for that. That's debatable. And how quickly tinctures hit you, that's not why I use them.
Mm-hmm.
I use tinctures for dose titration. Why? Because you can take a drop, and I know how much is in that drop. I can give a patient a 0.33 milligrams.
An accurate dosing.
Relatively accurate.
And that's a medical
Pharmaceuticals
background.
are not accurate, by the way.
No, I know
right? There's a range, so it's important to make that distinction. Too,
absolutely.
Right? That 25 milligrams of atenolol could be 20. It could be. I don't know the exact range, but so I use tinctures for dose titration. Now, when you take Delta 9 THC orally, it's converted in the liver to 11-hydroxy THC. That is a longer-acting psychoactive metabolite, more psychoactive metabolite. That's the Colorado story in a nutshell. I ate the quarter of a cookie, didn't feel anything. 20 minutes later, I ate the other quarter of a cookie, didn't feel anything. After that 20 minutes, so I ate the other half. Then the first quarter kicked in, then the other quarter kicked in, and then the half kicked in, and then I asked my husband or wife, my spouse, to take me to the ER because I thought I was having a heart attack.
Right.
A lot of that, and then or I was high for a day. That's the 11-hydroxy effect.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to use edibles to get high, you are most likely going to overshoot, right?
Right.
But that is recreational and therapeutic. If you're using edibles for medicinal, well, now we're in a different realm because now we can take a tincture, and now I can recommend, don't prescribe, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I can recommend start with 1 drop of an indica tincture at night, and we'll take it from that's 0.33 milligrams. Wait several days, go up in a drop. We talk about going back to the diet and exercise, right? Meditation and cannabis.
Mm-hmm.
So I teach my patients meditation.
Nice.
I start out with 5 minutes of meditation. We might start out with maybe 3 drops of a tincture.
Yep.
So I tell them increase your meditation when you increase your medication. So in a few days, if you go to 4 drops, go from 5 minutes to 5.5 minutes. A few days later, you go to 5 drops, go from 5.5 minutes to 6 minutes, right? And so I have plenty of patients that have gotten plenty of benefit from oral ingestion.
Yep.
It's just you got to keep it in that medicinal realm. Once you enter the therapeutic realm, even for a veteran user like yourself, right? It's like the tinctures are like, well, you'll talk to many veteran smokers who are like, I don't do edibles.
Right.
They're scared of them actually.
Right. No. I had 2 bad experiences.
Yeah.
One was involved with alcohol, so that's my own fault.
Yeah.
Okay. But I did stop drinking as soon as I felt it, and it wasn't too long into that. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
So again, you're self-medicating. You are a self guinea pig. You're trying to find out what works for you. You know how there's a culture of reviews of different strains that are out there, right? And I mean, that's great, but it doesn't tell me what effect it's going to have on me because I'm different than whoever wrote it, right?
Yeah.
And that I keep going back to that, and we're all experimenting with ourselves and how this product interacts with us and how it can fit into our lifestyle in whatever way. Now there's so many different ways to ingest it, to partake, as they say in the world. All this being said, first of all, I love talking to people that are intelligent about medicine and cannabis because I learn from you, and I am a medical card holder, and I have horrific arthritis, and I'm sitting here in pain every time I turn my body. It's a soft tissue issue, but after work, after I'm done being on camera and talking to people, I do relax, and it does go away when I relax.
Yep.
So, and I've got a million different things that I
You don't have
different
to
try.
suffer during the day, Jimmy.
You know what?
We can talk about that
I'm so focused. I'm so focused on just my job right now and keeping everything together that's working for me right now. Right. So, and the ADHD thing is, forget it. It's in me. It's never going to go away. And of course, now I completely lost my train of thought. But I do want to go back to stigma. Have we made? It looks like we have made a lot of strides. Washington, D.C. has passed a Safe Banking Act through the House. This is the first major step towards at least recognizing and respecting that there's a new industry out there and that people are using this product. And by the way, more people are using the product from the illegal market than the legal market right now. And the whole idea is I want to know where it came from, what's in it, and what it might do to me.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of this, right? Are we making any progress?
Yeah, yes, we are definitely making progress. I would say that we are rounding the corner of the bottom of the first. We're probably getting into the second inning now, I'd say.
Okay.
Right? I mean, we had big consolidation with the, cannabis stock explosion that's now this whole madness, right? I mean, some of these dispensaries have been bought out. I think adult use in Massachusetts has really made a difference. And I'm seeing it on the front lines because what I noticed is now people are comfortable getting their little gummy or they're having their, it's just becoming more acceptable. And I think that it's, it's still going to take time, but I mean, I'm having conversations with people now that I wouldn't have had 2 years ago. I'm being invited to speak at events and speak at places that I wouldn't have been invited to even 2 years ago.
Wow.
Somebody had told me it was, cannabis years are like dog years. You have like 7 years to catch up,
Right.
and it really has felt like in the past couple of years, or the past year, it's felt like 7 years have passed. So I do think we are making progress. I think we're, maybe rounding into the second inning. The one thing, it's always a shameless plug for myself and my practice and my colleagues like Dr. Tischler and the true cannabis therapeutics clinicians that are out there. You mentioned self-medicating. I never recommend that, right? I mean, I think for two reasons. Safety profile, sure. I mean, if you're going to keep it under 5 milligrams and have your 5 milligram gummy, but people drink. How do you? How do you?
I learned the either or that's a very important lesson to learn.
And you're an experienced cannabis user, right?
I am.
That has a familiarity with it.
Yes,
and
I
comfort,
am.
Right. So it does cause bronchial inflammation, right? So there are factors there. I think and then the other piece is like, do you want to be able to learn how to use it effectively? So, I mean, I wouldn't, if you were in poor cardiovascular health or you suspected you were, I mean, you probably would go see a cardiologist, right? If your GI tract was a mess, you had IBS, you probably start with your gastroenterologist, right? So it goes back to the ECS. If you're a little imbalanced and you have a healthy curiosity as to whether or not cannabis would be effective for you, I think you should go see a cannabis specialist.
That's great. And you're definitely one of them.
I'm definitely one of them,
And I'm proud to know, too, that I really like now, because I just did meet you, and you did live up to your reputation. I thank you so much for taking as much time as you did. We started thinking 15 minutes, and we've gone almost an hour.
Oh,
but I thank you.
I could go on for 4 hours.
And by the way, I could too.
20 minutes.
And that's, oh, God, here we go again. We could certainly talk about that one, too. But anyway, Dr. Ryan Zachlin, how can they find you?
You can find me, my website is www.zachlin.com, ZAKLIN.com. Come see me, come contact me. I'm happy to chat or help anybody who's in need.
And I appreciate that. And I'm definitely in need. And I can tell you, I always was hanging out with the people with the last name of Z in the back of the room, because I'm a Y. And if everything was alphabetical for your seating back in the day when they actually assigned you in classes, right?
Reverse alphabetical order.
No, I hated being in the front.
I was an advocate for reverse alphabetical order.
I want to be in the back of the room. It's very comfortable. That's really where it's comfortable. Thank you so much, Dr. Ryan Zachlin. That'll do it for another edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, on location here for I'm going to read it again, the Medical Cannabis Patient Therapies and Wellness Summit here in Newton, Massachusetts. So for Dan French, who's behind the camera and puts all this stuff together, I thank him. For Dr. Ryan Zachlin, I thank you. And I thank you for liking, sharing, and talking more about cannabis, because it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another edition of Weed Talk Now. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
And joining us all the way from Alberta in Canada is Dr. Igor Kovalchuk. He is at the University of Lethbridge in Calgary, Alberta. Dr. Kovalchuk, thank you so much for joining us here on a beautiful spring day in the northeast of America.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Tell us a little bit about what you've been up to, because your reputation is one of the premier plant biologists in genetics. And this is the thing that blows me away about the cannabis world, okay, is you guys are this is the smartest group of people I've ever met. The fact that you can actually dictate the DNA of a plant and explain it is unbelievable to me. So first of all, congratulations on getting to the point where you have this reputation of being one of the top premier biologists and plant biologists in the world. Tell us a little bit about this study and why you decided to study COVID-19 and cannabis.
Right. So we have been studying cannabis since about 5 years. So for the past 12 years or so, I worked on medicinal plants, including medicinal poppy. And as soon as cannabis became, let's say, more open in Canada, I thought it would be a great plant to study because, as you know, it provides us with food, feed, shelter, medicine, clothes, you name it, right? That's probably the only plant that you would want to take with you into space if it was the only one you could, right? So, when COVID started, we were well in the way of analyzing medicinal properties of those varieties. We have created almost 1,500 hybrids and analyzed about 400 of them for the anti-inflammatory effects, for anti-cancer effects, anti-aging, skin diseases, oral health, you name it. And when COVID started, as you understand, it's caused by a virus and it's an infection, right? And if it's infection, cannabis definitely should help, right? And my wife hypothesized that this virus would enter in the same way as SARS virus. At that time, it was late February. There was no such data yet, but we reanalyzed the data that we have from multiple experiments that we do. We use so-called 3D tissues, so engineered human 3D tissues that mimic basically your oral cavity, lung epithelia, intestine epithelia, and we analyzed the expression of these receptors that virus potentially need to enter on the surface of the cells, and we indeed identified several extracts that dramatically decrease the expression of the receptor. So to simplify, imagine if you have a house, a building that has 100 doors, and you have a couple thousand people crowd outdoor, and they have to get in there within a minute. 100 doors likely will allow them, right? So, but if you reduce the number of doors to 20, perhaps, right? The chance of entering the same amount of time is very small, and any infection operates by units of infecting agent in time, right? So if you have number of viral units that enter with our cells, there is a chance for infection to progress. If this virus stalled and cannot enter as efficiently, it will be eliminated by immune system. So our immune system operates well if it has either enough time or enough players. Enough players means antibodies. You've been exposed before. Enough time means the rate of infecting agents versus the rate of our system eliminating them. So, and then when we found that in the months, we received the confirmation from the studies abroad that indeed this virus uses ACE2 receptor for entry. And therefore, what we found with cultivars is basically gives us a very high degree of confidence that those cultivars will slow down or decrease the chance of infection and will slow down the progression of disease for one specific reason, because when the virus enters our cells, it forces all neighboring cells and other so-called target tissues to amplify this receptor. So it's like you got a spy, and spy basically buys off others so that they work in concert, right? So, and basically that's how the virus prepares your target. It may enter through lungs, for example, or oral cavity, and will amplify receptors in your intestine, in your kidney, and everywhere else where the target virus is, target tissues is. And in this way, it will force us to succumb to basically disease, get more complications and whatnot. So that's the first study that has been published. It has not been peer reviewed. It right now is in the process of being peer reviewed, but the preprint is out there.
Go ahead,
Doctor, in your study, you mentioned sativa strains high in CBD. Did you start with like a Charlotte's Web or an AC/DC, or what did you have access to strain-wise to start with?
It's interesting. Most of the names would mean nothing to the reader, right? So because those are not common names, and most of them are created by us, hybrids. We did not have, I can confirm that this was not AC/DC or Charlotte's Web that we started with. We started with agnostically completely. So when we profiled 400 varieties for inflammation, we did not pay attention. Indica, sativa, high, low CBD, THC. We first checked whether it works, and only then we checked what cannabinoid level is. And we're checking cannabinoids level only for one specific reason. Because if the extract works, why should I care what's in it, right? So we know it's safe because through years of consumption, multiple studies, we know that cannabis is safe, right? But I would prefer this variety or strain to be high CBD for one specific reason. If a patient takes it, I want the patients to be comfortable. I don't want the person to take my pill, oil, or whatnot, and get high right away. And some people may be deterred by this, right? So people who may have a disease do not want an additional impairment to happen. That's why we have focused only on those cultivars that would be either 1-to-1 CBD or CBD dominant. We had 2-to-1, 10-to-1, and as high as 20-to-1.
Can I ask?
Go
ahead, Kurt.
Did any of the other cannabinoids really stand out to you as CBN or CBG? Anything that really made your eyes wide open other than CBD?
Right, it's a great question. So most of the cultivars were, as I said, either 1-to-1 CBD to THC or CBD dominant. There was one cultivar that is THCV dominant that does not work as well, but works as well, right? So it's not as efficient, but pretty good. If we talk about single cannabinoids, in our work, we found that they work too, but not as efficiently as a full flower extract, right? And as you understand, if you take the full flower extract, you have 50, maybe 60 different cannabinoids and 50, 60 terps, flavonoids, you name it. It would be extremely difficult and long to identify what is active ingredient or what is the cocktail. I believe it's a concerted actions of all molecules. Scientifically, very important to understand how and what works, but if we have COVID out there and this helps, I don't think we should waste time, basically 4 or 5 years of research to identify those single molecules that work.
So a reminder, you are watching and or listening to Weed Talk Now, a podcast produced by Pro Cannabis Media. I'm the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, Jimmy Young, along with my co-host Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net. This podcast and show is available on all those social media outlets out there. So remember to subscribe, share, and like, or don't like if you don't want to. But you know what? We'd prefer you to like this stuff. Anyway, back to the show. So, as I was saying, you mentioned research, Doctor, and, you know, here in the United States, as you know, it's still federally illegal, and there's only one college in the United States, one place that's officially able to research this at the University of Mississippi, and there's been recent lawsuit here in the United States that was actually won by a research firm exposing the United States for perhaps doing a little something a little shady to keep the researchers at bay. In Canada, because it's federally legal, you actually get grants pretty, I don't want to say easily, because there's never easily getting a grant, but I'm guessing you get some cooperation from your government in Canada for research, yes?
You're absolutely right. So in the past, especially past 2-3 years, there have been a number of grants out there. Yes, the success rate, as for any grants, maybe not high. For some it's 2%, for some it's 10%. But hey, together with Olga, with my wife, we had probably 5 or 6 over the last 3 years. So yes, so if the idea is good, honestly, my gut feeling is there is still some prejudice among the reviewers, right? Because when we're not reviewed and given a grant because it's such a cool plan, but because our scientific hypothesis stands the ground and the experiments proposed are solid and our names are good. And that's the combination that gives you a grant. But even then, sometimes you feel by the comments reviewers do that they're not comfortable with the fact that all these effects are caused by cannabis. But it's changing, so it's getting better and better. You cannot believe in the past 2 weeks how many calls I received from scientists, from doctors. I received calls from doctor from hospitals, from hospital in New York, who is in forefront working with patients. He said that after he has seen an article, he was prescribing CBD and CBG to patients, and all 6 patients, elderly, that he's given are doing extremely well. And I have their emails and their statement basically about that. So.
At one point, Doctor, we had put an article up on cannabis.net kind of saying, could COVID be cannabis legalization's what if moment? Could we find a medical study that showed that it either lessened the strength, it helped with recovery? Do you feel your study is comprehensive enough or a beginning to that moment in the US where we could say, we need to legalize, we need to study immediately, and this is the beginning. This is the study that shows us it can help.
Right, so a word of caution right away. Our work is so-called preclinical, right? So we do not touch patients. We have not touched patients yet. So we are working right now on several clinical trials, right? So including several US teams. I would, if this would happen, it would basically expedite our applications and everything, right? But I agree. So we have a great opportunity for studies like ours to influence the policy making and basically hoping that it will be open and decriminalized and whatnot as soon as possible. Sometimes situations like this influence politics, but in most of the cases, politics influence situations.
That wouldn't have anything to do with the almighty dollar by any chance, would it? I'm just saying.
That's all I wanted to say, yeah.
Now, Kurt and I are both located here in Massachusetts, where we originate this program. And I understand that there's a local company, MatTech Life Sciences out of Ashland, where you got your 3D tissue samples. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. So it's a wonderful company. And as you know, a lot of studies that you do, in order for these studies to be very valid and close to a real situation, you have to use patients, right? And you can only do it in clinical trials. It means most of the studies are never done. And they're never done because money is a big deal. People who are willing to do studies is a big deal, right? And applications are extremely difficult, right? So clinical trial applications requires concerted actions of many people. It's hundreds of pages document. Preparation of these clinical trials takes months and months. But if instead using 3D tissues, it's a wonderful idea, right? So basically it's an engineered human skin, and they can, alveolar epithelial tissues, and they can do it sex specific. So if you suspect that males or females succumb to infection in greater rate, they can generate the tissues of specific disease. For example, we have studied the psoriasis tissues. So they send you engineered tissues that looks like psoriasis skin. You can directly apply the extract and see whether the morphology changes or you change the expression of molecules back to normal. That's how we identified almost a dozen varieties that strains that help to relieve psoriasis, for example.
This study, obviously it exploded in our industry. We're all looking for that study to show how cannabis can help with COVID. But now it's really gone viral. You're getting picked up, this study, and people rewriting and referencing your study all over media. Did you think when this came out, you would get this type of exposure and this type of virility?
Right, Kurt, it's a great question, and no, I didn't expect that. So I'll be frank, the reason we put it out there, because we badly needed commercial and industrial partners to move us to clinical trial. So, we could go to the hospital, we found people, doctors who were willing to do the study, but obviously it's an organization, people have to be paid, and clinical trial of this magnitude can be anywhere from $200,000 to $500,000. We do not have this money, but we know this is a medicine that will help. And so it was kind of an outcry. It's very unusual and not in the style of me and Olga. We've been around for a while in science and everything. We don't do this, but the situation is such that we felt if we don't do this, it will be buried for a very long time and never help people. But now, because guys like you and other journalists who picked it up, I have several, probably dozens of leads and 2 solid cases where likely we'll get a clinical trial done.
That's exciting. That is exciting. One of our own medical friends, Dr. Ryan Zachlin, has asked me to ask you this question about 2 specific cannabinoids, a CBDA and a THCA. Now, here's the thing about all the cannabinoids, and I got some working knowledge of it, but I never took organic chemistry in college, let alone high school. Forget high school. Okay, I didn't even go near biochem labs in high school. But how can you identify each specific cannabinoid and the impact that one has on the other? Or is it more about the ratios of the CBD-based ones versus the THC ones?
Jimmy, it's all of the above, right? So first of all, it's not our intention to identify all cannabinoids, right? So because it was not our intention to understand what works. Why? Because I do not believe that we'll identify one. The ratios likely is important. I give you an example. When we identified several varieties that work well for specific rare cancer, we started doing ratios, let's say from 1 to 16 to 16 to 1. So we've done like profiling of 12 different ratios, and we identified a golden spot where we have seen potentiation, right? That means that if you have one cultivar reduces, let's say, the growth of cancer by, I say, 2-folds, another one 2-folds, put them together, they together were 6-folds, for example, right? So this is quite difficult. It takes a long time, and therefore there are some cases that we know what works. So, for example, when we did colon cancer versus breast cancer, right? And then we found cultivars that work and then don't work. And then we did correlations with level of THC, CBD, and whatnot. And for one cancer, and don't quote me that, I don't quite remember, but I believe for colon cancer, we found positive and negative correlations clearly established for specific cannabinoids. But for breast cancer, it was completely irrelevant. So we could not look at the cannabinoids profile and tell whether the cultivar would work or not. Same with terps. We identified a couple terps that correlate very well, so their presence would either help or actually negatively influence the capacity of THC, let's say, to kill the cancer. So my point is that cannabis is not generic whatsoever. You cannot just look at the profile of cannabinoids and say, this will help me or this will not help me. In general, I would say high CBD variety should have anti-inflammatory properties, but we are releasing the paper right now, a second one on the cytokine storm. We identified varieties that dramatically reduce key pro-inflammatory molecules. And we have selected from a number of cultivars that work. We have selected 7. And out of these 7, 2 would do harm. 2 would actually intensify your inflammation. 3 did very well and decreased that, and couple had no effect, right? And this is already from pre-selected group, right? So, so one has to be careful and do the preclinical work like we've done before proposing that specific strain cultivar would work, right? Do not judge just by cannabinoids.
You just walked into my next question, which all the viewers who wish they had access to you will be watching this. Other than high CBD, I will ask you because I know that's what people will ask us. Doctor, I live in California. I have a lot of dispensaries around me. I'm worried about COVID. What should I go by other than just saying a high CBD strain?
Right. Well, just to make it sure, I'm a medical doctor, but I'm not licensed to practice, and I cannot make any medical advice or not. I believe that high CBD, high terp profile strain is better. So if just a high CBD is of concern, then I would pick the variety that has a higher fragrance, right? So because in general, higher terps varieties have a stronger effect.
You mentioned you didn't want to say a high THC because you didn't want patients to get that high effect. But what did THC in your study show with COVID? Anything as far as antiviral properties? If someone didn't mind getting really high, would THC also help? Or are you just saying don't use high THC because of the high effect?
Right. So I have to be careful answering this question because there are some things that have been published, or in that paper that we have released, we do not report separately THC or CBD, right? Okay. And therefore, what I would be saying, how should I say? I would be saying something that people have not seen the data for, right? And yes, there were varieties that were high THC that worked quite well, right? But the reason, again, we did not want to focus on them is that we did not want people that would take a medicine be repelled, let's say, by medicine and not take it again, right? Every doctor that we talk to in Canada or US has the first concern is, will my patient take it, right? So because in order for medicine to work, you have to take it regularly. You cannot skip, right? So, and a lot of patients that haven't seen it or haven't tried, if they try once and it doesn't work, they feel uncomfortable, tingling, or whatever, they will not take it anymore. And that means the medicine will not show its potential. So to cut this and answer your questions, yes, THC works, not all varieties. We haven't used a THC dominant cultivar, but 1-to-1, let's say initial 6-7% of THC or CBD in the flowers work as well as high CBD.
Let me ask you a question about, can I ask a question about terpenes for a second here, Doctor? And I've talked to a few other cannabis experts, scientists, about terpenes and the role that they play in this plant. Can you describe the relationship between the terpene makeup and other cannabinoids like your CBD, A, N, G, ABC, 1, 2, 3? Sorry.
Right. So if you look at biochemistry, the initial precursor somewhere very on the top of the pathway is the same. So the rule of thumb is, again, don't quote me on that, but if the variety is high in cannabinoids, typically it's high on terps, right? then specific terp that is produced, that of course depends on the availability of many enzymes. And that's where cannabis gives a wonderful opportunity to have, because it has such a broad number of varieties. Imagine even if you take 5 to 10 major cannabinoids, right? And if you take 5 to 10 major terpenoids, the possibilities of the ratios and presence of one or another are almost endless, right? You may have thousands of different possibilities. So therefore, you may find nearly always you find the variety that works well for your condition. So typically, cannabis works well for conditions that are involving chronic inflammation, right? That's where cannabis thrives, I believe. And some terps directly influence cannabinoids. Some terps actually can bind to the same receptors, right? So they can bind to CB1 or CB2 receptors or any other G protein coupled receptor and have either identical effect or skewed effect. So it's basically, if you have a lock and you have a perfect key, you open it fairly quickly and the result you enter, right? You may have a terp that can bind and the key would kind of stuck, but then finally work, right? So effect would be slightly different, but similar. Or then you may have a combination when two molecules compete. That's why you say you take CBD and THC, right? CBD is a partial agonist of THC. So the higher CBD in the variety, the more chances that the effect of your THC will be altered, right? It may be altered that you will feel less high. It may be altered that it will be less pain killing. It may be altered it will be more pain killing. And that depends on all other molecules that are in there. So that's why cannabis is extremely difficult to figure out in terms of what exactly is an active molecule.
That's right.
I guess I have to ask, Doctor, here in America, I live in a state, not in Massachusetts, but if someone says I can only get legal access to hemp CBD with almost no THC, is that as good and should I use it? Or how does the hemp CBD play into what you think of the THC CBD 1-to-1 ratio?
Kurt, it's a brilliant question. And I love your American hemp over our Canadian hemp for one specific reason. Our hemp industry was sort of, I shouldn't say it was more established because you guys started growing hemp in 17th century, something like that. But most of our industrial hemp varieties were a classical industrial hemp. That means tall, stocky, typically low fragrance, low CBD, so pushing 2% maybe in flowers, and therefore very low terps. But you guys registered a number of varieties. I know in Oregon, for example, that are very high CBD and therefore high in terps. So the chances that they would work more efficiently than our industrial hemp are much higher. From the varieties we have published, there was 3 or 4 that are industrial hemp, right? But those were not industrial hemp, that classical industrial hemp that registered in Canada. We are only now preparing them for registration. And those varieties had higher level of CBD and better fragrance, and they were more efficient. So in short, if it's the right variety, it doesn't matter whether it's a hemp or marijuana, as soon as it has molecules that work. If it has high CBD, it has to be tested, of course, because likely not all of them will work.
You know, you mentioned testing, and I've got just enough knowledge to be dangerous about the endocannabinoid system. And every human has, or every mammal has, an endocannabinoid system. And every time you try a different strain, even if you try one or Kurt tries one, I try one, it's going to have a different effect because of our internal endocannabinoid system and how it balances. So how in the world can you do all this research and then come back with findings about specific strains when you know that one, if I take it or Kurt takes it or you take it, it's all going to have a different effect on all of us? You talk about a challenge. This is probably the most challenging plant in the world, yes?
Right. Well, you opened the Pandora box, right? So because, of course, well, even if you look at, at any trait, it's a numbers game, right? So if you imagine you have an extraterrestrial landing and I don't know, let's say in Sweden, and concluded, well, all humans are 180, blonde, tall, blah, 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 right? So, but no, right? So unless you take a representation of everyone, you would not be making an average, right? For any if you want to register a drug, right? So, and get a DIN number, you have to do a clinical trial in specific population, right? So if I want drug to be sold in Japan, I better test it on Japanese, right? So the variation in our response, like the way cannabis works, it starts from first how it enters in our organism. So the variability is enormous. Well, it depends how you take it, whether you smoke it, you inhale it, it's sublingual, it's intestinal, so smoking and taking a gel cap, the bioavailability would be different from 70, 80% down to 5-7%, right? So when you ingest it. So the variation also between two people, maybe one would have 5% bioavailability, another one would have 20% bioavailability. Not only genetic makeup, but so-called epigenetic makeup. It means environment. An environment would be as simple as whether you ate a fatty food or not, right? If you ate a fatty food, you will double or triple your bioavailability. That means you need a 2-3 times lower dose to have the same effect. And in addition, all the genetic variation among human, sex differences, whether you're healthy or not. There are a lot of diseases that have either lower endocannabinoid system operation or higher. So in ideal world, you have to know this, right? So you have to take a buccal swab or blood test and see what's the health of your endocannabinoid system. What receptors do you have expressed, right? So based on this, you can make a prediction on the dosage. Even then, the doctors advise to titrate, right? So every clinical trial almost starts with low, goes high, and then as soon as you start feeling uncomfortable, you return one step back and use the one that is high enough and gives you still a good effect. So combination, and it depends not only how it gets into your system, how it works on your receptors, but how quickly it is out, right? So metabolizing enzymes are very different. You can have 20-fold difference in metabolism. That means if I take 10 and I'm just exaggerating, right? If I take 10 milligrams of THC, right, and I will feel high, let's say within, I don't know, an hour, right? And then in 2 hours, effect is gone because my metabolism's eliminated it, right? But you may take the same dose, you may get either faster or later, and it will last for 12 hours. Right? So because your metabolism is so slow that your system cannot basically kick it out of the organism very quickly. So enormous variations.
Doctor, you mentioned, this wasn't about going viral and being famous. You needed funding and you need more funding. Right. I think your study is very important to get U.S. Federal legalization of the cannabis plant. If someone is watching this, how can they contact you? How can they get you funding? How can they communicate with you to get this further along?
Absolutely. I'm not sure whether, Preprint should have the email there, right? So you can get in contact with me via email or look me up on LinkedIn, right? So under my name, and I typically respond to every person. So if I did respond, that means I was overwhelmed, probably I'll respond tomorrow or day after, right? So, but yes, I want opinion of everyone, even if it's just a statement that, I have this and use this and it worked, I would glad to hear from you. If you're a doctor, so just want to say hi and say what you do. I'm not in a position again to advise doctors what to do, but I would love to hear their stories. If you're out there, a businessman, an influencer, or an investor, whatnot, again, we have all the mechanisms of using your help, right? So to advance this as far as possible.
I hear start low, go slow, and remember that this is truly a plant medicine. and you are self-medicating. So you're actually acting like your own guinea pig when you ingest this stuff and take this stuff. Real quick, we've got COVID-19. I think everybody recognizes it attacks the respiratory system. I'm not a scientist, but I've read all about COVID-19. Is there? I want to talk to you about the way to ingest the cannabis plant. A lot of people still, the majority, use it and smoke it. They'll inhale it. They'll ignite it and then inhale it into their lungs. There are others out there that use tinctures. There are some that use gel caps. You even mentioned that as well. Is there a type of titration that is more effective or less effective, or again, does it come down to the individual's metabolism and use?
Right. So again, it depends on different disease, right? So if you strictly talk about COVID, there are a number of so-called gateway tissues, right? So if you're not diagnosed yet, so if you want to prevent yourselves, then use as mouthwash, gurgle, for example, as well as a gel cap or oil, probably be the most advisable, right? So, if the person is healthy, there's no point of inhaling this, right? So a mouthwash and gurgle would prevent, again, this is a hypothesis, has not been done on real humans, so I have to make disclosures that people don't run and start doing this, right? So, but that's what I think is going to happen. If you have a positive symptom, if you have been identified to have a disease and your symptoms are still mild, I still believe that the same combination, mouthwash, gurgle, and oil would be the best, because mouthwash and gurgle continuously expose. We have a great, basically, ring of immune health, let's say, right, to tissues in our throat, and washing and continually exposing them would have a tremendous effect on ability to reduce infection and whatnot. If if the symptoms are associated with already with lungs and whatnot, this is extremely difficult question to answer because it may harm people, right? So unless I identify all the blood parameters, the oxygen, and whatnot, I cannot say whether inhaling would work. I would definitely not smoke it, right? So it's just counterproductive. Inhaler may be good, right? So, but it would depend if the lungs are still reasonably healthy and whatnot. So, unfortunately, there is not a simple answer in here.
No, well, it's a very complicated plant. There's no simple answers, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, Dr. Kovalchuk, I want to thank you for taking the time. Your study is awesome. We encourage people to continue to support research. And if you can't get it done in the United States, look north of the border, because there are guys like Dr. Igor Kovalchuk that are just waiting for you to write a check so he could do more research on the benefits of the cannabis sativa plant. Dr. Kovalchuk, best to your whole family. I think that you should start recording your family dinners, because I'm guessing that would be very interesting conversation amongst all your researchers and your wife and daughter and the whole 9 yards. So again, thank you very much for joining us on We Talk Now.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one.
All right, and that'll do it for another edition of We Talk Now. I am your host, Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net.
Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
We Talk Now, We Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, Cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media, supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Rye Russell from Weed Buds Radio in Maine.
Welcome aboard, Rye, and I look forward to working with you. You know, we've got lots of news this week from your state of Maine to DC to Canada and all the way to California, too.
Well, let's start in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Only 1 week ago, the U.S. House of Representatives passed the MORE Act, symbolically legalizing cannabis, but we all know the Senate is not expected to even vote on that during this lame duck session. The House did approve another bill this week that will in part allow scientists access to researching cannabis in legal states.
And you know, Rye, what's interesting about this bill is that the two sponsors of the bill, one was Democrat Earl Blumenauer from Oregon, a cannabis advocate, and the other was a Republican prohibitionist, Andy Harris from Maryland. It's called the Medical Marijuana Research Act. And if this moves on to the Senate, it has a better chance to at least get to the floor for a vote, since both sides do agree that there needs to be more research on this plant than exists. From the University of Mississippi, the only federally supported research location for cannabis in the U.S. over the past 50 years.
Well, we all know that the cannabis grown there might be a little bit more like hemp than the high-grade stuff being sold in the legal states. One of those legal states is my home state of Maine, where cannabis sales have now passed potato sales. There has been $221 million of cannabis sold in Maine and only $184 million for potatoes. This is big news out of the Pine Tree State.
I know a lot of those potato farmers up in Presque Isle area are freaking out right now, but they do have another crop they can look at. In the meantime, let's go down to New York for the Green Market Report with Deborah Borchardt. Deborah?
Thanks, guys. The cannabis industry is ending 2020 with a bang as financial deals are closing on a high note. This week, Weedmaps announced it was going public through a deal with the Silver Spike SPAC, which is a special purpose acquisition company. The stock will be listed on the NASDAQ marketplace. The most eye-popping thing about this deal was the $1.5 billion valuation given to Weedmaps. Now that's a pretty sweet premium considering the company is on track to deliver just $160 million in revenue this year. While that's not shabby, it's a talk news.
Another new legal state is New Jersey. They finally settled their plans. New Jersey governor and lawmakers are finally moving forward with their plans for cannabis legalization. And they say that the bill has strong provisions regarding a much talked about social equity program. We know that cannabis won the ballot in New Jersey, and it's great to finally see a deal being made amongst all parties of New Jersey government.
And you know what's amazing is I'm pretty sure you can walk around New Jersey now or after this bill gets passed with 6 ounces. That's a pretty big amount just to walk around. When was the last time, Rye, you hung around or walked around with 6 ounces in your pocket?
Well, I don't think I ever have.
All right. Well, another state with a flourishing medical program is Florida. The Sunshine State already has 450,000 medical patients. And now there's a movement to get adult use on the next ballot for 2022. Now, one of the 5 Republicans who voted for the MORE Act is a rep named Matt Gaetz. There is, of course, a Make It Legal in Florida movement now that's starting to collect signatures for an amendment that will get legalization of cannabis and that question on the ballot for 2022. They've already collected 555,000 signatures. You'd think that would be enough, but no, they need a few 100,000 more in order to get that question to voters on the next election.
Well, Jimmy, speaking of Florida, a man who spent 31 years in jail for possession has finally been released. A 71-year-old Florida man served 31 years of a 90-year sentence for the sale of marijuana. The gentleman finally rejoined his family this past Tuesday, surviving what the Last Prisoner Project, who is credited with assisting in this gentleman's release, claims has been the longest non-violent cannabis sentence served to date. The gentleman was only 40 years old in 1989 when a judge convicted him and sentenced him to 90 years. And even back then, Jimmy, the typical sentence was only 12 to 17 years.
Crazy, crazy times. And I hope a lot more of these people that are still incarcerated are let free, thanks to our friends at the Last Prisoner Project, Steve DeAngelo. And speaking of Steve DeAngelo and his family, according to Weed Week in California, Harborside continues to push their federal tax case against the IRS. Now, that case goes before the Ninth Circuit of Appeals in February, and basically it's challenging the constitutionality of the cursed 280E provision of the tax law that prohibits cannabis companies from taking business deductions just like any other business. Here's our accounting expert, Rick Laniv from Accounting Buds, on what 280E is all about.
There's a lot of pieces of the equation in accounting before you even get to the tax calculations that you have to do correctly in order to be able to even deduct anything. 280E, for those that don't understand, that aren't familiar with it, really relates to what you can and cannot deduct for cannabis businesses. And the short answer is there's not much that you can deduct.
That's why the Harborside principals of Steve and Andrew DeAngelo are challenging that in court. And even though they've lost a few decisions, they're trying to get it heard all the way to the Supreme Court. Now, Andrew DeAngelo, the co-founder of the Last Prisoner Project and the co-CEO of Harborside with his brother Steve, will be joining myself and the Green Rush host David Rabinovitz on Friday afternoon live, The Green Rush Show at 4 p.m. on Friday. Now, let's go to Washington, D.C. for that report from Vote Pro Podcast, Phil Adams. Phil?
Hi, I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast, and this is the Weed Talk News DC report. On the heels of the MORE Act, the House of Representatives voted this week to approve the Medical Marijuana Research Act. Passing with bipartisan support, the new legislation is designed to facilitate and expand cannabis research by allowing scientists to access cannabis from state legal dispensaries. The bill would also direct the Drug Enforcement Administration to grant more licenses to growers and would remove limits on the number of cultivators who may register to grow cannabis for research purposes. In an unlikely alliance, pro-cannabis Representative Earl Blumenauer of Oregon teamed up with staunch anti-cannabis Republican Andy Harris of Maryland to co-sponsor the bill. Harris, who voted against the MORE Act, noting that although he and Blumenauer could not be further apart on the issue of legalization, said, quote, "We agree 100% that we need to do this research." Whether the Senate will take up the bill during the current term remains unclear. A new poll reveals that 2/3 of Americans, including more than half of Republicans, now support federal legalization of cannabis. The survey, conducted by Morning Consult Politico, found that 66% of respondents support passage of the MORE Act, with 47% strongly supporting it. In a separate YouGov poll, 7 in 10 Americans, including 57% of Republicans, say they favor expunging the records of people with nonviolent cannabis convictions. The U.S. Transportation Security Administration posted a zinger-laden message on Instagram in response to National Brownie Day. In a warning to travelers who may be thinking about packing a stash in their carry-ons, the TSA's cautionary post includes such pun-infused language as, quote, "Let's be blunt. We are required to refer your product to our local law enforcement officers. We leave it up to these professionals to hash it out, and in this case, it isn't a joint effort," end quote. That's the Weed Talk News DC report for this week. I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast.
One of the largest North American supplement retailers, The Vitamin Shoppe, is now the first national retailer to carry a full line of hemp-derived CBD wellness products from media personality and lifestyle superstar Martha Stewart. This new brand was created in collaboration between Ontario's Canopy Growth and New York marketing firm Marquee Brands. So, Jimmy, first we had Tyson, now we have Martha. It'll be interesting to see what other personalities find their way into the growing cannabis market.
Well, there's quite a few sports figures involved with cannabis already. Al Harrington, you've got Marvin Washington, you've got Leonard Marshall, the former New York Giants, and of course now you've got everybody's favorite homemaker, Martha Stewart. And I'm going to be running right out to those vitamin shops and check it out. But in the meantime, let's go north of the border to MJ Biz Daily's international-owned Solomon Israel for today's Canadian Cannabis Report. Solomon?
I'm Solomon Israel from Marijuana Business Daily International, and this is the Weed Talk News Canadian Cannabis Report. Canopy Growth has announced another round of cutbacks this week, closing 4 more production facilities across Canada and cutting 220 jobs. The facility closures also include an end to Canopy's outdoor cultivation in Canada. Canopy has lost more than 1.5 billion Canadian dollars over its last 4 quarters. The province of Ontario is once again speeding up new cannabis store approvals. The province plans to issue 20 new licenses per week, 80 per month, which should help store counts catch up to demand in Canada's biggest market. Roughly 300 store licenses have been issued in Ontario to date. And a major Canadian dispensary chain plans to list its shares on the NASDAQ exchange in the United States. High Tide, which has 67 stores across 4 Canadian provinces, says it wants to attract new investors and pave the way for mergers and acquisitions in the US. The company already earns almost a quarter of its revenue in the United States through its marijuana accessory and CBD e-commerce business. You can read those stories and more at mjbizdaily.com. I'm Solomon Israel for Marijuana Business Daily.
Story tonight qualifies for the strange but true category. Hey, Rye, imagine driving along Route 95, the main turnpike, and you look to the side and you see a refrigerator on the side of the road. You'd stop and be curious to look inside, wouldn't you?
If I didn't know any better, I might even claim that refrigerator.
Well, surprise, surprise, surprise. It was filled with cannabis flower. Sure enough, a Texas law enforcement officer hauled it back to the department and posted the following on their Facebook page. Someone dropped their refrigerator loaded with marijuana on southbound Interstate 45, adding, to whomever lost their valuables, please come and claim it at the Ferris Police Department and we'll be more than happy to assist you. So, Rye, do you think someone actually claimed it?
I really hope not. Not in Texas. But if somebody did, there's going to be a lot of fun talk on the social media, I think, pretty soon.
Absolutely. And no one did claim it. And in the meantime, that is Weed Talk News for this week. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Rye Russell from Weed Buds Radio.
Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are 2 productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge, and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to a special edition of Interviews with Jimmy Young. Today, I am honored to be joined by the CEO of Greenflower. His name is Max Simon. He's also the founder of Greenflower, green-flower.com. Did I get that right, Max?
And that's right. Rye Russell from
And
Weed
thank you so much
Radio.
for making the effort to come out and talk to us today. You know, I think you've heard me tell this story before. When I got my medical card in 2013 here in Massachusetts, I loved the videos that I found on YouTube that were produced by your company because, first of all, they were highly produced. Second of all, they were educational, deeply educational. And I also got to find out a little bit more about Steve D'Angelo and finally got to meet him too. So I was a big fan of Greenflower. And you've done a great job with that company since 2014. Does it feel that long?
Longer. It's been an amazing 6 years, but a challenging one. Amazing and challenging. That's how I would describe the cannabis industry.
Never a dull moment. A lot smaller than you think, and now the two coasts are getting smaller and smaller with a few legal states in between. And of course, the news of the week is that Vermont now turns into the 11th state in the union that you can actually buy adult use cannabis. And that was a big deal because it was the first time a legislature actually got the legalization done. Another historic event.
I think you can pretty much say that this cannabis train will not be stopped moving forward.
Yeah, and the future is quite bright, I believe, if things fall the right way, in my particular case, in the national election coming up in a few weeks. Have you ever seen has there ever been a more dysfunctional time in the United States of America as far as politics and government goes?
Not in my lifetime. It's chaos. It's so bad. I just actually feel like paying attention to it only hurts our mental health. And so I think at this point politically, everybody's likely very clear where they fall. And I wish everybody would just stop talking about it, and then everybody could vote and we could decide what the next chapter is going to look like. But it's quite messy right now.
Absolutely. And I've got my ballot at home. I got it in the mail. I'll be filling it out and bringing it to the town hall probably the first of next week. So you are absolutely right about that. Max, can you take me through a little bit of your model and the journey that Greenflower has been on? You are all about education, and that is something that, as a teacher and a coach for many, many years, I too believe that's the biggest factor in moving this green wave forward. Is the more we educate people, the more people understand the qualities of this plant.
Yeah, so Greenflower is largely recognized as the leader in cannabis education. And that is because we started very early in 2014. And it came from my long, deep background of cannabis, actually. I've been in two worlds my whole life, actually. I've been a closeted cannabis consumer my whole life because I have pretty severe ADHD. And even though I never would have told you up until about 6 years ago that it was my medicine, in hindsight, I realized my whole life I've actually been using cannabis medicinally, and I've been a cannabis consumer my whole life. And on the other side, I've always been in digital education. I helped build Deepak Chopra's company, who's a famous spiritual thought leader, and we were able to reach hundreds of millions of people and really change the stigma around meditation. And so I have a background in using technology and online mediums to get education and information out there into the world in very large ways. And so we started in 2014 to educate the world about cannabis, and have largely stayed on that mission, even though we've zigzagged a few times as a business. But today I'm really grateful to announce that we've got these great business lines that are really successful. We have a channel at green-flower.com where we have tens of thousands of people learning about cannabis every day through our thousands of hours of online cannabis courses. And we have certificate programs that people can take in order to get a certificate in different areas of cannabis, like medical cannabis or extraction or business or patient care. We have 12 of them. And that parlayed into us working inside of cannabis companies where now the preeminent training company for cannabis organizations to train their staff. And that's because we have this big library and this great technology that also covers things like compliance and safety and quality control and standards of operating in retail, in cultivation, in labs, and in laboratories, medical cultivation, and in retail. And then as those curriculums developed, they got so robust that we started approaching colleges. And I'm really honored to say now that we have 8 university partnerships as of today with schools like UC Riverside, University of San Diego, Florida Atlantic University, Northern Michigan University, and many others throughout the country. We're expecting to triple that number just by 2021, where we're actually the engine that powers their cannabis curriculums through higher ed. And so we run the technology and the marketing and the instruction, and the school brings, the accreditation and the student base and the credibility to the table. So really nice partnerships. And that means that we're, educating the world in all these different facets simultaneously, and have built a really exciting business on top of all that.
Absolutely. And isn't it amazing during this COVID time, this pandemic, that online education has become more necessary and more popular, and you're sitting there with an expanding curriculum in a new industry that is just taking off. It's growing exponentially, I guess is a good way to look at it. And congrats on continuing to expand into the college arena. How many hours per course, or how is it structured as far as accreditation goes? Because I know with most colleges, you have to take a certain amount of hours, course hours, in order to get college credits. Is that how yours is set up?
Yeah, so all of the college programs are 405 hours. They're 6-month programs. They go through 3 different courses. Each course is 135 hours. And they're really beautiful programs because there's online content, there's reading and manuals that people get, there's offline projects, there's forums for people to interact, there's homework assignments and projects for people to complete, and then there's, of course, the exams to get the certificate of completions. And so they're really robust programs that people are getting a ton of value from. And because we have these college relationships, it's also allowed us to set up these partnerships with companies around the country so that those companies, as they're growing and expanding, can be hiring our graduates and have these nice pipelines into kind of guaranteed workforces. And so I think the most exciting part of the cannabis industry, from my standpoint, is the insane amount of job growth and the fact that, not only was cannabis deemed essential, not only is legalization continuing, but this is all happening while it's still federally legal and a Schedule I substance. We don't have banking. So once those barriers knock down, which should happen here shortly, we're going to see a job growth explosion that is literally unparalleled. It'll be the fastest job growth in an industry in many, many decades. And we know that because it's already in the top 4 right now, even with all these barriers. And so, I just feel very excited that higher education is embracing the reality that this is a field that requires specialized talent. Specialized talent is typically trained through higher education. And we have the ability to partner with those institutions to be able to really bring those programs to market overnight.
That's fantastic. Can you talk a little bit about your sommelier certificate? I think you're borrowing a phrase from the wine industry, and it certainly makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because a sommelier is a master of which wine is the best on the menu, or can talk about all different types of wine. I'm guessing the same thing goes with different strains of cannabis.
So it turns out that the term sommelier is a fair use term. It's not trademarked, but it was originally designed as something to signify, wine aficionados and wine experts. And so that infrastructure of, hundreds of years of wine training to create masters in cannabis wine was well established. And we realized in the cannabis industry that you had this really unfortunate experience of millions of people getting wrong, incorrect, made up guidance from people that were literally using inaccurate terminology, didn't have any standardized training, didn't have any ways of systematically interacting with customers, and quite frankly, at the deepest level, don't even have any real understanding of what quality products mean. And so it's not even been announced yet. We just started to tease that this was coming, called the Ganjie. And the Ganjie...
I saw the picture with everybody going,
yeah, so it was 2 years in development. We started in 2018. All the photos and everything you took happened well before COVID, which shows you how long we've been working on this. And we aggregated 18 of the most experienced cannabis experts that we knew in 2 levels of understanding, quality and service. And we got together for 2 years of time, and they collectively put in over 8,000 hours of contribution to come up with the most comprehensive curriculum for training somebody on cannabis quality and cannabis assessment. We created a tool called the SAP, the Systematic Assessment Protocol, which is a systematic tool for accurately grading the quality of cannabis flower and concentrates. And then we designed the customer interaction protocol, something that people can use to engage with customers in a systematic way to provide the highest level of service, all while training people to develop their palates, develop their level of understanding of aromas and terpene profiles, and ability to communicate that using standard terminology and lexicology. And so it's a really exciting thing that's been years and years and years in the making. And the response thus far has been just overwhelmingly positive. And so people can find out more about that at ganjie.com.
Ganjie.com. I love that. Can we go back in time a little bit to April of 2018? Probably not something you like to talk about, but I believe around the same time that I posted my first podcast, and I found out that YouTube had purged its site of all cannabis-related content. How disappointing and how upset were you when that happened?
Well, it was just shocking because I can understand at least when they are purging the site because there are people that are talking about cannabis products, and consuming cannabis products can be against different rules. And that was their kind of argument. But we were a pure education company. We hadn't taken any advertising dollars. We weren't selling any products. We weren't even recommending any products. And so it's the equivalent of somebody taking down a hunting video because they don't like hunting, or somebody taking down a cooking video, or somebody taking down a makeup video, where it's educational and informational and was completely a form of pure censorship, to be quite honest with you. And so it's irritating and it's frustrating, and it shows you how far we have to go. But one of the greatest benefits I had of being so early with Deepak Chopra is that I distinctly and vaguely remember when I would get literal death threats from different religious right groups telling us that yoga was spreading the devil's work, or that meditation was invoking Satan. And it reminded me that even though people have very strong reactions to things when they have strong beliefs, it doesn't mean that those beliefs will stay, because after years of work and time, every part of the equation turned out to be untrue, and now the world meditates. And so I just see these things as more bumps, inevitable speed bumps on the path to changing global consciousness. And, you get frustrated for a sec, you take a deep breath and keep going.
There you go. Now, on your YouTube, on your LinkedIn profile, you list yourself as a mindset architect. Can you define what that is?
Yeah, I have a personal love and a passion for understanding how we can optimize our potential in this lifetime. I find it so unusual that people don't realize that this is the only lifetime we have. We, not to say that there may not be more lifetimes or something else, but this is it. This is our shot. And so I am a ferocious student of understanding how I can make sure that in this lifetime, I squeeze the most value, I deliver the most value, I experience the most value, I contribute the most deeply. And as I've gone down that path, I've realized that it's your mindset that controls and navigates every part of the decisions you make and how you show up and how you feel and how you communicate and what you spend your time on and who you are in the world. And so for myself, I've become a mastery level practitioner of mindset to really make sure that the way I'm looking at the world is optimized in every way. And then I oftentimes will work with people, whether it's, in teaching environments or coaching environments, to help them shape their mindsets in a way that help them do the same.
There you go. Well said. And there is this mind-body connection too, that you wave the flag a lot. It has a lot to do, I believe, with the plant. Your also your commitment to meditation, your background on that. The plant was put on this earth by God for a purpose. Can you explain what you think that purpose truly is for people?
Well, I like to just understand some of the mechanics before I get too philosophical, which is that cannabis is one of the most bioactive plants on the earth. There's actually not many other plants on planet Earth that produce as many chemical compounds, the concentration of chemical compounds, the diversity of chemical compounds, the rigor of those compounds than the cannabis plant. And so let's just fundamentally look at the fact that in itself is special, that this plant is the most bioactive plant that exists on planet Earth. But then when you realize that the diversity of those compounds interacts with the human physiology in quite special and harmonious ways, that endocannabinoid system helps us generate states of homeostasis, helps us improve mechanic systems like digestion and sleep, helps do things like elevate mood, helps balance hormonal imbalances. There's all these mechanical things that the compounds actually do inside of the body. And then you add into the fact that it's incredibly fast growing. You add into the fact that it can grow in enormous proportions in enormous different climates and environments. You add into the fact that those compounds can be extracted and put into a myriad of different substances and consumed in a whole myriad of different ways. And that same plant, packaged in these different modalities, has radically different benefits on society, from, creative and inspirational down to relaxing or sleep inducing, to pain relieving, to, the non-psychoactive components of pain relief and inflammation. And so, I could just keep talking about all these facts. And at a certain point, just the rational person goes, that's pretty impressive, right? But the problem is that just people don't know the facts. That's what education is they're missing the valid, credible information. But the more you know about it, the more you kind of can't help but feel excited by its potential, because it touches healthcare, it touches industry, it touches agriculture, it touches legal and compliance and policy, it touches banking, it touches spirituality, it touches everything. And so, yeah, I feel like the facts communicate what a beautiful plant this is. And like many, I feel, just a little bit honored that I get to play some role in helping other people get the value of it as well.
Well, that's the educator in you. That's the person who wants to give back the knowledge that you've accumulated and make an impact on the world, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
One last thing about business lessons. I'm always looking for business lessons that someone like yourself, who's a CEO, you've built a company, a viable company over the last 6 years. And there's a phrase I use a lot that is adapt and improvise. How important is that when you're building a business?
I always tell people pretty upfront that this cannabis business, this is actually my 6th business. And this has been the hardest business I've ever done by a huge margin, by a factor of 100. And I think that's important because as much passion and excitement there's a lot of obstacles and challenges and roadblocks in this industry that are very difficult. And for us, we have zigzagged and adjusted and pivoted and, changed courses way, way, way more times than I would have liked. but it's partially because the industry is changing so fast. And when we, for example, when we had originally started, we didn't have plans to be a B2B training company. It wasn't part of our vision or infrastructure. But the industry started growing so fast. The need for trained, educated, credible workforce became stronger and stronger. And there was a bigger and bigger opportunity expanding day by day. And so we moved into that space to take advantage of something that we thought we could do really well, and it's been great. And I could say that with higher education, and I could say that with the certificates, and there's all these areas. And so it's great. It's a great challenge. It's a tremendous challenge. But I think in cannabis, if you're not adaptable and flexible and open-minded and curious, you're just not going to make it in this space, because everything keeps changing and evolving so fast, and you have to be willing to adapt with it.
There you go. Fantastic. Max Simon, CEO of green-flower.com. And the new group is Ganjier. What's that?
Ganjier.com. It's GANJIER.com.
There you go. He's Max Simon from Green Flower. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Live from the Visual Radio TV studios in Quincy, Massachusetts, it's Weed Talk Live with Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net and Jimmy Young from ProCannabisMedia.com.
Yeah, I want to actually give you guys.
Here we thought we were going to bring food to us. Like right out loud. Now we get T-shirts.
So you
a few articles on Cannabis.net about margin compression. And how I think when this 2 to 3 years out, we're going to see the price of this flower come down, down, down.
All right, the show must go on. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Weed Talk Live. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I am Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
Hey, anything going on in the world, Kurt?
It's pretty quiet out there. We got the bomb shelter and they got the blockades up. What's going on in the world today?
I don't know, but that coronavirus has killed us in a way that I didn't expect. And at least we are still here to talk about it. Unfortunately, our two main guests have been delayed and have been overwhelmed. And that would be the two founders of the New England Cannabis Convention, Jeff Lawrence and Mark Shepard. They both were not able to join us at the very last minute. In fact, I think Mark is on his way to Chicago to try and save that show that they have scheduled on April 3rd and 4th in Chicago. At this time, that show is still going on. However, the one in Boston is done. In fact, join the club. Kurt, I have never seen so much panic in the streets, panic in sports. I mean, everywhere there's panic except in this studio. We're very much under control. The coronavirus obviously is on everybody's mind. Yes, we will be talking about it. Yes, we have some doctors to talk to about that, including Dr. Ryan Zachlin. We'll be talking to him in just a few minutes. And then at the top of the hour, we bring on Dr. Jordan Tischler as well. But that's not all, right, Kurt?
That's right. Not only is it a great night to do this show, we're asking everyone up front right now, if you're watching, to share this on your social networks, because we have two doctors coming on to talk about the effects cannabis can have on a virus. If you don't know, THC has a lot of antiviral properties. Now, it does not stop the coronavirus. It is not a vaccine. But in a sense, if you're going to do a lot of orange juice before a cold and multivitamins, does it behoove you now to take THC, say edibles every day, or some version of cannabis with viruses going around? And we're going to talk to doctors about this. So we want people, we're holding off the first doctor so that you can share it and kind of tell people, hey, there's doctors coming on talking about cannabis and viruses. You need to watch this. So please share it now. We also might have the Pure Oasis guys calling in with the first dispensary, recreational in Boston.
And that was actually a pretty big deal. Think about it. Another historic event in Boston that the first social equity economic empowerment group, Kobe Evans and is it Kevin Hart? Is that the other one?
Yes.
Have now opened up Pure Oasis on Blue Hill Avenue right across from the Franklin Park Zoo. And you know what? There's no sign outside, but we will have some B-roll of their opening that we will be able to share with you so you'll know exactly where it is. I believe it is 430 Blue Hill Avenue in Dorchester.
Yes.
They couldn't get the 420 address, I guess.
I know. That'd probably
missed it
knock
by
a
10.
house over.
That's right. So please share this onto your Facebook pages, all your social media. And we do have, I do have Facebook up on the Pro Cannabis Media page. So if you want to shoot me a comment or a question, I will try to get that forward. I will tell you that there is a little bit of a delay between what is coming out of my mouth now and what I will see coming out of my mouth, as gross as that might be, in just about 4 minutes. That's called live streaming. That's just how this whole thing works.
And we also have a call-in feature this week. You want to talk about that?
Oh, yes, we do. And I actually think I might remember the number. No, I won't. Nope. It's 617-544.
We'll get it for you. You can call it. But here's the thing. If we have a phone guest, we can't take your call. So if a doctor is on the line, and we have two doctors coming talking to us by phone tonight about Corona and cannabis, you can put it right underneath the Facebook feed. Type in, we have people working here tonight that will look at your comment and your question for the doctor. And then if we don't have a call-in guest, you're welcome to, if something we say or talk about, you want to chime in and give your opinion, you can use the call-in line and we'll put you on the air and take your questions or do comments.
And the number is 617-544-7307. So for those of you who are sports nuts, I believe that's John Hanna and Phil Esposito.
You have to be very New England fans for sure.
I know they're New England fans, right? I understand. But that's pretty much it. And, of course, you have double Bobby Orr in there, too, with number 4.
Give it to him again.
The number is 617-544-7307. And, of course, I am also on the Facebook page. And we can certainly add in some of your comments and to say hello to the guys here and everything. And have we introduced our third member of our team tonight?
We actually have another guy.
So standing in for Mark Shepard and Jeff Lawrence is a good friend, a somewhat regular on this show. It's David Rabinovitz. There he is.
Welcome, David.
Welcome, David.
Thank you.
Good to see you, and thank you for coming out of the woodwork, really, and coming in here and subbing. Appreciate it.
Great to be here, Jimmy.
Tell me what's going on, first of all, in your world before we get to the Dr. Zachlin on the phone. What's going on with, it's NewCan, isn't it?
It's NewCan, that's right.
So tell us about NewCan. What's happening?
We're in the process of nailing down a location. We're about to apply to a couple more communities for host community agreements for retail stores, working with a few other teams who are trying to get ready for when the Cannabis Control Commission rolls out the home delivery licenses. So we've been pretty busy.
And for those that don't know, David is an expert in not only social empowerment, but economic empowerment candidates, getting licenses and in front of cannabis commissions, not only here in Massachusetts, but expanding in New England to New York, Maine, and he's really one of the Northeast U.S. experts on the SC and EE applicants who need help, whether it's with a business plan, whether it's funding, whether it's just general knowledge, getting you your deserved spot and your license, correct?
I try to be.
Okay, so that's just so we give you the proper introduction. It's not just here in Massachusetts, and he can help a lot of people. And his phone has been ringing off the hook since he's been writing for Cannabis.net, Digi Boston, Business Journal.
Yep.
What else did I miss? I mean, he's becoming up there.
Commonwealth
Magazine.
Awesome. Yep, and a couple of funeral magazines.
And hey. Take the gig when you can get it, right?
That's right. People are dying to get into that one. I couldn't help it. Again, live streaming on Facebook. We're now up and running, and I'm now looking for any comments. Anybody wants to say hi out there? We have people already watching us, which is always fascinating to me. While we wave the flag and salute the guys from Pure Oasis who have been so patient, there's also another side to that story, that it took almost 4 years to get them to be open. The city of Boston couldn't even get it done, so they had to actually create their own little city council of cannabis. David, I know that you have already talked to that group. why couldn't Mayor Walsh figure out a way to speed up the host agreements? I don't get it.
I can't. That one I can't comment on a lot, Jimmy. I don't know a lot about the internal politics, but I have approached some of the city councilors to talk about a better way of managing that process. We had a letter published with a lot of great co-signatories in Dig Boston to the Boston Cannabis Commission.
Yeah. Council. It's the council.
The Boston Cannabis Council.
Boston Cannabis Council. Right.
So it is unfortunate when you talk to the social equity and economic empowerment folks. Some of them are going broke holding properties in Boston. And what is amazing is how hard the city is making it for local residents to get a license in the city. And that shouldn't be that hard. If anything, they should be favoring the people who are in the city. They have connections to the neighborhood. They have more concerns about the neighborhood. And the last thing the city should want is for outsiders to come in, open up stores, pull all that capital out, and bring it somewhere else. When you've got people in the city who happen to own the store, when they go out to dinner at night, they're going to go out local. That means they spend it in local restaurants. Those restaurants employ local people. It just causes the money to recirculate through the community. And I'm baffled as to why it is so difficult for a local applicant in Boston to get a host community agreement.
You're really not baffled. I think you do actually know the reason. And I'll tell you what, and no disrespect to our friends in the political world, okay? I know that Mayor Walsh is a recovering alcoholic. I'm pretty sure. I think that's actually public knowledge. And I also know that Governor Baker wants to slow down this cannabis business in the state, and he's done everything he possibly can to put enough layers in place to make it as difficult as possible to get in the cannabis business. And I feel horrible about that, but those are the facts. And I'll tell you, once again, I say this all the time, I am so embarrassed by how my colored people and my gender males have what they have done to both the Native Americans and to the other people of color in this country is embarrassing and disgusting in so many ways. That's how I feel. And I think they, again, trying to, spin it the right way because, look, we have one open now. Look what we've done. Let's wave the flag. 4 years after the voters voted this cannabis legal. And look, I'm sorry, but I'm embarrassed by that.
Well, you're not the only person. I mean, you remember, was it the Forbes article that compared Illinois to Massachusetts? How one
Chris
did it
Kane,
right?
At Forefront.
Yeah, it was embarrassing. Chris Kane, that's right. He's a Bass guy too. So he wrote the article comparing the Illinois process to what we did at Bass, and it is embarrassing.
Yeah, but I think a lot of it isn't the color of your skin. A lot of it is the color of your wallet.
Right. Oh, no, and everybody's looking to get a piece of the green. David, you are 100% right. There is a money grab going on, not just here in Massachusetts, but in this industry. And unfortunately, I believe as an investment item here with cannabis, a lot of those investment dollars have dried up. Now, we now have our doctor on the phone. So let's welcome in Dr. Ryan Zachlin. Hello, Dr. Z. How are you?
Hey, Jimmy. How you doing?
Good.
Doing all right. Hanging in there.
Good. We've got Kirk Dalton here and David Rabinovich joining me in studio. And obviously, Dr. Zachlin, the number one priority and the number one topic that everybody's talking about, of course, is the coronavirus. What are some of the things that you might have insightfully as you look at cannabis? Is there a role for cannabis and the coronavirus? Tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is certainly a role for cannabis in the coronavirus. I mean, as you know, I think about it from the perspective of the endocannabinoid system and those receptors that we have, including those little CB2 receptors on our immune cells, right? So we want to just think about how we can optimize our immune system. Most importantly, right, I mean, everybody, regardless, needs to stay calm. If you're not immunocompromised, if you're not frail, if you're not old, you don't have a respiratory condition, it's likely going to be in between a bad cold and the flu if you do get it. The precautions that we're taking are to minimize overwhelming the healthcare system so that those in need can be treated appropriately, and we can kind of flatten the curve, so to speak, so we don't have this large spike in cases. So that's, I think, first and foremost, people need to wash their hands, don't touch their face. Social isolation is a good idea if you can do it. In terms of cannabis, you want to think about targeting those CB2 receptors on those immune cells. So I think about terpenes like beta-caryophyllene, which are found in certain strains, but it's also found in holy basil or black pepper or rosemary. So you can use those herbs. And then you want to think about things like THCA or the THC acid, which is basically how the THC is found in its natural form in the plant. It's thought to be 10 to 20 times more potent and anti-inflammatory as THC or CBD. So using raw cannabis, or you can even take a couple buds, pea-sized buds, and drop them in some hot water, let it steep for a few minutes and drink it and eat the buds. That's a way to get your THCA. Or you can take tinctures that are found only at places like Alternative Compassion Services or NEDA in Massachusetts. Also, I would say that in general, now is a good time to avoid smoking, right? You want to keep your lungs fresh. Certainly, if you are smoking, don't share, don't pass the joint. And I think, if we want to use cannabis, we can use it in the sense of helping us to stay calm and get plenty of rest. So, choose indica strains that are going to give you good sleep. They're going to keep you calm, help you to relax. I would avoid sativas that are racy. And if you tend to be paranoid, now is not the time to be paranoid.
Absolutely not. We've got paranoia amongst us all. Kurt,
I was going to say Dr. Mark Ruffalo, but I can't call you that. The picture we have doesn't have the beard anymore. So I will call you Dr. Ryan Zachlin because I don't recognize you. You walked right into the THCA, and I made in the intro of the show. People will think they'll use orange juice. They'll before a cold, they'll eat broccoli, whatever it is. Is there any logic to be taking THC for its antiviral, whether it's corona or any other virus? Now, would it be a supplement like a multivitamin people should consider to fight a virus?
I mean, I think that it's, there is not necessarily the research and data to back that up. It's a little bit of a leap from bench to bedside, so to speak. But I think, especially as an integrative physician and mind-body doc, I think anytime you're doing something for yourself and saying this is good for me, there is great benefit in that. And so I don't think there's necessarily a downside, particularly with THCA, as it's not intoxicating, as long as you're not taking it in lieu of getting plenty of rest, in lieu of thinking, I don't really need to wash my hands, I'm using THCA, or I can go out and, in public because I'm using THCA or I'm using cannabis to boost my immune system. I wouldn't want people to go around thinking that. But if you are thinking that this is working for me, I mean, there is certainly enough there's enough evidence pointing to the fact that it may be helpful. Again, it's so early to say, and it may, for all we know, it could be a particular genotype that somebody has that makes them, puts them in a better relationship to, three components, one or two cannabinoids and another terpene, and there you have your antiviral effect, right? So we may know this information 10, 20 years from now. I don't know that we can extrapolate it enough to lean on it as a sole crutch for an antiviral property.
Dr. Zachlin, I'm trying to find a reason to eat edibles all day, and the coronavirus is here. Could you help me out a little?
Well, like I said, I would avoid smoking or vaping or any inhaled therapy. You need those lungs right now. I wouldn't say eat them all day necessarily, depending on what you're doing for your job. But perhaps, a little bit of CBD during the day to keep yourself calm, and a little bit of THC edibles at night to get some good rest. I think is certainly now would be the time.
I tried, everybody. I tried to get full clearance on edibles all day. Go ahead, Jimmy. That's all I got.
Dr. Z, do you see a day where a doctor like yourself, a cannabis specialist on the ECS endocannabinoid system, will actually be prescribing a titration method for patients?
Yeah, I mean, I do it now, and as best I can, and I think that the part of the issue that I have is, frankly, availability and consistency. So for the patients that I can get the right formulations into their hands, the right tinctures consistently into their hands, I think that there will be, and I think that just putting, of course, a plug in for my practice. which can be found at www.zaklin.com. That's ZAKLIN.com. We actually just started taking insurance as an insurance-based model, hybrid model. And so the purpose for that was so that I could have better access, my patients could have better access, and quite frankly, including follow-ups. So I think the model has to shift from this certain, come in once a year, get your card for access, come back in a year, to specialists like myself where you're being seen more frequently, more products are available to these patients, and we can continue to kind of modify and titrate their dose as needed.
So you said insurance. Is that regular? So is there coding in the Massachusetts health insurance for cannabis, or are you coding it as like a doctor visit, mind body?
No, so the fact of the matter, what I realize is I'm actually a real doctor practicing real medicine, taking care of real conditions.
No way.
And so it's actually, it's a sophisticated model, but the patients, I'm not billing for the cannabis portion. I'm billing for, I offer a comprehensive assessment in the comprehensive program, of which cannabis is one slice of that. So the slice is kind of paired off, and that's paid for in cash. And that's a separate, it's almost essentially a separate visit, if you will. And so that's separated out. And then I'm seeing them for whatever condition they're coming to me for and making recommendations. And the recommendation invariably will include cannabis as a part of it. So that's basically how I'm able to bill insurance for it.
And speaking of don't sharing that joint, one of our favorite supporters here is the Weegit titration system. Here, I'm going to hold it up. I have one now that actually works. And you can take it apart in 4 different ways. Look at that. There you go. There's 1, 2. And this right here, this little widget thing also has a filter at the end that you can throw away after you're done. And these actually fit right on to a pre-roll. Actually, it was a lot straighter before I put it in its container, but you can see how that works with a little Acti tube. Should I do it like
and
that?
That way you can each get your
and
own widget.
I apologize for my arthritic fingers. I know it scares a lot of people.
Just children.
Just children. I believe, Dr. Zaklin, you have a clinic of some sort, an open clinic this weekend?
We do. We actually have we have a Saturday pop-up clinic up in Salem at 84 Highland Ave, Suite 311. But patients can go to the website. That's www.zaklin, or call us at 978-998-0010. And we are seeing patients. People need to stay socially isolated in terms of large crowds, but we see one patient at a time, and we do practice obviously excellent hygiene in our practice. So there's no worries there. But we're open and ready to see people.
Yes, and may I say that you have one of the nicest looking staff I've ever seen in a doctor's office. Is that okay to say that?
You can say whatever you want, Jimmy. It's always, I'm sure anybody would appreciate being told that.
There you go. That's the way I look at it too. Any other tip other than the typical washing your hands, staying away from people, the regular germophobic kind of practices that we have to use now in our regular days? Is there any other tricks? I know that Kurt talked about vitamin C. Is zinc a good thing to use as well?
Zinc is difficult. Zinc can make you nauseated. Zinc has been shown to decrease the duration of common colds. It really is an individual thing. I don't know that there's an all-comer. I think honestly, getting plenty of rest is probably the most important thing, making sure that you get plenty of sleep and give your body time to rejuvenate. And, of course, staying plenty hydrated is always key.
Absolutely. And I'm all for hydration. Lots of water, never enough in your body, correct? You can put 64 ounces a day in your body, and that's still not enough, I'm hearing.
Well, you can overhydrate. I think you have to kind of look at your urine. If your urine is absolutely clear, then you might be a little too hydrated. And of course, it depends on your condition, right? So if you have congestive heart failure or certain conditions, then you are going to end up overhydrating yourself. So I would be hesitant to say you can't overhydrate, but I think you're probably kind of referring to the fact that most people tend to be on the dehydrated side. So certainly adequate hydration, it's most people aren't going to reach that point to where they're overhydrating themselves. I mean, you can end up dropping your sodium levels, and but that's very extreme amounts of water.
There you go. Well, I'll be checking out my urine in just a few minutes. No, I'll do it at the end of the show. I promise. I won't be doing anything in a cup or anything like that. But Dr. Ryan Zachlin, I so appreciate you taking your time out on a Thursday. It's a very challenging time for the human race as we finally recognize just how easy it is to spread germs in a modern society. Good point.
Yes, it is.
All right, Dr. Z.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Good luck at your
Thank
open
you.
clinic on Saturday. I also want to say, do a shout out here, and I don't know if we have our graphic ready, but a somewhat regular co-host of this show is Hillary King. And a few days ago, Hillary texted me. There she is. That's our get well wish for Hillary, who was in the Mass General Hospital 2 nights ago, showing signs of fever and the flu. And from what I understand now, they actually sent her home because I don't think they had any of the coronavirus tests to test her.
Yep, she's been in the media a little bit this week because not on the cannabis side for cannabis and corona.
Right.
Which meant something else for
Right.
this year. But it's because she went to Mass General Hospital. If you're not from the area, it's one of the better hospitals in the world, and they sent her home. They didn't have a kit. They
Right.
couldn't test her.
And
so that's why.
this is actually Hillary's post on Facebook. I'm going to read it verbatim. I don't meet the CDC guidelines for having come in direct contact with someone who has confirmed tested positive, so they aren't testing me for COVID-19 due to a shortage in testing kits. However, they admitted me to the ER for evaluation for strep and influenza to see if it's one of those or rule them out. They initially said that they think it's unlikely that you have COVID-19 since I haven't had any known direct contact with someone who was tested positive, and I haven't traveled to any hotspots outside the U.S., but at initial evaluation, I, as in Hillary, caught their attention because of her symptoms and vital signs. And you know what? She even admits that she lives right down the street from that Biogen conference site where there's been the majority of cases documented in Massachusetts where they came from. I think it's something like 73 cases out of 91 people.
Could be traced back to that conference.
Right. So
So
anyway,
get well, Hillary.
Get well, Hillary. You already look better than you did, I can tell, and I appreciate you tuning in as well. And if you do feel like calling in, you could text my cell phone. I know you have it, and Dan French will get back to you on a time that we will welcome your actual report, your individual experience, which we certainly wish you to feel better about that. All right, so that's Hillary King, and hopefully we get a chance to actually talk with her as well. Later on this program, we are also going to be talking with the CEO of Nucleus One out of Maine. His name is Jacques Santucci, and they have a special event planned for Thursday, March 19th. That would be next week. However, not sure if they're still going to have it, and that will probably be the first question we ask Jacques in the next half hour of this program. In this break, we are going to take a break in just a moment. I just want to see what I think. I think in my magic bus. Oh, I know exactly what we have planned, and that will be the opening of the new Rev Clinics dispensary on Mass Ave in Cambridge in Central Square. And Rev Clinics is one of the top medical dispensaries in the Massachusetts area. They now have 3 locations, 2 in Cambridge, and we all know that they are also in some kind of dispute, let's just say, with the City of Cambridge Council. And I know, David, you've been following that as well. I don't need you to go into it now because we've got about under a minute to go until we have our break, our first break. But on the other side, we'll have Jacques Santucci on the line. And then at the top of the hour, we'll have Dr. Jordan Kobritz will also... Jordan Tischler. Jordan Kobritz. If Steve Buckley's out there, he's going to know who Jordan Kobritz is.
I hope Steve's watching.
I hope he's watching, too. I don't kind of see him here, but I know he is. Anyway, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll have more of We Talk Live with Kurt Dalton and Jimmy Young. Don't go away. Revolutionary Clinics continues to battle the City Council of Cambridge over their right to apply for an adult use license. Yet, those proceedings didn't interfere with the expansion and the opening of Rev Clinic's third medicinal dispensary. This one is right in the middle of Central Square in Cambridge on Mass Ave.
It is just so exciting to finally be open 6 months after where we thought we'd be, but we're here, we're in Cambridge, we're in Central Square. I'm really excited.
How important, as the educational director, is it to educate the public about some of the benefits of this plant medicine?
Oh, it has to start with education. That's what I believe. I really came to the cannabis industry about 2.5 years ago thinking I knew something about cannabis, and the truth is I knew less than nothing. I think so many people approach cannabis as they have a very set idea of what it is, who uses it, what it's for. The thing I love most about my job is I've gotten to meet every kind of person, every walk of life, every political background, every socioeconomic status, all united by this appreciation for one thing, cannabis. And in the medical space, there is just so much to learn, from how to dose to yourself to how what method is right for you, because frankly a lot of people do not smoke. Like, the biggest misconception I would say is that there's one way to consume cannabis and it's smoking.
It's not.
It's not. It's absolutely not. So I vape a lot. It's sort of a joke. Like, people have this idea of people who walk down the street and like blow big clouds. It's not what I'm about. As we say in the medical cannabis industry. So the THC is in that cloud. So when you exhale, anyway, I love to vape. It's a lot softer on my lungs. I don't like to cough, but there's also edible consumption methods. There's topicals for people who want to rub something on their skin. There's every kind of product out there for every kind of customer.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back to We Talk Live. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton with Cannabis.net.
And
David Rabinovitz
from
New Can Group.
There you go. That's the idea, guys, is you introduce yourself every time. It's just one of those things that we like to do here on this show. Welcome back to the program. You know, we are right in the middle of an unprecedented situation in this country with the coronavirus. I cannot believe that all the major sporting leagues and events like the NCAA's March Madness have canceled, and I'm not quite sure what that meant, Dan, just so you know. Does that mean I have Jacques? Is that what you're telling me? Yes. Okay, good. All right, well, let's go. Let's go to the phones. Hello, Jacques Santucci from Nucleus One. How are you, sir?
Good. I think that's what he was telling you, that I'm on the phone and I'm waiting for you.
There you go. Well, I appreciate you waiting, and I appreciate you joining our program with David Rabinovitz, who you were supposed to meet with, I guess, at NCIA, Kurt Dalton, and myself.
Yes.
The first question I have to ask you, Jacques, is you are planning an event Thursday, March 19th in Maine to talk about the emerging Maine market. Is that event still scheduled?
It sounds like I'm on the regular media, right? Isn't that what everybody's talking about these days? Are you going to do it? Are you not going to do it?
Right. I had to ask the question.
Yeah, it's funny. I was actually doing a blog post, a video post a few days ago about creating emergency plans and contingency plans based on coronavirus and how a business can actually survive, and that applies for the cannabis industry, and because I think everybody's going to get hurt one way or the other, hopefully not physically, but business-wise, we're all going to feel the impact in the next few weeks. That said, as it relates to our event, I really don't have the answer just yet. It's a small event, small being, less than 100 people. And, so we're having phone calls with the speakers. We're going to probably make a decision tomorrow or Monday. And, it feels like somehow, not canceling will not be politically correct. On the other side, it's probably needed somehow. So the answer is I don't know yet.
Okay, please make sure that you let me know when you finally make that decision, because we are planning on taking the trip up to Maine for that little get-together you have. And you have Eric Gunderson is your keynote speaker, who's the head of the Maine Cannabis Commission, correct?
Yes, correct. And so let me ask you the question. Are you still planning on coming on Thursday?
If the event happens, we'll be there. Is that okay?
Outstanding. That's what I want to hear. I just talked to our one of our other speakers, and he said he would come. I'm speaking to Eric Gunderson tomorrow afternoon, and I'll see what's happening with the state of Maine. Hopefully, they won't be restricted on meetings. It doesn't sound like that's the case. So right now we're still on, and we'll make the decision, like I said, probably either tomorrow afternoon or Monday. And of course, I will let you know, and we'll let everybody know through social media and email.
Appreciate that. You know, one of the interesting developments in this coronavirus is the CDC is recommending no large gatherings of people. It's one of the reasons why all the sports leagues have shut down. And of course, everybody has a different definition of what large gathering means. I believe it was anything over 250, and then I heard 500, and then I heard 1,000, and you know, I feel like I'm an auctioneer. What is the attendance? What do you think how many people do you think are coming to your event, Jacques?
Well, right now we have over 60 people coming, and then people were still buying tickets today, plus the speakers. So we're expecting between 60 and 75 people. The goal of that event was to have a small event of people who are interested in learning more about the cannabis industry, learning more about the Maine market that's coming up, learning more about the awesome speakers that we have, and so we wanted to keep it like at a smaller level, so the networking is there and then the education is there. And we actually are planning another one in New York in June. And at this point, I'm not sure if we can even think about doing it. But we were planning another one, same size, in New York for mid-June.
Gotcha. So the emerging Maine market, where is the state of Maine? I think I know the answer to this question, but where is the state of Maine in the process of opening adult use recreational stores? They're trying to keep the people in Maine, kind of giving them the easier track, I guess, to get a license. What is the state of cannabis in Maine, Jacques?
Yeah, so how about I tell you, too, why we picked the state of Maine. So, I started in the cannabis industry actually 10 years ago this month, and because Maine was one of the first states that had a licensing process in early 2010, and it was the first state for sure on the East Coast, and there were 8 licenses for medical marijuana dispensary and production. And I was part of a group 10 years ago that worked on those licenses, and we were awarded 4 of the 8 official dispensaries and 4 official operations, and we started a company called Wellness Connection of Maine. And so that's where Nucleus One is based. But in the past 10 years, we actually worked outside of the state of Maine, for other clients, and really since 2014. Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Hawaii, Ohio. I mean, we worked in a lot of states, and it feels like because the state of Maine is now finally opening to adult use, we are back home, and then we are working with clients in Maine, and because it's a new market that's coming up. 2016, the state allowed through a referendum for adult use. And for a lot of reasons, mostly political, nothing really happened until last year. And so now the state is accepting applications through a little bit like what's happening in Massachusetts. Not really on a lottery or award base, but more on a process base where you apply with the state. You get your provisional license either as a retail store or manufacturing, processing, or cultivation. Then you apply at your local town, assuming that they opt in, because all the towns by law were opt out of the program, and they have to decide that they want to opt in. And then once you have your provisional license at the town level, then you can finalize your license at the state level. So the state started to accept their through their process on December 5th, 2019. And at this point, they have over 100 applications in the process, and then now they are starting to give the conditional license in probably in the next few weeks, and then everybody's expecting the first stores to be open, sometime early summer or midsummer.
There you go.
Oh, Jacques, this is Kurt with Cannabis.net. Very familiar with Maine. Spend a lot of time there. It seems Maine just keeps kicking the date down the road. Just to follow up, how confident are you? I think it's June is officially what they're saying. Is this going to happen in June, or are we going to see September? Is there going to be another delay? Like, what do you feel? Is this really going to happen, or are we going to kind of keep kicking it down the road?
Yes, it's a good question. That's a good question. So initially, the date was March, and it actually came from a journalist in Maine that mentioned March a few months ago. But when I was talking to my contact at the state, they were pretty sure that it would never happen in March because they would not have the time to process the applications, and the towns would not be ready. And so now I am pretty confident that sometime in June or July, some stores will be ready to open because they already applied. They have 90 days to kind of complete the application at the state level. The towns are processing applications. So, December plus 3, your February, March plus 2 or 3 more months. I think we can assume that June, July could be the month where we see the first operations. That said, I don't think we can confirm it because there's so many things that need to happen before the stores are ready. On top of the application from the state, on top of the application from the license from the town, they also have to get their operation going, and so that might be a little bit later.
So if you were a gambling man, what would the date be that you would say the first recreational store will be open in Maine?
Is there an office pool?
Yeah,
exactly. I would say the week before the 4th of July.
I was just going to say around the Maine 4th of July is big, so yep.
That's right. I've been to plenty of 4th of Julys in Maine. In fact, Jacques, let me ask you a question from a financial perspective. Kurt is far more tuned into this scene than I am as far as the financials go, as is David. But is it still a good investment to get involved with cannabis at either the retail level, or is it still almost better to be on the ancillary side of the business trying to sell into the cannabis industry?
So the first question should be, is it still a good investment to invest in cannabis, period?
Yep.
And at that point, my background is around, business management and creating opportunities for business owners. And that's the first question. And then we have to ask ourselves, what is a good investment? So I think what was the so-called good investment in cannabis was really 4 or 5 years ago when the regulations were not slowing down the business side. I think at this point, between compliance and then the growth of the industry and the fact that the prices are coming down and things like this, it's becoming less of the huge investment that people were dreaming of 4 or 5 years ago. But that said, I think it's still a good investment because there's a lot of opportunities. We are just in the infancy of the industry. There's so many things that need to be done in every state. Most states are opening. So I think it's still a good place to invest. But then the next question is, how do you invest and where do you invest? And I think what we've seen is too many people investing in projects that were not really well planned, and where cannabis was the hype, but really it's a business like any other industry, and some of those projects probably were missing a little bit of a realistic expectation. But for the projects that are well done and well planned out with a good team, with a good business model, then there's a lot of good opportunities. And then to your question, where to go, I think cultivation is and processing is very specific, and unless somebody knows what they're doing and they have something different that they can make a difference in the market, it's a much more difficult investment because you have to produce at a lower cost and a higher quality. That means that the risk is really on that part of the industry. I think retail can be a good investment if there's something particular on the customer experience, on the quality and the type of product, and obviously location, because retail is really about location. And I think in some states, just selling cannabis is probably not the unique thing to do. You need to have more than cannabis. But I would agree with you, Jimmy, that ancillary services is, I think, the next thing that's happening for the cannabis industry. There's so many opportunities that as for business on things that are not plant touching, but are providing services, software, new equipment, customer experience, testing. There's so many new things that need to happen there.
Yeah, I have always said invest in a law firm, to be honest with you, Jacques, because I think they're going to win no matter what. David, I think you got a question for him.
Well, no, I think Kurt wanted me to weigh in on that. I kind of agree with a lot of what he's saying. I think it's a great place to invest, but I think on the private side, I think the wind is way out of the public companies. And I happen to agree that retail is really where it's at. Retail, you have the lowest investment, and you are the gateway to the consumer. I think the biggest risk, as I've said several times, is on the cultivation end. I mean, I think some of these cultivation facilities are going to end up in the funeral industry.
Wow, and Jacques, in Maine, I don't know if Jimmy even saw the news this week. They're part of the appropriations is to create a task force. Is it in Maine with the 4 members to go after the black market using the tax revenue? How do you guys feel about that? Obviously, being a licensed producer, you must like that, but it's getting a lot of blowback from people as far as using the actual tax revenue to create a task force, basically a drug task force to go after the black market in Maine.
Yeah. I mean, in general, I think the risk for the industry is the black market, the illicit market. So Nucleus One is a consulting firm, and we help people with their application and really get their plan in place and have a great expectation, start the operation. We're also now advising potential investors and through due diligence, and we're starting to get some calls about actually turning around some licenses, people that are getting in trouble. But the theme around all this is really what is the risk, and besides the inner risk of each company where the team cannot execute or the business plan is not there, really it's the illegal market. And because how can you compete when you have to pay taxes and keep quality and improve your customer experience or your product where you're competing with people who already have a different product and not paying taxes? So I agree that if some of the taxes from the cannabis industry, from the legal cannabis industry, can be allocated to have better compliance enforcement and then help the regulated operators to be stronger than the illegal market, I think it's fantastic.
And now wellness has a great reputation for those that don't know in Maine. You have 4 locations. As you said, retail is location.
Yes.
Tell us where your locations are, how people can find you, even online or in person. Tell us about wellness and how to get there.
So I started wellness. I'm one of the founder of Wellness Connection, but actually I have not been involved with wellness for the past couple of years because I actually focused on other parts of the industry. One being Nucleus One consulting and helping other operators, and I also started a software company. Looking at data and cost and a system of engagement for the industry. But that said, I know a lot about Wellness Connection and of Maine, which I'm glad you said has a good reputation. So Wellness has 4 locations: one in Portland, one in South Portland, and then one in Gardner, which is just outside of Augusta, and one in Brewer, just outside of Bangor.
And I've been to all of those communities back in the day, I just want to say, because I consider Maine to be my second home state, even though at one point Massachusetts and Maine were the same state, right, Jacques?
Yeah.
Terrific. Go ahead.
And with the adult use coming in Maine, that's going to change a lot. You can think that for those of you who haven't been to downtown Portland or the Old Port, you might not see it, but you can think that within 6 months maybe or 9 months there'll be a few stores downtown Portland. So that means that the quaint Maine Old Port will be totally different with maybe 10 or 20 stores downtown. So that's going to be an interesting change too.
Right next to the Elevation Burger. That's a good location.
Well, it's also around the corner from the Old Port Tavern, which I have a lot of memories that I can remember there anyway. But Jacques Santucci, thank you so much from Nucleus One. You can find out more about the emerging State of Maine event on your Nucleus One website, yes?
Yes, correct. Nucleus-one.com. We're also on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. I'm pretty active on LinkedIn. And, we are on the web. So reach out and we can either see you next Thursday if nothing changes. Otherwise, we can chat through the web.
You got it. All right, Jacques Santucci from Nucleus-One, that's ONE.com, and we will hopefully get a chance to see you on Thursday.
Hope so.
Yes.
Look, I love people from Maine. I just want to say my son was actually born in Portland, Maine, just for the record.
Oh, he's one of those guys. All right.
What does that mean? We left 2 years later.
2 states, He's a transplant to Mass.
Yeah, well, I was born in Newark, New Jersey.
He's a birther from Maine.
Yeah, and I got out of Newark, New Jersey real fast.
But he's right. Maine, what people don't know is that it's a very poor state when you get off the oceans and the lakes.
Mm-hmm.
So the black market is fierce because the extra money that an illicit market or non-licensed person will grow, it means a lot. It's poor like in the state of Mississippi. And that's why he talked about that the black market, there's a lot of black market up there. And if you look on a map, Maine is a huge green forest next to another big green forest called Canada. A lot of spaces to grow, and it's fierce.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, there's some comparison, I guess, with Humboldt County, California,
in a way,
because you've got so much land, you certainly can't police all that land, that entire illicit market. So it's a challenge. But I will say that the growers of Maine have a lot of experience in this space. Let's just say,
and there's definitely Maine in general is kind of a granola state. I mean that in a very good way. So the product on the black market tends to be very clean if you're comparing it to another state. Because that's just how the people are. They would never consider using certain pesticides and certain things. You're going to get a good product. It's really fierce in Maine to go against an illicit market compared to a licensed.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
up
right.
in Maine. I know
You
how to
get
do
there
that.
from here.
Yes, you can. Okay. All right. So that was Jacques Santucci, and it's interesting. He didn't mention the fact that he's married to Patricia Rossi, who is one of the most powerful women in cannabis, and is now the acting CEO of Wellness Connection.
Okay, I did not know that. David, do you think Maine Social Equity, Economic Empowerment, they have a program that's up yet, or is that...
I have not followed it up
Okay.
there. I know that, in fact, I know some of the people from Massachusetts who got frustrated have headed up to Maine to see if they can get a license.
Yeah, I've heard that too. So there you
go. And again, they're just trying to start a business in a new industry, and there's so many levels of
the right
regulation.
way, legally, not trying to do the illicit.
Exactly right. And we all recognize that the illicit market certainly survived and thrived for quite a long time, but now that we have turned that page towards legality, decriminalization, descheduling, almost maybe could be, you still really don't know where this is going to go. And one of the things that I found really fascinating about talking to all these people in this space is, while we can sit here and talk about the THC-based cannabis sativas, but hemp as an industry they're just starting to scratch the surface using hemp. And there's so many more applications to hemp than the more well-known, if you will, commodity of cannabis sativa with THC. David, as someone who looks at markets all the time and has your finger on the pulse of a lot of businesses. Bet you didn't know that, by the way. Where do you think hemp is going to be in 10 years in comparison to the legal cannabis THC industry? business.
I think what you're going to find in 10 years, the legal THC market is, relatively speaking, going to be small, right? Because you're talking about the recreational side of marijuana. That doesn't include the pharmaceutical side. It doesn't include a whole bunch of other areas, right? Everybody's focused on the rec side of it. But a lot of the new products are going to come out in pharmaceuticals, wellness, all that sort of thing. And then that's going to be dwarfed by hemp. Because what you're looking at from marijuana is the oil that comes out of the plant, one way or the other. You're trying to smoke it, vaporize it, put it into foods, but take it in. With hemp, you've got the fiber that can be mixed with concrete to make hempcrete. You can convert it into basically a plastic. There are auto parts that can be made out of hemp.
Clothing, Luxury Leaf.
Right.
One of our friends, Luxury Leaf, is, and I hope one day we'll actually have a hemp T-shirt.
Yep. Become a Masscan member, and you can get a hemp Masscan T-shirt as part of your initial membership package.
Oh, I love that.
So there's all sorts of things hemp can do.
And that plays right into hopefully one of our callers a little later, if he gets off his plane, is raising $150 million for industrial hemp and going right after this paint. I just discussed it earlier today with him. Hemp paint, I guess it was a thing we had 50, 60 years ago, and he's going to go all in on the industrial uses of hemp, but we don't know if he'll be off the plane in time to call in. So.
And why don't you tell us
Bruce,
who he is?
We have our friend Bruce from Ottawa. Bruce from Ottawa coming, hopefully calling in later. So
Bruce Linton, the former CEO of Canopy Growth, and the guy who I think a lot of people in the industry have looked at as one of the true heroes, an entrepreneur of the year, someone who built a small company into a billion-dollar company, right?
Yeah, certainly a pioneer, and also raising, like I said, $150 million for a hemp project. Just had his first ever mushrooms, medical mushrooms go public. Psilocybin mind medicine just went public last week. So busy guy, got some things going on. So.
Yeah, he always does, right? And the thing that I will tell you this, meeting Bruce was really a lot of fun. And he is just a regular guy. I mean, there really isn't, he doesn't exude, that Harvard PhD kind of, Dr. Jordan Tischler's calling in at 9 o'clock.
Except him, he's good.
Yeah, he's good.
We like him.
Right, we like Jordan. But, he's just a regular guy. And maybe that is the secret to his success.
Yep, let's hope so. Well, hopefully he'll get out. He's on a plane right now, but he said he's going to call in when he lands, and hopefully we're still on the air. So
there you go. So this is Weed Talk Live. I'm Jimmy Young, along with Kurt Dalton and David Rabinovitz in studio. We are live streaming on Facebook. I'm actually monitoring it and doing some likes and things like that. I have absolutely no idea what that means, but I'm doing it anyway. Guys, do you see anything happening in the in this world of cannabis now? Is the stigma are we finally seeing a movement that people are starting to accept this a little bit more? Just out off the top of your head.
Absolutely. Now I follow a lot of the stories in the media, and what I've been amazed with over the past 3 weeks are stories about communities in Massachusetts that are now rethinking their bans on marijuana. And I think what it comes down to is they look at communities like Northampton that are raking in a ton of money and doing a lot of good with it, and yet the sky hasn't fallen. The people haven't all become drug users. The town hasn't been overrun by wackos coming in to buy pot. The largest growing segment of the marijuana market is the 55 and up market. So now the communities are realizing that it's not going to destroy their towns. The towns that banned it are starting to take another look at it.
Sure, because they want a piece of the pie too.
I'll play the devil's advocate there. Like you said, the money coming in is making people rethink it. I don't know how much is goodwill and good intention compared to, wait, how much did my neighbor town just take in taxes? Like, wait a minute. So
right, and we also recognize that the state, I don't want to say they've misappropriated the tax revenue, but I do know that there is some question on whether or not that tax revenue that they have picked up is going to the right place. Right, David?
That's right. That's true.
And again, another reason to be embarrassed by what is going on amongst the regulators in this space. So, again, coming up in the next half hour, we will talk with another doctor, Dr. Jordan Tischler of Inhale MD, and we'll have plenty more talk about the cannabis sativa plant, its magical uses, and I'm even going to get into some of the gadgets and gizmos that are out there, like this thing right here. I'm going to hold it up because I thought it was called a bong condom, but no, it's a mouthpiece, right?
Right, yes.
What the hell do I know? We'll have more of this
bong
show.
Condom,
whatever. We'll have more in a minute. Don't go away. Hey, you guys, first thing I got to start with is congratulations. The needle has moved in Washington, D.C., and you guys have been behind that whole process. Getting not only the House Judiciary Committee, but also the U.S. House to move that Safe Banking Act and putting the pressure on the Republican Senate. Congratulations on the great year.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It was actually, I think it was the Financial Services Committee. It originally moved out of committee and then eventually went to the House floor. But 2019 was definitely a monumental year for our industry, being able to get that legislative victory, both at the committee level and then obviously at the House level. Now the pivot is obviously towards the Senate in 2020, which we're going to be working really hard on. Been working on the Safe Banking Act since for at least 6 years now. So like to finally get that House victory is a big deal. But now we got to turn up and crank up the heat on the committees in Congress, and then obviously all of the other senators as well.
Can you describe what it must be like in the Capitol, in the halls of the Capitol building, or walking around D.C., knowing that the Republicans and the Democrats really just don't like each other?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's telling that a lot of the issues that we have now and the challenges we have have less to do with cannabis being controversial as it used to be, and more to do with just the partisan rancor and the general dysfunction of Congress, which is frustrating to everybody in the country. So, but it's it was great to see that for example, the Safe Banking Act passed the House of Representatives with an overwhelming bipartisan vote on
313 to
103 to 2, yeah, something like that. Yeah. So, overwhelming bipartisan vote. We had almost 100 Republicans, and that was the day that Nancy Pelosi announced that they were going to launch an impeachment inquiry.
Exactly. I totally have been following this, so I know, and I tell you, because I got to know you. I mean, I think of you in the trenches and imagine what's going on down there. So now it's in the Senate's hands. Is the Senate going to move on this before November?
Well, I mean, I think we have a shot at it. I can't guarantee anything.
You can't guarantee anything in Washington, D.C.
But I think that if it gets a vote in the committee and out to the floor, I'm pretty confident that it has the votes to pass. But that's still, that's the if is getting through Senator Crapo's banking committee, and so we're working hard every day to try to make that happen.
Okay, that was two of the principals of the NCIA, the National Cannabis Industry Association. You saw Aaron Smith, who is one of the founders of the NCIA, and you saw Calico Castile, who is in charge of business development and partnerships for the NCIA. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Weed Talk Live. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
And I'm David Rabinovitz, a happy guest and happy to be here.
And so happy that you filled in for some of the others that were supposed to be here, but appreciate that, David. You're a good friend, and I also know you like the opportunity to come out and just talk about this stuff, because, where else in the greater Boston area, or even in this country, Kurt, right, can you have an open line to have a talk show? And I know that I gave it out before. It's 617-544
7307.
7307.
John Hanna.
Exactly right.
Yep.
And you could give us a call, and we might even put you on the air with us here on We Talk Live. In just a matter of minutes or so, we will be talking with Dr. Jordan Tischler. And, of course, we are all in on the coronavirus. We understand how debilitating that this has been, not just to the individuals who have been stricken by this, but also to the stock market, to the businesses, to the whole idea of how easily a germ can be transferred and transmitted to other people. David, what's your impressions of what's been going on with this coronavirus? Has the media fed this too much?
I don't think so, Jimmy. Actually, I think what's really going to save us are the big companies that have told people to stay home. My prediction is mid-April, we're going to be out of the woods with this. And I think if the government does a few things and doesn't mess up a few other things, the economy will pick right back up. And this will hopefully only be a blip versus leading us down into a recession.
I remember listening to you guys in the other room talking about how this could end up being a blessing in disguise for business in the area, because it certainly impacted the traffic patterns, right?
Well, I think we were talking about something a little bit different. We were talking about the fact that a lot of companies are telling the people to stay home and work from home. And then this is Zoom Communications.
Yep.
Their stock is going through the roof as a result of this, because they've got the ability to commute by your computer. And I think when more people get comfortable with that, more people are going to stay home. Most of the schools have closed. My wife is a professor at one of the local colleges, teaches at another university, and they're all going to online learning right now. They don't want the students in the schools.
Right. I teach at Emerson, and I had my last in-person class this past Wednesday. We will be going back online on March 23rd. But speaking of online, on our phone line is an old friend and a good friend, Dr. Jordan Tischler. Dr. Tischler, welcome to We Talk Live again with Jimmy Young, Kurt Dalton, and David Rabinovitz.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. So what is your take on what is going on with the coronavirus in this country right now? Not just in this country, but around the world. And is there a role for cannabis to play either in a preventive situation or a relief situation?
Well, I think things have gotten very out of hand very quickly. I think that the public health efforts are well underway and are definitely going to help ameliorate this, but it's going to get worse before it gets better. That's just the nature of these things. I was just reading moments ago that one of the chief medical officers in an area of Italy has died of coronavirus. Wow. So he was 67, which makes him not very old, but certainly not a young man. And the point is that this virus can be harmful to people who are not necessarily all that high risk.
Right. Right. Well,
so, it's scary.
Right.
They closed my school system, the school system my kid's in. I think that was a good decision. It leaves us wondering what the heck we're going to do with her now, but
that is a big challenge for parents. Parents, a lot of people think parenting is all joy. It is the toughest job any of us have ever had. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And
but
also,
none of us would turn it down either, though. I don't think.
Exactly. Well, once you're in it to win it. You're in it for the whole experience.
The duration.
Yep. That's right. And I might say that the in-law side of things on my family added a new member to our family today. We had a new nephew for my brother-in-law Jerry down in Mahwah, New Jersey, and I want to congratulate Jessica and Jose and that group. I might as well do that, and everybody else in the Applestein clan, as it were. But Jordan, let's get back to the use of cannabis as a medicine, because I know that is something that you really are building your whole practice around now, or at least a part of your practice around now. Where are we finding, has it leveled off? Are you finding you're still teaching people about the endocannabinoid system? Where are we in the education of the public towards cannabis at this point?
I think we're just at the beginning of all of that. I think that, oftentimes we operate in circles where the people around us have a fairly good knowledge of the endocannabinoid system, at least at the lay level, perhaps not, quite at the scientific level. And I think that gives us a certain bubble in which we exist. That we don't really realize just how much the real mainstream has no idea about that. And so, as you mentioned, my practice is exclusively around taking care of people using cannabis as a medicine now. And really the challenge for me, and the one that we're really working very hard to meet, is, how do we get out to the people for whom this would never even cross their mind? And so there's a whole process of reaching out through support groups and senior centers, et cetera, as well as obviously trying to educate my physician colleagues so that they are the ones who are saying, well, you've got chemotherapy coming up. You should go see Dr. Tischler first so that he can get you started on a regimen that's going to help you, rise to the challenge more successfully. And so I think there's a lot to be done there.
Jordan, this is Kurt from Cannabis.net. When people feel they're getting sick with a cold, they tend to, pound orange juice and say vitamin C. With the THC's antiviral properties, including THCA, is there any benefit for someone to be using cannabis for any virus, let alone the coronavirus? Could it be a supplement like a vitamin? Would it help with viral conditions in the body to use cannabis at this stage for what's going on in the world?
I'd love to say yes, but our best evidence at the moment suggests no. Unfortunately, we have this idea that cannabinoids can be mildly immunosuppressive, which on the one hand you could think would make things worse, but we haven't seen that. On the other hand, you could think that maybe it would help suppress some of the damage that the virus is causing, but we haven't seen that either. And in fact, the first time I was asked this question about whether cannabis could be helpful for viral infection, first of all, I was like, oh, that's a very interesting idea. But I had, in fact, only an hour or so earlier read a study that had come out that morning in which it wasn't coronavirus that they were looking at, but they were looking at hepatitis C virus and HIV, and whether cannabis users had a decrease in transmission. And unfortunately, the answer there was no. So I think that, as you're getting at, like the idea of it being sort of a protective, I'm afraid that one doesn't seem to be panning out at the moment.
You're striking out here, Kurt.
I was going to say, so if you had a patient that said, hey, he called you up, or she did, and said, hey, I'm using cannabis regularly, I'm worried about corona, should I get off it, should I stay on it? Kind of what would you say to that person?
That's a very good question. I would say, look, as long as you're well, I think you can keep doing what you're doing. The question becomes, if you're sick, right? Maybe you've got a cold, the flu, an asthma flare, or maybe you think you've got coronavirus. At that point, what should you be doing? And aside from calling the medical authorities, if you're that sick, I think that you probably shouldn't be inhaling this stuff. We've certainly seen some data that suggests for asthmatics that the THC can be helpful, but we really don't know whether that applies to sort of an infectious process. And of course, for many people, when we talk about inhaling, they're thinking about smoking more so than what I advocate for, which is vaporization of whole flower. And certainly the smoke with all of its particulate matter, et cetera, is probably not something that you want to introduce into the lungs that are otherwise infected or unhappy. One of you guys had mentioned symptom relief, right? I think that's a huge place where cannabis can be helpful. Perhaps, again, under those circumstances, we don't want to think about inhalation, but something oral like an edible can certainly be helpful if you're feeling lousy. One just has to sort of start to draw a line between I feel lousy because I have the flu of some sort, and actually have symptoms that are consistent with coronavirus where, you'd want to seek medical attention pretty quickly. So things like high fever and actual shortness of breath are things that you should be worried about.
Speaking of worried, this just in, as they say in the old news world, Donovan Mitchell, a Utah Jazz star who plays with Rudy, right? Tested positive for coronavirus, and he was at Encore Boston last week. He was in town. So, it's here now, and it's amazing how easily things like this can be transmitted once it gets out. Jordan, are we ever going to find an anecdote for this? I know they're working on this, but, are we going to have a vaccine? Are we going to?
Sure.
We are at some point, right?
Yes, the time course, and I think we're all very worried, and we'd like it to be over, and it's a big imposition, and all those things are true. But let us remember that we've been at this in the U.S. really for just a short number of weeks, and these things definitely take time. There are not one but 3 companies that I'm aware of, and probably there are many more that are working on vaccines at the moment. But you have to figure out how to make it, then you have to test it to make sure it doesn't cause more damage than good. So I think that, a vaccine will happen, but it's going to be, 12 months or something like that. And that's very rapid for the development of any kind of medication. I think it's, this is going to be a bad blip, but it's going to be a blip. There are things we don't know about the coronavirus or COVID-19 in particular. It may be that there's only one of them, right? In which case, once we all develop an immunity, either through having gotten it and survived it, or from this vaccine, then, it just becomes kind of like the chickenpox virus in the sense that it's kind of out there and it doesn't cause a lot of damage. On the other hand, it is a coronavirus like influenza, so it may in fact have the ability to mutate a lot. And the reason we get influenza vaccines every year is because every year the strain changes enough that it can elude the immunity that we got from last year. And so everybody is in the business of predicting what those changes will be and developing a vaccine against what they think is coming. So some years they're right, some years they're less right. So it's possible that the COVID-19 could behave like that, in which case, we're going to have to develop vaccines on a regular basis and develop some public health techniques around anticipating what's coming. So there's so much to
digest.
That remains to be seen,
Right. Yep, absolutely.
So we have some school districts here in Mass that are doing a 2-week break. Some have gone up to 4 or 5 weeks. Some are doing the next 4 days, and then we'll let you know. What would be your opinion on the have everybody not get in big groups timing element?
I think that's huge. The expression that's come out is social distancing. I kind of find that term is a little bit dysphoric, right? I mean, social distancing is some don't touch me kind of thing. I think that's unfortunate. But the reality here is that what we need is the way this is transmitted is people getting together and somebody in the group passes it to the next person. It's actually not a particularly infectious virus compared to many others, but it's infectious enough that if we all keep getting together, then, one person spreads it to another person, and then it just kind of multiplies. So closing large social gatherings is exactly the right thing to do. And, the last major pandemic, which was the influenza pandemic of 1918, we have data from back then that showed that the areas of the country that rapidly shut their school systems did better, had fewer infections and fewer deaths than the areas that kind of poo-pooed that and tried to have life as normal. So as much as we would like to kind of say, it's no big deal, it's just kind of another flu and let's ignore it and life as usual, it turns out that isn't the best approach. And all these school shuttings or closing Broadway as we saw today, all of that is exactly the right thing to do.
And so you're supporting all the leagues shutting down, Broadway shutting down, schools shutting down, college kids being sent home. All of these things are the only way to handle something like this and to get ahead of it, I guess, is the way to look at it, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. And, but at the same time, we also have to acknowledge that it comes with a cost, right? I mean, we're looking at a major upheaval to our economy, and that's not just to the billionaires. It's to the people, the kids who aren't going to get fed at school, although, frankly, they could get fed at home by the school system. But, the point is, if you're working 3 jobs to make ends meet, it's going to become that much more difficult. Your life is that much more high risk if you're taking public transportation to get to those jobs. And some of those jobs are probably not going to survive because we know that small businesses are going to be hit the hardest. So, a lot of what happens there, frankly, is going to depend upon what our federal government does to try and protect us from it. We have to protect against the virus. We also have to protect against the economic ramifications of the protections against the virus. I think there's a lot to be written. I don't unfortunately have a ton of faith in the current administration to yes. I'm trying to be vaguely politics about this, but
you can't. It's a nightmare. Let's cut right to at least everybody knows how liberal I am, and oh my God, that's such a nasty word these days. But bottom line is you need leadership at a time like this, and we just don't have it. And that is the biggest. To me, that's the biggest prerequisite to be a president of the free world, if you will, and we just don't have it. But I do want to go back to one more thing that you said, and I want to see if we can nail this down a little bit. You mentioned large gatherings. We've heard the definition of what large is. I think the CDC put it out there as 250, but I've also heard 500. I've also heard 1,000. In your feelings, in your certainly educated opinion. What is a large gathering, Dr. Tischler?
Well, you know what? So the point is that you ask exactly the right question, and it depends on which day you ask the question and of whom you ask the question. Certainly, they started out with a sort of 250, and then it went down to 100. And I think that the most stringent that I've heard from any agency at this point is 25. Now, my mom, who's 80-something, hi, Mom, she asked me today, what about her book club, which are a bunch of all 80-something-year-old retired physicians who get together to chat about books. And there are a whopping 8 of them in that group. And so, you get 2 doctors in a room, you get 3 opinions, right? So I said, it's 8 people, we need to maintain some mental health, keep a little bit of distance, wash your hands, all of those sorts of things, but go ahead and have book club. And I actually then said, maybe you want to do it in Zoom, or some tele program, because it's book club. She also plays a quartet, right? Yeah. And it's a little harder to do quartet by telecommuting. But the point was, I said, I think you should do it. And my wife, who is a physician and a physician executive for a health plan, where all they've been doing for the last several weeks is trying to work on how to handle this for their members. She said, no, don't do it. It's not an acceptable risk. So, there you go. You have 2 completely different points of view on the same set of facts, and there is no way to know exactly what the right answer is. So at some point, either individually or as an administrative group, you just kind of have to draw a line in the sand and hope you're in the right place.
Well, all right. You guys got anything else for the doctor before we say goodnight to him?
That was great.
I have something I'd like to bring up, if
sure.
I may.
Knock yourself out. Your time. Your time.
We sort of touched on this at the beginning and never really got to it, which was, what can we do to protect ourselves from the coronavirus, and in particular as cannabis users. So we talked about the social distancing. We talked about washing your hands and not shaking hands. I'm not shaking hands with my patients anymore. We're doing fist bumps or elbow bumps or whatever, which frankly is very hard for me to remember to do that because we're all so ingrained to stick out our hands. But we're trying. And there's Purell everywhere. But let's think about what are the things that uniquely cannabis user kind of behaviors? Well, it's getting together in large groups and standing around and smoking weed, right?
Right.
Don't do that.
Right.
Just don't do it. Don't get together with a group. Don't share the bowl. Don't share the joint. Don't share the blunts. You shouldn't smoke a blunt anyway. And tobacco is poison. But, those are the things that we have to kind of bring in to the cannabis using culture that kind of go above and beyond what's being messaged to the general population.
Right.
So those are my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, and that's why I like this Weedjit product, okay? Because you can have personalized joint sharing, if you will, because you could just take that out, hand it to somebody else. He or she puts it back onto their own filter right here.
This is the little glass tip we're talking about?
No, it's a disposable filter on the end and a silicone filter in the middle, and it's part of the Weedjit. Yeah. Here's the maze pipe right here, and of course, we're trying to push these things. And if you use Weed Talk 2020 online and order one of these, you can actually save some money. So personalized and individual usage of and disposal of instead of sharing the joint. So that's what we're looking for here, and that's what I think they provide.
I think those are great little devices. I just would worry that the distance between you and your smoking buddy might be short enough, shall we say, that you could transmit one to the other, having nothing to do with a Weedjit, but just simply through the contact.
Right.
So I think as much as cannabis aficionados tend to be very friendly, social animals, I think this might be the time to hunker down with your favorite indica and watch television or fool around on Facebook or whatever. Read a book. That was on my list.
Yeah.
I'd
but
be
you
the
know,
lonely stoner.
The lonely stoner.
The lonely stoner with Netflix.
That's it. That's it. The lonely stoner. We got it. Watch Disjointed.
That's right. Oh, boy. Here we go. All right, Dr. Jordan Tischler, again, thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it. I know it was on short notice, and you've always been there. You've always been there for me whenever I've asked, and I do appreciate that.
It's a pleasure.
All right.
Take care, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Talk to
Thank you.
soon.
That is
Bye-bye.
Dr. Jordan Tischler. Inhale MD is where you can find him. He's got an office in Brookline, I believe also in Cambridge. So that's where you can find him. And if you have any questions at all about using cannabis, how to use cannabis, how to protect yourself from the coronavirus, and also enjoy one of your favorite products, perhaps, I think you got some good tips there as far as how to protect yourself. But again, it goes back to washing your hands, keeping distance socially from others. Try not to handshake. I agree with Dr. Tischler in that it's very difficult, even for me, somebody who's outgoing as I am. I'm always extending my hand to people, and I've washed it many times now, so at least I feel confident that I'm not transmitting anything, nor do I have any of the symptoms of that coronavirus. And I think in the next half hour, we're actually going to talk to one of our friends, Hillary King, who has been in bed with the flu over the last few days, and as far as we know, she does not have the coronavirus, but just another bad virus. And
We're going to ask her about using cannabis. I'm asking.
You can ask.
Is she using it for a virus? Does it help, hurt? How's she feel?
You're really looking for somebody to say yes.
I got somebody step up here and tell me THCA is working for him, and I feel great during this flu. So.
We need somebody to call in who will tell Kurt eating edibles all day long is good.
It's absolutely mandatory. CDC has recommended it, and everybody should get to their legal dispensary and get tested products.
Licensed, tested, legal products. Exactly. But isn't the whole point, isn't what we know about the endocannabinoid system, what we've learned, is that it enhances the immune system. It balances our nerve transmitters. You know, neuron 1, neuron 2. I need a scientist. One of my none of the scientists I reached out to were willing to come on tonight to talk. I'm sure they were just afraid of saying the wrong thing or liability or whatever. But because the knowledge base right now, even in the scientific community, is small about what's going on. But I mean, here's a simple concept. I'm going to throw it out there again, where you can actually have a double filter situation with your pre-roll. And you can certainly consume it by yourself if you want. It's as simple as that. And that is supposed to enhance your immune system, which is designed to fight off viruses like this.
We had one doctor say not enough research, and one doctor say there's studies that show immune system strengthening, and then there's immune system repression. There's just not enough research. Welcome to a Schedule I drug that we can't research, and we should go to Israel and ask, because they probably know.
That's right, and they've shut down Israel, too.
Yeah.
They've shut down the borders of
World
Israel.
World War Z, here we go.
That's right, and you know what? I can't say that, but I'd really like to, but I'm not going to. What's happened in Italy is pretty amazing. When you think about I think it was 2 weeks ago, they had something like 230 cases, and in 2 weeks, they had 10,000.
Right. Geometric progression, right?
But what are they doing in Italy that they aren't doing in other countries? I mean, they're not shutting down their schools? Are they shutting down they did shut down Serie A, I believe, the soccer league in Italy. But I mean, isn't that the first step? That's obviously what we've done here in the United States.
Well, here's what they have. They've got something very different than what we have. They have test kits.
Aha.
If you don't test it, you can't tell.
Right.
Right.
Right. And we have a shortage of test kits in this country right now, and that again.
So I heard one of the professionals on TV yesterday say our numbers are skewed because we're looking at how many cases there are, but we're only testing the people that are sick.
Yep. Right.
And if you don't test a wider population, you can't really get your arms around it.
Right.
And they're talking about you got like 5 days when it's getting together in your body, and you're very you can pass it on. Right?
Right. No, and it's asymptomatic. That is probably the biggest challenge right now in our world, is that you could be walking around with it for a couple of days, if not a week, and infecting all the people you're shaking hands with and saying hello to. So it's a challenge. It's just unprecedented in my lifetime, guys. I don't know if any of you, were you around for the swine flu? That was a pretty big deal too, right? Quite a few people passed from that.
What about the Spanish one? How was that on you?
I'm generally healthy.
1800s.
My
1800s. He was not around the 1800s. Neither was I for that.
Check
for
the
that
birth
reason.
certificate there, Jimmy.
I have checked
Hey, we got to go to commercial.
It says Baby Boy Young, Beth Israel Hospital, Newark, New Jersey. We're going to take a commercial on the other side. We're going to come back, and we are going to talk with Hillary, who we hope is feeling a little bit better
She'll
today.
tell me to do edibles. Come on, Hillary.
We'll be back with more. Don't go away.
Hi, I'm Ben Shower, New England rep for Salient Video Management Systems. Let me tell you what makes us different in the security space. We're your trusted advisors for all your security needs. I know how complicated the regulations are in cannabis, and working with Salient Systems will be the polar opposite of that. I give free consultations and will walk you through every step of the process so that you can get what you need at the price you can afford. We're robust, we're simple and scalable. We're Salient Systems, your solutions to all your security needs. Please contact me at the information below, and I'm looking forward to being your trusted advisor.
The human eye really can't tell the difference between 1080 and 4K unless it's really right next to each other and you're doing it. But in security, what is the resolution capabilities of some of these cameras?
So your resolution can go anywhere from a 1 megapixel to a 20 megapixel, and sometimes a little bit more. For industry standards, 8 is about normal, is what people look for on the regulation side. 8 to 15. I think the regulation here in Massachusetts is 15 frames per second.
Gotcha.
As far as resolution. So that's close to close to what the eye would see, but actually it's a little less, about 24 frames. 24 frames per second is what the human eye can see, is as far as the resolution on the video side.
Right.
So, there's different scales, but I definitely like to consult that, you want to have a good quality resolutions, especially your entry points, your choke points. Depending on how your, either your farm is set up, an exterior farm or interior farm, you always want to make sure you have your choke points, with the highest resolution, with a robust system, so that you can identify exactly what's going on, see, for the regulation side.
Hey, that's our new friend, Ben Shower from Salient Systems, and that, of course, is a video security service, and he is your New England rep, and he's a great guy. I can give him a plug. Maybe I just embarrassed him a little bit. Everybody, welcome back to the Weed Talk Live show. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net.
And I'm David Rabinovitz, and again, still happy to be here.
I appreciate that. And David, you've got a few projects that we do want to get to, but I do believe we have Hillary on the line. And am I right, guys? Is Hillary King with us? Do I get any kind of confirmation? No, thank you. No confirmation. We're going to reach out to her. So, David, I'm going to throw it to you now. And this is what we call Phil. Tell us what are some of the projects you're working on for NewCan.
So, well, it's not just NewCan. We're working with a couple of clients on some cultivation facilities that are going to be great for social equity players. We had a private get-together in Worcester a few weeks ago. Did a survey, and what we learned is that most of the people who are in the social equity program, or those that attended, are most in. Looks like we've got Hillary coming in.
Yep. So hold that.
So
thought.
we're going to come back to this.
Don't let me forget. Okay. All right, Hillary King, are you out there? And how are you feeling?
I am. I'm here, Jimmy.
Oh, you sound,
how you doing?
You don't sound. I'm really glad that you can't catch this through the phone, okay? Because you don't sound good. And I tell you, I give you a lot of credit. I don't know very many females that would actually take a selfie in their hospital bed and then share it on Facebook. Okay?
I don't know. I've seen a lot of people do that.
Yeah, well, that's because you're a lot younger than me.
Yeah.
Do you want me to read a couple of your statements? I did a little bit of this, but right now, as far as you know, you are not testing positive, or they sent you home without a test for COVID-19. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. They tested me for influenza, and that was negative.
Okay.
And at that point, with knowing where I've traveled in the last week in New York City, where, by the way, I saw a whole flight attendant crew from Cathay Pacific Airlines in my hotel lobby in New York last Friday, and then I live, a stone's throw from the Long Wharf. I live in the North End in Boston, which is a popular neighborhood, and I'm sure those folks at the conference were, coming down for Italian food and cannoli. So, you just don't know. But they listened to my lungs and they did some tests and said that they think it's possible that I have it. And they really want to test me for it. And they're frustrated that they can't because this is the way that they explained it to me, is that MGH doesn't have their own supply of tests for this. And so they're relying on the state and the Department of Public Health. They have to test through them now. And because there aren't enough tests, they are saving them for people who meet this strict criteria, which is A, having symptoms, and then either having known direct contact, that you've been in direct contact with somebody who is tested positive, they've confirmed to have COVID, or you've been out of the country in an area of outbreak in the last 30 days. And I didn't meet either of those criteria. So, most of the people that I saw in the screening clinic were actually just sent home without even an influenza test or anything like that. And for me, they actually, after those tests, they had actually admitted me to the ER and put me in an isolation room and, treated me as if I do have it. And, basically what they said was that they called up the chain to the DPH to ask if they could make an exception for me. And they said no. So they, just because I don't meet that criteria. And
did you tell him you know Jimmy?
Oh, don't make her laugh.
I was going to say.
Come on, that's not fair.
Hillary, I need to know, have you been using cannabis the last few days, and is it helping you? You're my last hope.
I have not been smoking, no.
Edibles? Anything?
I have been using cannabis. I have been using my CBD ingestibles. I have some THC-infused honey from All Kinds that I've been using. And, I'm having edibles at night, I usually do. But
what is it like if you do an edible with whatever virus you have? Walk us through how it feels, an hour or two. You feel better, worse? Kind of what happens after the honey?
Yeah, you feel better, but I don't think that that's necessarily because it's doing something to the actual symptoms. I think it's, calming your mind, calming your body, making you feel good. THC, the endogenous form of THC is called anandamide, and ananda is the Sanskrit word for bliss. So, when THC binds to those same receptors, it makes you feel good, and can kind of take your mind off of it, help relax, your muscles in your body. I've been having a lot of body aches and just general, stuff like that.
Malaise.
So it definitely takes the edge off. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm malaise, and it does take the edge off. So there you go, Kurt. You happy now?
I'm in.
Yeah, Kurt, go ahead.
Starting tomorrow. I feel
day.
twice a day. We're starting tomorrow. Hillary told me.
But get some CBD in there too.
Oh, come on. That's the legal stuff.
Well, we understand the entourage effect that the CBD works better when it has a little more THC to it, right?
Right.
So you are definitely a test case, actually, Hillary, I guess, to see how this can affect the COVID-19 virus. Let me ask you a question. A lot of media people have been talking to you, yes?
Yeah, they have. I posted about my experience at the hospital on Facebook, as you mentioned, and it went viral. Pun intended, and it got over 3,000 shares at this point. And in my personal network, I know some of the reporters in the cannabis scene. So a couple of them came. A couple of these calls from reporters came just straight from people I know, and a couple were, people that I didn't know, just reaching out. Another interesting thing, somebody that I know, around the cannabis industry who actually works for the state, for the CCC, reached out to me. Bless him. This was just really amazing. He reached out and he said, "Hey, can I do anything to help you? you know, I have contacts if you need some help. And so he put me in touch with a city councilor's office, Michael Flaherty's office. And they got on the phone with me pretty immediately. I told them what was going on. And they said they'd do some digging, and they called me back about 20 minutes later and said that they had called around, and what they found, and this came from the mayor, you know, the Boston mayor's office health line, was that the regulations that are keeping me from getting tested are federal ones. And so there's not much they can do.
That, you know what? I'm sorry. That would absolutely piss me off beyond.
I think it goes back to we don't have enough kits. Like, I mean, if we had 1 million of them laying around, she'd get tested. But it's crazy that you got tested for the flu. You don't have it. We think you have
COVID-19. Go ahead.
But we can't test you for that. Good luck.
Go
Exactly.
Go into self-quarantine, right? And did they say 14 days? And can I ask you, don't you have a live-in partner?
Yeah, they said 14 days from the onset of symptoms, and that's as long as your symptoms have gone away. So it could be longer if the symptoms persist.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I do. I live with my partner, Antonio. He actually works out of our home. We have a Pilates equipment studio here in the North End that he teaches private lessons out of. So, you know, that's going to be disrupted. But, you know, he actually is not in the country right now. He's in Costa Rica leading a yoga and Pilates retreat with a group from the Boston area. And he left on Sunday morning, you know, so it's in the back of all of our minds that, you know, he might have, if this is what I have, you know, he may have been exposed while I was asymptomatic before he left, which is kind of crazy to think about. I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole.
Right, right, but it's part of this whole journey.
It
right?
is, exactly. You know, so he's supposed to fly back, excuse me, on Sunday. And
where's he going to stay?
Right now,
where's he going to stay?
He's not going to come home.
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna glove up and put a mask on and put a bag together for him today, and then leave it outside the door so that, you know, they kind of are suggesting certain number of hours that this virus can live on different surfaces. So I'm going to leave him some things outside the door today, so that when he gets back, he's got what he needs, and then, you know, he's going to go stay at our friend's apartment down the street. And, you know, we have a good friend who lives in the neighborhood and just happens to be out of town till the end of the month. So he's going to stay over there so he can be right down the street and, you know, bring me anything I need.
And are you, I was going to say, how are you getting food? Are you doing takeout, delivery? Are you even eating anything? I know, you know what? First of all, you don't have to stay on the phone anymore, Hillary. It's okay. You know,
asking you what you're ordering out from Grubhub at this point.
Right.
Go to bed.
At this point, you know what? Just stop talking.
Yep.
Take lots of fluids
or honey.
Get some honey and tea. It could be the magic honey. And more importantly, we are thinking of you. We want you to get better.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, and thank you for actually calling in and telling your story to the world. And gosh, tomorrow you're going to be all over the news. It'll be interesting to see what happens with you, Hillary. We wish you the best of luck.
Try to get
tested. Thank you so much.
You bet. That's Hillary King. You know, usually, David, she sits right where you are.
Yep.
Just want to say.
She spits a lot when she talks, too. I don't know.
No,
luckily, we're a monthly show, so you're okay now.
And luckily, Mike Zotos of Performer TV made it a point to tell us that they wipe everything down.
Fumigate.
And he's fumigated, and he's done a great job in getting as much germs out of here as possible.
That's good.
Okay? Back to what you were telling us a little bit, David, before we got Hillary on the line. What are some of the projects you're working on?
So we're working with a developer who wants to put together a shared facility for cultivators. So think about it like this. A social equity player could come in, rent 5,000 square feet in a 50,000 square foot building. And he's going to have most of it set up. I'm working with two folks this way. And in each one of the cases, we're working on getting a host community agreement. So instead of somebody having to go through a year of pain to get set up and started, once he has a license, he'll be able to bring people in and let them grow within their facility while they go through the licensing process, right? Really tipping a lot of what's going on its head and getting small craft growers into the business.
How frustrating is it that 4 years in after the vote that we're just now starting to see some action for the economic empowerment people and the social equity? You know how upset I get about it.
Right, but I look at it differently. I'll tell you what's more frustrating to me. More frustrating to me is there's 35 to 40 stores open right now, and one of the commissioners in the Cannabis Control Commission was interviewed and said they hope in 2020 we're going to double the number of stores out there. So imagine if we had 37, 38 stores, and they're hoping to get to 75 by the end of the year, when you've got 80 people who have provisional licenses, which means we've got a commissioner who doesn't have a clue about what the numbers are, or they know all sorts of things that they're not disclosing to the people in the industry. Either way, that's not good.
Yeah. And again, it's time that, and a lot of people are they bitch, and yet a lot of people come back to the defense of the CCC too, because they have such a difficult job. Well, you know what? Do your job.
Look, they have a difficult job, and they may not have all their resources. But as you know, I'm a real data hound. You got to be clear on what your data is, and if you're the people who are running the industry, you should know what's going on within your own organization. It shouldn't be, because if that commissioner is correct, and they're only going to double the number of retail stores this year, you're going to see a lot of people run out of money. There's 80 provisional licenses,
which means all of those
80
they have a spot, right, that they're paying for.
They've got a spot. They're probably paying for it. They got their local approval. They've now been approved at the first round by the CCC, and now what they need to do is get the store set up. Which means if they can't be licensed by September, something is really wrong with the system. Really wrong with the system.
So there's these bottlenecks, and you've talked about them, from the landlords to the approval of towns who don't want it. What are the two biggest bottlenecks? If you were the commissioner, what are the two bottlenecks that are completely slowing this down? What would you change? Boom and boom.
Boom and boom. Number one, I would allow for basically master licensees. Somebody to do what we're going to try to do with these cultivation centers. Because you've got a lot of people who want to get into the business, and there's a lot of ways to get people into the business. The other thing I would do is figure out a way to get some of the barriers down. And we figured some of that out. I'm working with somebody else on that, another prospective party that wants to get into the cannabis space. I call it the Nabisco model. Right? There's a lot of people who've been creating edible products and other marijuana-related products for 30 years, 20 years, and they're out in the market. They have a small customer base, and they said, wow, this is cool. I can get a license, and I'm going to get my stuff into stores. And then they begin to look at what they have to go through, and I'm not going to repeat what one of them said at a MassCan meeting, but I listened to somebody who told me there's no way that they're going to go through what they think they have to go through to get a license. So they're just going to stay on the illicit market. There should be a mechanism to get those people into the market, and it should be a lot easier than it is. And I think you could put in master licensees that could allow people to operate underneath them.
What about financial incentives or something like that? I mean, I don't get that.
This whole issue now of they're trying to convince the legislature to give them a fund so they can give out 0% loans.
Yeah.
I think it's good there's going to be a fund. I don't think that people need 0% loans. This is not a low-margin business, especially not right now. And there's no reason. The smaller operators need access to capital. They don't need free capital. And free capital means if there's no return coming back in, how do you help the next group and the next group and the next group, right? Because if one of them fails, now your fund goes down. You drop a little bit. You get a return on it, so people have an incentive to pay it back as soon as they can. And then you're helping the next group and the next group and the next group. There's a lot of things that could be done to help streamline this. I mean, what we're trying to do right now is I got two developers who want to help small cultivators. And I think with the way we're approaching it, I'll probably know within about 6 weeks if we're going to be able to pull off the first piece of this. But that would allow people to get into business really fast. Marijuana agent establishment card, ask the Cannabis Control Commission if you could qualify to be an executive of a licensee, and if they say yes, you're off and running, and you're getting your license while you're running your business under a master licensee.
I like that idea.
Like, what did Oklahoma and Illinois do so much different? I mean, Oklahoma has
800.
It's like 2,900 dispensary approvals in like a night. Where did we just go the wrong way.
I wouldn't look at Oklahoma. I've read a little bit about Oklahoma. I haven't looked at all the regulations, but I don't think Oklahoma is such a big market that they should have that many licenses.
Oh, sure. No doubt.
From that point of view, I think we're better off than Oklahoma, because Oklahoma's going to wake up one day and realize that they've turned into Oregon.
Or Colorado in the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, you got way too many people. They can't make money. They've got an investment. They need to cover their investment, so they begin to skirt a little bit of the law.
Yep.
Right.
And yet here we are. A lot of people, the people, if you will, voted this in, and you think that they voted it in so that those who enjoy this subject or this product, would feel much better about where it came from, what's in it, what's it going to do with me. In other words, it's almost like the people in power have done everything they can to screw up what the people who voted it in wanted.
Yeah, but again, I'll come to a little bit of defense of the state.
Yep.
Had all the knowledge.
Yeah.
And they really didn't do a great job at disseminating that knowledge to all the towns, right? You got most of Massachusetts are small towns. So now they get dropped in their lap this issue of they now need to figure out how they're going to make cannabis work. And some of them figured it out in a way that works, others didn't, and some punted. Take Natick, right? Natick was told by the Attorney General in December 2018, you guys are delaying, and therefore you don't qualify to extend your moratorium. You need to start taking applications when your December 31, 2018 moratorium is up. And Natick, to their credit, did not put in another moratorium. All they did was they refused to take applications. So for 13 and a half months, they're not taking applications until sometime in 2020. And over that period of time, the big, deep-pocketed investors scooped up the best real estate and sat on it. So what Natick has effectively done is made it so that they have a nice process, but none of the social equity and none of the economic empowerment applicants can get a toehold in Natick. They're not going to be allowed to compete. It's basically a rigged system.
And you have now the FBI coming in, asking towns for data and for documents, because there was a shenanigans where the town said, well, hey, all right, we're all going to get a piece of this action. We're going to throw in an extra tax, an extra fee. You're going to support the police. You're going to support this club over here. And they cried foul, the applicants and the guys who got the license.
So here's something to think about, right? Step back and take a look at that as to forget about whether it was right or it's wrong. Look at who's doing it. Andrew Lelling, the U.S. attorney, is now doing something that Maura Healey should do, but Maura Healey's office doesn't like marijuana, so she won't help the industry. And when people in the industry have gone to the Massachusetts Attorney General to say what some of the communities are doing is wrong, they've basically been told, go away, we don't handle that. Right. That's wrong. I mean, that people should remember that when they go to the polls.
Right.
Right? When the U.S. attorney has to step in to do the Attorney General's job.
Of the state.
The state Attorney General's job.
Yep.
That's something wrong. Right? And this wasn't a case that everybody was so quiet about it. There's been a lot of industry screaming. There's a lot of nonprofits that have been complaining. There have been complaints lodged with the AG's office, and the AG's office says, we don't have any jurisdiction over host community agreement issues. Well, somehow the U.S. Attorney's office does.
Right. Well, again, they have done everything possible to delay and retard the growth and the launch of a huge industry in their backyard that can be beneficial to local towns who are losing money, needing money to fill the potholes in their towns, repair the bridges, actually maybe even put money into education. And then here in the state taxes, they're not even distributing that money to where it needs to go.
Yeah, that's true.
So are we corrupt, or are they just continuing to deal with the stigma? They say this is a necessary evil. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to learn about it, and I want it away from me. So I'm just going to make it go away.
Edibles. Calm down. Let's give him an edible. Edible. Whoa.
I got some right here. I mean,
edible. Whoa. Blood pressure. Give me your perfect okay, not counting Bernie. What's the best outcome for cannabis in this election? You have to take Bernie out because that's the obvious one.
Well, look, I think right now it's obvious that Joe Biden, the best. Forget about politics, right? And I'm more of a centrist. the best outcome for cannabis is a really strong Democratic contender who says, I'm going to legalize it, and that the current administration decides that they would like a whole bunch of voters to stay home, and a week or two before the election, they deschedule marijuana to take all the energy out of people's sales so that a whole bunch of the Bernie types will just stay home, right? Think about this. When you're happy, you get relaxed. You tend not to have as much energy. When you're mad as hell, you get very energetic. You see people who are holding signs, generally they're upset about something. So if you want to take people who are upset about marijuana and the state of legalization and what's going on in the country, and you don't want them to vote, it's real simple. Deschedule marijuana.
I know. You know who else has said that for the last... You've heard me say this. I won't be surprised. I said to Steve D'Angelo, when we sat down and talked with him in September, I said, I'm not going to be surprised that a week before the election, he who should not be named or will not be named by me, okay, will pick up the phone and deschedule cannabis in order to get those votes. And
Not
oh
to
my
get
goodness,
the votes, Jimmy. He won't pick votes up. What will happen is he will cause people to not vote for
the Democrats.
Right? And I'm not taking a position one way or the other. Your question, Kurt, was, what do I think is the best thing for cannabis? That's probably the best outcome.
Yeah, because we don't have that candidate, though, like you named, the centralist candidate of a Democrat saying, I'm going to legalize it without counting Bernie. So Biden, I don't feel, would do that.
No, Biden, the last I heard, just wants to drop it down to a Schedule 2.
Oh, Schedule 2, give it to the FDA, or to give it to Big Pharma, which is like, a lot of people will tell you in cannabis, that's worse.
Yeah,
right.
That's going to be 100% controlled by the
That's
government.
the worst. That's the worst nightmare of the industry. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
But again, without going too far down to politics, the only way the Democrats are going to win are going to be to coalesce. And in order to coalesce, they have to bring Bernie on board. And to bring Bernie on board, they're going to have to pick up some of his platform.
Yeah, that's an interesting little twist.
Well, as long as they have a change at the leadership level in this country, I'm going to be happy. What can I tell you? I make no secrets. I make no secrets which side of the fence I'm on.
So remember, we're on the marijuana side of the fence tonight, not politics.
And
that's
honestly,
fine.
A lot of this may come down to how long this virus lasts and what the market looks like come the fall.
Right. The market is tanking, and right now in Japan, the market's tanking and the Dow futures are down. So if you like blood in the street, and if you believe in online communications, buy some Zoom communication stock.
That's
tomorrow.
what you love.
It's
Wait,
going down more.
Can't they just stop trading? Can't they?
They do.
They do
Jimmy.
it on a day. There's like this. I understand.
There's
that.
a trigger.
Right.
As soon as the S&P drops, I think it's
7%. Yeah,
7%. It automatically kicks in a 15-minute stop in the market.
But is 15 minutes really going to make a difference? I mean, shouldn't they just like they're putting the entire world on hold for a couple of weeks? Call me crazy and nuts, because it won't be the first time.
Well, what you're going to see is
the 15 minutes is because of computerized trading.
Right.
Yeah. At some point, though, there'll be buyers in the market who say, look, if this isn't going to get that bad, if this ends up being a longer blip of 90 days, we're still going to recover, and I will buy these stocks at X level, and that's how a market bottoms. As someone says, you know what, at Dow 12,000, I'm in, or whatever the number's going to be.
Look, think about Warren Buffett, right? He loves stocks, and I read something about Warren Buffett a few years ago that I've taken to heart. And he said, I love stocks. So if you love something when it goes on sale, don't you buy more?
Yeah,
so when the
100%.
market goes down like this, I'm sure
loves
he's
it.
buying like crazy.
Thomas English muffins. When it's buy one get one, I stock up on them.
Well, there you go. Start looking at the stocks that you like in the market.
That'd be a better investment.
It's getting down to buy one get one time, right?
Buy one get one. What's next? What's next for the cannabis industry in the world in the country? Are we going? Go ahead.
Here's what's next.
What's next?
The big issue right now that I see on the horizon is going to be cultivation canopy. I don't think that I'm not seeing that there is a strong anybody's got their handle on how much cultivation canopy there is in Massachusetts. I looked at it in late.
Define cannabis canopy, please.
Canopy, indoor,
canopy. Indoor cultivation.
So, the license classes. You can have a license, and you can, as a licensed grower in Massachusetts, you can be licensed to grow up to 100,000 square feet of canopy. So you can get a license that is from 0 to 5,000, 5 to 10, and then it goes 10 to 20, all the way up to 90 to 100, right? I went through and looked at all the licenses that have been handed out and took a look at how much canopy there is unlicensed growers. The range is 1.8 to 2.5 million as of late January. Then I looked, there was about 124 cultivation applications behind that. And I assumed if they're going to look the same as what's out there, we could be in the almost 6 million square feet of canopy range. I don't know how much canopy we need. And if somebody out there knows, I'd be thrilled if you drop me a line. I'd love to talk to you about it. But we're going to get to the point where we've got enough canopy. But with the licensing going so slow and so many people in so many license applications in the queue, that when supply and demand finally come into balance, they're not going to stop, because you're going to have people who have provisional licenses and people who have already applied. And if they stop at that point, it's going to take a year before they catch up and realize that we've got too much capacity. And the place I would hate to be as an investor is overcapacity in a long-term capital investment, which is cultivation, when you got a short-term product, which is agriculture. I mean, I haven't yet seen anybody who grows apples or avocados inside a warehouse. And think about, right, Bruce Linton. It would have been nice if he were on tonight. His former firm just idled 3 million square feet of greenhouse space, in part because they're growing outdoors. Now, I've listened to everybody tell me how I'm nuts thinking you can grow outdoors in Massachusetts. But hey, sounds like they can do it in Canada. And if they can do it in Canada, they can do it down here.
And how was that winter we just had? Right? I mean, there is climate change going on. I think we all
you're going to see
agree.
Climate change in the next 10 days. You remember what happened after the terrorist attacks in 2001? How when they grounded all the airplanes, what the APA found out was the air quality in the United States within about a week went through the roof. It was much better. Well, now that the airlines are starting to ground flights because there's not enough demand, I bet you're going to hear within the next couple of weeks, when things begin to die down a little bit, that the air quality is substantially improved.
Let's hope
Which
that
will help outdoor grows.
Right.
I happen to think the outdoor grows, I think outdoor grows and greenhouses are very good ideas. And one of the reasons is I've listened to people say you can't make money using greenhouses. But even if you can't grow all year long, when you start to talk to people with sizable grows and they're talking about $200,000 a month plus for electric bills,
right,
man.
Well, that's why I think the solar industry, that's why solar therapeutics, I think that the cannabis industry should not be required necessarily to be solar, but there should be financial incentives to go solar, just like they do with your houses now, right?
As soon as there's enough grow and supply and demand come into balance, prices are going to come down, and you're going to see a lot more people trying to grow outside because the risk of crop theft will go down. I talked to somebody who you know well, Maggie, who has told me that they believe they will get their pricing down, and this is small grows, down to $100 a pound.
Wow.
Right?
And that's good.
Wow.
I remember that.
Yeah, I was going to say Maine is... That's getting down there.
Right. You're not going to have to go up to Maine, Kurt.
Right. No. Hey,
think of all the gas you're going to save.
That's right.
and bring down the air quality is going to improve around my house.
All right. I got to wrap this up, guys. David Rabinovitz, thank you so much for coming in today.
Great being here.
Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net. Mike Zotos and his pal Austin, thank you for helping us out, including our guests, Jacques Santucci, Dr. Ryan Zachlin, Dr. Jordan Tischler, and, of course, Hillary. Feel better, Hillary. We love you. We miss you. And we'll see you next month here back at Performer TV in Quincy for more Weed Talk Live. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there.
Thank you.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hey guys, I'm just getting this all set up, and this is Nurse Mark and the Green Nurse Podcast. We are here. What are we here for? To bring hope,
inspiration,
growth, and healing. Right? Mark and I like to talk about things that people don't like to talk about. And the reason why it is important to talk about things is to decrease stigma around these issues for healing.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
It is.
So tonight's topic, men, women, irritable bowel, and cannabis. And, no one wants to talk about poop. Mark,
we're going to talk about poop. Sherry and I were talking before we got on this thing. You know what? It's a topic of conversation with every nurse. We all talk about poop. Every shift change, what do we talk about with the patients?
Did the patient pass gas? Did they move their bowels? The color, the consistency? Did you dip it for blood? Guaiac?
Right.
Seriously, this is.
Listen, it's important. We have to know these things because it's absolutely directly related to your health. And if you're in the hospital and you're not pooping, you ain't leaving.
And and part of my story, for people that are out there, literally it is. I can make fun of it now, but at the time I was sick and suffering. I had pseudomembranous C. diff colitis, which landed me in the emergency room, the intensive care unit with megacolon. And that disease almost
killed me. So what's megacolon?
Megacolon is when your colon it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger because things were not moving through my colon.
Hey, how are you? Happy Monday. Ugh, doesn't that sound awful? Welcome to Cannabis Chat, everybody. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media, and I am so happy to have alongside once again our pal from flowerandtonic.com, Alyssa Merrill. How are you, Alyssa, today?
Good. How are you?
Never a dull moment in the world of cannabis and COVID. Sure enough, our home state of Massachusetts, our governor, Charlie Baker, has decided to bring things back a little bit as we enter into the flu season. And of course, depending on where you happen to be watching this, here in Massachusetts, we got about 5-6 inches of snow outside your house over the weekend. Trick or treat there, Alyssa?
Yeah, that was super fun. Yes.
Did you still? I just want to know, did you have any trick or treaters at your house at all?
I literally threw candy at my kids. We made them stand outside and just hucked candy at them. Not joking. It was kind of funny. It was memorable. And then we smashed pumpkins. And so that's what we're probably going to do tonight. But yeah, it's a weird week. I have a feeling this is going to be a strange week. This is Monday. And I just feel like I said to my girls on the way home from school today, this is just going to be a week that, we're going to want to journal and remember. But yes, let's start with your news. But yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of interesting.
Well, needless to say, tomorrow we're on the day before Election Day, most anticipated election certainly in my lifetime for sure. And we have absolutely no idea what is going to happen. But we do know that there are 5 states out there that are going to make a decision on whether or not they bring in a medical marijuana program or an adult use recreational program. And all eyes obviously are on the Senate seats that are available in this election and to see which way that Senate might swing one way or another. And of course, there's a presidential election tomorrow as well. And I believe I saw 92 million people have already voted, Alyssa. That's a pretty amazing total considering the polls haven't opened yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I do. I don't even know what to say. Yeah. People are fighting. I'm just so tired of it. I want it to be over. I don't talk politics often. I like to be engaged in a conversation about politics, but that was one thing my dad taught me was, you vote in private for a reason. And he's like, no one has to really know what your vote is. That, and stay away from pyramid schemes and never lend money unless you don't need it, unless you can go without it. Those were good tips. But the voting, the politics one, I love being involved. So I feel like this is going to be we're going to have some guests who have a lot to say about politics and cannabis. I think I didn't realize how much was at stake with this election. And
oh, yes. And we'll be talking with three great guests that you've helped us get onto this show today. And one of them is Ted Reynolds, and I believe he's coming up at the bottom of this hour in about 25 minutes or so. And tell us a little something about Ted Reynolds that you know.
Well, I met him last year at the cannabinoid convention in Boston, and he's one of the original extraction experts. He worked with Charlotte's Web doing some of the original extractions. So he's also like I think he was a professional, semi-professional athlete. So he's, you coming from that world, the aches and pains kind of led him to learning more about cannabis, but he's used it more as a supplement. Like he's into the health fitness world of DHEA and things that honestly, like I don't really understand. So he's my expert when it comes to like fish oil supplements and, there are all these things that prime your endocannabinoid system that we're not really utilizing, that make things work better. So it's all about the homeostasis. And then there's the synergy of some of these supplements plus cannabis is pretty amazing. So
good.
So he's a big advocate about health when it comes to health and wellness, and a younger version of Mr. McKay, who's one of the original extraction experts.
That's right. He may be is he the father of the extraction world? Because Lord knows he's been around a long time, and Dr. John McKay we're talking about, and that's coming up in just in about 53 minutes or so. And then we round it off with Rob Doble at 5:30, I believe. Am I right, Alyssa?
Yes, and he came from the pharmaceutical world, so we kind of bonded over our frustrations and then our love for what we're doing now, but our frustrations with how, we really want to be communicating with physicians. So, he and I speak that language, and a lot to discuss there because he's making there's a lot of progress being made. And
there's still a lot of controversy too at the federal government level too, with different agencies pointing fingers at each other. I'm sure we'll get into that conversation with all three of these guys, because we all know we're all sitting here waiting for history of some kind to be written, and hopefully there will be some kind of a peaceful display of democracy. Let's leave it at that over the next 48 hours. I'm a little wary about what might happen no matter what the result is. One way or another. I think people are too quick to act on a violent level when it comes to an emotional decision that affects all of us. And, I really do believe in, can we all just chill out, get along, and talk this thing through? Because violence isn't going to answer anything. And if anything, it puts a bad taste in everybody's mouth when you react violently. So we're certainly preaching peace, love, and happiness over here at Pro Cannabis Media. Just quickly, let me just give you some of the updates in Massachusetts on what it's not a rollout, it's a rollback. I guess it's kind of like turning the clocks back over this past weekend. They're going to bring back gatherings have to be limited to no more than 10 people. It was at 25. They did have some indoor dining rules that they were slowly bringing in. Well, guess what? They're rolling those back. Now all restaurants have to close at 9:30 p.m. And they also, you cannot go out. Well, it's not really martial law, but they're encouraging people to stay home from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. And of course, everything is still up in the air with all that stuff. They want everybody wearing a face covering in public, including anybody over the age of 5. I just want to know who's actually taking the IDs of the 4.5-year-old, whether or not the kid has a mask on or not. Really?
Right.
I mean, you don't have to worry about that. Your kids do everything you ask them to do, don't they, Alyssa?
No, they don't mind the mask. I don't love the mask. They, no one does, but yeah, they don't seem fazed by it. They seem to accept things a lot easier, thankfully. So at least there's that.
I think everybody knows it's designed to not just to keep you from infecting anybody else, just in case you might have this. So it truly is an unselfish act to wear a mask, because you are protecting others from you, as opposed to you thinking that they might have it or whatever. And it is what it is. Let's see.
I just feel
what
like,
else?
Don't you feel like, I'm sorry, I just have to say this, because don't you feel like the mask could be a little like better developed by now? It's been like 9 months. Like, shouldn't we have like phase 2 masks or something that are like see-through or easier to speak? I just feel like that's just puzzling me. Like, I don't know, my expectations though, again, this is where my expectations are super high, and maybe, I don't know, but I've seen these ads for the ones that are see-through. Have you seen those?
Yeah. You know what? I've seen the see-through masks. I've also seen the masks that make it look like your face, which I think are the best masks because I miss looking at people's faces. And the other ones that are out there, they've got the little ventilator thing. I got one of those now. I've got one I can throw in the wash. You know, they're all different shapes and sizes, and even those light ones are probably the easiest ones to just leave in your car so you don't forget that you need a mask when you go out in public. And I support that 100%.
Oh, yes.
You know, we're still in a COVID pandemic here for people. This is one of the things that I just can't believe we're still saying after 8 months of this. You know, have we learned anything? Yeah, we've learned how to be germaphobes, and I think that has helped. But certainly, Massachusetts has been kind of on the forefront of dealing with this pandemic from the very beginning, really since that meeting in February down at the Seaport area. That was
the Biogen meeting.
Biogen meeting. Thank you very much. Exactly right.
My daughter, yeah. Oh, but you know what's very interesting? John McKay. We should speak to him a little bit. His expertise is in terpenes. So I've heard from some really smart scientists that there's a lot to do with pollen in the air, terpenes, and sunlight. And the combination of those three, like that combination kept us a little safer. And now it's when the air is so dry, and you know, something about those three kind of had a protective quality that they hadn't quite figured out yet. So that might be something we could talk to him about, because we've had a very dramatic shift in weather as of late. So yeah, I didn't know that the restrictions were that tight. Was that announced today?
That was announced about an hour ago. So this is breaking news, as they say in the old business of mine. They just released these. A couple of other things. We mentioned that there are 5 states that are voting on medical or adult use. The only state right now that they're worried about, although they're not sure about Montana right now, which I think is interesting. Mississippi still, it can go either way. New Jersey is certainly expected to pass it 3-1, which I think is good. And finally, the New Zealand vote was finally turned down. But here's an interesting note about the New Zealand vote. It turns out the newly re-elected Prime Minister, and her name is Jacinda Ardern, didn't reveal her support for the measure until after it failed. And it says here, annoying its backers. I'm guessing that annoyed their backers indeed. Let's see what else we got here. We have a lot of new products on the market that have infused either CBD or THC, especially in California. And there are a whole slew of celebrities now that are getting involved with that. And one is Gwyneth Paltrow, and the others, Rebel Wilson, who, by the way, I have like no idea who that is, or Darren Criss.
Awesome.
I have no idea who that is. I bet you know them all.
Yeah, no, I don't really, but she's pitch perfect. Like, that's classic.
Okay. Well, I know Gwyneth Paltrow. Okay, that one I know.
Yes, and she actually has really good, yes, she's had some good information. She's into the holistic natural medicine. So, yeah, very interesting. I never really had interest in her. We can discuss that another day.
That is the THC beverage CAN, C-A-N-N. That's all 3 of those celebrities are now investing in that. And let's see. Did you know who the parent company of Zigzag is? That's just one of those weird things that I just learned. Did you know?
No.
It's called Turning Point. And it's a vape outfit Dosis raised $15 million from Turning Point, the parent company of Zigzag rolling papers and several smokeless tobacco brands.
Dosis, you said?
Yeah. Yeah. So, what can I tell you? Let's see. This is a lot of California stuff. I'm going to pass that. I mean, no big deal. I mean, in that we do come from the East Coast, but we do know we have viewers and followers from California out that way. So I'm not totally going to ignore it. And let's see. Oh, well, here's the interesting item I think that we will get into with all the CBD experts that we're talking to over the next hour and a half or so. Are you familiar with the term hot hemp?
Not really, no.
Okay, so a new DEA rule which takes a hard line on hot hemp has alarmed the CBD industry. And now 9 House members are writing the organization, the agency DEA, expressing concern. The rule considers anything containing more than 0.3% THC to be federally illegal and subject to prosecution under the Controlled Substances Act. Now, that doesn't surprise, right?
Right. No, and people are kind of idiots are like growing. Sorry, but potheads. No, just that's horrible. They're growing like right next to THC plants, so like they combine and like there's drifts, and so if you're in Colorado and your farm is next to one with heavy THC products, then there's pretty good likelihood there's going to be drifts, and very unregulated. So I think that's not a bad thing. I think that's reasonable. If you're growing hemp, grow hemp. If you want to grow other things, do that. But be honest about it.
And that's it. Yeah. And look, the whole hemp regulations continue to be a battleground for different agencies in Washington, D.C. And I'm guessing all 3 of the people that we'll be talking to will have some thoughts on that as well.
Yeah. John. Fascinating. There was some stuff that I honestly like. I don't believe in a lot of conspiracy theories. I try to stay away from things that sound like conspiracy, I'm a little shocked though at like what's been available for studies and the reasoning why things haven't been published. And John will speak more to that intelligently, but it's the upcoming changes are going to highlight a lot of like what we already know, which will be pretty exciting about CBD and hemp and cannabis. So,
well, I mean, so much is, kind of a lot will change if there is a change. How's that? If there is a change in our governmental structure and the people in our government, we will see more fast changes in the cannabis space than probably any other industry over the next 6 months for a number of reasons. And one in particular is it seems to me that if we go to the decriminalization side of things on the federal level and we open up the banks to the cannabis industry, that means we're going to also open up research opportunities in this space, and there'll be a lot more jobs involved and available. So here's what we're going to do, Alyssa. I get to talk a little bit about 420 because, on this show, we're live on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and we always take a break at 420, and I get to explain to people who may not know, and I am always surprised that there are still people out there that do not understand how 420 originated and the role that the high school kids from San Rafael, California played in this whole thing. So I'm going to talk a little bit about 420 here. On the other side of our break, we'll welcome in our first guest, and Alyssa and I will continue to chat and interview the 3 people that we have planned to interview during the next 90 minutes or so. 420, let's get back to that. 1971, San Rafael High School, a bunch of guys, what a shock. They decide they want to meet outside the high school 4 every day at the Louis Pasteur statue that was across the street from the high school. And that's the place, that was their meeting place at 4 so they could go out and catch a little buzz. Now, law enforcement figured this out after a while and adopted that 420 call so that it equated with public consumption of cannabis. There's a 420 going on at the corner of Main and Dean Street or whatever, and they would send a car down there and they'd probably either arrest or certainly hassle anybody that they would find, because at that time in the 70s, it was very much against the law to possess even a joint or 2. And sure enough, now we've made a lot of progress since then. So the 420 code has been adopted by the cannabis community, and my version of the 420 was a song produced and sang by a guy named Jonathan Edwards, and the song was Shanty, and it really does kind of speak for itself. So we're going to take a break, listen to Shanty, and we'll be back on the other side.
Yeah, this is a tune that I wrote back in 19... I've forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm going to sit down in my rented car. I'm going to jam it into drive. I'm going to head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday. Thank God.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan Edwards, and our friends at I think it's SDA. I keep screwing that up, but it's a radio station in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, for that little song, that little interlude. And we are waiting to connect with Ted Reynolds. We see that he's in our Zoom room, but we haven't seen an image yet or actually seen that he can talk. His audio is on. So, Alyssa, you and I will continue to talk a little bit more about the cannabinoid medicine world. And Ted, I'll give you a little background on him. This guy spent a lot of time in labs. And I know, Alyssa, you too have spent times in labs for testing of products, correct?
Yes. I love
What-
a lab test. Yes.
What's that? I mean, I'm guessing that, seeing as which people are getting onto airplanes with hazmat suits, I'm guessing that in a lab, they're wearing these really intense hazmat suits too, because they don't want to infect anything. In fact, I couldn't even go into a grow room at a dispensary because I didn't have my hazmat suit with me. So needless to say, those in the industry are pretty protective of their plants that they're testing. Yes?
Yes. Yes. I mean, Ted works with everything. Like, he works with the devices that mix the products. So, like, to make sure that there he is. Hi. That's how I first met him, through like a product called the Speed Mixer, which I call the cookie mixer. So take all the recipes and put them together. So I'll let him share a little more with that. But yes, so we met about a year ago talking at this cannabinoid conference where he was promoting some of the manufacturing technology. So.
Well, there you go. And now I see him, and I'm going to assume that he can hear us. So now I'm going to say, hello, Ted.
Hi, Jimmy.
And how are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Good. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going to boost your volume a little bit so we can hear it here in the studio as well as online. But I'm going to read your bio. It says here you're a co-founder of Endosyn. Can you give us a little brief on what Endosyn is?
So Endosyn, I would call in a nutshell a cannabinoid research and development company with a focus on endocannabinoids themselves.
Gotcha. And I'm not going to ask you to list them because we all know them as ABCD, CBD, ABD, THCA, BN, CBN. I'm only kidding. I'm trying to be a goof here, and there's nothing to be goofy about cannabinoid medicine because there's so much to learn about the different molecules that make up the cannabis sativa plant. And it seems that every month or so, another one is discovered. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, just in the last few years alone, I've seen the number jump from around 80 to now over 144 that have been definitely identified. And there's, theory that there's probably much more that we haven't discovered yet.
That's just crazy. Now, obviously, we're joined by Alyssa Merrill. My name's Jimmy Young, and I appreciate you coming on. It does say here in your bio that you have actually visited over 100 different cannabis labs all over North America. When you go to a lab, what exactly are you looking for?
So usually we're in the extraction or product development department. And so it's not that I'm there looking for anything in particular. They're usually seeking out our, equipment and expertise and helping them optimize their cannabis processing. So that's what I'm primarily there to do is help people make better medicine and a higher quality, faster, and be more efficient with it.
Alyssa, you could jump in here anytime, but I do have one question for Ted about the extraction process. And I understand decarboxylation. How's that? I even got that out in the first time. But there's also a way to extract the magic, if you will, from the cannabis plant at home. I mean, I've seen people do it on their stoves. What is the advantage of a really big, high-priced piece of equipment versus doing it on your own at home?
Well, there'll be differences in the extracts that you're doing at home versus the ones that are produced commercially. The solvents have a lot to do with what you can do with the end product. So for, say, an at-home extraction, commonly oil, like olive oil, for example, or ethanol will be used. And those turn into primarily ingestible products or maybe even topical, but you're not going to be inhaling those types of products. So when you get over to the other solvents with like butane, propane, CO2, those typically wind up being an inhaled product because after you remove the solvents, it's a safer product to inhale versus like a alcohol, ethanol based. You don't want to really inhale that. And then obviously inhaling just food oil is not going to work and probably not good for you either. So that's the primary differences between the two, at home versus commercial.
Okay, there you go. Because I mean, we're being a little light, but that vitamin E stuff that was in those vapes was not a good thing to be putting in anything that you had to inhale. I remember that part happening with the vaping crisis from a few months back. Never a dull moment in the cannabis space. I see here, excuse me?
No, I mean, I met Ted because I was questioning, like, how do I find better, safer products? And he was my go-to because it kind of starts, I think, at the lab, and starts at the testing, but even before that, and how and we can talk to John more in depth, but like how it's actually extracted from the plant. So there's so many pieces to what makes a product safe, and then actually work then becomes the next challenge. So, and that's where I've really looked at his expertise. So, because we're still struggling to find good products here, I think, in Massachusetts. So, Ted, what would you say is the most exciting piece of equipment or exciting like news advancement happening right now in product development?
So I think the most exciting thing on that side is probably the development of yeast production. So much like a lot of pharmaceuticals like insulin or even B vitamins for that matter, for a lot of supplements, they're made using yeast or some kind of organism like algae or microbes. And the fact that the yeast-derived cannabinoids are now feasible and in production and able to be integrated into all the cannabinoid products that are out there, I think is the most exciting. Following the model of aspirin, which is like a white willow bark derivative, to grow enough aspirin using purely natural white willow bark, you'd have to grow it in every forest on the planet. So cannabinoids looking to take the same kind of demand level to be able to keep up with that kind of production. I think the advancement of yeast is extremely exciting.
Wow. So that's like, I didn't know we were going there. I was thinking just like a good topical, but I mean, that's like it's exciting though. I'm glad you did, because I feel like everyone we're always like one step further. Like, I think I'm already bored with CBD now that like we're really able to dig in and talk about it. I'm like, let's move on to the next. And you're kind of, I think we're on the same page there. And that is, I think, an exciting direction, because Jimmy, when we're talking about all this stuff, it's a plants, and plants like molds and and they go bad. I mean, there's so many bad products out there, as I've learned from Ted,
Right.
Ted. So there's a lot of opportunity to do much better, but it's also a plant you're working with. So
I've got a question for Ted, and it's obvious that did you take organic chemistry in college, Ted?
Just a couple times.
Every single person I went to school with that was much smarter than me, mostly pre-med people, had to take that organic chemistry. And I just remember it really filtered out the haves from the have-nots, let's just say. Probably one of the toughest courses. But and I'm joking a little bit about this, but I got to ask this question about knowledge of the policymakers in Washington, D.C. Right now we've got the DEA pointing the fingers at the FDA and pointing the fingers at the USDA, the Department of Agriculture. No one wants to take responsibility for regulating CBD or or all the cannabinoids that are in this plant. They're all pointing each other. Well, if it's over 0.3%, that's going to be yours. Well, if it's 4%, though, it's not really mine because it's just over, whatever. Point being is, how frustrating is it for someone who's as smart as you, the scientists who understand the plant? Are you getting called to Washington? Are there people lobbying for the right thing? Are they asking for information from people like yourself, the scientists that are out there that are working in this space, or are they just making it up as they go along?
I would say it's probably a little bit of both. I would say on the state levels, there's definitely a lot more involvement in bringing the stakeholders, the scientists that are part of it, into the discussions and to figure out the regulatory framework. I think Colorado does a pretty good job, and I'm pretty familiar with some of the people that are in this scientific kind of lobbying group, so to speak. At the federal level, with the FDA particularly, they have called for public opinion on suggestions on how to regulate CBD. Now, it isn't a science or research only type of forum. So it's drawing in any kind of public opinion you have. So whether it's an anecdote of treating your ailment, but it's illegal in your state or what have you, there is a lot of commentary from people on suggesting how CBD should be looked at, let alone cannabis. But for the THC levels and that amount and discussion for that marijuana classification of a plant, I don't think I see a whole lot of discussion being invited in from any scientific body. And it's kind of ironic because the National Institute of Health actually has a patent on cannabinoids, including THC, as an antioxidant and neuroprotectant. So our own governmental health bodies are saying there is medical application for these cannabinoids, yet it's the rest of the three-letter agencies didn't get that memo.
Right, and it's still a Schedule I drug. We all get this. So let's do some hypothetical here. Let's pretend for a minute it's a month from now.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's a new administration, at least voted in to Washington, D.C., and everything's going swimmingly. And Lord knows I'd love to believe that is going to happen, but I don't for a minute. If you were in charge of the regulations for CBD infusion in beverages or in food, what would be, how would you go about doing that, and what would be your recommendations?
Dietary supplements have a pretty good framework. Some people like to say that there's, loopholes, so to speak, for unsafe products, when it's actually quite difficult to have an unsafe product in that space. You do have to do what's called as a self-affirmed GRAS study, and that's where you get a panel of scientific experts to determine the safety of your product. Now, currently, that's not being done because it's not required. We're kind of Wild West with the CBD, is nobody's taking ownership of it. But I would like to see that pathway be granted so that people could prove the safety of their products, which is the primary concern with CBD. It's not that it's a narcotic or an intoxicant. It's the safety profile needs to be established. And producers need to go through that study to prove that their products are safe by the way that they process and manufacture them, including the ancillary ingredients that they use, say for nano products. Nano products are really getting up in popularity, but there's not a whole lot of discussion about the fact that nano emulsions, once in the bloodstream, will nano emulsify the other the other medications in your system that are in your bloodstream. So it can amplify the effects of whatever co-medications you're taking. So that's where it gets potentially dangerous. Now, the risk factor with that is probably fairly low for the average commercial product, but for people that are immune compromised or taking it as a life-saving medication, there needs to be careful notation of the safety profiles with these products that they're taking.
There you go.
And Ted, could you speak a little bit too? So Ted's really an expert, when it comes to the endocannabinoid system. He taught me about, I never believed in any of this stuff, like fish oil. I hated when I was pregnant, but I took it and I believe in it, but I never understood it. And he really explained that how, can you speak a bit about, the endocannabinoid 101 and kind of how we can make our products work better, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll go in reverse, I guess. So at the cannabinoid conference that Alyssa and I met at, there was a statement made by one of the researchers. I can't remember exactly which one, but was talking about entourage effects and the different cannabinoids and terpenes, but also endocannabinoids that can potentially synergize together for a different outcome for a medication. And what he said was, there's more iterations of cannabinoid synergies than there are stars in the observable universe. So meaning that we have probably an infinite number of these different cannabinoid products that can be come up with for various ailments. Now, as I believe going into the future that cannabinoid medications will one day be seen as a first-line treatment for almost all chronic illness. And getting into the endocannabinoid 101 will kind of explain that. So the endocannabinoid system is one of the human body's oldest regulatory system. So it's balancing homeostasis, the balance of energy essentially, and how energy is being used throughout the body. It goes back 600 million years. So we can find evidence of the ECS back in microbes in the ocean before life even sprouted legs. So it's in our mitochondria. And if you remember 8th grade biology, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. So there's cannabinoid receptors on your mitochondria, and basically going up in scale of life form from there. So your cannabinoid receptors are found all throughout the cell. It's found on the outside of the cell, like many of us know. And it's also found in pretty much nearly every cell in the human body. As far as it's been identified, every tissue type has cannabinoid receptors there. It even goes so far to identify cannabinoid receptors as the most common G-coupled protein receptor in the brain. And G-coupled protein receptors are the largest class of receptors for neurotransmitters in your brain. So cannabinoid receptors are the largest class of neurotransmitter receptors in your brain, more than dopamine, endorphins, GABA, any of those. So there's been very little attention from mainstream medicine on literally the most abundant neurotransmitter receptor in your body. Going up from that, so the endocannabinoid system comprises of mainly three things. The enzymes that make it, so that convert fatty acids into an endocannabinoid, the endocannabinoid themselves, and then the receptors. And then I guess a fourth component, the enzymes that break them back down into the first two components. So the components of an endocannabinoid are primarily omega acids. And so this goes to nutrition and into pharmacology, but the omega acids we consume in our diet, you've heard for years omega-3s are good for you and blah, blah, blah. But until recently, it wasn't really known what they were doing. And so what we found, or researchers have found, is that they're making endocannabinoids, these omegas that we eat. And so that's why it's important to have a balanced omega diet for many reasons, but a primary one being the endocannabinoid system.
All right, so this is the fatty acid chain. We're going back to because Jimmy, are you following any of this? So
I'm taking notes. It's like I'm at a chemistry class and I'm taking notes.
I know. I need to dumb it down, and then I need to dumb it down further because I hardly understand it.
You can dumb it down for me. I'm comfortable with that because I flunked 8th grade biology. Go ahead.
I'm not embarrassed to say it because you know what? It's scary that doctors aren't educated this way. So it's just I think a lot of people were trying to figure out what's true and what's, everyone was for a while was taking fish oil and it was gross, I think. People just kind of gave up on it, but I kind of think, right? The trends kind of have gone up and down with fish oil and omega-3s. Am I right? Or
I mean, their sales numbers, as any indication of their growth, keep going up. So more and more people are using omega-3s.
Okay. I take them every day. Big old fat fish oil pill. Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, so that's back at the foundation. That's the fatty acid chain you were talking about.
Right. So cannabis evolved to mimic this system, which makes it highly unique as a plant species on the planet, because the plant recognized through its evolution that by making these cannabinoids, the phytocannabinoids, THC, CBD, it was feeding the endocannabinoid system of everything around it. So animals, for instance, humans have been propagating cannabis for 10,000 years, plus. And we've spread it all over the planet. So it's almost like there's this co-evolution where cannabis wanted to, reproduce, which is what organisms want to do. and it paired up with humans to feed our endocannabinoid system, and then we spread it all over the world.
Now, can we use it to knock out this goddamn virus that everybody's still freaking out about? I don't know if you follow, I'm sure you follow research, but we got to interview Dr. Igor Kovalchuk from the University of Lethbridge in Alberta, and he was doing some modeling and how COVID and cannabis, could interact, or one could stop the flow. You know who I'm talking about?
I don't know him particularly, but I've seen some of the studies that are coming out on COVID and cannabinoids.
Yeah.
And is there hope?
Definitely. There's also an endocannabinoid that many people are not familiar with that's actually been studied effective in 6 other coronaviruses in humans, human clinical trials. It's called palmitoyl ethylamide, or PEA for short. Now, if you search for PEA, you might get a few different things.
Prince Edward Agency. Sorry. I'm being a goof. I'm trying to lighten it up, because I got to tell you, half this conversation goes right over my head. But what you just said is very interesting to me, just because of how the endocannabinoid system works and how this COVID virus attacks a certain part of our bodies, mostly in our lungs, right?
So as far as I understand it, the primary thing is a blood clotting issue with COVID because of the inflammation. So the cytokine storm. So the cytokines being an inflammatory molecules, basically. And so cannabinoids are anti-inflammatory. All cannabinoids are anti-inflammatory.
Right.
So that's where it could potentially have use for this, is that it's diminishing the inflammation caused from COVID, rather than, like killing the virus itself, as far as I understand it.
Right. Okay. Well, do we lose his audio?
No.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't. All right. Thank you for letting me know that. I appreciate that. Gosh, yikes. All right. So I want to go back to the COVID pandemic and the virus. One of the things, it happened to a Red Sox player this year, Eduardo Rodriguez, got COVID, got positive tested, and then it attacked his heart. He had has something wrong with his heart, and they've tied it to the COVID. Mm-hmm. Is there, am I crazy to say, is there a way to undo some of the damage that COVID has done through using some of the cannabinoids that we've discovered?
That's a good question.
Woohoo!
Like a recovery, kind of, right? Like, that is kind of what we describe it as being, as a recovery. So.
Right.
Yeah. There's many ways you can look at the biochemistry and what it's shown us so far, and you could probably deduce from there that it likely has benefit for recovery because of all of the benefits that it does. Now, will there be a human clinical trial on that? Right. Not in this country, but maybe in Israel or somewhere else. But as a betting man, I would put money on it being beneficial for recovery, given all of the benefits from all cannabinoids in general.
Interesting.
So what do you take as a daily supplement, as someone who studies this, as someone who, like as an expert, what should we be taking if we're using, cannabis medically or recreationally, like just to feel better on a regular basis and to have more of a even keeledness about us, I guess?
Right. So I look at cannabinoids from cannabis as kind of a stopgap. It is temporary relief from a more systemic issue. Okay. So I think if you have a good foundation, say with your omegas, for example, given that's the primary means of production, then go from there. So if you have a good foundation, but you're still having issues, then, start looking elsewhere. But until you fix the foundation of a house, you can make the roof look pretty, you could, put in accordion doors, whatever, the foundation of that house is still going to crumble. So I say start with the foundation, which is omegas. Primarily omega-3 DHA is the one almost all of us are deficient in, given most of us don't live near coastal cities and eat plenty of seafood, and that's almost the only source of DHA.
And that builds the fatty acid, which is the first layer, right? That
builds your cell membrane.
I'm trying to make this simple. So after all that talk, so then that omega-3 will help build a stronger cell membrane, which will help kind of guide the receptor or open. Okay.
So it helps in a few ways. So the omegas you can think of as like structure components of the cell membrane. And so the omega gives you good structure for your cannabinoid receptors to work properly because they float in the membrane. Okay. So they're floating around like that. But then additionally, it produces its own endocannabinoids and that have, high anti-inflammatory, antioxidant properties, stuff like that. So it's kind of two-pronged. But start with omega-3 DHA, DHA specifically, not other omega-3s, but I won't get into that.
No, but DHA specifically, we can maybe share a little bit on through Pro Cannabis or Flower and Tonic about what your recommendations are. But DHA, and then do you have a certain amount that you recommend, or do you have or foods also that we can eat that might help?
Yeah, so salmon, tuna, mackerel, cod, they have DHA. So basically cold water fish. Sardines actually have a lot.
Anchovies?
I think anchovies too, yeah.
Okay.
If they're a cold water fish, yeah, most likely.
Okay. I'm one of the few people that actually have their Caesar salad with extra anchovies. Okay.
We can talk about probiotics and prebiotics, and that's the other really interesting part of this all that I think, right?
Well, that goes to the endocannabinoid system, being everywhere in the body. It's even in our microbiome. So, how our gut flora talks to the rest of our body. Well, researchers have found that our microbes will actually produce different endocannabinoids in the gut. And then off they go to communicate with the rest of the body. Even THC has been researched to influence the microbiome and promote the growth of beneficial bacteria. So there's all sorts of universal communication happening at the endocannabinoid system level. It's even thought the placebo effect could be stemming from the endocannabinoid system.
Huh.
The music, wasn't that the first real proof of the endocannabinoid system? Am I right? The study on music and
that's a recent study, yeah, but that's originally the endocannabinoid system was found because they were looking for a THC receptor in the late 80s, early 90s.
Well, thank you, Justin Bieber, because I officially love him. And he makes me, I get happy. You can't hear his song. He's got a new song. You just can't help it make me happy. And that's, I believe, the endocannabinoid system. So I'll take my fish oils, right? And no, I'm sorry, not fish oil, my DHA.
DHA. Wait, and is that just built into our foods, or can you actually just enhance? Can you go to a nutrition store and get DHA pills?
What you'll find is that you never find it alone. DHA is not really available alone. Yep. And I wouldn't even I wouldn't recommend to take it just alone. Okay. But it is the primary one that we're all deficient in. So there are extra DHA fish oil or algae oil that you can get to come up and boost your levels.
Wow. This is great. I got to tell you, Ted, I'm really impressed. I mean, first of all, I'm going to admit, I took a lot of notes. I kind of followed where you were going with this. I've done a lot of research. I've certainly talked to enough people that I understand the whole basis of the endocannabinoid system and the role it plays in our neurotransmitters. But everybody thinks I know a lot about cannabis now, and it's a joke when I talk to somebody like you, because it's I didn't take chemistry in college.
They don't teach you this in college. You gotta the whole endocannabinoid system stuff. You gotta go self-teach on that one because it's not really available.
There you go.
Well, we do know that there's a little movement going on, that we may actually start to see more of this being taught at colleges and in med schools. And there are more and more universities that are finally understanding that this is a plant medicine, and there's so many fascinating different aspects of it that they're finally looking at perhaps doing more studies. And if we move forward and get this stuff decriminalized and open up the research, all of a sudden you're going to have research assistants and jobs and grants. And the more knowledge we have, the better we're going to understand the role that this plant has played for thousands of years in all of our bodies, right?
Right. Yes.
So we certainly hope that that happens. Well, Ted Reynolds, I really appreciate you taking some time, giving me a little chemistry lesson. I appreciate that. I have my notes, and if you do want to send me a quiz on email, I'll give it my best shot.
I grade on a curve, so.
Fair enough. And if it's me against Alyssa, I give up. All right, here, because I go to her for my expertise whenever I need something like that. So,
and that's where this industry is so scary, because sometimes it's like 6 degrees of separation, but these are the experts we should be looking to. And so I'm grateful for your time, Ted. Thank you.
That's right. And we've got a big expert coming up in just a few minutes. Dr. John McKay is going to be joining us. So Ted Reynolds, by the way, can people get in touch with you? You're a public speaker. I see that on here. How do people get in touch with you?
I would say LinkedIn is probably the easiest way to get a hold of me. Ted Reynolds. You'll see my picture. It'll say Indocin, Can of Complete, Speed Mixer on there. And you can find me there pretty easily.
And that's where I found your bio. So thank you, Ted Reynolds, for joining us. Appreciate it. And again, this is Medicinal Mondays on the Cannabis Chat Show on the Pro Cannabis Media channel on Twitch, and it's also on YouTube, and it's on Facebook. It's on the ProCannabisMedia.com website as well. And Alyssa joins me just about every Monday to talk about cannabinoid medicine. And coming up in just a few minutes, we'll be talking with one of the premier authorities on this subject, Dr. John McKay. But first, we're going to give you a little taste of what we've done, a little proof of performance, we call it a sizzle reel. It just kind of showcases what we've done over the last year. And we'll come back on the other side with our next interview as Cannabis Chat continues after this.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Well, hello there. Here we are again, another live stream from the new studio of Pro Cannabis Media. This is Cannabis Chat, and I'm Jimmy Young. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
Every week, Kurt and I get together to review some of the biggest stories in the cannabis industry. He and I talk about them. We have a few comments, and then we get reports from Canada, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And this week's no different, Jimmy. We finally have Vermont moving toward recreational cannabis with retail opening in their state. We have an old state and a new state, Colorado and Illinois, both setting cannabis sales records in July, as well as multiple efforts to legalize the cannabis plant in America, including our friend Steve D'Angelo getting involved.
But first, let's go to Deborah Borchardt in New York to check on the financial weed scene. Deborah?
Thanks, Kurt. Thanks, Jimmy. Well, things seem to keep going the wrong way for Charlotte's Web.
Whoa, Jimmy Young in the weeds on the water this week. We've got the CEO of Kushco, Nick Kovacevic, with me. This guy has built his little company in 6 years from $2 billion in sales to $145 million in sales.
We can get this thing to be fully legal here in the next few years, I believe, but it's going to take far longer for the stigma to change.
I think you guys are the pro-cannabis story.
And I love Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jody Roberts with Eastern Security State, and I love Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Laura Beener. I'm the president co-founder of The Healing Rose, and I love Pro Cannabis Media. It's been such an integral part of our success here at The Healing Rose.
And you know what? The best media company out there is Pro Cannabis Media. Look out for them. They'll make you famous.
Hi, I'm George, and I love Pro Cannabis Media. I also love Western Mass Hydroponics, where we've got everything you need from seed to bloom to bud, and then to smoke it afterwards.
All right, welcome back to Cannabis Chat here on Pro Cannabis Media. I'm Jimmy Young. I'm joined by Alyssa Merrill from flowerandtonic.com, and we're so happy to be joined by Dr. John McKay, who is he spent some time at Vermont when he was an undergrad, but he is out in California now, and he's one of the foremost authorities in this whole analytical testing and extraction process, and another one of these scientists that talks at a level that is so far above my pay grade, not that that's very high anyway, but I certainly enjoy talking to people like that. And Dr. John McKay, thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, it's a great pleasure. It's good to see everyone back there, but it's a little disheartening to have to watch football recently.
Well, hang on a second. You opened the door. You know I'm a former sportscaster, so does this mean you are a New England sports fan?
Yeah, so I grew up in Vermont, so I was heavily invested into the Montreal, Expos.
Or the Alouettes.
And then, no, not so much. And then, of course, the Red Sox. So I've been keeping stats on Red Sox since I was third grade. So, yeah.
Okay, that's cool. No, it has been a difficult, it's been difficult on all of us just walking around the world these days with,
yes.
We've never had to go through a pandemic like we have right now. I don't know if you heard the news, but Governor Charlie Baker here in Massachusetts has rolled it back a little bit, and now gatherings have to be under 10 people, which will certainly affect everybody's Thanksgiving Day plans too. So we're not over this yet. In fact, I think we're right in the middle of the big second peak. So it is what it is. But I do want to ask you a little bit about where we are right now as a nation, because as you know, as everyone knows, within the next 48 hours or so, we'll have an election process. It's been ongoing now for a couple of weeks with mail-in votes or bring your ballot to the ballot box vote procedure. And there is definitely a distinction between the two sides here, at least on the presidential side. And I just wonder if the polls are correct and we move forward and the Democrats do take over, not just the presidency, but also the Senate, there seems to be a more solid movement for cannabis decriminalization as part of the platform. How is that going to have a trickle-down effect on everybody who's in the business now, who's just dying to either do banking or even do more research right off the top?
So number one is banking. And so that is the more difficult part, because it's a cash-based business, and that breeds in its own right any type of movement that happens, not accountability. But I think one of the things that happens here is that I've been an advocate all through the parts of this is to set the boundaries, because we now have a market that the cart is ahead of the horse. And I would say that the horse hasn't been born yet. That's how far ahead it is. So we now have a nation that's buying products at gas stations and buying products at stores, and they don't even know what it is. And there's no foundation for making sure that we have compliance and regularity, purity. Number one on my side is safety. And number two is efficacy. So even if it's not ethical, I prefer if it was safe and unethical. I'm good with that. But I'm not good with, not having efficacy. And the other part is how much is in each one of these? What's the amount that will make a change in our metabolism? Much like we were talking before, is all those different sites are here, but you have to have a certain amount to be able to have it, make a significant difference in your metabolism. And then, there's so many unknowns to this and so many boundaries around the outside that we have to find out about them. And there's a lot of stuff happening now with, people making, I know it's another chemistry talk, but they're making isomers. And they're making things that the plant did naturally make that we haven't studied. So now we have degradation products and we have changes in chemistry, and people are taking these products without any knowledge of what's going to happen short term or long term. So we need science.
Right. Oh, we not only need science, we need science teachers and experts that could go into Washington, D.C. and talk to the DEA and the FDA and the U.S. Department of Agriculture and enlighten them to what's going on with this plant, because there's a lot of finger pointing that goes on at the federal government level, as you probably know. Who's going to be responsible for this, I guess, is my question.
I do think that there's a couple things. So I have been in to see FDA, DEA, USDA, and talked to them locally as well as nationally. And one of the things that I've always said, it's kind of a joke, it's a cruel joke, but a lot of the people that are in government today went to school, they didn't take chemistry, but they took political science. For me, that's the right noun, it's the wrong adjective. Because you need to have the chemistry, you need to have the physics, you need to have those boundaries and be able to translate that for our political scientists that were the liberal arts that were on the other side of the St. Lawrence campus that I didn't see that much.
But that's the whole situation we're in right now with COVID too. Like, right? We're not, what am I trying to say? But aren't we, I don't know, are they looking, like, how are scientists supposed to just step up and say, here, we know this about cannabis? Like, if we were talking about a study recently that came out that was a little bit fascinating, it mind boggles me that, like, where is the communication between scientists and our government? Because it's a little alarming to think that there's so much information based on, conversations that we've had, yet we just seem so far off from actually getting our hands on these products anytime soon.
Yeah, I got the new glasses without the adhesive tape in the middle, and I wear them more straight nowadays. Okay. But when you are perceived towards something like that, people believe that we're incomprehensible and that we are going to confuse things with facts. And many times I am incomprehensible. But when you go back through, it's a matter of one by one. So I train people on elevators, McDonald's or any other type of thing where I have a one-on-one conversation with anyone and talk about the cannabinoid system and what the different products are. And you have a lot of people, but it's not just a breakdown of that. It's just that in the United States, it's illegal to be able to do that work on campus. I taught the first class at Colorado State University this last fall. I got an opportunity to be in that first class, and it's for chemistry majors. And you're not allowed to bring anything in that would violate the policy that you might be teaching students how to do something illegal. So you're only dealing with hemp, but when you talk about extraction and they can interpret it, I can extract THC that way at my house or apartment, that's a fine boundary that you have to make sure that you're not crossing, because it is federally legal. And that's why often I was thinking about leaving the country, and some of my friends have left the country just to be able to do research.
And some of the best research is being done in these other countries, the same research that we could be
doing. We have some of the greatest universities and the tools and some of the greatest minds here, but Italy, Spain, Germany, Colombia, Australia, New Zealand is doing it. China is doing fabulous, groundbreaking work that I look at and said, I knew that back in 2012, but now you have, real studies that support it, but not in the United States.
It's interesting about the United States, though, because it's the anecdotal evidence and science that has driven the movement so far. And it's one of the reasons why I think we have a majority of our states have medicinal marijuana programs now.
Yes.
But how do we get to that next level? Is decriminalization at the federal level going to open up the doors for research more than anything else they can do?
No. And that's the part where it looks like a panacea that we just decriminalize, but you have to decriminalize in the right class. Because if you decriminalize everything, then the hemp market goes to nutraceuticals. It goes to dietary nutritional supplements. It goes to pharmaceutical, but does not go to anyone else within the industry. So you just shut down an industry and let the large companies just take over. It would be illegal it'd be like having, saying that beer is now legal, but only if you buy it from Miller, only if you buy it from Budweiser, if only you buy it from Molson. You're not allowed to have a microbrewery. You're not allowed to have, your own hops. Those are the things that you have to be careful that you haven't taken this paintbrush and said, oh, everything's totally legal. Well, that's still not going to come around. That doesn't bring you the result you want. It's definitely the political scientists, that's their role.
Yeah, and I guess that it's a necessary role. I understand that, especially now. But it is amazing to me in 2020 that cannabis has become a political pawn. Believe it or not, because the one side of the aisle was attaching cannabis reform to the COVID aisle, and of course the other side, they were saying, well, there's more mentions of cannabis in here than there is jobs.
Yes.
And obviously one side got the idea that cannabis leads to jobs, and the other side just can't quite grasp that. That being said, if we do make the kind of changes that I hope we'll see in the next 48 hours, and it might take 4 months, it might take all 4 years. I have no idea. None of us seem to know what's going to happen in the next 4. It's like watching a sporting event because you really don't know who's going to win at the end.
You really don't know who's going to win, and it could be overtime.
Oh no, we're pretty sure we're going to see some overtime, and Lord knows there'll be some video review too, I think, of this as we get to go there. One of the biggest challenges is identifying the dose. And the dose for you may be different than the dose for me, which is different going to be than the dose for Alyssa. And I'm talking about a combination of CBD and THC. I certainly accept the fact that there is an entourage effect, that THC and CBD working together, they're there in that same plant for a purpose. And then extracting those chemicals and putting them into play into humans. Every human is different. We talk about the differences in the different metabolism and how we break down things. How are we ever going to have control of a dose and titration that will be accepted? Or will we never have that?
Oh, I think you will. And remembering that when you're taking a dose of any medicine, it's what you also already have in your stomach, or what you have for metabolism. And you also have different ingredients that would counteract each other. I mean, grapefruit and some of the other plants, other medicines is counteractive. But I will refer you to something that you might do every day, and maybe you don't, and that is drink coffee. Coffee is a natural planet in my day, but a plant, and it allows you to do everything that you are doing with cannabis. I use it all the time. You grind it, you extract it. So you could extract it with acetone, which is nail polish remover. You could extract it with isopropyl alcohol. You could extract it with alcohol itself. I mean, it does a great job. You lose the first 2 hours of the day, but you're active. And then you have all these other processes, but you chose either a cold brew or a hot brew. And even a cold brew versus a hot brew has 1,500 samples in it, compounds in it. A cold brew only has 1,000. And it doesn't go bad. Now, you take that same analogy over to a different variety. And one of the papers that I sent to Alyssa there was a great work out of Germany and Italy that was done that allowed them to have different varieties, and they could separate the different varieties into the individual compounds. And then they could dip it in, let's say, a magic formula that looks for oxidation. And it would show the variety that was best for that. One that would show it for inflammation. And it would show the different variety that was best for that. And when we move towards that process, that allows you as a consumer or as a manufacturer to be able to take a variety and make it something that is more applicable for inflammation, another one more applicable for mood, another one more applicable for oxidation. So you have the chemistry out there is fine. We can figure it out once someone gives us a green light to go figure it out.
So wait, so you're saying right now you literally, gonna back up a tiny bit, like you can take this plant that you're growing and then test it to know exactly what it will be best to treat, like what condition it's gonna treat best?
Well, the scientists would, yes.
Scientists would, yeah, not you. I mean, yes.
Not you.
Maybe.
Maybe. No, not you. No.
But like, no, but it's different than like, so right now, if we're looking at a COA, we're looking at certain terpenes. Like, so John was the one, and I repeated this story, the very basics that I can't believe I didn't know like the first year I was in this industry, but Dr. Russo studied that terpenes are the driver, they're right, that they drive the effect.
They steer. As a bike, they're the front wheel.
Right.
Okay.
They steer the experience. The back wheel is the cannabinoids. That's the power.
Okay.
Generally.
That's a great analogy. Thank you for that.
Really good at analogies. That's how we communicate, because I don't understand a whole lot. But, and I don't want, we want to be able to then communicate this to people who are then, like a regular consumer or patient, because it is so hard.
Yes.
It's so aggravating when you're talking to people who still say, well, like cannabis in they use it in such a general way, and it's just so frustrating because, as one can make you hyper and overactive, and one can make you fall asleep on the couch, and it's just people don't
and not move and not want to move even if you are awake.
Exactly. So, and then that comes down to with your specialty, which is the extraction process.
Yes. So I like to call it concentration.
Okay.
And the reason I say concentration is because there's extraction, and that's a liquid or a liquid solid, where you're coffee, and the separation doesn't have anything to do with a liquid. If you were to squeeze a fresh cannabis plant, it will squeeze out what they call rosin. Mm-hmm. And so you would take that out. That's not an extraction. That's a separation. You can take cannabis, put it in dry ice, shake it all apart, and all the trichomes fall off, all the nice, little brown, all clear balls, and that's the separation. But an extraction would be ethanol, heptane, hexane, CO2, propane, butane. So you're using a liquid to be able to solubilize it and then move it out, just as you're using water in your coffee. Now, there's a reason why you grind beans, Jimmy. There's a reason why you don't just take them out of the fridge and just throw a bunch of beans in there, do you? Well, no. Maybe you do. I shouldn't say that.
No, I don't.
So as a side note, I grew up with Bob LaBelle in my ear up in Burlington, Vermont, listening to him doing high school games. One of my favorite people. So anyhow, back to the subject.
Too.
Really?
By the way, I go back to 1978 with Bob LaBelle.
Oh.
I worked at Channel 4 in Boston when he first started there.
Oh, when he came down from Burlington. Wow,
Bob, I consider Bob a friend, and we've been to a lot of events together, let's just say.
Yeah. So when I went back through, I grind the coffee bean to give more mass. That's why you grind it. You grind it to increase your surface area.
Okay.
And when you grind it into a finer and finer, that becomes a different product, because now you have to use some pressure to do your espresso, right? But it's because your coffee is ground so fine that the water is not getting through. That's the exact same thing with cannabis. It is the exact same thing. You're not going to die, but you are going to enjoy it.
Now here's and I use caffeine all the time when I talk to parents or when it comes down to somebody who needs to learn a little bit about the product. You go a day without caffeine and you get yourself a headache. You go a day without cannabis, you don't really have any physical effect for the most part.
Correct.
How powerful an anecdotal story is that when you're trying to explain to people about the benefits of the plant versus something that we all take for granted? We take a cup of coffee every morning.
Caffeine is addictive. And so I used to have an abbreviation for the caffeine, and I've already forgotten it and stuff. So that's obviously I didn't do well with that one. But caffeine, opiates, those are because your brain now needs them. It now needs them. And when it doesn't have them, It's going back through going, I'm sorry, but I'm really missing this molecule. And you're not missing a cannabinoid unless you're using it for, if it's part of your endocannabinoid, just like we were talking about vitamin D or DHA, because you're low on those, you might need them to get you to a level, but you're not addicted to it. You might have a habit. Habits are different from addiction.
So I use the word optimize. So you would feel optimized maybe if your cannabinoid levels are a little higher, if they're lower. Okay. And you'll just function at a potentially.
And eventually your body just takes over and says, I know what I'm doing now. I'm okay.
Sometimes.
Yeah, it will.
I want to ask Dr. McKay, if you were the czar, if you had the FDA, the DEA, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture all in a room, and it was up to you to decide the amount of CBD in different products and who should be in charge of X and who should be in charge of Y, or THC or CBD in this case, how would you structure a regulatory government, I guess, for this new industry?
So I believe that a lot of the things that are outside of science become about money. And they become about, how do I squeeze as much cannabinoid out of that plant, and how do I squeeze even more money out of that plant? So part of it is, in the beginning, being able to have something that allows you to have tax dollars that supports what you're trying to do. So the state of Vermont, they're now legalized it, right? And you could have them all in the same room. They don't have the money to be able to enforce the regulations they put in place. There are only 650,000 people there.
Right.
And most of them, don't have any interest in this. And so when you do that, if I had them in a room, then I would move towards first a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So it wouldn't be an all-in-one. It would be a czaration of my ideas. And so my czaration would be a phase 1 of making sure that we have things safe. That's my very first thing. Safe, safe, safe. Number 2 is efficacy. So now you move to efficacy would be, what kind of boundaries would you have? In coffee, right? You have a boundary that people don't put 200 milligrams of caffeine into a product. And you don't have pure caffeine, you die from pure caffeine. And so now you have regulatory around that. You have boundaries and say, this boundary is for this. I would also do that. So now you ask me my opinion. Now I am czar. So when I go back through, I would say that I have to have this much of the cannabinoid in this product, and this is what it will do. And so when you have that boundary, you now have that. You also bring it through agriculture, I believe, in our schools. So Cornell and UC Davis and Colorado State, and you look at our I'm sure I've left out someone who's going, oh, but we're a good ag school. What happened to us? And so if you go back through, you look at that, because they understand how to make a plant and how to make it safe and how to make it for something that we don't have. That doesn't mean you have the other parts. The other thing I would do is limit the making of other compounds from it. There are compounds out there that they are making from they can make THC out of CBDA very easily. And you can make Delta 8 and you can make Delta 9, and there's other isomers. And that's where flutamide, what you and I knew about in the early 50s with all the terrible birth defects, that's what the safety comes. We haven't tested all of the compounds that people are making. So you can catalog those. So my phase 1 is safety, and it includes those. Number 2 is efficacy. Number 3 is economics. You need to have it economically viable for companies to continue to provide good products for people, as well as the government, because in our government, we have to, fund the universities. So that's my czar relation, Jimmy.
I would totally vote for you for that role. The one thing everyone could probably agree on is that just makes sense. Everything you just said is scientific and it makes sense. And I'm so grateful, because John's one of the people I go to when I'm looking at products, and it starts with extraction, but there are so many layers to it, and you kind of hit them all. So thank you for your.
I got one more new molecule, and it comes from our chat room. They want me to ask you about THCV. What is that?
So on one side of the molecule, there's a, I know that you love the chemistry, so I know how deeply you are into this one. So if you draw a hexagon and you draw that on one side of that, one of those little pointy things, there's 5 carbons. And when you have 3 carbons, that's THCV. So so you have one with 5 carbons, a little tail at the end, and the other one has a shorter tail. And so because of those, actually in Boston, Dr. Alexandros Makrionis over at BU has developed most of these things. He's one of my #1 experts in the entire world. And so when you look at that, he's found that the longer that carbon chain is, that from 3 to 5 to 7, the more bioavailable it comes into our body. It's easier for it to come into our body and has a very similar activity. So you have bioavailability, that's what can get into your body, and you have bioactivity, that's what it does when it gets in there. So that's what it is. And so it has very different things, different chemical characteristics as far as what it does versus THC.
There you go.
There you go. That's
that
your
was
chemistry
great.
lesson.
And that's the kind of thing we love to do here is we get some questions on chat and we throw them out there and we get some feedback and everybody goes home happy. And it is that engagement process that we are trying to bring to the public so that we can continue to educate them about this plant and the benefits of it and how it works both internally and externally. So Dr. John McKay, you have been awesome. And by the way, Alyssa has my number. If you ever want to talk sports, I got no problem spending some time on the phone with you talking about sports.
Well, I appreciate that. And I appreciate that the LA winning the Boston Red Sox Annex team, as I call it now. So
yeah, that's right. Because of Mookie. That's right. Because of Mookie. Hey, look, it's been a strange year in so many ways, and sports is just another, microcosm of what's going on in the world anyway.
Yeah.
So it's been fascinating, and of course tonight, that other guy that left town recently,
the other
number
guy.
12. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the big guy that catches the ball, not him.
No, I'm talking about Tom Brady, not Gronk. They'll both be in action tonight. We'll watch it and feel sick if you're a Patriots fan. But anyway.
Well, if the Giants upset them again, I can't handle that.
That is not going to happen. I'm going to tell you that right now, sir.
Yeah, we said that in the last Super Bowl, too.
I did not say that in the last time we played them. But anyway, that's okay. Hey, great talking with you. Really appreciate it.
Cheers.
And how about where can we find more about Dr. John McKay? I know you're all over the internet. I Googled you and you come up like a million times.
You have a lecture that people can check out. Is that correct? If you want a little more education on extraction.
Yeah, you just go to I guess again the LinkedIn, but I have like 5 or 6 videos out there, and I do live classes on extraction, which are just 5 hours of this, really.
Well, sir, I'll tell you, it's entertaining, and I'm fascinated with the whole subject matter and everything. And if I ever do have time to do that, I'll take good notes, I promise. But again,
okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And you got to realize one more thing, John. For years I interviewed all the same people Bob Lobel did, and now the both of us are talking to scientists and doctors. I think it's pretty funny. In so many ways, but great to talk with you. And anytime I can mention, pick up the phone and call Bob just to bring him up to date. I got an excuse now, so thank you for that, and I look forward to hearing from you again.
All right, bye.
Bye. Good seeing you.
All right, and we're going to have more cannabis chat after we're going to have a little lesson here from our friends at cannabis.net, and we're also going to tease you with what's coming up at the end of this show, because I interviewed a woman by the name of Ashley Elsner from a new product called Artery Pay. It's a Venmo for cannabis. So you'll hear that on In the Weeds after Cannabis Chat. But for now, we're going to take a break, come back with our last interview. Don't go away.
celebrate.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to a very special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. And today we have a very special guest. Her name is Ashley Elsner, and she's coming to us from the other coast because we start our programming here on the East Coast. She's on the West Coast, but her journey to the West Coast is very interesting. It's a great story. And she has a new company that she's bringing to market that I am fascinated by because even in the elevator pitch alone, I understand that Artery Pay is a Venmo for cannabis. Ashley, thank you so much for coming on the show, and tell us about Artery Pay and how you came up with this idea.
Well, Jimmy, thank you.
Me, as she most of the time is on our Medicinal Monday show here, but now we're joined by Rob Doble, and he is in Pennsylvania right now. Rob, tell us a little bit about what you do at Havas, because that's where you are, correct?
Yeah, I'm at. I've been at Havas for a little over a year. I was fortunate that I was able to be brought in to lead a new business called Simply Havas ECS, where the ECS stands for Endocannabinoid Science. So offices in New York and New Jersey supporting clients that are either prescription cannabinoid, medical cannabis, or what we call non-prescription cannabis, like hemp, products like that.
There you go. And Alyssa speaks very highly of you as well. It's one of the things I get to do. Whenever I need something about CBD, I go to Alyssa, and then Alyssa opens up the door to like dozens of these educated people from the medicinal space that is so fascinating to me. How remarkable is it how much we've learned about this plant and how much more we have to learn about this plant?
It's that's probably a nice kickoff tee up for. We're still all students, right?
Right.
Even the brightest of us is bright in a particular area, whether that area is medicine, extraction, growing and cultivation, or even biosynthesis more and more, where it's not even grown, but it's manufactured. There's more that we don't know, probably. I know that the literature says cannabinoids, there's about 100 to 200 clinically worthwhile ones. We only talk about 2 or 3. So if that's the tip of the iceberg, I think it's kind of laid out that way.
So if the 2 biggest ones are the THC and the CBD, which is I think what you were alluding to, and I definitely passed that test. What are some of the other ones that are out there that perhaps show a lot of promise? And I know Alyssa has been talking to me about, is it CBN or is it CBDA, Alyssa?
A little both. I mean, CBG, there's a handful of them. And I think CBDA was the first one I gave you a sample of to try. And that's the raw form of basically the best way to describe it. But I mean, I think where Rob and I come, especially into this, is from such a different perspective. Like a raw form. You know, like we came from the pharmaceutical industry. That's kind of what got us chatting, I believe. And it is a completely different universe. Like I don't know if you want to expand upon that, Rob, but we're both trying to speak to physicians about this, and it's challenging when you're talking about a raw form versus decarb. It's just a different language that we're speaking. So,
Jimmy, to your question up front and to what Alyssa just said, the education of physicians, nurses, pharmacists, physicians' assistants is much more advanced in every other area except this, right? That's not because of our laws necessarily, but it's because of our educational system. And if the pharmaceutical industry is excellent at doing anything, it's about how to market their products appropriately based upon the pre-existing training of those physicians. That pre-existing training is to use the scientific method as opposed to kind of raw agriculture to kind of figure things out, as an example. But unless there's a teaching and a learning and a certification to this space, doctors aren't going to participate because it's uncomfortable. It's downright scary if it's still Schedule I. I could lose my license maybe. But more importantly, if I didn't learn it in medical school, I'm taught to either refer that person to somebody who's maybe more expert in that, or if it's a complete nonsense, try to shut it down. And if I didn't learn it in medical school and nobody's come to me with any real professional kind of 2020 caliber education on the topic, I'm probably right to dismiss cannabis as a fringe science. The issue is that it's not a fringe science. And the fact that it's growing and growing and growing to now over 30 conditions where there's legitimate clinical evidence that'll stand up in a courtroom, in a boardroom, and in an exam room. Some doctors are privy to that information in states that allow such a freer practice of medicine. Most aren't. And at Havas CCS, as Alyssa knows, we set our sights on filling that education gap. So our first project was for us, and it was a service to clients, and that is a CME program that helps a physician, nurse, or pharmacist go from novice to really conversational expert, not just on cannabis, because keep in mind, cannabis is the treatment. What's the condition? The condition is the endocannabinoid system related condition that they weren't taught about in medical school. So there's a whole bunch of promise. We know a lot less than we will know. But before we go much further, we need to let the doctors catch up, because if we're treating ourselves, well, I don't do that with my car. So, why would I do that with my body? So that's where the science and the medicine in my mind, especially for serious conditions, it requires adjustment of medications that I might be taking. Am I going to do that on my own? But at the same time, do I know of a doctor trained in this area that can understand cannabis and old-fashioned medicine all in the same? And that's what people struggle with, especially parents of children or people caretaking people with serious conditions where cannabis may be beneficial. When you talk to them, their biggest, I don't know if it's their biggest, financially is probably the biggest, but their first challenge is finding a doctor that will either talk to them, and then if they will talk to them, actually help them. And thanks to social media, I know of 5 or 6 in the nation that make it their full practice of helping people like that. Unfortunately, that's the vast minority of physicians out there.
We're starting to see more universities embrace the science behind the cannabis plant to be part of their curriculum. is at least accepting that there is plenty of places to study this plant. Is that the first step to perhaps getting it into the curriculum of the medical schools, and then having a new generation of doctors and nurses that are coming out of the medical community or into the medical community? Are they going to start being the trailblazers in this new frontier?
What do you think, Alyssa?
I don't even know how to. This industry never ceases to amaze me. I don't predict. I'm trying to evolve with it. I don't know.
One of the new ones, if you look at the courses that are in schools, just overall for medical, pharmacy, life sciences, like the Cornell Integrative Plant Sciences program, there are an enormous number of courses and programs that teach a craft or a distillation, or there's a craft approach to the entire education system, but it leaves the medical schools really out.
Yeah.
One of the challenges with cannabis for most doctors is that cannabis is not a pharmaceutical, with the exception of 3 products, maybe 4 soon in our country. But they're not prescription products. And if they're not prescription products, and they're actually not even OTC products because they're not nutritional supplements per the law, well, how does a doctor dose them? How does a doctor prescribe a particular formulation? Mm-hmm. So the precision of medicine requires something more than just cannabis. And I think what we're seeing state by state is the emergence of products that are unique formulations, including, and no laughter please, suppositories. Why? As I've been taught, there's a whole science to suppositories giving relatively fast and long sustained relief for certain conditions, without going through a first pass oral metabolism. And it's also precision dosing. You know exactly how much when it went in and so forth. So that is what's appealing to physicians. So if they get a response, they know how to titrate and adjust from it. And if the formulation itself is not a dosable, titratable form, what are we even talking about? We're talking about self-care again. And the doctor says, I don't want anything to do with that. So we're fortunate that we're working with a few clients now that are developing cannabis formulations, not as FDA approved drugs, but as pharmaceutical quality formulations that have data. Mm-hmm. Maybe the data is bioavailability data. So the doctor knows, oh, to get this much in, I'll try this much and we'll see how it goes. Some companies are actually doing the clinical trials, and that's not so cheap and that's not so easy. But they're really betting that their unique formulations will solve medical needs that the prescription drugs just don't solve yet. And that's really promising to see the emergence of brands where it's not just about cachet and remembering and loyalty, but brands that I heard about from my doctor, my nurse, or my pharmacist.
So I know how I go about, I guess I feel like I found some of those brands, but it's you have to search pretty hard to find one that topically might actually deliver. Well, we've talked back and forth a little bit about, I go back and forth myself on delivery systems. And I think that the pharmaceutical industry, 40% of patients have a hard time swallowing a pill. That was something I never learned a lot about that. That was never much of a pushback, I guess, when I called on physicians. But I do think there's a large need, like some of these tinctures. You and I have talked about this a little bit. Like I wanted to stay in that dependability of a capsule or what we know of as a pharmaceutical, but there's such a need. So when you bring up suppository, I totally agree. As weird as that sounds in the beginning, I've learned about that a bit in the hormonal space, and that's like a very big thing. It just works better. It's cheaper. It's easier, and doesn't transfer as easily if you
And you don't have to worry, did I hold it under my tongue long enough or did I swallow it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes,
So,
exactly.
but what I'm to maybe connect some of the questions, Jimmy, is nobody walks into a liquor store and buys alcohol unless you're in college and you're buying grain alcohol, maybe for a punch. You go in there with a specific purpose. And I only use that not because medicinal cannabis is like alcohol, but the industries are set up dispensary wise almost the exact same way. And the emergence of brands that appeal to the customer for self-care and mutually, because they're dosable, titratable, non-smokable, child resistant, there's a list. You're seeing the emergence of a formulary where, mark my words, people will be hearing about brands like Moxie. Well, what's Moxie? Moxie's a brand of very precision grown and formulated cannabis that's available throughout dispensaries in Pennsylvania. It's grown in a special place in Pittsburgh. People don't know it as from McKeesport. They know it as Moxie. And it comes in different forms that are dosable and titratable. And they're not a client of ours. That's why I'm freely expressing this. But nobody smokes cigarettes either. They smoke a particular brand. Not in favor of that. Nobody eats food. They buy particular products. So cannabis is turning that corner as the doctors start participating. They just want to know the 2 or 3 brands available in their local area that they can reliably recommend by dose and by dosing frequency. So that's not a huge ask, but that's the practical steps that I think we're headed towards. A formulary of products that, don't want to say Moxie again, there's a lot of other brands, but the Xerox phase is about to kick in.
I know, I could not be more on the same page, because it's like as soon as you get the buy-in, I've got to be honest, like I've been hesitant to recommend products to even to family and friends, because it's like I personally believe there are more bad products out there than good ones, and that we're buying from the marketing people and not the scientists. We're just not buying from who we should be. And I think such great potential. I have to ask you a question with obviously the election coming up and all of the possibilities. What do you see happening as it relates to deregulation or potential deregulation?
Well, with a lot of the civil unrest focused on expungement, I think both parties, regardless of who wins the election, both platforms have talked about the benefits of cannabis-related convictions being expunged. Why? Lots of reasons, including discriminatory policing and things that I've heard both parties really take ownership of. The one difference in the platforms, and it's hard to know where the Republican platform is because there really wasn't one this year. It was a little different. But the Democratic platform, based upon what Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden agreed when Joe got Bernie's endorsement, they agreed that cannabis would be rescheduled, not descheduled. And what rescheduled really is code word for is 50 state medical cannabis. Well, if there's 50 state medical cannabis, what's going to happen next? Well, that same platform says nothing's going to happen next. The states will decide on recreational. And just like they control their own liquor control boards, let the states control that. But when it comes to federal, there's enough evidence now to say that it shouldn't be Schedule 1 that says there's no medicinal value. It should be something less than that, a Schedule 2 or a Schedule 3 perhaps. I've heard people talk about either. The kicker is when it's Schedule 2 or Schedule 3, it's real medicine now. And if it's real medicine, the question is, well, how come my insurance won't pay for this?
Right.
And the workers' comp insurance in 6 states already says you are paying for this, especially if it's chronic pain versus opioids. So I don't know where it's headed. but the rescheduling will allow cannabis to be used as an intervention that's reimbursed, probably starting first where the goal is to do less harm as opposed to the most good, because that's the way medicine is kind of practiced, right?
Mm-hmm.
So rescheduling to Schedule 2 or 3, within 2 or 3 months, lawsuits demanding, why doesn't insurance pay for my cannabis? It pays for my Schedule 2 or 3 sleeping aid. Why isn't it paying for my cannabis that's legally prescribed here in my state? And without the ability to hide behind or justify Schedule 1 as a reason not to reimburse, it's going to be challenging for insurance companies to deny much longer, especially if there's real evidence for particular formulation. So again, nobody wants to reimburse for cannabis. It's how do you dose it?
Right.
So what strain is it? Just like preparation H is a preparation, a formulation. Those type of products that meet specific medical needs. That's where the world's going, and I think the rescheduling, not descheduling, and people hear those words so differently, but rescheduling just means medical cannabis 50 states.
That's interesting.
And probably without cards, unless you have a recreational need. Who knows? When it's not a Schedule 1 issue, and keep in mind, DEA dogs for the last 2 years have not been trained on cannabis smelling,
right?
Sniffing. They're assigned to schools right now. They're not retired yet, but that tells you where things are going.
And do you think we can catch doctors up and, help to, we'll look to you, I guess, because we have a lot of work to do to catch up physicians who might be using this. That's the thing.
They're way behind. On March 1st in France, cannabis becomes medical cannabis program kicks off with reimbursement, following 2 years head start by Germany. It's part of medicine, and if you don't want to participate, that's okay. But you better know enough to refer somebody, unless you're going to keep prescribing products that somebody else may think are more unsafe than the cannabis.
Do you see, for the most part, a lot of people who have been introduced to the medicinal side of cannabis
Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Weed Talk News. For this week, I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton with Cannabis.net.
Every week, Kurt and I get together to share some news from the cannabis industry. We throw in some comments and introduce our reporting staff from all over the country. Kurt, a big week for cannabis reform, huh?
We have international and within America, Jimmy.
It's incredible, isn't it? You got the UN descheduling cannabis, and then the House of Representatives in the United States will be voting on the MORE Act on Friday. There's a very good chance that the MORE Act will be voted on by the House, pass the House, and that kind of paves the way for legalization, but it does have to go to the Senate now, doesn't it, Kurt?
Yeah, we've talked about this, Jimmy. We put an article up on Cannabis.net. Why now? What's the Democratic strategy? You and I have reached out across the industry with not a really great abundance of firm answers, but there has to be something we don't know. And what if? I know we're going to get drilled for this, but what if it is going to pass the Senate? What if there's something worked out? And you're going to look at cannabis legalization, not even relying on the Georgia Senate races January 5th, but happening just by vote, within the next 30 days by the time it gets to the Senate. So fingers crossed that something big is about to happen.
As long as that turtle face guy is running things in the Senate, that MM guy from Kentucky, that Senator Mitch McConnell, I don't think this bill has the chance of anything to pass in the Senate. But that's how I feel, and I think it is reality. But one never knows politics in Washington, correct?
Yeah, and that's what everybody thinks, is there's no shot it gets past the Senate, so why do it? So let's flip it over. Like, what is going on and what do they know? And is it some sort of precursor to Biden's presidency that they need to get it voted on now so they can just add amendments later? Is it about the Georgia Senate race? Is it about taxation or making Republicans look bad, if you will, with such strong support? So it's all out there, but let's play the game.
Let's play the game. They'll vote it in and we'll see what happens. In the meantime, the United Nations vote followed recommendations from the World Health Organization that was back in January of 2019 that called for cannabis to be rescheduled. It was in a convention in 1961 that put cannabis into the most restrictive class internationally. And amazingly, this vote was as close as it gets. Among the 53 member states of the UN, 27 votes for and 25 against, with one abstention. And yes, the US voted yes. It did absolutely recognize that cannabis has medical benefits, basically refuting this particular nation's Schedule I classification. The Green Market Report's Deborah Borchardt has more.
Thanks, guys. This week, the United Nations has voted to remove cannabis from its classification as a dangerous drug. Now, Wednesday's vote does not clear UN member nations to legalize marijuana under the International Drug Control System, but for what it's worth, Canada and Uruguay have legalized the sale and use of cannabis for recreational purposes. This, though, is seen as a move that could jumpstart international cannabis businesses. Several companies reported earnings this week, but really the bigger news was the capital raising efforts we saw. Hydrofarm Holdings said it was launching an IPO to raise $118 million, but the over-allotment option could bring that to $136 million. The share are expected to price between $14 and $16, and they have applied to list those shares on the NASDAQ using the symbol HYFM. Ackrell SPAC Partners said it plans to raise $100 million for a SPAC that will primarily focus on the alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverage and wellness sectors, as well as hemp-based branded consumer goods. They also plan to list on the NASDAQ using the symbol ACKIU. And that's it for this week. I'm Deborah Borchardt with the Green Market Report for Weed Talk News.
So remember when we thought that Mexico would be the next nation to legalize cannabis? And in fact, that was only last week, but now there's a bit of a snag. It seems that their government is in favor of decriminalization of possession of cannabis, but there is no way for the citizens of that country to grow it. So detractors are saying that while possessing weed might not be a crime anymore, but you will have to buy it from the state. Part of the legalization movement in the U.S., of course, is to give opportunities to those who are marginalized communities of color who have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. Well, that is not part of the Mexican government's plan. So stay tuned to that, Kurt, as detractors are saying that all Mexico is doing is changing the address of prohibition.
Well, it's a money grab, obviously, and the Mexican government wants more than their fair share. But Canada started this way, too, with provinces only selling and needing a government. Governments were going to distribute cannabis like liquor in Canada. So win the war, figure it out later. It's all positive steps forward. And it's a little disheartening sometimes when cannabis advocates, say, oh, the MORE Act doesn't go far enough. Yeah, get the touchdown and worry about the extra point. You can always add stuff. As we've seen in every state that's legalized, they get it, and then they go back and change the things they got wrong. And win the war, and then worry about some of those details you'd like to see later.
And Mexico is poised to be the largest country in the world that would legalize the cannabis plant. So I'm guessing at some point they'll look at the revenue that they're leaving out there and perhaps, or tax revenue that they're leaving out there, and perhaps change their minds.
Yeah, I think certainly Mexico in the sense of an exporter based on their price of labor, price of electricity, and their familiarity with exporting all the way from car parts to produce. Serious supplier, and their weather and their climate and where they are on longitude, latitude, absolutely a force when this thing gets a few years down the road and export.
Now, we'll see what happens. But back here in our home state of Massachusetts, the Cannabis Control Commission has finalized its new delivery opportunities for social equity applicants. Not all brick and mortar dispensaries are happy with this, but under these new rules, delivery companies would be allowed to buy from wholesalers and then resell to consumers. This is going to end up in court, Kurt. And the original Question 4 law that opened the adult use market in the Bay State did give special opportunities for those most impacted by the failed war on drugs. And now in reality, we know where it's heading, and those lawyers are licking their chops, don't you think?
Yeah, and David Rabinovich, our friend of the show, has been following this for years. And you and I talked to Bruce Linton about this. It's a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow if you're a few million in and you've got your license and you really want to take advantage, but it's the right thing to do. It needs to happen. And in the end, hopefully those applicants, make a profit, as well as the dispensaries. Dispensaries aren't going to go out of business for this. They just don't like the, quote, unfair competition given to these applicants. But that's why they're SC and EE applicants. They need to be given an advantage based on historical facts of the drug war, as well as giving everybody an opportunity in this new industry.
I would think that maybe as we go state to state, there may be some way to ease some of the regulations or compliance issues that the brick and mortar dispensaries have to deal with, like getting 2 different background checks on their employees, whether they're medical and recreation. It's the same employee, yet they have to pay twice to get these background checks. I'm not sure that really favors the brick and mortar dispensaries out there. Maybe they could give them a break on that. I don't know. Just one little item that could soften the blow, if you will, and the impact of this delivery license on brick and mortars. You think that might happen?
It is, again, money grab, right? Who's getting the money for all these background checks? Who's creating all these needless double entendres and things that you have to do? Oh, what do you know? The state gets the money. So hopefully it gets streamlined. Not every state is it's like pulling teeth in Massachusetts, every single turn. Other states are not like that. It's going much smoother. There's much more acceptance. Governor Baker has never been a big fan of it, but here comes the tax revenue. So open up.
Let's see. Hey, Kurt, did you know that Amazon is likely to get involved with the delivery and sale of CBD?
Yeah, that's only a matter of time. You saw they rolled out their prescription finally. They had bought that startup a few years ago. They're going to start doing prescription drugs at discounts, so you stay in their system. And if CBD is part of that pipeline, doctor approved and legal, absolutely. You're going to see customers also grouped together, and it's going to be CBD bundles at the bottom of your order. So not a surprise.
And predictions, by the way, for that industry, the CBD industry, hemp industry, is to grow to $7 billion by 2025. That forecast was unveiled at MJ BizCon during the Hemp Industry Forum. MJ BizCon is always the largest convention of the cannabis industry, but after canceling it, the in-person event convention center in Las Vegas, well, they opened up virtually this week with their CEO, Chris Walsh, giving opening remarks, and Whole Foods CEO, John Mackey, delivering the keynote address. Now, Kurt, Chris asked John why, after years of courting John Mackey to deliver the keynote at MJ BizCon, he finally accepted this year. Sure enough, he explained that the time was right. Another sign of moving toward acceptance and legalization, don't you think?
Absolutely. And all these little steps, whether it's our state ballots that went through on 5 states, the UN vote, it's a boom outside of America for this. This is the green light for a lot of countries who aren't reliant on the US financial system. So you're talking Southeast Asia, Europe, even Eastern Europe. They're going to go, this is it. This is the green light. This is we can do it now. So it's going to create revenue. COVID's hitting around the world, especially in poorer countries. They need this. And you're going to see a lot of CBD and cannabis coming online. It won't include the United States or the US banking system, but it's going to be there. And that's just more pressure on the US to legalize. So it's all good.
Let's see what happens. It's a historic time, and we're right in the middle of it. And speaking of history and right in the middle of it, that's exactly where the Vote Pro podcast guys are. Let's get our DC report from Phil Adams down in our nation's capital. Phil?
Hi, folks. Phil Adams with Vote Pro Podcast, here with this week's Weed Talk News DC report. The Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act reached the floor of the House of Representatives this week. The bill to legalize cannabis federally cleared the House Rules Committee on Wednesday after the committee ruled by voice vote to close the bill to further amendments. While some lawmakers are questioning the timing of the vote, particularly while a COVID relief bill continues to languish, others, including Democrat Earl Blumenauer of Oregon, who presides over the debate, are hailing it as, quote, an historic moment. The MORE Act will be given 1 day of debate before proceeding to a floor vote by the full House, which is expected on Friday. In a related story, a coalition of conservative advocacy groups are stepping forward to support passage of the MORE Act. In a letter to House leadership, representatives of the Competitive Enterprise Institute, R Street Institute, the Institute for Liberty, and the Taxpayers Protection Alliance urged lawmakers to approve the MORE Act. The letter notes that all but 2 states have either legalized or decriminalized cannabis and calls on the House to respect the will of the people and end the, quote, dual legal status of cannabis. In yet another legal challenge to the Drug Enforcement Agency's cannabis policy, a scientist is suing to compel the agency to take action on his application to produce cannabis for research. Lyle Craker, a researcher at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, has filed a suit with the U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts, calling on the DEA either to approve his application to be a registered cannabis cultivator or to deny it so he can appeal. Craker originally applied in 2001 and was ultimately denied. He then reapplied in 2016 after the DEA announced a plan to begin approving more cannabis growers. To date, however, no new growers have been approved, leaving the University of Mississippi with a monopoly on federally authorized cannabis cultivation. That's the Weed Talk News DC report for this week. I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast.
Here's another item we can discuss, Kurt, and I think it's rather interesting. You know, the cannabis industry is really restricted from advertising in traditional media, TV, radio, newspapers, but it's okay to put up billboards. That's true here in Massachusetts, and you would think it would be okay in California, but not anymore. The Bureau of Cannabis Control in California has been told it overstepped its authority about allowing highway billboards. This ruling comes after a lawsuit filed by a father who was concerned about these kinds of signs and messaging to his daughter and his son. Kurt, what do you think it is? What do you think about billboards and advertising companies that are involved with the cannabis industry?
I think in a place like California, they got a little risque and pushed the limits on some of the stuff you see from like Ignite and some of the models they use. That certainly didn't help commingling, sex with it. But, to respect that father, I mean, we're doing a cannabis show, we're pro cannabis, but there are people who aren't and don't think it should be for children or children should see it. So, I think until we see federal legalization, you're going to have to keep a lid on it and go to cannabis sites like cannabis.net to get some eyeballs.
There you go. Absolutely. And now it's time to go north to Maine to Ry Russell, our Maine man from Weed Buds Radio. Ry?
Hey friends, Ry Russell here from Weed Buds Radio, back with another Maine cannabis report for Weed Talk News. Let's get started with the numbers, and the sales are in. In a press release, Maine's Office of Marijuana Policy shared the preliminary sales for the first month of adult use cannabis in the state of Maine. Retailers saw a total of 21,194 transactions during this first 31 days, which grossed over $1.4 million in revenue. Out of that volume, about 76% of the products sold included smokable flower, showing us that there is a real opportunity for edibles and other infused products. Well, the season of giving has kicked off here in the Pine Tree State, and we saw a special collaboration between Curaleaf's Auburn, Maine location and Caden's Kitchen Food Pantry with an $8,000 donation from Curaleaf, allowing the pantry to hand out over 400 grocery store gift cards to help Maine families that are in need. With reportedly few businesses this year able to help or make donations due to challenges brought by the pandemic, a representative from Curaleaf said that they recognize how hard this year has been on the community, and they were grateful to be in a position to help. This has been your Maine Cannabis Report. I'm Ry Russell with Weed Buds Radio, reporting for Weed Talk News.
Another country that's trying to shed its image internationally is Colombia. The Senate in that country approved the first attempt at regulating the use of cannabis by adults by a vote of 11-3. There's still a long way to go, but the idea by these Colombian senators is to break up the illegal trade and change the image of that country. Any shot, Kurt?
Yeah, unless Netflix is taking down Scarface, no.
Hey, Colombian weed has dominated the American market, or at least it did back in the day, let's say 70s and 80s. And I'm talking about the illegal trade. But there's always a chance that they could actually go legit, go legal, and Colombian exports could go up. Is that going to happen?
Oh, I mean, they've done such a good job of stopping the cocaine trade over the last 20 years down there. Yeah, no, Jimmy, sorry. Unless cocaine is stopped sold in America, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing movies about the Colombian trade and how to break it up and all that stuff.
Well, it's a strange new world, that's for sure. In the meantime, not strange, north of the border, Solomon Israel, who's been off for a few weeks to move, is back with us. So let's go north of the border for our Canadian cannabis report from Solomon Israel.
I'm Solomon Israel from Marijuana Business Daily International, and this is the Weed Talk News Canadian Cannabis Report. Marijuana producer CannTrust is making a comeback attempt. The company had its federal licenses suspended last year after being caught growing cannabis in unlicensed parts of its facility. Now, CannTrust has those licenses back and says it will resume sales to Canada's recreational market this month. CannTrust remains under creditor protection. Zenabis Global says it has a buyer for an unwanted cultivation facility in Delta, British Columbia. The facility appears to have sold for about half its original asking price. A number of major Canadian cannabis firms have closed down production sites in the past year as they reconcile excess production capacity with market demand. That trend includes Aurora Cannabis. This week, Aurora announced it's indefinitely pausing operations at its Aurora Sun greenhouse in Medicine Hat, Alberta. That greenhouse was supposed to be one of the largest cannabis production sites in the world, but only a fraction of the facility was ever used. You can read those stories and more at mjbizdaily.com. I'm Solomon Israel for Marijuana Business Daily.
Two more stories to end Weed Talk News for this week. You've heard of the Seniors Tour of Golf, of course. Well, how about the Boxing Legends Tour? Sure enough, cannabis entrepreneur, former heavyweight champ, Mike Tyson got back into the ring for the first time in 15 years to fight another former champ in Roy Jones Jr. It was an 8-round exhibition for the 54-year-old Tyson against the 51-year-old Jones. Tyson even admitted that he had smoked weed before and after the fight. Did that stop people from spending $49.95 for the right to view this fight? No. How about 1.2 million people bought the fight? Kurt, did you?
I did not watch it, but anytime a 54-year-old can smoke a big fatty and go 8 rounds of legit boxing and then smoke again, it's got to be pro-positive, because I bet there's a lot of 54-year-old guys wondering, if Mike Tyson could do that and then go out and perform, maybe it's worth a shot here.
Perform what? Okay, let's not go there. Let's talk about this last story. We all recognize that the end of life can be a very painful experience for many in hospice or in the hospital. In Colorado, Jeremiah Pollock decided to drive from Denver to Chicago to be at the bedside of his grandmother, who was dying of cancer and had decided to forego any more chemotherapy treatment. One of her last wishes, to get high with her grandson. Kurt, you talk about end-of-life bonding. That's kind of a nice story, isn't it?
Oh, to all my future grandkids out there, please save this tape. And I don't know if I'll smoke it with you, but bring lots of edibles and tigs for those final hours. Yep. Perfect.
There you go. Well, that'll do it for a perfect end for Weed Talk News for another week. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net.
Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify,
guys,
Can't
I'm
be
just
done.
getting this all set up, and this is Nurse Mark and the
Hey.
Green Nurse Podcast. We are here. What are we here for? To bring hope,
Inspiration.
growth, and healing. Right? Mark and I like to talk about things that people don't like to talk about. And the reason why it is important to talk about things is to decrease stigma around these issues for healing.
Yes.
It's
yes.
as simple as that.
It is.
So tonight's topic, men, women, irritable bowel, and cannabis. And, no one wants to talk about poop. Mark,
We're going to talk about poop. Sherry and I were talking before we got on this thing. You know what? It's a topic of conversation with every nurse. We all talk about poop. Every shift change, what do we talk about with the patients?
Did the patient pass gas? Did they move their bowels? The color, the
Yeah.
consistency? Did you dip it for blood? Guaiac?
Right.
Seriously, like this is.
Listen, it's important. We have to know these things because it's absolutely directly related to your health. And if you're in the hospital and you're not pooping, you ain't leaving.
And and part of my story, like for people that are out there, literally it is. I can make fun of it now, but at the time I was sick and suffering. I had pseudomembranous C. diff colitis, which landed me in the emergency room, the intensive care unit with megacolon. And that disease almost
So what's
killed me.
megacolon?
Megacolon is when your colon it gets bigger
People don't
and
know.
bigger and bigger and bigger because things were not moving through my colon. The bacteria in my gut started to expand and these spores were replicating so fast in my intestinal tract that it completely wreaked havoc on all of the good bacteria.
It's a deadly thing.
I almost lost my intestine. They pretty much told my mother, we don't know if she's going to make it. And just to think of
legit
dying of C. diff, no thank you. I mean, seriously. But it's the reality is there. And so, cannabis saved my life. Cannabis and multiple other healing tools saved my life. So it's just interesting how I think this conversation is important because no one wants to talk about it. It was probably the most embarrassing thing that I have ever had to experience in my entire life.
And you know what? And the funniest part of that is, Sherry, everybody does it. They have to do it to continue to survive. Because if you don't, you'll die. It's just like that. If you get an obstruction, you're dead if it doesn't get cleared.
Yeah,
and yet we find that we can't talk about it.
Well, it's just interesting too because of social taboos, gender expectations, which dictate what women, should be doing and shouldn't be doing in regards and secretive about the bowel function. This can cause isolation. Like my mother, sorry, Mom, I'm gonna rat you out. She told me that she never farted. Okay. And I mean, can you imagine you how many times we fart a day? Like seriously?
Yeah.
So for me to
it's a large number. It's a very large number, Sherry.
So even just the whole taboo around excretion and smell and it's a horrifying thing. And I'm telling you, it was something that I had to look in the face.
Now, see, that's a funny thing because there's a difference between guys and girls with that, because guys, farting is like it's a thing that you do you
all the time,
all the time around all your buddies. You catch them in a small room. It's the best. I mean, like we're encouraged to actually embrace our gas, right?
And embrace our farts.
And really embrace our farts. And women are like, no. Not allowed. Women. I've dated women that absolutely, for a number of years, they never, ever pass gas in front of me. I don't know if they,
I can identify, like the embarrassment and just like, it was just so embarrassing at the time, really, really horrifying. Like I could talk about anything, but just like, chronic nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, incontinence, right? All of that, not being able to leave the home, not knowing what's going to happen
for you with everything that was going on, all of those things.
It was horrible. It was just completely mental, emotional, spiritual drain. You know what I mean? And not being able to take care of yourself feed yourself, and then take care of your children. So it was horrible. So irritable bowel. So basically cannabis saved my life, plus other health and wellness tools. I'm not on any medications. I have a perfectly healthy diet, but I do have to watch what I eat. So let's talk about, do I still have irritable bowel? Yeah, I do. But it's a diagnosis that isn't active. It's on my diagnoses. You know, colitis, pseudomembranous C. diff, colitis, irritable bowel. But I'm not living the story of irritable bowel because I take care of myself. So we're going to talk about what is irritable bowel disease versus irritable bowel syndrome.
And I have been, you know, years ago, I was diagnosed with IBS. And it's sort of it's a checkbox that says, we really don't know what's causing it. We don't know why you have these issues, but this is what you have. Check.
So basically, you know, and we're going to get into that in a little bit too, because Ethan Russo is a doctor who actually, I might just bring that up right now, right? Which is really cool. I wrote this all down. So Ethan Russo in 2016 wrote an article confirming studies that he did in 2001 and 2004. So it was the study was called The Clinical Endocannabinoid Deficiency Reconsidered. Current research supports the theory in migraine, fibromyalgia, and irritable bowel, and other treatment-resistant syndromes, meaning that these patients with these diagnoses have a clinical endocannabinoid deficiency, and they all have particular unifying pathophysiology things that are present. For example, all three of the conditions manifest in hyperalgesia states with pain, and they're clinically diagnosed based on subjective criteria. And then they can't find objective criteria. They can't find objective information to quantify it to make a specific diagnosis.
Right.
All are diagnoses of exclusion, meaning that they, you know, go through multiple
They rule
tests.
out everything else one by one until they get to this point where they just have ruled everything that they know out as the cause, right?
And then the interesting thing too is that, you know, all of these conditions also have an incidence, a comorbidity of anxiety and depression, right? It's the chicken and the egg dilemma. So they've been labeled as psychosomatic, right? And so, you know, these diagnoses, you know, these patients, that's what this whole medical trauma, they don't believe me, what's going on. And so if doctors had an understanding of the clinical, of the endocannabinoid system, just how much better it would be for patients. When patients come to me and say they don't know what's wrong with me, they have no idea, they don't know, I go, that's good news to me.
That is good news.
Because that intuitively tells me that there's something bigger that's missing. And it's not a pill, it's not a drug. It's not a surgery.
You're not deficient in antacids, right? It's just there's something else amiss. Yeah.
Exactly. So irritable bowel and irritable bowel syndrome. So this is interesting. This is pretty cool because we kind of lump everything into, you know, gut. So the irritable bowel disease is a structural issue, right? So it's such as ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. Right? And then the irritable bowel syndrome is a functional disease. So it means that and what it means too is the contents of your large intestines either move too quickly or too slowly. And tests generally don't show any reason why you have those symptoms. So gender differences, Mark.
Oh.
Who gets the raw end of the deal?
Oh, you know, girls, you get the raw end of this deal yet again. Yeah, more prevalent in women. Very much so. I can tell you, I probably have a half a dozen or more women in my life, you know, family members and very close friends that suffer from colitis, Crohn's disease, irritable bowel syndrome. Absolutely. The IBS, many more, but IBD, definitely at least a half a dozen people very close to me, all female.
So the interesting thing is to why women, so what the research has shown that women with irritable bowel symptoms generally change during the various stages of their menstrual cycle. So, you know, with irritable bowel syndrome, people have either diarrhea or constipation or bloating or gas or a combination of different things. You know what I mean? Digestive problems, you know, just a lot of different symptoms. But for women, it can change and fluctuate depending on the type during the which phase of your menstrual cycle you're in. So during the menstrual cycle, women create more, some women, not all women, create more prostaglandins. And what they do is they cause the uterus to contract. So you can get, move the bloodstream, move the blood out, right? And so what happens is if there's too many of these prostaglandins that are contracting the uterus, they can travel in the bloodstream and go to the bowel, right? And then they cause the bowel to contract and to cramp. And then that's when diarrhea happens, right? So research has shown that non-steroidals can help. Well, guess what? Cannabinoids can help as well.
Yes.
So also with women, 2 weeks before menstruation, right, there's an increase in progesterone, and that relaxes the smooth muscle, right? And so what happens is if you relax the smooth muscle, it can slow down motility in our gut, which can increase the transit time, which means that the food's taken forever to get out, and that can cause constipation.
Yeah.
Right. So irritable bowel with constipation is also more prevalent in women than men. And they basically said that the sex hormones and gender differences play a huge role in the pathophysiology, which I find is fascinating.
Yeah. And it's unfortunate, but you're right. I think the sex hormones have a lot to do with it. And, my anecdotal experience is that women suffer much more from constipation than men do, at least from again, my anecdotal experience.
Yeah. No. Just let that shit go.
It's not that easy, right? You got to, so we'll talk about, some things that
talk
you can
about
do.
some strategies. Absolutely.
Yeah. And cannabis is definitely in the mix for sure.
Right. So the part that's cool is the endocannabinoid system. So why does cannabis work on our digestive tract? Well, it's because we have an endocannabinoid system. And if you heard Mark and I talk, this is why we have it's right over there, that little umbrella.
Yeah.
So my umbrella concept of explaining the endocannabinoid system. Imagine that, right? It just makes sense because it's such an abstract concept. And just imagining that we are an umbrella, and at the top of the umbrella is the endocannabinoid system, and all the spokes of the umbrella are all of the different organ systems that make up our body and our immune system. And the fabric that connects the spokes to the umbrella are the neurotransmitter signaling systems that give messages to different areas of our body, or the spokes of the umbrella, to tell our body to do something or stop doing something. Very tippy top of the umbrella is the endocannabinoid system. We make cannabinoids. They're called internal endogenous cannabinoids, very similar to the plant, upon demand, to shower on our umbrella, right?
Right.
You want to get rained on.
And they get rained on and then they dissipate. The body just naturally processes them and they're gone.
Yes. And so the goal of
their job.
They do the job is to keep the umbrella going up and down nicely, homeostasis or balance. So if we're not making enough of our own, we can have
there are a lot of things that affect that.
Correct.
Right?
Tons of things that can affect endocannabinoid deficiency, ranging from genetics to pharmaceuticals to alcohol consumption to diet,
tobacco,
lack of exercise, not, managing stress, insomnia. So there's a whole host of things that can cause this endocannabinoid deficiency. So anyway, so the endocannabinoid systems works on the gut 3 different ways, 3 major ways. Mark.
Yeah.
Number 1, it works to decrease inflammation, or actually modulates inflammation. I hate to say,
yeah.
So basically it's an immunomodulator. Immune system up, immune system down. So it modulates inflammation. Right. So it
modulates pain.
And it modulates pain. Absolutely. So we've got receptors in our gut, CB1 and CB2 receptors in our gut, which protects our gut, decrease to keep inflammation at bay. The most powerful one that I thought that I had the most, interaction with had to do with regulates digestive action. Right.
Yeah.
So gastric motility, gastric secretions, right? So the endocannabinoid system regulates the gastric action. And so cannabinoids can actually help too. So if people are having a lot of diarrhea, THC is wonderful. THC products are great to help decrease gastric motility. CBD is great too for the other things. So a lot of people that are constipated, we have seen using even water soluble CBD. I've seen people have really good, So basically it regulates, it modulates inflammation, regulates digestive action. So motility and secretions, right? And then when we activate these receptors, it calms down calms down the nausea, slows the emptying of the stomach if it needs to, reduces the stomach acid and stimulates our appetite.
Right. And this is all the endocannabinoid system.
All of it.
In play.
Okay.
Whether it's, again, it's it's internal, it's our own system. So we're creating these cannabinoids that are going to or we're creating these chemicals that mimic cannabinoids.
Yes.
So
yes.
And that's how our body regulates all of this. Yeah.
Yes.
Fascinating stuff. I love this stuff.
In the communication, and this is like, we keep getting back to the umbrella. So right now we're talking about one spoke of the umbrella. We're talking about, the digestive system. Now, the part that's cool too, is we're going to see how the interconnectedness of the endocannabinoid system, because of the third thing that it does, that the endocannabinoid system does with the gut, is that it regulates communication between the gut and the brain. This blew my mind away. So basically we have our central nervous system, right?
Yeah.
And we have our enteric nervous system. Our enteric nervous system is the nervous system that runs parallel to our central nervous system, which is put side by side. The enteral nervous system runs from our esophagus all the way to our rectum and our vagus nerve, Mark.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
The vagus nerve, right? Parasympathetic, sympathetic nervous system. So that vagus nerve is extremely involved in almost all of the interactions with the gut and many other things. So it's huge. And so here you have those two nervous systems, and the endocannabinoid system signaling
allows them to communicate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember how you remember the saying, you better trust your gut instinct. That's what it's talking about. It's literally your gut is part of your brain. Like it's you, when you should trust your gut, you really should trust your gut, because it's getting signals that we're not seeing with our other five senses. So it's amazing.
So I do love that. It's like, your gut, your enteric nervous system, central nervous system uses the same receptors, neurons, and neurotransmitters. They speak the same language, and it is the endocannabinoid system that allows that to happen. So it just makes sense when we have brain changes such as stress or pain that can alter.
Reflected in your gut.
Exactly. Right.
When you get nervous before you start to do a podcast, you get that funny feeling in your gut. You get you get those butterflies, or let's take it when somebody does public speaking. Every time I get up and start to do something, I'm nervous and I feel it in my gut, because it's that connection. Yeah.
Absolutely. So the other thing too, so if you think about this, so improved bowel health improves brain health. And there's this whole concept of nutritional psychiatry. And that's some of the things that we're going to talk about next, is how do we support our endocannabinoid system for a healthy gut? Right.
We know
the big things to avoid. It's my favorite list.
We do.
You ready?
It's all the things that, we've been bred to eat, right? It's the things we've been trained to eat in our society for the last 50 years anyway, right?
Fast food, fried food, fake food.
My grandparents grew up, right? Cooking their own food.
Cooking their own meals, not eating out of a can or a box.
Right. But they transitioned to that because it got to be easier, right? So it becomes a convenience thing. But you're right. So what are the things? What are you going to avoid?
So it's interesting. We want to avoid, and this is very interesting too. So before, I have to just bring up history a little bit, because it just fascinates me. So you just think about how we had hemp in our diets before the Marijuana Tax Act, right? And so just think about at that time, what happened, right? Alcohol prohibition ended, right? The food industry started using more additives and chemicals, right?
Listen,
and then the pharmaceutical
so chemistry
industry
has a lot to do with it, right? Yeah, food, in how our food is manufactured. If there's a less expensive way. That's what high fructose corn syrup is about. It's a less expensive method to make things sweet. So they use high fructose corn syrup to sweeten their products. The only problem is it's very, very bad for us. It's not good for us at all.
So the fast food, fried food, fake food, artificial flavors, artificial colorings, trans fat, hydrogenated oils, high fructose corn syrup, and processed sugar, bad for the gut.
Bad.
What's good for the gut? There's so many good things. There's so many good things. We have a huge list. Right, Mark?
Tons of stuff.
So the number one thing I would have to say, even for me with my gut, is consuming foods that are rich in cannabinoids, right? From cannabis and hemp. So eating infused foods, like infusing the butters, the oils, the olive oil, the coconut oil, the MCT oil, and incorporating various cannabinoids in my diet is how I have felt that has helped me the most. And then you can get various cannabis, and then there's other hemp products, hemp food, hemp protein, hemp milk.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Hemp protein bars.
Hemp protein's a great protein. Absolutely. Has all the amino acids. It's a fabulous profile.
It is a fabulous profile. And then the various cannabinoids and terpenes that are gut promoting. And we all know about THC, we all know about CBD, but there's some of the other minor cannabinoids that are very healthy for the gut. Mark was just talking about THCA.
Yeah. So you have it on the list here, juicing raw cannabis. So if you're in a state that allows you to grow cannabis, if you're in a rec state and they have a certain amount that you can grow, or if you're a medicinal patient and you can grow it, you can juice it. And THC, before it becomes THC via decarboxylation, which means it gets heated up, right? A raw cannabis plant, you can't get high off of it because the THC is not there. What's there, however, is the precursor chemical, which is THCA in its acidic form. Well, THCA is 10 times more potent as an anti-inflammatory than CBD. And CBD has great anti-inflammatory properties. THCA is 10 times more potent. In other words, if you use that and juice it, you're going to have a much greater effect in decreasing your inflammation in your body. It's really super, super powerful. The issue is it's not that easy of a chemical to work with during the extraction process. It's a kind of a volatile chemical, and it's not easy to extract. So that's why
you don't want to heat it up, because you want to make sure
you don't want to heat it up.
Heat it up.
Whatever you do, don't heat it up, because that's when you have THC and you're going to be a little bit high.
Yes. And so there was a story, Mark, about a father who actually grew cannabis for his twins who both had Crohn's disease. And these were young girls, and their Crohn's disease went into full remission from just juicing cannabis. So I found that to be very fascinating. And then the other cannabinoids too, CBG is the mother of all cannabinoids. It's before THC and CBD even get formed.
CBD comes from, it's like the stem cell.
The mother.
It's the mother. Everything springs from the mother.
And I found CBG to be really, really beneficial in specifically working on the CB2 receptors in the gut and our immune system. I don't use it all the time, but if I feel like I'm coming into a flare, I generally pick up that product and use it for a month. CBG has been really, really helpful in calming the gastrointestinal system from inflammation. It does something a little bit different than THC. I'm not as impaired when I take it. So CBG is a non-impairing cannabinoid. And so I could tolerate higher doses of that in the daytime, so I wouldn't be impaired. CBG is wonderful. And I've also seen a lot of patients with gastric cancer and abdominal cancers use CBG in conjunction with small amounts of THC and CBD, and have had really good results in managing symptoms, which has been great. And then beta-caryophyllene is a terpene that acts as a cannabinoid. But the beta-caryophyllene, I just think is fascinating because it can be found in herbs and spices.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can add
terpenes are in many, many, many plants. And we've been consuming terpenes forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And beta caryophyllene is not only a terpene, but it acts as a cannabinoid, specifically in our gut receptors, which I like.
Yeah.
And here's the difference. Okay, so just if you guys have gut issues and you want to think of some things to cook and use and spices, just think of this: black pepper, clove, cinnamon, oregano, basil, lavender, rosemary are all rich in the terpenes and phytocannabinoid beta caryophyllene.
Yeah.
I really, really, I love that. And when I'm looking at labs of CBD profiles, I'm always looking to see.
You're looking for that. Yeah, I read a study where they were studying the entourage effect, because we still don't really know why cannabis is so powerful when it's in combination with everything that's in the plant. It's called the entourage effect. We really still don't really know why, but research is ongoing. And one of the things that they did find was that the only terpene that showed any sort of cannabinoid-like effect in the body that they could really see during the studies was beta caryophyllene.
Wow.
Yeah.
So here's beta caryophyllene is definitely, and I love pepper, and cinnamon and all of those other things. And then the other thing too is supplements, adaptogens, Ayurvedic herbs, and fungus. All of those different mushrooms that
fungi.
exist.
Oh my gosh. Oh, have you seen, as a side note, when we're talking about that, have you seen the documentary Fantastic Fungi?
No.
Oh my gosh, you got to look it up. I'm telling you,
right,
folks, to really watch this thing. It'll blow your mind.
Okay, so fantastic. Okay, so you're gonna have to send me a link.
I will do it. Yeah, it's on Netflix, on Prime. I watched it. I'm gonna watch it again. It was that good that I'm gonna watch it again this week.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Mark sent me an awesome breathwork meditation. So Mark and I are he's totally introducing new things to me. And so I did this 15-minute breathwork meditation. Holy schmoly, Mark, I had to go lay down for it. Totally was so interesting, but it was just what I needed, because I needed to unplug.
These are the other things we're talking about, Sherry, that affect the endocannabinoid system.
Yeah.
For sure. This is gonna upregulate and make you a healthier person.
Yep.
Oh, and that cold shower. I always have to mention that.
The cold shower.
Cold immersion.
Cold immersion. I know. Cryotherapy.
Stimulates your endocannabinoid system. Wow.
Totally does. Totally does. And then there's one other thing too that I want to mention for gut health. The probiotic lactobacillus does modulate the endocannabinoid system in the gut. So probiotics are huge. Echinacea is also another one that works on the endocannabinoid system in the gut as well. And then the other thing too is, we all know, to support a healthy gut, right? Sleep hygiene, exercise, all of that other stuff, that mental, emotional, spiritual stuff, meditation, prayer, recreation.
All has an effect. It all has an effect on your health. Really does.
So the endocannabinoid system regulates every single aspect of our bowel. And every level of irritable bowel syndrome, anti-inflammatory signals, serotonin signaling, and maintaining balance of healthy gut bacteria.
And it comes down to that, right? It comes down to healthy gut bacteria, because one of the things that they do now, a standard protocol treatment for what you had was a fecal transplant, right? You need to have that gut biome, right?
Guess what? You guys, y'all want a confession? I'm going to confess here right on Facebook Live. I had a fecal transplant.
And literally, folks, is what they do. They take poop from someone else.
Oh yeah, they took a fresh. This is a comedy show in itself. At the time, it's not funny, but I can totally laugh at it now, because I'm sure there's other people that are going through it.
You have to be able to laugh, man.
But I'm telling you, the whole experience was so humbling. It was literally, so I can literally.
But it worked.
But it didn't work all the way. I'm going to tell you, it worked 50%.
Oh, yeah.
What ended up making it work? So the fecal transplant allowed me to come off of heavy doses of antibiotics. I was on 2 grams of vancomycin a day, plus multiple other
If anybody knows anything about vancomycin, it's one of the most caustic antibiotics. It's like a last level antibiotic, because it's so.
It's like the vincristine of chemotherapy. Seriously.
Yeah.
It's like, that's like the worst chemotherapy ever, right?
It's
so
right.
vancomycin
Right.
is
That's what
right up
vancomycin
there.
is like that. Yeah.
So on vancomycin for 2 years, and I
Oh
couldn't
my
get off of it. And so the fecal transplant allowed me to get off of vancomycin. And so my test was negative. However, I still suffered from symptoms, gastrointestinal symptoms. So I had all of the symptoms.
So get
just
this.
didn't
What do
have
you
the
think
C.
happened?
diff.
What do you think happened? So you solved one part of the equation, but your endocannabinoid system was still not repaired.
Up to par. It was not. And
Yeah.
I'm so lucky. I mean, seriously, because I was doing, and that was the other thing too. So even though the C. diff was negative and all the tests were negative, I still had every single symptom, and they would vary in degrees. And my life was so unpredictable that affected my mental health. That's when we're going to do a show on agoraphobia. I had that too.
Yeah.
Right. So seriously, so it was really, 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 really important to look at everything, you know, when we're working with patients. And that was the thing too, is that, you know, part of my story is that if these doctors knew about the endocannabinoid system sooner, I probably would have not been circling the drain of despair for as long as I did.
For as long as you did, yeah.
Because this is the interesting thing. Prior to me getting sick, the only thing I had was ADHD and migraine headaches. Where would the light bulb go off? Migraine headaches. Okay.
Yeah.
So if a clinician, a doctor, a nurse saw me and every single diagnosis that I was collecting, you know, before you knew it, at the end of 2.5 years, so many diagnoses, if they saw at the beginning, she has migraine headaches, maybe it just would have clicked for them to think that cannabinoids could have been a solution or a supplement or a tool to help make everything else work. So truly, you know, having information.
What made the difference on the other 50%?
Cannabinoids. So it was like, but here, this is the interesting thing. So I had that surgical procedure. It helped me, but I still was sick and suffering. So the symptoms were still there. I still wasn't absorbing nutrients. I had a difficult time eating. And then what happened is that's when I developed, my immune system still wasn't great. I developed an autoimmune condition on top of it.
Oh my gosh.
And that's when my mental health, chronic myofascial pain syndrome, polymyalgia rheumatica. So you can see gut was halfway fixed, but the unfixed gut led to other autoimmune conditions, chronic pain, circling the drain.
So they put a new gut biome in, really. They augmented what you had with somebody else's, and you grew all this new bacteria in your gut, which is the healthy thing to do. Without it, you can't digest food. So here you are.
And then the cannabis came in and made all the medications work better, which I was able to get off, and then made all of the other health and wellness tools that I was using work again that didn't work. Right. So truly, so it was traditional. So initially it was traditional therapy, surgery, and then cannabis. And I truly believe that if I had cannabis a little bit sooner, that these other therapies would have worked quicker. But that's not how the story went. And
because cannabis lifts the boat, right? It affects so many things in your body positively that it allows you to start to participate in those other things. They'll use those other tools that you had in the toolkit, and it all starts to work. And then here you are.
Here I am. That's what it is this plant has now changed my life. I have a mission, a vision, a purpose to bring hope, inspiration, and growth for healing, just to share information and share stories. And even come a little bit more out of the closet with my own personal story, because I guarantee you I have been through it. I mean, when I've been through it. And I want to go over one last thing too. This is like another hypothesis. So we were saying about, really quickly, so we were talking about whole plant and the entourage effect. So go back to the umbrella. Okay. So if you think about it, if we have just THC or CBD showering on our umbrella, right? That's better than nothing. But just imagine the whole plant showering on the umbrella all at the same time, right? Going where it needs to go, doing what it needs to do to bring homeostasis and balance. And so basically that whole plant supports the rest of the cannabinoids and terpenes, so people don't need as much. And that's what I.
Right.
So I think that's a pretty cool. That's just my.
And it's
thought.
and it's not about getting high. That's
No.
the stigma. That's the old story. It's not. It's just not about that. It's about living your best life.
Totally. It is
Yeah.
about living your best
Yeah.
life. Yeah. So cannabinoid therapeutics plus cannabis plus a healthy lifestyle. We do more of what supports the endocannabinoid system. We do less of what does not support the endocannabinoid system. And basically, cannabinoid therapeutics promotes total health care, bio, psycho, social, spiritual healing.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So this has been a great conversation, Mark.
As usual.
As usual.
Conversations.
Yes. And so Mark has a book. I've been inspired by his book that I've been reading, and I have it at my bedside. It is called Absolutely Fucking Amazing. And it is on.
Living the life you love.
It's great. Living the life you love. And so we're going to put a link up here. I'm going to go back and edit this, and we're going to make sure you all can have access to this book. It's truly life-changing. And some of the things and that Mark writes in his book is I've been utilizing some tools that I'd used in the past that I'd forgotten about. And
We do. Most of the
Right.
time, we just need to be reminded that we have these tools in the toolkit.
Yep.
And man, when we pull them out, we start using them.
We become
life
more
does
powerful and loving.
I swear, I'm telling you, I have the most amazing life ever.
All right, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Join us next week for another Nurse Mark and the Green Nurse podcast, where we talk about things that people don't talk about to bring you
That's
hope
right.
and inspiration for growth and healing.
Yes.
All right.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
As we speak, and we're so happy to have reconnected with Dr. Mary Clifton. Hello, Dr. Mary. How are you today?
Hi, just great. Just great. Great to connect with you again. How are you, Jimmy?
I'm doing fine, and I'm joined by Andrew Elk, who is a...
Hi there, Mary.
Hi.
He is with a medicinal dispensary in the greater Boston area, Revolutionary Clinics. It's where I go for my medicine, and I've been working with them for at least since 2018 when I first started this whole thing. And I'm big fans of their operation and how they handle things. And it's really interesting. Andrew actually mentioned something, and I'm going to digress a little bit here, Mary, just for a second, that there's actually rankings of bud tenders. Did I hear that right? There's actually
I didn't know that.
Right?
There is. I didn't know that.
Andrew, is that
Yep.
true?
Yes, there are many organizations, the most famous, like bud tenders, cannabis plants themselves, genetics, like there's many, many professional ranking systems in cannabis. The most famous ranking system is probably known as the Cannabis Cup, right? That's an award show
Oh, well,
that
of
happens
course.
in California, Colorado, has been going on since the 90s.
Right.
Relatively recently, yes, this was a Sensi magazine, which I believe is a national cannabis publication, put out their top 25 national bud tenders. And we had two team members make the top 25. Our Canna Mom, who's been on the back of several magazine covers, she leads our virtual consultations team. And then the Canna Kid, who is very sort of baby-faced but incredibly intelligent Joe Casper, who is just a phenomenal like patient advocate bud tender. We're so proud to have both of them on our team.
Boy, I have somebody I could nominate. I mean, I worked with a bud tender back in Michigan, but I'd love to connect with some of these people and, bring some of their knowledge into my training program, and make sure that we have, because I'm sure they have tools and information that I haven't even thought of sharing yet. I mean, they are just such a wealth of knowledge. Like they say about doctors, that when you get a doctor first out of medical school, they're really smart, but they just haven't seen a lot of patients. And then they get their feet under them. And, by the time a doctor hits their stride in their 30s, probably up until sort of my age, that they do okay. But when you get into your 50s, if you're not reading and if you're not keeping up on your continuing med, you're going to fall behind a little bit. But, a doctor in that 35 to 50 range is a good spot where they can say, I've seen, or my experience has been, and like, it matters. It doesn't matter when they're saying that when they're 25, and they might be just a little too old when they get too old. But that's what I love about the bud tenders, is they have that experience. They're standing in front of people every day and they can say, my experience has been, and then that's super powerful.
Now let's. I'm going to read the quick bio of Dr. Mary Clifton, if you don't mind. I think anybody who's watched this show regularly recognizes who we have on, and I appreciate that. But she's a board-certified licensed internal medicine doctor, a recognized expert in CBD, cannabis, and the founder of CBD and cannabisinfo.com, which is where you can find that. She gives a professional certification in the cannabinoid protocol. And you've also had time to write a book, The Grass is Greener, Medical Marijuana, THC, and CBD Oil. And then I love this, Reversing Chronic Pain, Inflammation, and Disease, and Get Wasted, as well as 5 other companion cookbooks.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do in your spare time, Mary? Come on.
Well, you know what? I actually have a book that is so gorgeous that I'm really proud of. That's not that I don't love my other work, but this is such a nice book coming out. It's going to be available at Barnes and Noble April 20th. Is the launch date. It's the Cannabis Handbook. And we're going to put together, I'm hoping for a really beautiful documentary to support the book, at the same time. So that's my spring project. That's my winter and spring project. While the snow is swirling, it'll give me a good excuse to not go outside.
There you go. And I'll tell you, I'm going to, it's not a competitor, because as you know, we're all about educating the public, right? And we all know that there's a ton of public and a ton of education, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are other people out there who have books. I want to give equal time, if that's okay. Ruth Fisher. Do you know Ruth Fisher?
Yeah, I think I've seen this book.
Yeah, this is really, again, it's a primer, okay? And ushering in the golden age of marijuana. And we interviewed her, and she sent me this book. So I'm obviously looking forward to reading your book too. Don't kid yourself. And more importantly, we'll be happy to air that documentary too. But they really, it's an incredible tool. There's a chart now in my office about the ratio between CBD and THC and the different diagnoses and what they recommend, or at least have heard anecdotally about the type of ratio between CBD and THC. And of course, this lends itself to a conversation about that entourage effect, because the whole plant medicine, CBD versus THC, just 2 of the most well-known cannabinoids in this plant. There are so many that they're still discovering every day now that research is ongoing. So I look forward to seeing your spin on this. And, the word fascinating describes what's going on with this green wave. We talked about at the top of the hour, the World Health Organization and the UN looking to perhaps reschedule, if not deschedule, cannabis internationally. We heard about the MORE Act moving into the House of Representatives, perhaps to get a whole floor vote on Friday.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moving parts going on here. How do you?
And you heard about the UN this morning. Isn't that so neat? Isn't that so neat?
Look, I think it's amazing. And I'm going to say this internationally, and, I have a background in sports, so I always throw this out there. You know that the FIFA World Cup in 2018 Okay, this is the biggest sporting event in the world every 4 years. It's an international soccer tournament. And they were the first major sports event to not test for CBD as a banned substance. And that was 2 years ago on an international. And here we are 2 years later, finally seeing another international effort to perhaps give it some respect as a medicinal product. So I guess my question to you, Mary, is as you look back at the last half dozen years, I'm amazed at how quickly we have moved the needle.
Yeah. Oh, I really think when it came into my perception was when the cannabis workers were considered essential workers. It was clear that they're recognizing cannabis as medicine and as valuable medicine that people can't do without. That was a very powerful moment for me, that the dispensaries were able to stay open as essential. And I think you're right. I keep watching all of these developments and being amazed one after another at how we've gone from something that is under a strict prohibition, and really in the space of a couple of decades, I think we're moving to federal legalization. I was just at the MJ BizCon in Las Vegas. Of course, it's all so unfortunately and so depressingly online because there's just no place in the world that's as much fun as Vegas, in my opinion. But so I sure wish I was there. But online I'll have to do. But the speaker said, that what was her point? That 70% of adults have access to legal cannabis, and 30% of adults have full access, and 70% have access to medical. So we're really at a point where it's the majority of people, if you need it, you can access it. That's wonderful. And I think even if you say you're using it recreationally, I think there's a medicinal component to the recreational use, because we all have social anxiety when you're getting into a, social environment with your friends, and you're stressed and anxious and worried that you're not going to, that you didn't wear the right clothes, or that, you're not as comfortable at this particular location, or you're not as successful as that friend. And all of those feelings really pile on when you're in social environments, and using cannabis in those circumstances really helps to just let you relax and enjoy the experience, and that's where you see all of the great healing hormones and the neurotransmitters that deliver and that people benefit from with social experiences.
Yeah, Andrew and I, we talked a little bit about MJ BizCon before you got into the Zoom room with us. And we mentioned the fact about essential. And Chris Walsh, who's the CEO of MJ Biz Daily and gave the initial remarks at MJ BizCon today online, talked about that and how that was such a significant development in the legitimacy of the movement. And even John McKay, who is the CEO of Whole Foods, Chris asked him a great question right off the bat. And he said, we've been after you to be a speaker at our convention for a number of years. You always said no. Why did you say yes to this year? And his answer was along those same lines. He says, well, even 4 years ago, I talked to my PR group and got consulting from them. And they said, the downside to appearing at a cannabis convention probably outweighs the positive. And that was 4 years ago. And here we are reversing it. And now he's speaking there, so we have, even in that 4-year period, a major company like Whole Foods recognizes that perhaps, it might be time to get on this bandwagon, because even the Gallup poll says 68% of Americans want to see this thing legalized.
Yeah. Well, and that's really, his point. I enjoyed that interview so much, where he talked about how, they wanted to get into it, and there's certainly a market share to get into it, and there's value, but then there's also the issue that, if it gets shut down, you don't want federal people raiding Whole Foods. So he really let everybody else take that risk ahead of him. And then once it had permeated pretty well. He makes a good point that as an industry, we have to work really hard to provide products that have value and to be very clear in our messaging about their level of function, what people can expect, so that people really feel safe and that they have a clear understanding of what kind of result they're going to get from using the products. We don't want to sell this, even though, I mean, the problem is, though, fundamentally, is that in so many situations of ill health, you're dealing with inflammation. And if you control inflammation, you control all kinds of things, right? You control arthritis syndromes and painful muscle syndromes and muscle spasm and headache and low back pain. There's and all kinds of abdominal symptoms. So really, it's if you're treating like in this very base way, it makes sense that an aspirin works in a whole bunch of situations,
Right.
And the same thing with CBD, but that sales pitch sounds really snake oily to a lot of people, that it can work in so many different ways.
Yeah, but
Right.
you even mentioned it, and Andrew, I'm going to bring you into this because you're in the trenches. You're at a medical dispensary just outside of Boston, 3 locations, and the recreational versus the medicinal use, or even
Right.
the perception. How and all, I get it. Rev clinics, all 3 medicinal dispensaries.
Happy to talk about that. Yeah.
Right. But as Mary talked about, even those that are going to recreational stores, they don't realize, I don't want to say the ease, but the process of getting your medical card has become easier for the public. Yes?
So, yeah, I'll start by talking about ease of access. So I'm very happy to see that now I think COVID has motivated so much technology change and growth in such a short period of time. I remember pre-COVID, my sister, who's going to college in California, she was basically bugging me to, like, when she would come back home, to like get her illicit cannabis. And I said, you're going to school in California. It is so easy to get legal, easy, excellent cannabis. So she had a med card to her name in about 45 minutes. She virtualed, she FaceTimed. This is pre-COVID with a doctor. The doctor's office was set up to do that. It wasn't until COVID in Massachusetts that we now have that same technology, right? There was nothing holding us back from that, rather than a lack of desire to innovate. But the difference between recreational and medicinal, I'm very proud and happy that we've been able to stay open throughout the entire time. We've had an extraordinarily small, I believe it's 4 total cases of COVID, each of them in our entire company. Each of them has led to exactly 0 cases of intercompany spread. So we identified that employee, they tested positive outside of the work environment. We locked down the facility, we sanitized, we put really strong procedures in place. But getting to the difference between recreational and medical was one of the very first lessons I learned when I entered the industry. The company I was working for did a really excellent talk. They brought in a cannabis doctor who specialized. And what he said is that you basically have 2 customer types. You have customers who want to feel normal. We might call these the normal patient customers. They are using cannabis to achieve a very specific result. Cannabis is allowing them, whether it's CBD that's allowing them to do more with their daily routine. They can be slightly more active over time with no psychoactive, with no stony effects, essentially. So there's that group of customers who is seeking a product to solve a problem, right? They are looking to achieve a very specific, like, bodily or mental result. Then there's another group of customers who sort of wants the hottest thing, the newest thing, the highest testing thing, the most exciting thing. We might call those the traditional adult use or recreational customers. They're the customer who is excited when there are new products on the menu. These are the customers who are like, I've tried that before. I don't want the same thing I had last time. Versus the medical customer who generally, once they find a product that works for them, what their main concern is, like, is it consistently available? And that's what will solidify a relationship between a patient and a provider, like a dispensary like ours, is can we provide them consistently a product that's giving them the result they want? To me, that's the primary distinction between, I mean, I am also someone who started out as an adult use user. And as Mary said, I'm someone who benefits from reduced social anxiety, right? I use cannabis to fall asleep. I use cannabis in place of many of the medications that I used for a decade to manage attention deficit disorder. So there are all kinds of ways that we can introduce cannabis into productive, high-functioning lives that do not translate to like the stereotype I think that we were all raised with on television of like the super stoner, right? Like there are a lot of very high functioning, intelligent people and every kind of person in between who can benefit from cannabis, medical or otherwise.
You know, I really think that in a lot of situations, these blue zones that you hear about where people live longer lives and they live highly purposeful lives well into their advanced age, and everybody's always trying to uncover the secret of the octogenarian, like that is still operating in the operating room, or the octogenarian who's still carrying the water for the family. Like what makes that person in, you know, in a higher number in certain populations, where in other populations like ours, a lot of 80-year-old people are just sitting in a chair, you know, without any value and without having a lot of fun, you know. And I think in a lot of cases, you're really underestimating the amount of use of products that reduce social anxiety and help to ease the situation and make people feel better, that makes life so much more valuable for them and keeps them in a community. You know, a lot of people tend to isolate and start to take things personally and start to not, you know, interface with other people as effectively, especially as they get older. But, you know, you look at the Italians, these blue zone Italians that live forever, and they drink a bunch of red wine, and everybody says, oh, it's the resveratrol in the wine, or it's the Mediterranean diet. But what I think it actually is the alcohol in the wine. and they feel fantastic. They hang out with each other. They have conversations. Nobody's taken anything personally. And, you know, and I think if we looked into these pockets in China, we'd be able to identify that there's some mood altering product, and it might be cannabis in that case, where people are able to just relax and chill with each other.
Relax and chill. Now that's nice to hear, you know, especially during these difficult times. This has been the most challenging time, certainly of my lifetime. I mean, I do remember the 60s. I do remember the protest era. I do remember three of the greatest leaders of my lifetime getting shot. So there's certainly been some tumult in the 60s and 70s during that protest era, during the Vietnam War. But this particular time period, it's affecting everybody, and it goes across political lines.
Yeah.
It goes across socioeconomic lines. It goes across racial lines, although we've seen more cases of those people who are people of color have had more problems with COVID, and it reflects, and it goes to cannabis again. Anytime that there's something going on, it does seem to be exacerbated by our socioeconomic divisions. And even John Mackey talked about this a little bit in his speech today, his talk today at MJ BizCon, that the one percenters, you know what I'm talking about, right? They're the ones that are getting all the benefits, and they seem to live in that ivory tower, if you will, and the rest of the world has to handle all these challenges.
You know, it's so hard to know, Jimmy, which direction to be sad about first. I mean, our government is in such disarray, and then I find myself dreaming about the pandemic a lot. And last night, that was a good share of the evening, and working on novel ways to stimulate the immune system. I was like, it was a pleasant evening because I spent the whole of it in a laboratory, and that was fun. I do like to spend time in a laboratory.
Are you a science geek or what? I mean, that's great. You have a home lab. You have a home lab.
Yeah,
right?
I suppose if somebody else dreamed that, they'd wake up having, I'm hearing that the dentists are saying that people are fracturing their teeth. They're finding teeth fractures a lot because people are grinding so hard at night. But, but it is really changing the structure and nature of my sleep, and I've been trying to crack that egg for myself and for my patients during this whole pandemic, really trying to ease on sleep and sleep efficacy. And I wondered what your experience has been at your because like I said, you're getting a whole bunch of people in front of you at your dispensary. I've been seeing a lot of people upping their CBN, and I know that the research on the CBN is a little where the the laboratory data suggested that it had more sedating potential, but then subsequent small studies didn't necessarily support, but some animal research supports. So, I mean, what's working? What's working for people?
So we are absolutely seeing an uptick both in purchasing, in spending, we're specifically seeing an increase in, we always see, whenever you see an increase, you see increases in flour, edibles, but we can't make CBN fast enough, frankly. So we have a unique cocktail, unique to Revolutionary Clinics. It is a 4 to 2 to 1 ratio, 4, I believe, THC, 2 CBN, 2 CBD, 1 CBN. But basically the plan there is that we anecdotally absolutely are hearing feedback that CBN is effective for sleep. So the cocktail that we've put together is really meant to CBD to reduce inflammation and to sort of THC for pain management, and then CBN for provoking drowsiness. So we've had tremendously positive feedback. We call that our Astaria, sort of like stars in the sky as you go to sleep. So our Astaria cocktail. But we call that our sleep cartridge. And we have an entire laboratory devoted to turning THC vaporizer oil into CBN vaporizer oil. At any given moment, we've got like 80 square feet devoted to, 20 some odd like hot plates that are just, because it's quite a process.
I was going to say, do you just put it out in the sun?
Oh, I wish it was that easy. But yeah, it is truly like a bunch of Lazy Susan hot plates that sort of stir and stir for about 2 weeks. Because we found out that if you make CBD pure, you actually will create like a little bulletproof brick. You can't vape it, you can't smoke it. You can make an indestructible barrier out of it, but it basically turns to plastic when you have pure CBN. So you need, in order to maintain a liquid state, you need THC, or you need all other cannabinoids in there, basically. So we sort of stumbled upon this happy formula of THC, CBN, and CBD as this cocktail together, and we've had really positive feedback.
Well, now what if you had the pure? Oh, really? Your mom uses it? Good for you. That's awesome that you've been able to work with her and help her. Let me ask you this: when you're using the CBN and it turns into a solid, if it's administered as a solid, as a pure CBN, does it disperse with the exposure to the hydrochloric acid? I've been hearing about hydrochloric acid exposure and the way that it might change THC and promote the production of THC from other cannabinoids, but I don't really have that research solidly.
So I'm not exactly familiar. I know that there are many cannabinoids and terpenes which increase the efficacy or absorption rate, basically that increase the your body's ability to absorb. I actually don't know if we've done studies with the solid. I think initially we were really, the product for the masses that we found seems to be this vape oil cartridge. Just as a way to cheaply and mass produce as many of these things, because frankly, we kept upping the price on CBN for a while and we kept selling out. So we were not able, because frankly, it's much cheaper to produce THC than it is to produce CBN. So for us, we were trying to make business sense of how to serve a medical customer base and have product that's readily available.
Wow.
So we landed.
I love the vape, because the vape is brilliant for serving a medical customer base, because here you are trying to fall asleep and you finally decide I'm going to do something, and you take an Ambien or a prescription therapy, and then you wait for 40 or 50 minutes or an hour. And at this point, if you're already coming up on where you only have 7 hours left to sleep and you can't fall asleep, then you're not. You've already lost. But the inhalation methods are such rapid onset, so you could put a product together like the one you described, and somebody could take one inhalation and literally wait 2 minutes, and then if they aren't totally feeling it at 5 or 6 minutes, one more inhalation, and voila. That's a brilliant way to do this.
To solve your question about edibles, of course, there are customers and medical users who don't want to do any form of inhalation. So I know that we are working toward an edible sublingual form factor, like a breath mint style, sort of an Altoid style. We have a brand that we work with that is a mint maker, Mr. Moxie's, and so they have one of the #1 sublingual edible mints in the California, Colorado, and Oregon markets. And so right now we're making sativa indica hybrid, right? It's really rare to find truly full spectrum edibles, right? Edibles that actually convey the effects of the flower that they originate from. Most edibles are made with raw THC oil, which is why so many people their reaction to edibles is, oh, edibles make me drowsy. People tend to love edibles, or they say edibles make me drowsy. So that is a goal for us. We currently are making these like lineage specific sativa indica hybrid varieties, an energizing edible, a relaxing edible, a one-to-one sort of centering edible. But CBN is the next major cannabinoid. It's definitely the fastest growing cannabinoid in our business, next to CBD.
Yeah,
CBN.
I just hope we don't see CBN at a gas station like you see CBD. Okay.
No, that stuff terrifies me.
I'm with you on that. I will. And you mentioned the mints. I've had the mints. That's why I raised my hand. I've used the mints. I've liked the mints. Edibles.
I think I have those right here.
Yeah. And you can hold them up. Terrific. Edibles.
Very pretty packaging.
Inhalation.
Nice.
Okay? Edibles give you that whole body effect, if you will. Certainly great for pain. But there's that uncontrollable feeling sometimes, the titration and the dosage. And
my gosh!
Right, I'm still a little uncomfortable when I take an edible, and I might get a little too buzzed, and it happened on Thanksgiving Day, guys. Okay, I'll be perfectly honest with you, and I use straight CBD out of the bottle, like 2 droppers full, just to calm myself down, and I was amazed that it worked.
It's a perfect parachute. It just pops the THC off the receptors and then and helps to just promote relaxation instead of that excessive high. I'm so glad that worked for you, because I mean, everybody who has used an edible has a very bad story about using an edible. Everybody. So you've got
their nightmarish edible experience. And Andrew, as someone who's in the trenches, I mean, how do you explain that to people? And I know the mantra is you start low and you go slow. And we know that there's a delayed onset, right? And by the way, that delayed onset, I have found, depending on your metabolism and who's using it or whatever, could take 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours sometimes. There's no predicting. So I guess as a doctor, Mary, okay, how do you can certainly do the preaching, go low, and see how it reacts. You have to self-medicate and use yourself as a guinea pig. And that can be scary for a lot of people who don't have, let's say, as much experience as a 63-year-old guy like myself.
Yeah, they need to have a parachute in place. I mean, I think anytime, but I really like to start with an inhalation model and give people an easy to titrate product, and then or a sublingual, and I don't know. I'd really like your opinion on this too. I don't know if you go by Andy or Andrew.
And I love Andrew.
Mary,
do you? Thank you. And do you prefer Mary or Dr. Clifton? I'm very happy.
I don't know. I guess whatever. Dr. Mary is kind of my game.
Dr. Mary. I like Dr. Mary. Thank you, Dr. Mary. Yes, Andrew is perfect.
Really, Andrew. I think I would go by Andrew too, or maybe Drew. Did you ever go by Drew?
It's funny. I went by my last name for a while. My last name is Elk, so sometimes people called me Moose. But Drew, my girlfriend sometimes calls me. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I would do if I was you, but it's such a great name because Mary is just Mary. You can't use no other choice. but yeah, going back to the different methods, I really like to start people on something that they have 100% control over. But it's amazing how many times people will tell me, I want an edible. And then I tell them, I'd really like you to try, an inhalation first. We'll figure out what you need. And then we'll transition you to an edible 2 or 3 times a day. And then they basically say, I want an edible. People just don't see a danger to a gummy bear or a cookie. And it's hard for, I can't really be clear about, I just have to be clear about being very careful with your dosing when you're using an edible. But it's a hard sell to convert the person who really wants to use an edible into an inhalation, because they're just not going to do it.
Interesting. Right. I want to ask a question. First of all, Dr. Mary, can you hang out for a little while? Because we really don't have anybody lined up next, and we'd love to continue this conversation. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I appreciate that. We are going to take a little break. We always do about a half hour in or so. So let's take a little break. We'll come back on the other side. And I do want to talk to you both about the vaping. And, we've had some discussions in the past about the dangers of vaping. We understand what happened with vitamin E acetate, and that was horrific. But I do want to talk about the benefits of vaping as opposed to smoking or not. So we'll have that after this. Don't go away.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, a former Emmy Award-winning talk show host and sportscaster from New England. So we're going to interrupt the kind of promotion of a new cannabis channel to talk to you about the year of cannabis in 2020. That's right, it was quite a year for the green wave. It's why we have a saying here at Pro Cannabis Media, it's a whole new world of weed out there. So if I were to ask you, what are your top 5 stories of the year in cannabis? What would they be? Well, here's mine. We'll do it David Letterman style, kind of backwards. Number 5, Colorado. They've delivered close to $2 billion in cannabis sales this year alone, and now has passed $1 billion generated in state tax revenue since it legalized cannabis in 2014. Pretty amazing. Number 4, the World Health Organization has descheduled cannabis from the most restricted category to the least restricted category, and the UN then voted to remove it from its most restricted category. Now, of course, the door is open to recognize cannabis for its medicinal effects internationally. Number 3, just after the U.S. House of Representatives votes to open the doors for medical research of cannabis in legal states, the DEA finally issues its guidelines about research grants, and it denied that opportunity for scientists, spurning more and more research efforts that are out there. And what do you think happened? More lawsuits have followed. Meanwhile, number 2, back to the U.S. House of Representatives for passing of the MORE Act that legalized cannabis and expunged small cannabis sentences. But that bill will never see the floor of the Senate because, as you know, that is controlled by that other party. All eyes on Georgia's Senate runoff now for control of the Senate. However, considering that no House of Congress has even considered changing the law for 80 years, it was a pretty good year. What was the top story? Come on, Election Day. More people went to the vote, more people went to the polls, and more people voted in the United States of America. That meant 5 states had ballot questions. All 5 states passed those ballot questions, making 4 more adult use legal states: Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey. Mississippi, what did they do? They added a medicinal program. That means a majority of the states in the United States of America, over 33 now, have medicinal marijuana programs. So, what are your top 5 stories for 2020 in cannabis? Email us at info@ProCannabisMedia, and we might just read your list on one of our live cannabis chat shows that we live stream 3 days a week from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. right out of this studio. That's right, on ProCannabisMedia.com, Pro Cannabis Media's Facebook page, and the YouTube channel. We go live 3 times a week, and right now we're live streaming the best of our 2020 shows on all of our social media pages. So like, share, subscribe, and follow us, because the only socialization we're doing now during this pandemic is social media. So for everyone here at Pro Cannabis Media, happy holidays. I'm Jimmy Young.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. Cannabis Media.
And welcome back to Cannabis Chat for a Wednesday afternoon. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. We're in the studio in Wellesley, just outside of Boston, but we're also talking with Andrew Elk, who's in Somerville, Davis Square, another place outside of Boston, and Dr. Mary Clifton, who is down in the what we call the tri-state area. Is that right, Mary? I mean, New York is part of the tri-state area, is it not?
Yeah, I'm sort of in a suburb of Boston, basically.
Well, we are in a suburb of New York.
That's what I was going to say.
It is. It's just a shoot, you know?
I just like to remind everyone that it all started in Boston. Let's just say with a party. And I guarantee you, not that I was around in 1774, I think, Boston Tea Party. I guarantee you there was cannabis somewhere in that area going on somewhere.
The founding fathers were obsessed. I believe Abraham Lincoln, the famous line goes, Abraham Lincoln separated seeds to determine which of his hemp plants were most potent.
Really?
It's like the founding fathers famously smoked cannabis. They spoke and wrote on the idea that it was like Abraham Lincoln wrote in his diaries that this is a plant that is intoxicating, but it grows from the land and it should not be like the same way back in the day they didn't want alcohol prohibition. They were saying the same things in the 1700s about cannabis, which is wild. But we have historical records that are like, Westerners have been having this argument for literally centuries.
That's fantastic. I didn't know. I mean, there must be somewhere like a group of quotations from famous people in cannabis. That would be a fun thing to put in, in future books or documentaries. That would be a lot of fun. I could see how there'd be a million great ways to use that.
And I think I know someone who's working on a documentary in a book too.
I feel like the time to work on the next big project is, right after you finish the last big project. So I do have to get the marketing and everything pulled together around that book, but then you are like, what's next, But actually, more video assets around that book is going to be a good thing to help it. And then we can do, master classes around it and sell it with the document, we just pull things together into really cool little, all kinds of different things that we can provide a lot of high value for. I'd like to get a gorgeous journal together for people who can write down how they're choosing and using and how that response is. There's just so many great products that people need when they're starting out in cannabis, or even when you're in the middle of your journey, like a coloring book, something that has some coloring and some spaces where you can write down your thoughts and opportunities for abstract coloring. I have this great coloring book that has these really beautiful women in it. And I've been putting tattoos on them instead of just coloring them like ordinary coloring. But that's, for very certain times. That doesn't happen often when I have that time to relax. But sometimes when I'm with my grandkids, I'll, fool around with crayons and have a lot of fun, playing with that kind of stuff.
You do not look like you're old enough to have grandchildren. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jimmy, you have to find a great plastic surgeon and then you just do every single thing he says. That's the secret to looking young. just fake
we understand that. And thankfully, I was blessed with the last name.
And cannabis, yeah.
Thankfully, I was blessed with a last name that will always keep me forever.
Oh, yeah. You will always be Mr. Young.
There you go.
I think when you think about cannabis and cellular apoptosis,
I think about cellular apoptosis all the time. I have no idea what that is.
All the time.
What is that?
Well, your body's cells turn over, there's a process it goes through where a cell is created, and then there's the reactive oxygen species pathways. When you burn oxygen, you create those reactive pathways, and the MAPK pathway and ceramides are all closely associated with cellular longevity and aging, and helping a cell to move to the identification that it's time to die. And cancer cells often get around all those pathways, and they learn how to be immortal, or they learn to live a lot longer than an ordinary cell should. So that when you introduce CBD and other cannabinoids into cancer cells, at least in petri dishes, it helps all of those cellular pathways to go back into a more normal apoptosis, which is just cell death. That's the apoptotic pathway. Normal death.
Normal cellular. So I think I've heard some of what, obviously, Dr. Mary, I'm so grateful to have your incredible detail and background. I think what I've heard maybe you talk about, sometimes described as like homeostasis, right? Like people have a hard time understanding how cannabis can do all of these different things. And really they're doing what you're talking about, which is like any cell that starts to get itself out of whack, any bodily process that is deviating, either because of inflammation, which means that your body is sending more cells to an area to fight that inflammation. That's where that redness comes from. Cannabis is actually bringing like homeostatically, homeostasis is this idea that your cells are right in the range they want to be. If they get too high on that range, that's bad. If they get too low on that range, that's bad. But I think that's kind of tying in, just this is a little bit of nugget I had.
Yeah, it works the same way in inflammation to stabilize, but it also helps cells that are on a weird pathway and not recognizing that they should die. It helps them to, move toward a normal cellular death. Because cancer cells, like you remember that book, The Immortal Life of Henrietta Hacks or something? It was about those cervical cancer cells that are still being used today because they refuse to die. They're in petri dishes all over the world, and we study cervical cancer with them. But that's how cancer cells work. But then they get too big for the organism to support. But I do think that you can see less aging with regular cannabis use because you do drive cells toward that normal cell death and allow things to regenerate on probably a faster path. Because I think that cellular apoptosis, the whole process decreases, as time passes. You don't regenerate as quickly as when you're a youngin' like you, Andrew.
Oh, thank you.
I got a few years on you.
I get it. I get it. Okay. I get it. I do want to go back to what we talked about right before the break about the vaping. Okay.
Oh, yes.
When I first got my medical card in 2013, when Massachusetts first started its program, and I went in and had my little discussion with my patient advocate / bud tender and got poor advice. It wasn't Revolutionary Clinics, by the way, because you guys didn't.
I'm so glad to hear that.
You didn't exist in 2013. Okay.
Not yet.
That's right. But I do, I talk to a lot of nurse practitioners and registered nurses and cannabis experts about the vaping of the oil and how some doctors believe that vaping of oil is not natural in your lungs. But what I try to say to them, I say, now, wait a second. When you have a child and you're a parent and your kid's coughing, you put steam on in the bathtub, in the bathroom, and you bring the kid in so he can breathe vapor, which eases the hacking of the cough. So now I understand that's vapor of water or, becomes steam. Okay. Right. And vapor of oil isn't steam, but it is still a vapor. So I guess my question is, what's safest?
Well, I mean, I absolutely want to defer to the doctor in the conversation for safety. I can provide maybe just a nugget from my anecdotal experience, what we preach at a medical dispensary, and then I'd really love to turn it over to Dr. Mary. So as our head of production, this is the guy who leads all of our new product development. This is the executive in our company who looks after new product creation and development. What he likes to say is that no form of inhaling any kind of combusted material, whether it's like the 2014 slogan from Leafly back in 2014 was "Be wise, vaporize." And Jimmy, what you're getting at is that if we're comparing combustion of flower versus the vaporization of flower, you're talking about smoke that you're inhaling that's at about 1,000 degrees. That's the temperature of a lit tip of a joint. Our throat doesn't like anything that's 1,000 degrees. That's why water pipes are popular, right? They're using either long glass systems or water to cool, condition, and smooth that so that by the time it gets to our throat and lungs, we cough less. Now, vaporize, but the choice, this is what our executive says to us, the choice to use any kind of, for him, vaporizing is safer and healthier. And he is frankly medicating for an injury that he sustained pretty early in life. And him using vaporized cannabis means that he doesn't need to use opiates. So he is making an informed choice that using vaporizer products are the right product for his set of needs. But when it comes to like vaping oil, what's safest as far as I understand it is we don't want additives. We don't want cutters. We don't want thinning agents. We want pure cannabinoids or terpenes, which are THC, CBD, basically the cannabis chemical compounds. But really, for safety and health, I gotta turn it over to Mary. Thank you for letting me go first.
Oh, go ahead.
Dr. Mary.
No, that was really great input. I mean, I love the point about no additives. It was really it's the glycerol and it's the sugars that are breaking down into the formaldehyde, which is really, I mean, the vapes came into the United States with the idea that they were going to decrease tobacco addiction, that they could help with tobacco cessation programs, and they actually, I think, ended up increasing tobacco use. And there's so many people who really are heavily addicted to their vapes. But then there might be an issue with the way that the vaporizer is made, if it's made with a cheap metal like cadmium, or if it's instead made with a stainless steel. So the quality of the vaporizer itself is important. But I think a lot of it has to do with the additives, and particularly the flavorings, because the diacetyls, the products that create the flavorings are generally recognized as safe, but for oral ingestion. And we know that some of these products can cause irreversible lung disease in people who started out with healthy lungs. We know that they can cause, asthma attacks or COPD exacerbations for people who have lung disease. So the inhalation of these flavorings are in large part the problem. And also, as Andrew points out, you're really looking at vaporizing pure cannabis rather than these additive oils too. I mean, the oils you have to use with tobacco, or you have to use them with CBD, because the best cutting agent for CBD is THC. But if you're using a pure CBD vape, you can't do that. And then you're adding the oils. And then I can't remember. Can you remember, Andrew, which product it is that creates that beautiful big white cloud? And
polyethylene glycol, PEG. Yeah.
And I mean that's no good. But the consumer really, I mean, you see that all the time in advertising, where somebody is just completely obliterated when they exhale with this big white cloud. And that's, actually a sign of something you should never exhale. Yeah. But I agree with you. When you burn the product, you release, 80 different carcinogens, right? And if you vape, and you do that, even if you just vape whole flower and you're toasting it rather than setting it aflame, you're releasing 1/10 of the carcinogens. So it's a great idea in terms of reducing risk, but still helping to reduce inflammation, not only in the lung tissue, but also systemically, if the vape is done properly. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
Like safe products. That's what you want. Sorry, Jimmy, go ahead.
No, but I was going to say, that's why I go to Rev Clinics. That's why I go to a reputable medical dispensary, because they are there to provide you with medicine that will be safe to ingest. That's the idea, right?
To give you an example of what Rev Clinics, what we might call an honest and good operator, is doing. So we are sourcing. So let's start with some of the great points that Mary made. First, we got to talk about what is the technology. There's the product itself. There's the vaporizer oil, which needs to be free of additives and thinners. Revolutionary Clinics was born in 2017. We were actually born after. You can actually go back to 2013, 2014, when the first polyethylene glycol crises were sort of popping off in California markets and Massachusetts markets. The reason that PEG, this thinner, sort of came into notoriety is that in the beginning, when cannabis producers were creating their very first vape oil cartridges, right? So they didn't know what they were doing. Mary was talking earlier, and I talked earlier about how in order to stabilize certain cannabinoids like CBN, CBD, you need either THC or some kind of oil base in order to be able to inhale these cannabinoids. In the beginning, none of the operators really knew what they were doing, right? They were making these dark, thick, black very purple colored vape oil cartridges, and no one, like, you couldn't heat them up and inhale them, which is why compounds like PEG, vitamin E acetate, these are chemicals that's what they do. They thin things so that they can aerosolize like more effectively. And then that is what it was those aerosolizers and thinners that led to what Mary was talking about with irreversible lung damage, right? I'm very proud to say the revolutionary clinics, because we were born after the PEG crisis. We learned from other operators like sort of early mistakes. So we have never in any way, shape, or form used cutters, thinners, thinning agents, aerosolizers. In no way, shape, or form ever have we used those. And then after VapeGate, what I like to refer to as September 2019 in Massachusetts, Governor Baker changed laws such that now every single vaporizer product, whether it's a vaporizer cartridge, whether it's a vape oil applicator, anything that has the word vape associated with it, you get a little card that shows you that Rev Clinics is buying the absolute highest quality stainless steel and platinum coated, like medical grade stainless steel. Like it is not cheap for us to do this. There are absolutely inferior like hardware out there that we could purchase and make more money on, but we're a medical dispensary. Our first priority is serving medical patients successfully and safely. So it comes down to quality product and quality hardware. And you know, it's not easy to source that, but it is essential. We have found.
But you know, I mean, when this whole thing went down, people I mean, all of a sudden I saw cigarettes on the streets of New York, and and it occurred to me that I never saw anybody smoke. Everybody is vaping. And then after that crisis in September, everybody started to smoke. And then it wasn't 6 weeks. It might have been 2 months. All of a sudden, nobody smoked again. You know, people love to vape. It's so private. And I don't know what the tobacco industry is doing or how they're thinning their products anymore. But I'm just not interested in the tobacco industry enough to try to figure it out. I mean, that's just a product. We need to use more CBD and cannabis to get people off their tobacco, right? But I do love when you're putting together just a gorgeous vape, you know, that you're cutting the waste. I mean, I've had lunch with my friend Warren Babrow in New York, and he'll be just back from a California trip, and he'll be like, you know, try this, taking out like, and he's got something in every pocket. He's so adorable and pleasant to spend time with. He's just such a delightful man. But if you ever get a lunch date with Warren, I mean, just at 100%, that's a date to go on. But then, you know, then it's a vape. It's got 40 inhalations, and when you're done, you throw it out. How is that a good idea? There's a whole bunch of work that went into the creation of this vape. So when you're creating a super high quality stainless steel and platinum, I'm sure that your little cartridges snap in and snap out, and the only thing I'm throwing out is this little bit. You know, I appreciate that.
Absolutely. I'm actually going to grab my product I've got right here, but I adore this thing. But again, you're right. Like at this point, I remember in 2017 when I joined the industry, back then, every cartridge you had to
I'm all like, can you?
Yes, so it just like magnetically drops in there.
Oh, I love it when it's magnetic. Yeah. That's so neat.
I use the C-cell. The C-cell cartridge.
So yes.
Yeah.
We do have the C-cell, that's sort of little palm battery. We carry many different types of batteries. This is sort of our latest and greatest.
Solar powered?
Pro. Just shy of, but it is USB-C. And actually it has this lovely little like nonagon 9-sided shapes that when I lay this down, it doesn't roll like all over my desk. It actually stays stationary. So you can stand it upright. But again, like you're saying, Mary, it's these little adjustments that make the technology more user-friendly.
And decrease waste.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Reduce waste and bring more people into cannabis consumption, right? Like my mother, for example, has zero interest in smoking a joint, doesn't want anything to do with it, but she'll do edibles and she'll do vapes. You know, it's like you got to find the right product for the right person.
Andrew, how old's your mom?
My mother is, I don't think it's polite to say a woman's age, but she
Give me a range.
62.
All right, so she's all right, fair enough. Thank you. She's my age.
That's a good range. You know, she's somewhere between 61 and 63.
Right, that works for me. I'm in there. I call that age appropriate. I think that's awesome. You know, one of the things you talk, the disposable vape Now, is that recyclable or not recyclable? I mean,
really great question, Jimmy. So there is not a single operator from California to Maine who has figured out how to successfully recycle vaporizer cartridges. And I'll tell you why. The second you put marijuana vape oil, whether you're in California, Colorado, Massachusetts, doesn't matter where you are, every state in the union has what are called hazardous waste protection measures. It's part of the compliance industry that goes along with many industries. But basically, the second vape oil touches this product, the U.S. government considers this hazardous waste, which means no recycler can take it, touch it, or do anything with it until you have a certificate of authenticity that proves that you have less than 0.03. That is the federal limit for THC in products. Like you can sense if CBD has less than 0.03 THC, you can move it. I'm sure Dr. Mary knows this. You can't move any CBD product that has more THC than that. So in order to recycle, remember, what is recycling? Recycling is taking a product from one place, usually a house, to a recycling center. The reason the recycling center takes your product is because they are going to wash it, process it, and sell it to someone else. Like that is what makes a product recyclable. Like it's why some days like plastic milk jugs are recyclable, and the next day, if the price of plastic drops, that jug just became trash, right? That is the recycling system as it exists in the United States. So in order to recycle these, you, either the individual who is buying these cartridges, or if we took them back, we basically have to set up an entire processing center where all we did all day long was sterilize cartridges and then pay about, I think it's $35 to $75 a test. Maybe it's more than that. I haven't checked the laboratory standards, but every single cartridge will need its own test where we prove that you boiled every little bit of THC out of there. So there are actually
just so you could fill it again with THC.
Just so you could fill it again. In order to do this legally, Jimmy, that's what we're on right now. As the law exists today, there are art collectives. There are people in California and Colorado who are making sculptures out of empty cartridges. They're actually buying empty cartridges because remember, you can't make this into an art installation because it is a hazardous waste product. And if we don't prove that we are destroying these to the state, and what does destruction mean? It means we put in an industrial blender with kitty litter. That is destruction at most dispensaries. Like if you don't do that, you're shut down. Like that is the status of recycling. So people say to me like, oh, I wish that product, it's not recyclable, is it? And like, it's not recyclable anywhere in the world. There is no way to recycle these cartridges right now. So
well, you learn something new every day. I mean, you would think now with the cost of gas going so low that it's going to take the bottom out of the recycling industry because they'll just have a ton of plastic to be able to produce for a very low cost.
But it's a complicated problem to solve, Jimmy. That's what I'm really trying to get at. Recycling is a tricky issue.
Yeah, and I interviewed a guy out in California recently who's all about that, creating that zero waste industry that inside the cannabis space. So he's got a lot of work to do too. But I got to tell you, Dr. Mary Clifton, I think we could talk for the next 4 hours and we'd still learn and be entertaining and educational. And that's why we do what we do. And I so appreciate you taking the time today to join us again. And I can't wait to talk with you off air, as we say, to kind of continue how we might be able to work together, because I so respect what you do. Your knowledge base is incredible. I wish I understood half the words you used because I'm like a history major, you know?
I wish I knew anything about history. I always have to ask people like exactly when things happen.
You teach me chemistry, I'll teach you history. Andrew taught me a history lesson today. So we all have something to learn from each other. And that's why I love Educational Wednesdays, Professor Weed Wednesdays. So Dr. Mary Clifton, first of all, how can people find you? How can people find you? Give yourself a plug.
Oh, well, check out my certification program at the Cannabinoid Protocol, and available for bud tenders or for dispensaries to use for all of their bud tenders, or just for coaches, for individuals who want to work in a coaching aspect in their community to help people learn how to choose and use cannabis.
Fantastic. Well, we've got another couple of guests coming up in the final half hour. The Kanakuk couple from Arkansas. It's Chris and Chelsea Miles. Hang in there. We'll be back with more. Dr. Mary Clifton, thank you so much. Andrew, you don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Dr. Mary. We're going to connect you and I. I'm going to connect you with those bud tenders.
Awesome.
Thank you. And
Amazing.
we'll be
Thank
back
you.
with more of this show after this. Don't go away.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Dr. Michelle Ross, I believe, is on our Zoom line right now. Is that accurate? Hello, Dr. Michelle.
Hi there.
You're talking to Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media and Alyssa Merrill from flowerandtonic.com. And you have a tough act to follow, Michelle. I'm going to let you know right away. Dr. Peter Grinspoon was just on with us. I'm hoping that you know that name because his dad, Lester, was really one of the pioneers in cannabinoid medicine. And he passed away recently, but Peter is very well known in the Harvard community and in the medical community of cannabis as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I know of both of them, and Peter definitely has paved his own way in the cannabis community. And as an author, just like me, I definitely know of all of his work. So very cool to follow up with him.
There you go. There you go. It's not, Tom Brady, Cam Newton following up with Tom Brady, but it's close. Anyway, I digress to sports all the time. Alyssa's company, Flower and Tonic, reviews CBD products, has them tested, and she's my go-to CBD expert. So I'm hoping that the two of you can have a little chat about some of the challenges in this CBD industry. But tell us a little bit about yourself. I know that you are a neuroscientist and with fibromyalgia who helps women heal chronic pain with cannabis. That's the first page of your bio. I read very well. Anyway, tell us a little bit about you, your practice, and I guess you have a book out as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been in this cannabis field for quite a long time. I actually was one of the researchers trying to study how to get people off of cannabis and other, addictive drugs, which we now know is not so addictive and actually has medical purposes. So I published my very first paper, goodness, like over 15 years ago, and then actually became involved in cannabis because I had family members that were sick and it could help. And then myself, I actually developed a whole bunch of different medical symptoms. I wasn't quite sure whether I had multiple sclerosis. I ended up with blood clots in my lungs, like so many different things over the years, and ended up with a fibromyalgia diagnosis. But cannabis was one of the things that really helped me. And so I pivoted my entire academic career, partly because I have been sick and I can't really do the same things I used to do as a scientist. I can't chop off heads off of animals or anything like that, with nerve damage and things like that. But I've really shifted all my work to helping patients with chronic pain, with mood problems, and really love working with women because, goodness, the medical system has stigmatized women so much. When they reach out for chronic pain, we're labeled as hypochondriacs and all sorts of things, or given so many different medications that don't really help us or, get us addicted to them, like opioids, for example, or even benzodiazepines. So for me, I have really spent most of my time creating educational online courses, books, programs. Really, I've helped train, a ton of the doctors and nurses and health coaches out there. So been really busy, been a vocal advocate, both in education and even in drug reform policy. So I've been in it sort of as one of the OGs, although I'm not that old, so I can never claim I'm quite as much of an OG as some of the people that have come, before me, but I've really dedicated my life to this.
All right, Jimmy, we're all set. You can leave now. You can go home early because Michelle and I can talk all day right now.
I was going to, but I do qualify as the only OG as an old guy,
No, but I'm thinking, I know, I'm excited because your name's come up many times and I've never had the pleasure of meeting that before. But I've been stuck, as a woman, and I'm 46, 47, hormones are real. And I did not know that until I got older and had 3 kids. And it's crazy how little I find the medical community is able to help and support that. But I've been stuck still trying to understand more about the endocannabinoid system and neurotransmitters and hormones and how they all kind of, everyone's like, oh, they dance together. I'm like, but how do they dance? So like, if I'm taking CBD, is it going to make my estrogen go higher or lower? It's going to balance. No, just don't tell me. I think, and I love, I think I had that also. I came from pharma, so very much of against all this kind of thing. I really was afraid of supplements. So I've had a complete change of perspective, which I think makes us a little more passionate and I get a little louder. But it sounds like, your experiences are kind of mirrored. So what do you, as a neuroscientist, is there information that you know that you want people to be more understanding or aware of? Is there a science that's going to help us understand more?
Well, I mean, cannabis and CBD products can impact so much of the brain and body. So, when it comes down to cannabis medicine, really, people have to understand it's personalized medicine. There's no like one product that will work for everyone. There's no one dose that will work for everyone. We're all so different. We have different genetics that influence how we respond to cannabis products. We all have a different medication history and different level of liver health. So that's why it's really important when somebody starts cannabis really to consult an expert, because you never know really how you're going to react to some of these products or if you're using it right. I think that's why the New York CBD gummies and everything is going to be cured and it's going to be great because it does all these amazing things, but it does if you use the right products at the right dose for you. And even those products can change, at the different points in your life, depending on your different level of symptoms or as you go through changes or, as women, right? The doses that we might take, before pause and then menopause are going to be very different. We're going to have different, stages of our life and different needs of our cannabinoid system. So I think that, it's an ever-changing target, cannabis medicine. It's a lot more complicated than people think. But I do think that it's something that every person should learn about because we all have an endocannabinoid system and it definitely needs feeding.
So migraines, I feel like that's the thing that people are always coming to me about. Someone comes to you and they're like, I just think that women migraines, and now, my gosh, it's a major problem. So do you see, I'm not familiar with exactly what you do, but like, are you looking at clinical trials? Like what would you tell someone who's suffering from migraines right now?
Sure. So a lot of the work I do, I actually work with a company called VeriHeal doing cannabis consultations, as well as in my own practice. Again, I focus more on chronic pain patients, but I do see patients with migraines. And it's important to note that with migraines, it's really important to get consistent levels of cannabis in your system. So not just, smoke a joint when you have a migraine. It's really important to try to prevent migraines if possible, because it's much easier to prevent them than it is to treat them. But we do know from the clinical research, including studies that have happened in the University of Colorado, that any amount of cannabis is helpful for migraines. So, whether you smoke it, you eat it, you take tinctures, well, maybe not the lotions. I don't think maybe putting in cannabis lotion is really going to help your migraine, but basically any form of ingestion is going to help. But I do suggest, for some patients it's CBD, for some patients it's THC, for some patients it's THC and CBD. There doesn't seem like to be a magic strain, for example, that somebody can smoke and say, this is the one for migraines. Everyone's a little bit different in how they treat migraine headache. But I do think that some amount of cannabinoids is helpful for almost all patients.
Yeah, I've definitely experienced and received feedback, and my only concern is like rebound. In my opinion, it's rebound that causes like potential addiction, or you have to take more medication to feel better. And I do think that's especially with migraines, when those come back, it's like I think that was the safety in some of these prescription medications, right? Like they're long term. So is that then that's where I'm hesitant. So what, is there anything that you can recommend or suggest to people to avoid that?
Sure. Again, migraine headache isn't my area of deep expertise, but I would say taking something like microdosing, a 1-to-1 tincture with THC and CBD in it. That way you cover all your bases. If you take something like that in small amounts every day, 2 to 3 times a day, you're going to have low amounts of cannabinoids in your bloodstream, and you're going to actually restore an endocannabinoid deficiency that might be the basis of migraine headache. We actually do know that there's some disorders where there's different, imbalances, and the endocannabinoid system is an area where you can have imbalance. And so feeding that endocannabinoid system, restoring that balance is going to prevent the onset of migraines. And if for some reason, one does come on board, again, what you can do is you can double your dose or triple your dose of what you were taking, whether it was smokable product, a drop, etc. But I think that really, again, it's about charting migraines. I've had a lot of patients see a decrease in the frequency and severity of their migraines. So, we haven't had too many patients that are going, oh goodness, we have more migraines after using cannabis. I do see it sometimes if they're smoking or they're not used to smoking, and it's actually the inhalation of, some of the toxins associated with cannabis smoke, like ammonia and things like that, that might be triggers for migraines. But for the most part, patients seem to do right as long as they're not using the wrong products.
Okay. It was amazing to me, just little fun facts. I feel like everyone should know this. And I'm going to follow up. I would love you to share your favorite health tip. But what was amazing to me was I learned, because my house is a mess, and I was using Glade plugins because it looked messy, but it smelled good. And I had no idea how bad, I had migraines all the time, and I unplugged those and immediately noticed an improvement. Yeah. Well, how do I not know that? That's crazy. That was kind of insane. But is there one health tip that you wish everyone that, you just would love to get out there? That's your tried and true method that you use for pain or?
For me, it's about getting cannabis in there every single day, but also, like you said, it's about taking the toxins out of your environment. That's been a big one for me. You have no idea how many toxins are in there from, the lotions that you use. Literally, women are coating ourselves in these lotions, and then you look at the back of the label and you're like, goodness, you're absorbing all these different things. So if you can go and do a spring cleaning of your bathroom, but actually throw out the makeup that's not organic, the lotions that not organic, and you can start to actually build some of these products yourself. A lot of lotions are honestly, it's like coconut oil or something, or cocoa butter. You can get a magical butter machine and literally you can make CBD infused lotions. You can make all the products that you use, but in a safer, more organic way. And for me, cannabis does so much for fibromyalgia, for chronic pain, but if you don't get rid of the other things in your life that are toxic, it's like putting a Band-Aid, but not treating the real problem. And so for most of us, it's yes, we have imbalances in our body. Yes, we can restore that balance, but we're always attacking our immune system or attacking, our detox system. We're going to be chronically ill. I'm sorry.
No, that's such good advice. Yeah. And it's funny when you come from a background that's so different, and then you're here and you're like, wow, it doesn't really matter what I'm eating. And yeah, it's very eye-opening, but.
Well, for me, as a fibromyalgia patient, it was sort of funny because I have this PhD in neuroscience, but as a scientist, I was dunking my hands in formaldehyde and touching all these toxins that goodness, 10 years later, I would have never even looked at it without gloves on, and when you're in your 20s, you're sort of a superhero. And now I realize, what you put on your hands and what you put in your body is so important. And I sort of wish I could go back in time and not touched half the things that I did. And so for me, I'm hypersensitive to a lot of things. So really it is about having that clean environment, clean body, and clean cannabis. That's so important.
Those memories of talcum powder and when my dad was getting ready in the morning, I'm like, oh my God, that was really bad for us,
Yeah.
Sorry.
I go to cornstarch. I'm going to raise my hand, Alyssa. Okay.
You may speak. Yes.
No, I just want to ask her. So we recognize the benefits of plant medicine, and those of us who have enlightened ourselves about cannabis and the endocannabinoid system and the entourage effect and the terpenes that steer the various cannabinoids in each plant. I want to talk to you about diet, and I want to talk to you about the benefits of a plant-based diet, or is it like anything else, it's about balance in your diet? What has the best effect on your body and your metabolism in your body? And is it plant-based diets? Because I know a few vegans, let's just say.
It's interesting. I've explored personally different diets. I've been a vegan. I've been a vegetarian. Right now, I'm actually on the keto diet. So I am on the other end of the spectrum, where I'm eating probably more meat and dairy products than I have in my entire life over the past 5 months. For me, it's not actually the content of what you're eating. I think it's important to reduce inflammatory compounds and reduce sugar, which of course is one of the biggest inflammatory compounds. So I know you made the face. You're like the keto diet. Oh my goodness,
are everything.
But when you think about it, right? So sugar is really what's causing a lot of damage to our cells. It's, the foundation of why we have an obesity epidemic. So if you can reduce inflammation, you can reduce weight, you can reduce a lot of harms of the American lifestyle on the diet and feel healthier. For me, and for a lot of the patients that I work with, some of the standard, expected diets, like, okay, eat your veggies, the low carb diet, but, not going into ketosis like the keto diet doesn't help them as much. They're still getting exposed to massive amounts of sugar that's lurking in our sodas or drinks, like everywhere. So a lot of patients follow healthy diets and don't feel better. So, they still have chronic pain, they still have stomach issues, even if they use cannabis, they're like, I don't feel 100% better. I thought this would all just go away. And for a lot of patients, it's really about refining their diet to the point where you've reduced all the amounts of inflammation. Some of us have genetics where we're always inflamed. Like,
Right.
We got the wrong deck of cards. For me, I've done that. I've done the 23andMe. I went through like hours of pouring in, saying, okay, well, I have this gene, I have this gene, I have this gene. I can't eat certain foods, even though I really, really want to. Or if I do this, the trade-off is I'm going to have to go exercise all the time. I'm really going to have to do something. And you really have to sort of balance out, what are the benefits of this? Can I actually do this? And, is this worth it? Right? Like, some people can't live without eating donuts, right? When you're on the ketogenic diet, you actually have suppressed appetite, and you sort of lose a lot of the cravings, which is really interesting. You have a very clear focus and clear head, which is what some people say you see with a plant-based diet. Like, oh goodness, I got out all the toxins. Now I feel much better and motivated. But some people don't do good on a plant-based diet. Some people need more vitamins, or, they need the protein. I think that there's a diet that's right, or a couple diets that's right for each patient. I don't think that, plant-based is definitely the right way to go for all patients. But I think it really is something where you have to take a hard look at, what's right for your body. And I don't think that's a easy question. And I don't think that some of these diets, for example, like ketogenic diet, is not good for the long term. You can't be on this 3 years unless you have a severe condition like epilepsy or something like that. I don't think it's great, but.
Well, what's crazy to me, so I recently, and I was like, okay, every hippie doctor is going to tell me to cut out gluten, dairy, and sugar. I get it. No, thank you. I want to live my life. But recently, I did have, testing done and cut out gluten, and I was wrong. I feel like I definitely have some of that clarity back, but I did the testing to see it in black and white, where I would have never, ever. But I cut it out hardcore because it was just so there in black and white that there was a issue. But what was amazing is that I recently learned that a physician, and this is a physician, a Mass General physician who does private practice, they can't offer testing, to test your allergies, your gut testing, things like that aren't covered by insurance. And that was to me. Where are you based out of? I should ask that first.
So I'm in Nevada.
Nevada. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. We don't have holistic doctors. We're in Massachusetts. But I don't know if that's a national type of thing, but that if it's not covered by insurance, like a mainstream doctor can't recommend a lot of this testing.
I'm not really clear about the legal things with that. I do know that, there's lots of naturopaths, I believe, in this state and in other states. I lived in California for 10 years before I moved here. I just moved to Nevada, so I don't know all the laws around here. I actually do. Most of my telehealth patients are actually on the East Coast. So, So I don't actually know the laws about Nevada, but, there's a lot of take-home tests too. So, when patients are like, goodness, I want to learn more about my health. What are my vitamin D levels? What are my hormones? What are my allergens? Yeah. There are different companies like Everwell and things like that, where you can sort of take your health into your own hands, which, I do like, but I also do encourage patients to follow up with a clinician that knows what they're talking about. So they're not just like, oh, great, this is, what I think this is. And it's never what they don't understand test results. But I think it is important for everyone to know what their food sensitivities are. Goodness, it's like literally, if you think you have fatigue, for example, or pain, and it's like all you had to do was cut out eggs, for example. It's like, that's it. You know,
have people test for that. What's your, if you have a patient, where do you direct them? Do you do that testing or?
So I don't. So, you know, I really believe in stay in your lane. So I'm a neuroscientist. I work as a health coach, and you have to be very careful about the things that you do recommend. Somebody wants testing like that, I would refer them out to a naturopath doctor or DO that, you know, does those things. For me, I really do focus more on plant medicine. So things that don't require an MD, right? Talking about cannabis, talking about kratom, talking about medicinal and psychedelic mushrooms. That's really where I focus on. You have to be very careful because you can't practice medicine, obviously, without a license. That does get you in trouble in many states. So
very much appreciate you saying that. Yes, thank you.
All right. My hand's up again. I'm going to ask a question of Dr. Ross here for a second. And I go back to your bio. It says here you were known for breaking boundaries as the first scientist to star in a reality TV series. And that had to do with Big Brother 11, the CBS series. Now, I'm not going to ask you about that, okay? What I am going to ask you about, however, is females and science. And, you know, for many, many years, a lot of times we wouldn't let the females look at the science world. And now I think we're starting to see more and more. Do you see yourself as a role model?
You know, I would hope so. When I was on the TV show, I was really trying to, you know, have some integrity. I know that there's many different ways to play reality TV games. Some people are lying, cheating, stealing. I really was on there being very honest. And after I got off the show, you know, I got a lot of emails and calls from mothers that were, you know, saying things like, this is the first time my daughter ever saw a scientist. She wants to grow up to be like you. It was really cute. So, you know, for me, I've always tried to, you know, be in that role. For myself, I never actually met another female scientist until I was, 21 years old. I was working an internship at UMass Worcester, actually. And I finally met a female scientist. There was none in my college, which was really weird. I went to Boston College. And I think it's really important. If you don't see that, you know, somebody who looks like you, who is doing the job that you want, it doesn't even come into your head that you could be that, right? I didn't even know scientist was a job until I had seen somebody do that. I really thought only medical doctors was a thing. And that's actually what I went to college for, to be an MD. And then I realized I could be a scientist. This is a thing. People study the brain. This is really cool. So, you know, being able to inspire, you know, some women out there, hopefully some young girls out there to actually be a scientist was a cool thing.
There you go. I like that because I know that Alyssa's the mother of 3 girls. So I'm always thinking about that.
I love what you're doing. And
thank you.
Just wonderful things. So.
Well, how can people, so you are the CEO of Infuse Partners. How would people get in touch with you in case you would like them to come on to, you know, a webinar or interviews or stuff like that?
Sure. Well, you can find me on Instagram or Twitter at Dr. Michelle Ross. So that's DrMicheleRoss, or at drmichelleross.com.
There you go. Boy, I like that when it's so simple. You know, I like it when it's so simple, when it's your name or whatever. But again, I really appreciate you taking the time out this Monday and talking with Alyssa and myself about this. And obviously, you've done quite well. Now, I'm going to give you a little hint. You say you just moved to a new state, right? Say that state again.
Yes. Nevada. I know it's probably not even how you say it. So I'm from New Jersey. I say everything wrong. So.
Well, okay. So I was born in New Jersey, so I can relate. Okay. But it's Nevada. And I got reprimanded when I was flown out to run a workshop there. And I'm calling it Nevada because to me it sounds much cooler to be Nevada. But it's Nevada. And they made They made it very clear to me. And I thought I'd give you that hill. And I say that in a friendly way, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, and I normally just say Las Vegas. So there we go. I have to go to like little training, you know, I have to reprogram my brain to say it the correct way. So
no, that's quite all right. I just thought it would be fun to end it that way. But Dr. Michelle Ross, thank you so much for coming on today on our Cannabis Chat Medicinal Monday show.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hey, I am Chris Mile.
And I'm Chelsea Miles.
And together, we will take you miles away from sadness
into the realm of calmness and joy. In case you don't know,
we make delicious recipes infused with a magic ingredient.
Cannabis. Don't worry if you cannot smoke your cannabis. Follow our videos and cook your food infused with marijuana.
We are here to make a bold statement that anyone can be a chef. Our easy recipes will not only fulfill your hunger pangs, but they will also give a dose of happiness by taking you to cloud 9.
And the great part is that you don't have to worry about overdosing.
Visit our website and calculate the daily dose of your edibles.
Happiness has never been this delicious before.
We are on a mission to take your lifestyle to a different level because
Cannacook.com, we're striving to make lives healthy, spiritually, mentally, and physically.
Hey everybody, it's your friends Chris and Chelsea here from Cannacook.com.
Hey everybody.
Hey, we hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving.
That's right.
We sure did.
That's right. We just stayed at home and cooked random things.
Yeah, we did. So we figured today it's kind of getting where it's colder out now
That's
and all
right.
that. Why not make some hot chocolate?
Exactly. So we're going to show you guys how to do cannabis-infused hot chocolate.
Stick around and stay tuned.
To infuse this recipe, we are going to be making infused almond milk. Now you can use whatever type of milk you would like, whether it be almond milk, oat milk, dairy milk, soy milk, any kind will work. This recipe calls for 1 3/4 cup of milk, but we're going to be infusing 2 cups. Then I've also got my decarbed cannabis. You can use decarbed cannabis or decarbed CBD. Either one will work just fine. I'm using 6 grams of decarbed cannabis. The more you use, the stronger your hot chocolate is gonna be. And then for the first part of this recipe, you will also need a double broiler. I've got my double broiler going. I get my water boiling about like this. And then I turn it down to about medium heat on my stove so that it stays boiling like this. So we are going to get our 2 cups of almond milk added in. And then we are also going to add in our decarbed cannabis. After you get that in, just give it a good stir. We're gonna let this cook for a total of 30 minutes over low to medium heat. You don't want it to get too hot where it's boiling really a lot on top. So just be sure to keep a close eye on it and stir often. We will check back in here in a few. Just doing a little check-in. This is what it's looking like. It's smelling really good in my house. This is what the water is boiling like. I keep it over medium heat and just let it bubble like that the whole time. Just keeping a close eye on it, stirring it often. I've got about 10 more minutes left until it is ready to strain. The 30 minutes is up. This is what it's looking like. So I've got my strainer and cheesecloth. So we're just going to pour this right on through our strainer and cheesecloth. When you're cooking with cannabis, it's really helpful to have a good mesh strainer. After you get everything poured through, just fold your cheesecloth over and get some sort of masher. I like to use like a potato masher, and then just mash down. Fold again and mash again. You end up getting a lot more liquid out. So we're just gonna keep mashing like this until everything comes out. And then we are going to add our infused milk into the refrigerator to let it get a little bit cooled off. For this recipe, you will need 1/4 cup of unsweetened cocoa powder, a 1/2 cup and 1 tablespoon of white sugar, 1/4 teaspoon of salt. I am, as always, using this Himalayan pink sea salt, but you can use whatever type you'd like. 1/3 cup of boiling water, the 2 cups of infused almond milk that we made, 1/4 cup and 2 tablespoons of any half and half, and 1 teaspoon of vanilla. I've got the water boiling in a separate pan on my stove. Then I've got this other pan. So I'm gonna add in the white sugar, the cocoa, and the salt. And then I'm going to grab my already boiling water. Oh, very boiling water. And we're just gonna pour that in. And we're going to mix. All right, so we've got it all combined, so we're just going to mix. I've got this pan over low to medium heat. It's on a 4 on my stove, and I think that equals medium heat. We're just gonna give this a good stir until it's all mixed. We've got everything nice and mixed. I've still got it over low heat, so we're gonna let this simmer for 2 minutes. And be sure to keep a close eye on it. You don't want it to get seared or overcooked. This has been cooking now for 2 minutes, so I've got my infused almond milk. We're gonna get this added in. Once we've got this added in, we're gonna stir, mix it up really nice. Cooking over low to medium heat, we're gonna let this cook for 1 to 2 minutes. Be sure to keep a close eye on it because you do not want this getting overly hot. The 2 minutes are up, so go ahead and turn your heat off. Now we are gonna get our vanilla extract and the half and half added in. We're gonna give it a good stir and then add it to our coffee cups. I'm gonna add marshmallows in mine. You can add peppermint or whipped cream. Yeah. Ooh, that'll be a good one too. So now you've got yourself some easy, seriously easy and delicious cannabis infused hot chocolate. And here is the awesome hot chocolate. So we are gonna decorate them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put, I think, marshmallows. I like a lot of marshmallows in mine.
Yeah, she does. We've always been a fan of hot chocolate this time of year, though.
Oh gosh, yeah. I love having hot chocolate around. Ooh, yes. And then I've gotta have some sprinkles. I'm kind of a chocolate fanatic. So.
Kind of?
Kind of, okay. More than kind of.
Yum.
So good, so easy. I hope you guys enjoy this. I know we're about to.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, a former Emmy Award-winning talk show host and sportscaster from New England. So we're going to interrupt the kind of promotion of a new cannabis channel to talk to you about the year of cannabis in 2020. That's right, it was quite a year for the green wave. It's why we have a saying here at Pro Cannabis Media, it's a whole new world of weed out there. So, if I were to ask you, what are your top 5 stories of the year in cannabis? What would they be? Well, here's mine. We'll do it David Letterman style, kind of backwards. Number 5, Colorado. They've delivered close to $2 billion in cannabis sales this year alone, and now has passed $1 billion generated in state tax revenue since it legalized cannabis in 2014. Pretty amazing. Number 4, the World Health Organization has descheduled cannabis from the most restricted category to the least restricted category, and the UN then voted to remove it from its most restricted category. Now, of course, the door is open to recognize cannabis for its medicinal effects internationally. Number 3, just after the U.S. House of Representatives votes to open the doors for medical research of cannabis in legal states, the DEA finally issues its guidelines about research grants, and it denied that opportunity for scientists. spurning more and more research efforts that are out there. And what do you think happened? More lawsuits have followed. Meanwhile, number 2, back to the U.S. House of Representatives for passing of the MORE Act that legalized cannabis and expunged small cannabis sentences. But that bill will never see the floor of the Senate because, as you know, that is controlled by that other party. All eyes on Georgia's Senate runoff now for control of the Senate. However, considering that no House of Congress has even considered changing the law for 80 years, it was a pretty good year. What was the top story? Come on, Election Day. More people went to the vote, more people went to the polls, and more people voted in the United States of America. That meant 5 states had ballot questions. All 5 states passed those ballot questions, making 4 more adult use legal states: Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey. Mississippi, what did they do? They added a medicinal program. That means a majority of the states in the United States of America, over 33 now, have medicinal marijuana programs. So, what are your top 5 stories for 2020 in cannabis? Email us at info@ProCannabisMedia, and we might just read your list on one of our live cannabis chat shows that we live stream 3 days a week from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. right out of this studio. That's right, on ProCannabisMedia.com, Pro Cannabis Media's Facebook page, and the YouTube channel. We go live 3 times a week. And right now, we're live streaming the best of our 2020 shows on all of our social media pages. So like, share, subscribe, and follow us, because the only socialization we're doing now during this pandemic is social media. So for everyone here at Pro Cannabis Media, happy holidays. I'm Jimmy Young.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome again to another edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, a very special podcast and interview show that we've been running here on Pro Cannabis Media for a few years. And today we are joined by a gentleman out of New Jersey named David Kunick. He runs UCS Advisors, which stands for Using Cannabis Safely. And I can call you Dr. David, can't I, David?
Yes, you can. Yes, I have a couple of doctorate degrees. So it actually is Dr. David. And fun little fact for our non-cannabis companies, UCS stands for Use Common Sense.
Oh, I like that. It's got that double meaning thing, which is so important when you're branding too, because you can adapt your brand to the audience that you're talking to, right?
Exactly. And part of really how UCS came about was due to demand that was really needed in the cannabis and hemp sector. And one of the biggest things is being a medical professional by trade. Part of our medical code of ethics is to empower and to educate the patients. And that's about every aspect of medicine, which includes cannabis, which includes CBD, which it also includes saying about all the different type of alternatives instead of taking opiates or other drugs. And when it comes to business, a lot of times we don't use common sense. And sometimes if you just use common sense, the problem gets resolved very simplistically.
You'd think so. It should work out that way. But as we all know, life is a journey, and, you know, life throws curveballs at us all. And who expected the pandemic to hit in the middle of 2020 in a critical historic time in the development of our democracy as well? And the fact that it's actually now a political issue in a presidential race is a fascinating development for me that I've lived to see this day in my life. Do you feel that way?
I can't say I feel exactly the same exact way as you on this one. What I can say is I've been involved in cannabis for over a decade.
Okay.
I got involved back in 2009, 2010. To see how much it has changed between 2010 to 2020 is night and day.
Right.
For people to say to me, oh, wow, you've been doing this for over a decade. You're a pioneer in this industry. I'm like, no, I am not a pioneer whatsoever. Now, did I get into this sector much earlier than other people? Yes. But what I think is really interesting is not so much the political debate, but really two things. One, during COVID-19, cannabis has been deemed essential in over 30 plus states. Not gyms, not restaurants, not salons, not barbershops, but cannabis was deemed essential in over 30 plus states. And the second thing is I tell people this, from 2010 to now, there's over 32 states that have medical cannabis laws. Right. That's pretty impressive.
Absolutely.
And to see how many more states we have on the ballot for this November for either legalization or medical use, it's just absolutely mind-blowing.
And it's funny, when you talk about it as an essential substance, it does go to the fact that it's a medicinal plant that has been part of our world in medicine for thousands of years. One of the most interesting factoids that I discovered over the last few months as I continue to get more and more knowledge about the history and the usage of this is that doctors in the United States in the 1920s wrote 3 million prescriptions for cannabis. Now, this obviously was before 1937 and the Harry Anslinger and the banning of it all, and DuPont and Hearst and all those evil white capitalists that saw this as an evil weed, and they didn't recognize the essentialness of that medicine. And I've run this theory by many people that I've talked to, oncologists and doctors of cannabis, that if that drug hadn't been outlawed, would we have had as much rampant cancers that we've had in our society over the last 80 years? And every one of them says, not just cancer, but anxiety and epilepsy and aggression and all those things. And they all think that this is an interesting theory. Of course, I have no proof and I'm not a doctor, but I did play one on TV once, David, I swear.
I mean, well, it's interesting. Back in, I think it was 2015, when I was interviewed by USA Today, I was quoted saying how cannabis is a modern day penicillin.
Right.
And I am getting quoted in several magazines and other publications and media outlets talking about that. And I tell people all the time, like, remember, the physician who invented penicillin was shunned and outlawed in the medical community. And then I think it was either 15 or 20 years later, next thing you know, he's winning the Nobel Prize.
Right.
And look, we use penicillin all the time now. And, you know, I use that as a great example all the time because as I tell people, especially treating patients, where they go, well, you know, Dr. David, how can I talk to my primary care physician or my orthopedic surgeon about cannabis? And I say, why can't you? And they go, what do you mean? And I say, think about this. It is a physician's code of ethics to literally look at every different treatment option. So if your doctor is anti-cannabis and anti-CBD and won't even talk to you about it, well, that's a problem with the physician, not you. Because when that new drug comes out by Big Pharma and that drug rep comes out and teaches them all about the new drug, what do? They talk to you about the new drug.
Right.
Same exact thing.
So you mentioned the word pioneer and how people view what you're doing at this time. And you said 10 years. One of the interesting developments that I found in our little journey here at Pro Cannabis Media is I still have to prove myself that I'm pro cannabis, even though I have been a regular user and a medicinal card holder since it became available to me in Massachusetts in 2013. The pioneers who were part of the advocacy movement that started NORML and started a lot of the action in California, people like Steve D'Angelo, for instance, who's, you know, age appropriate with me. We're both in our 60s. And he was involved with the going after the illegal drug from like the early 70s and then saw it through to fruition in the 90s in California. He's a true pioneer because he's been fighting it. But what about the respect from those people for those of us like myself who have just been using it, let's just say casually for most of my life. And now, it's like I have to earn my stripes with that community. Are you finding any of that when you go out there into the cannabis space?
That's a very interesting question. And I'm a little delayed in my response because the one thing I actually teach a lot of people is that it's very rude to ask someone, oh, do you smoke? Oh, do you use cannabis? Because everyone's different. Because if you're treating it as a medicine, that's like me saying to you, oh, Jimmy, how many pills do you take a day for all your conditions? Or, hey, like what kind of vitamins do you take every day? It's not anyone's business.
Right.
So, so that's the first aspect. The second aspect is myself, who used to be the CEO of a publicly traded company, who's raised millions of dollars for my own companies and other companies, who sometimes has to wear the jacket and tie. Like wearing a collared shirt, I'm dressed up right now. Usually I'm wearing a t-shirt and shorts. And sometimes people will say, oh, well, you're like a suit. You're like just a suit in the industry. You don't really get what's going on. And you have to say, well, no, don't judge a book by its cover. Right. What I rather say is this, is that, and for you, Jimmy, I could ask this question just to anyone in the community, is how consistent are you with helping moving this movement forward? Are you jumping on the bandwagon just for a couple weeks, a couple months? Or are you really in this to really help propel this movement forward? And that's kind of where I tell people about earning your stripes. Are you a fly-by-night company? Or it's kind of like going to a networking event and you meet someone and they never show up to another networking event ever again. It's like, okay, what are you really doing in this industry versus, hey, you're showing up to all the events, you're being proactive. I'll take another step further. In New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, we're really slow compared to a lot of other states with cannabis reform. And a lot of lawyers, social media experts, website designers, accountants, like, hey, Dr. David, how do I get involved in the industry? What do I do? What do I do? I go, well, there's this thing called Google, and start looking up some marijuana newsletters, sign up for that. And then there's a bunch of events. There's a bunch of online events. Show up to them. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, you kind of have to earn your stripes. Like, you need to show up and let people know that you're in this. And by showing up to the events and showing your face and networking and talking, people will know that you're serious about this.
Absolutely. And that's what I have tried to do, certainly in my backyard in the Massachusetts area, which of course voted in adult use back in 2016. And it took them 2 years just to open up the first dispensary. And the amazing thing about that is the state of Maine voted it in at the same time. And they're just now have a date, I believe it's October 9th, where they're opening up their first adult use dispensary. So this industry does not just move forward quickly because of the different legislatures and laws and regulations that a lot of these states are putting on the industry. And I guess the big question, Dr. David, who is also an advisor to a lot of startup companies, is what's the right model? First of all, define what a vertical is in the cannabis space.
So vertical is where you can grow the product. Then you could also bring it to your own extraction lab if you're trying to break it down into to put it into vaporizer cartridges. And then you can also sell it out of your own dispensary. So as I tell people, for vertical, it's like doing everything in-house. You're not outsourcing anything. And I'm also really happy that you brought up Maine and Massachusetts, because as someone who has worked with the medical marijuana caregivers of Maine for numerous years, I use the state of Maine as an example to people in other states where they think, oh my God, legalization's on the bill. We're going to pass it. We're going to be able to smoke weed the very next day. No, that's not the case at all. And I use Massachusetts, which took 2 years. I use the state of Maine, which is almost taking 4 years for it to occur, and saying just because you get legalization doesn't mean it's going to happen overnight. Now, for startup companies, for the last part of your question, I tell people this, is that you have to really look at yourself and say, do I want to be a business owner, Or do I just want to be an investor and make money off this industry? And there's nothing wrong being an investor. People don't realize you're being a business owner in a very difficult industry with a lot of rules and regulations. You're jumping through a lot of hoops. And therefore, you may not really want to be a business owner. You might actually want to be an investor instead. And once again, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
No, absolutely not. And I've got a great opportunity for anybody out there who's listening to this. They'd like give me a call and be happy to chat with them. But you make a great point about when voters vote in something like this. One of the first things people do is they go outside and they light up a joint and they partake. And that's still illegal, is to smoke it in public. And, you know, it's similar to like cracking a bottle of whiskey outside and taking a swig of it too, because you're not supposed to consume outside of a licensed establishment. So getting that mentality that this is going to be a controlled substance still, but it's being controlled by a set of regulations that the state cannabis commissions put in place. And that little item still hasn't quite grasped everybody in the public yet. But again,
and it's also about like using, like we talk about like UCS, use cannabis safely. Like we talk to our patients who have medical marijuana cards saying, hey, do you know the rules for transporting cannabis? And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, every state has different rules and regulations where has to be in a certain type of container, has to be in your glove box. The glove box has to be locked. You have to make sure you have your card on you just in case. You can't medicate while you're driving, you know. And I bring this up to people because, one, if you're going to get a medical marijuana card, learn the rules and regulations for your state. And secondly, also, a lot of police are still learning what the rules and regulations are. Right. You know, I've heard stories from patients in Massachusetts, Maine, Rhode Island, where they've been pulled over for cannabis smell, and they've had to talk with the officer to talk about what the rules and regulations are. Right. Because it's a very new ruling overall, and they're playing catch up. So
they are, and while there are still some good law enforcement officers who will make that stop a educational experience and an informational experience, we both know that cannabis is a civil rights issue as well, because law enforcement can target people of color and harass them, not inform them, not educate them, because they know that if they find something on this person, they can put them in jail. And it's happened quite a few times, as you know, in states like Alabama, where they found someone, God, I can't, it's Shane, is it Shane Worsley, I think is his name, that got arrested, medical user in Arizona, pulled over to get some gas on a trip, I believe, to Florida, had his windows open and was playing air guitar, got the attention of a law enforcement officer from Alabama. What do you think happened? He asked him if he could search his car. And the wrong answer is, well, yes, of course you can, officer. No, the answer is no, you can't search my car. You have that right. And sure enough, this guy's been in jail for 5 years, and it's one of the people who's been targeted by the Last Prisoner Project that Steve D'Angelo has started, trying to get all people who have been incarcerated by cannabis possession offenses out of jail. So as far as it being a civil rights issue, do you understand that analogy, I'm sure?
Oh, of course, I do. And it's something that comes up a lot. As someone who's started 13 different companies, I'm very proud of the fact I've hired a lot of veterans, and I've also hired numerous ex-cons. And I have a close family member that actually works for the federal prison system. And I was taught early on that people need a second chance in life.
Right.
And my very first company I owned when I was 25 years old, my fourth hire was actually an ex-con who, true story, actually robbed a bank in college. He was a college football player, very well recruited, just wanted money, did something. He was a stupid 19-year-old kid, and he went and he robbed a bank with two other football players. Served his time, and yeah, it was funny. I met him actually at a gym, and for some of my medical facilities, I need some additional help. He checked all the boxes. He interviewed great. And, you know, from there, it was just kind of the rest is on. So, I mean, the one thing I also tell people too is that in this industry, you know, if you really want to make a difference, go out, hire some ex-cons, go out, hire people who have felonies on their records, if you can, because, you know, it's about giving that second chance and giving that people that opportunity.
You know, it's funny, you mentioned Massachusetts and Maine. A lot of states that have it on their ballot this year, like Arizona and South Dakota, and I believe New Jersey as well, also are talking about social equity applicants getting an opportunity to get into the business. However, I know you understand this, you really do need capital to start a business in the cannabis space because of the strangling those regulations that you have to have in place even before you go out and ask for a license. And while the reality is it's difficult for that to do, at least people are recognizing that we need to do something to give those who have been most impacted by this failed war on drugs an opportunity in this new business. But without capital, you can't get going. So it's kind of a catch-22, isn't it?
It is. But what's interesting is Marijuana Business Daily did an article, and they talked about, and they interviewed a bunch of numerous African Americans in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
They talked about raising capital and racism, and it was really interesting because some of them were like, yes, I experienced a lot of racism, very difficult time raising capital. And some of them saying, no, I haven't experienced it whatsoever. And what I will say is this, is that, and I tell all our clients this at UCS Advisors, is that do not act like a high school senior. And people say, Dr. David, what do you mean a high school senior? And I go, great. College is what? Let's say $50,000 a year. The average person goes to college for 5 years. That's $250,000, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So let's take it a step further, okay? Does that mean that, okay, hey, I'm going to graduate high school. Hey, will you write me a check for $250,000? I have no game plan. I don't know what college I'm going to go to. I don't know what I'm going to major in. I don't know what I want to do for my career. That's a big ask. You know, would someone give an 18-year-old $250,000? The answer is no, okay?
Right.
So when people don't have their pitch deck together, their executive summary together, when they're asking for someone for money and they do not have a clear return on investment for the investor, you know, that's another red flag. Right. So you really need to have your act together and have a clear vision. A great example is I just spoke to someone in Massachusetts who has one of those social equity licenses. They're raising capital, and they did a phenomenal business plan, phenomenal pitch deck. On their own, they already raised about $1.75 million. And it was great. And I asked him, like, hey, are you finding a tough time raising money? He goes, not really, because I hated doing the business plan. I hated putting together the pitch deck, and I hate presenting in front of investors. And I go, that's a lot of things you don't like. He goes, yeah, but because I didn't like it, I knew I needed to do it.
Oh,
versus
great.
Other people that we see, oh, hey, I need money. Can you help me right away? Okay, well, what do you have? What are you offering? Oh, I don't know. Just get me money. Well, no, it doesn't work that way. So, so I will just say is we tell people here at UCS Advisors these green nuggets of information.
Mm-hmm.
And our number one green nugget is failure to plan is planning to fail. Once again, failure to plan is planning to fail. So you can raise money. You just got to do it. You got to do it the right way.
And what is that right way? I mean, doing the planning, writing the business plan, talking to people like yourselves or others who have had success in the startup and raising capital world. What is the one thing that you look for in a business plan that you have to have in there to attract the capital that you're asking for? What's the biggest factor there? Is it that ROI? Is it the team? Is it the problem, the market? What is the one thing you look for as far as the key when it comes to that?
Well, but before it's the one thing to look for, because that's very much a trick question.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go over some quick numbers real quick, okay?
Okay.
when you're pitching to investors, there's less than a 5% closure rate. Think about that. So for every 100 people you pitch your idea to, expect 5% of them or less to actually sign a check. That's not very high. Okay.
Yeah.
The second thing is, and this is the other thing we see a lot, is that however much money you're going to raise, expect to spend 5 to 10% of that in actually raising the money. So if let's say you want to raise $100,000, be expected to spend $5,000 to $10,000 out of your own pocket to raise that money. Right. And people don't realize that. People think, oh, I'm going to raise money. It's not going to cost me a penny. I'll spend money on the lawyer and maybe a little money in the account, but nothing else. And people forget that. So I tell those to people, those facts, because you get a lot of people say, oh, I need money. Just get me money. And you say, great. Well, there's going to be a little bit of cost to it. They go, no, if you're good, you just get me money. And I tell people, well, that's like throwing shit against the wall and let's seeing what sticks.
And that's been the mantra in the cannabis industry in the beginning of this too, by the way. I think you and I talked about Dean Matt's book, Going to Pot, Welcome to the Shit Show, and his description of what his first year or two in that cannabis space as a acting CFO was like. And, he talked about none of these people that were getting millions and millions of dollars were doing any kind of due diligence at all. And it was kind of scary to read the book. But then I said to myself, if there is that many people out there with that much money to burn, because I'm guessing at the beginning when you're an investor and you have that kind of money, you don't invest it unless you know if you lose it, it's okay, right?
For some people, yes. Some people took the risk anyway and gave money they couldn't afford to lose. And to circle back with your question about what investor or what I look for, or what investors look for, one, every investor is different, okay? Some investors want that, hey, I don't care if I get my money back in 4 or 5 years. Some investors are like, no, I want a short-term return on investment where I want my money back in less than 18 months or less than 2 years.
Right.
It's also down to timing. Right. People think you can raise money year-round, and that's just not the case. There are certain times of the year it's extremely difficult to raise money, period. But when you're presenting to an investor, there's just some basic 101s, which is, okay, how are you going to pay back the investor? That's kind of important. Are they getting a dividend? Is it like a loan? Are they getting equity? Is it, are they going to get paid back if the company gets acquired? The second thing is that what's your vision? Okay. What's your goal? What's your 1 year, 3 year, 5 year plan? Which a lot of people will say, well, I can't think that far ahead, Dr. David. I'm like, if you can't think for your business 5 years ahead, and it's going to take you 3 years to pay back your investor, that doesn't really sound very good now, does it?
No.
The other thing is too, which some investors look at, and be very frank, is how much are you paying yourself? Because you'll be amazed how many investors will just go look at your pro forma and look exactly how much you're paying yourself and your employees, and they're like, yeah, that's too much money, I'm done.
Interesting. That's like the first thing they look at and they say, oh no, I'm not interested in that, because he values himself more than he values his company, correct?
Well, yeah, exactly. And then the last part is, this is 2020. There's plenty of research out there for other companies. You have many publicly traded companies here in the US where they show their financials. Back in like 2010 to 2013, 14, when I was raising capital for some of my cannabis companies, there wasn't that much research. There wasn't that much financial data out there. So it's difficult, but now it's 2020. And if you can't take the time to do your own recon work, I'm sorry, because at the end of the day, when you're raising money, it's telling a subjective story backed by objective data. And there's plenty of data out there.
Yes, there is. And in fact, and being a doctor, you understand that it really has been science and research that has driven this green wave through this country, and as well as the lobbying effort in Washington, D.C. And we've gotten to this point now. But I do want to ask you a question. I'm going to throw out something that I learned from a guy by the name of Bruce Linton. A lot of people in the cannabis industry recognize that name as the ex-CEO of Canopy Growth, who was involved with the building of that company and has since left that company. And I asked him a question about media companies in the cannabis space. There's been a few of them that have been properly capitalized and then have failed a few years later. Any ideas on why a media company had this bunch of capital, put out a bunch of content, and then wasn't able to turn that into a sustainable business venture? Any idea why this has happened? Bruce told me what Bruce said, and I'll share it with you, and then you can react. He says they weren't media companies. They were trade show companies. They were conventions that turned into media companies. What's your feeling about that?
I agree with Bruce wholeheartedly on that. And so I fully agree what Bruce said about that. And the other thing is too, it goes back to what's your vision? What's your plan?
Right.
I've had numerous media companies come interview me and also look for capital.
Mm-hmm.
And when they ask me about capital, I go, great. How are you going to pay back your investor? They go, I don't know. And I go, well, that's failure to plan. It's planning to fail.
Right.
And then I go, great. Can you show me a 5-year performer? Like, how do you plan on growing? And you're taking your media company to the next level and capitalizing on it. Oh, we're going to get sponsors. Okay, great. What's the closure rate for getting a sponsor? They're like, what do you mean? And I go, well, for every 100 companies you pitch to for a sponsorship, what's the closure rate? 8%, 5%, 15%? Because then we can start looking at numbers and seeing where things are going. On top of that, too, I've seen media companies have too many branches. Hey, we're going to do a podcast. We're going to do a TV show. We're doing a radio show. Then we're doing this. Like, okay, well, what's going to bring the most amount of money to you in the beginning? Sometimes you got to be a little more laser focused and be like a 3-foot putt and make it nice and simplistic. But that's one of the things we do see with media companies is what's your clear exit strategy. Then, and here's one of my other favorite ones. I recently was pitched by a potential cannabis movie, okay? And they're raising money for a movie.
Mm-hmm.
And they sent me a 27-page pitch deck. 27 pages.
Nope.
And me and my team went through it. Me and my team all had the same exact reaction. If you are a movie company and you're going to make a movie, well, why don't you put together like a 60 to 90-second video reel of what you can do and what your vision is? And when we went back and we always do, because one of the things we do is we work by the hour, kind of like an accountant or a lawyer, because we want to be really cost effective from one entrepreneur to another.
Mm-hmm.
And we always give away our first hour and a half, 2 hours for free just to help people out. And we asked them like, hey, do you have an example of any of your films or any of your media work? And they're like, well, yeah, but why do you want to see that? I'm like, great. Well, where's your example of your vision on this? Oh, you want to see that? I'm like, well, yeah, if you're the director and you want money from investors, yeah, I'd like to see like what you want to do. Like, why are you sending me all this on a pitch deck? You can just send me a quick 60-second video reel.
Mine's 1:30. It'll be in the email. No, I'm only kidding. Everything has to be like that. But that's actually very interesting. And it actually makes me feel better about what I'm doing here, because we do have a vision. And we started the podcast. This all evolved from my podcast that I started in March of 2018. I had no idea what even well, I did know what a podcast was, but I wasn't sure what could happen with it. And the next thing I know, well, it's not even the next thing. It's been 2 years later. Now, all of a sudden, we're getting noticed. Now, all of a sudden, we understand that, and again, I teach media, so I understand that the product of media is not the content, but the people who are watching it and devouring the content. And that's the key. And then monetizing that is the key to perhaps actually making money, which, as you know, is the goal of every business, isn't it, David?
Yeah, it is. And also, too, give yourself credit, Jimmy. Like, great, you've been doing this for 2 years, and you said now you're starting to get noticed. It's because you've been doing it for 2 years. Right. Like, a great example is there was a media / event company that they engaged with us. And when they first started with us, they were doing literally less than $8,000 a month in revenue. And within a year's time, we got them up to almost about $19,000 a month. And unfortunately, we got them built up in such a quick time that in less than a year, they said, okay, we're good. We have this. And we warned them saying, hey, listen, you need to really start to focus. Are you an event company or are you a media company?
Right.
Because your podcast and your shows are so inconsistent, you're going to lose your audience.
Right.
And you know what? Unfortunately, they packed up shop within 6 months after they let us go.
Interesting.
And they just,
yep. Audience is
Yep.
the product of media. It has been for years. It's how commercial media started in this. It's how newspapers started. They had to put ads on the newspaper. They had to put ads on the radio. They had to put ads in television. And don't get me started about public television. But bottom line is, it's about creating good content and attracting a following. And the other thing that I'm taking away from what you just said is it's the consistency of the production. It's why we are so happy that we do produce 2 new pieces of content every week, a podcast that I do, this In the Weeds, and then our weekly Weed Talk News that we do with our flagship outlet, our flagship affiliate, Cannabis.net, and their founder, Kurt Dalton. One thing I didn't do is give you an opportunity, Dr. David, to kind of tell us your story. And the other thing we haven't identified is you're actually a doctor of physical therapy, correct?
yep. And then I have a second doctorate in healthcare management. So I actually have 2 doctorates.
So how did you become so experienced in working in the business world?
Wow. So in general, just 2 ears, 1 mouth, use them proportionately. No one in my family is an entrepreneur. No one in my family owns a business. Definitely different. Like, well, as I said, one of my close family members works for the federal government, and here I am in cannabis for over a decade. So those are sometimes some interesting conversations. But pretty much, long story short, I knew I wanted to be a physical therapist since I was 16 years old. I've had a bunch of surgeries on my own body. I have a bunch of hardware in my own body. And my goal was to always open up my own physical therapy clinics before the age of 30, expand them, sell them, and then retire. You know, that's the goal at 16 years old. I was very blessed to have become a therapist. I started my first clinic at 24. I did 6 expansions in 3.5 years. My clinics were voted #1 in North Jersey for 8 years in a row. I had a contract for the New York Red Bulls, which is a Major League Soccer team.
You don't have to tell me that, right? You know my background in soccer. I know you.
Yeah.
Do. Okay,
yeah.
keep going.
I worked with NFL players. I've worked with Olympians, Division I college athletes, and you know, I did a lot of really cool stuff in the industry. And I sold all those companies by the time I was 32. So everything I wanted to achieve in physical therapy, I achieved by the time I was 32. So what ended up happening was when I was about 26 years old, my first publicist said, hey, you have a baby face. You look really young and you're expanding all these clinics. You know, you might want to go get a second doctorate degree just because of maybe look good. So I actually went and got a second doctorate degree with her recommendation. But then from there, what happened was for business, I just happened to be good at it. I took a medical approach towards business. I had to raise money for my very first business. So I was thrown into this world of fundraising over 16 years ago. So from there, what ended up happening is that instead of paying someone else to do something, I'm like, well, if I can do the business myself, why not? Right. I mean, a great example is I had a merchant services company. I can't tell you anything about merchant services. I'm not a merchant services guy, but the company was based on the West Coast. They wanted an East Coast presence. We said, great, give us all the rights for everything east of the Mississippi River. We paid probably like $50,000, $60,000 for that. We built the company up and we sold that within 9 months for about $150,000. You know, just the opportunity was there. Sometimes it's Richard Branson, even though he's a little brash, he'll say, you know, if you're given the opportunity of a lifetime and you don't know how to do it, say yes and then figure it out. Right. Not that everyone really agrees with that quote, but just really from there. And then people always ask, how'd you get involved in cannabis? And right time, right place. We are producing 100 articles every day on health and wellness for people and for their pets. and we were covering medical marijuana. We were covering CBD for dogs back in 2010.
Wow.
From there, we got involved with the testing lab sector. So we had testing labs in Denver, Las Vegas, Portland, Oregon. Then from there, got involved with vaporizer companies, dispensaries, extraction facilities, and UCS Advisors was born out of need and necessity, because the unofficial stat is that about up to 65% of business owners in this industry are first-time business owners. They don't know what they're doing. They need help. They need guidance. And fun little fact for you, Jimmy, we are advisors. We're not consultants. And I love telling people the difference. As per the Webster Dictionary, a consultant is hired to work on a specific problem retroactively. Okay? And that's it. They come in, you hire them to work one job, then they're done. An advisor is brought in to work on a company's short-term and long-term goals while using a multidisciplinary approach and providing real-life experience. So an advisor is someone who actually has been through what you're going through, has been in your shoes, knows you got to look past the hood of the car, but you still have to look just past the hood of the car. You want to make sure you don't hit any debris on the roadway or anything that might pop out in front of you, okay? And they want to work with every aspect of your company, not just your IT team or your HR, not just the CFO, but every aspect works together in harmony.
I really do want to ask you one more question about CBD and that one little cannabinoid in the cannabis plant and how it has been exposed to not screw up, but you know what's going on in Washington, D.C. The FDA doesn't want to take responsibility for it. The DEA doesn't want to take responsibility for it, and they're pointing fingers at each other as far as regulating it. In the meantime, it's everywhere. And it's really an unregulated substance. Where do you see the future of how many millions of dollars that have been invested in CBD companies, especially when I'm learning that CBN may be the more effective cannabinoid in the plant?
Well, I want to say this goes back to Marijuana Business Magazine a few months ago. When they said that an estimated 55% or so of all CBD companies will go out of business by 2021. And the reason why is that they don't have GMP, good manufacturing practices, okay? They're not getting their CBD tested by a third party. They're getting their CBD import from other countries that's not being tested, or it's too low. Like you're getting some people who have CBD and it's less than 10%, which is technically inferior CBD. So I really think when it comes down to this issue is that do things the right way. CBD is becoming more mainstream. The larger CBD companies are doing it the right way, where they're having the good manufacturer practices. They're having the third-party lab testing. They're making sure that every aspect of their supply chain is audited and inspected, and they know what's going on. So that's kind of my philosophy on that aspect when it comes to CBD.
How do people get in touch with you and to perhaps take advantage of your services and advisory role?
Great question. The best way, you can go to our website, ucsadvisor.com, or always feel free. I have no problem giving up my direct email, which is david@ucsadvisor.com.
Pretty simple stuff. David Kunick from UCS Advisor, thank you so much for joining us. I learned quite a bit from you today. I enjoyed now our second conversation, and I hope there will be more in the future as well.
Definitely, Jimmy. Thank you so much for having me today. I appreciate it.
So for David Kunick from UCS Advisor, I'm the host of In the Weeds, Jimmy Young. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
From the Pro Cannabis Media Studios, I'm Jimmy Young, and I'm so excited that we have a very special guest in studio. No, she's not in studio. She's in our Zoom room. I guess that's the way we'll describe it. She's in our Zoom room. Her name is Dr. Mary Clifton, and of course, Alyssa Merrill from flowerandtonic.com is with us as well. Dr. Mary, thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, it's such a pleasure to be invited. Thank you for having me on your show.
Very challenging time for humans over the last week or so. One of the longest weeks in my lifetime, just waiting for the results, waiting for history to be written, if you will. That has to affect everybody's psyche everywhere. And I think we saw an outpouring of joy by the public that I really didn't expect over the weekend. What were your impressions of this past week?
Oh, well, I was in New York City, actually walking down the Union Street Market is just, I think, the best farmers market in the world, at least the ones that I've seen so far. Although I still want to get to Bangkok and see those floating markets. I bet you they'll top Union Square. But I was on my way down there, and then all of a sudden, all of this honking. And so I opened up my phone, and there it was. And then the whole city was just like walking in on one party after another. We kept going to the next park, and down at Union Square, there was a bunch of people all getting together and dancing. And it was the best day to be in New York. It was probably one of my favorite days to be in New York of the whole time I lived there. So there are half of the people who are also very, very sad too. So we have to make sure as we move forward that we work on inclusion and make sure that everybody has opportunities to, live better and for their children to succeed and to be warm in the winter and, a little bit of cooled off in the summer, if you like, and some decent food. We all have to focus on everybody's needs and make sure everybody gets taken care of.
And that's a great opening statement, as it were, but isn't it amazing that even though there was this natural outpouring of emotion and celebration, I hear you using the words, everybody got together, and we're still in the middle of this pandemic, and it's so counter to the human element where we seem to need that togetherness and that connectivity, but we're also scared that we're going to get this horrible virus that's out there. And I'm guessing that plays a lot on everybody's emotions.
Oh, yeah. I feel like when I'm looking at a crowd of 150 people all, dancing in Union Square, I feel like the virus is there. It's like this, uninvited but ever-present guest to all of these experiences. And it does add this other level of anxiety and stress. But then, in places like New York and cities where people are really masking up and doing a good job with sanitation, I think that you can probably feel pretty safe in some of those circumstances. Because when I look at other places where they've done very good with virus control, people are standing shoulder to shoulder, waiting for the light to change at a street corner, for example, but they're all wearing a mask, and it's just the next level of sanitation. We're designed designed to move around in little nomadic packs of 100 people or so, and then get in touch with other tribes on rare occasions. So we're not really designed to be 6 million people in one city. So, we used to urinate in the streets. We used to expectorate in the streets. We don't do that anymore either. So it's probably a good idea to just put on a mask.
That's right. And that's a good balance. I like that. Alyssa, as the mother of 3, do you still have to worry about expectoration and being...
God, no, just the new COVID puppy is causing a problem. That's a horrible idea. Don't ever, I rushed out week 1 and got it, and that was a bad idea. But I do have a question for you. I'm struggling. I like to believe in karma, but I've got 3 girls and I have huggers. Like, they like to hug and they also hold doors for people. And the anxiety that I can sense in them when they're like, they go to hug someone and they stop themselves, or they go to hold the door and they realize they're too close. So I guess I'm trying to, and questions come to me a lot just because, again, I have 3 girls. People know I work in this industry. How do you differentiate anxiety versus depression? Because, it's sad when you can't hug people, and it's sad, but then
it's all on the same trajectory. I think some people, when they have problems where their serotonin or dopamine dips, probably because of a combination of, experiences coupled with you not having enough time to take care of yourself and meet your own self-care needs, or more financial stress than people may be dealing with. The stress and anxiety can get really overwhelming right now. And on top of that, all of the work and family, things that we always have to do with our kids and our partners isn't going away. So the stress becomes pretty monumental right now. So I think looking for an opportunity, I think you can handle your stress and anxiety in more of an adaptogenic way, or in more of like a fundamental treatment way, in both cases with CBD or cannabis. If you just need to try to smooth everything out and try to prevent yourself from inputting a bunch of memories in a really traumatic way, then using CBD or cannabis in small amounts just as an adaptogen, to help you to frame your memories properly and move through the experience properly. But if you're having problems with not being able to stop crying, or not being able to get out of bed, or not being able to interact properly with the people that you want to work with, then a lot of my patients are settling out, it's somewhere between 60 to 100 milligrams of CBD products given in divided administrations, like twice a day. So you can manage the daytime anxiety, but also help with the anxiety so that you can fall asleep. But it's not unusual for some people to go as high as 200 milligrams a day, just trying to get it under control. And the great thing about CBD or cannabis is you can get these great single source pre-rolls now for CBD or cannabis. So you can choose something like Harlequin or Cherry Pie, which is just great for depression, great for anxiety. As far as the cannabis community, all the CBDs are extraordinarily good for this work. And then, just see what works best for you and get it on board.
Sure. Now, this is the first time I've heard of you many times, meeting you face to face. Can you just share a little bit more about your background for people who might not be familiar?
Sure. Yeah, I'm the founder of CBDandCannabisInfo.com and the Cannabinoid Protocol, a coaching program, an educational program. We have cannabis coaches for businesses, but we also just provide education at whatever level it's needed. But I've been an internal medicine doc for 25 years and ran a small private practice, raised my kids in northern Michigan. And my brother died unexpectedly at 54 years old of colon cancer 5 years ago, and had a really uncontrolled, very difficult to manage death. And I was at the bedside trying to do everything right, and I couldn't get anything under control, his anxiety or his pain or anything. And my mom and I both agreed it was probably one of the worst deaths you'd ever have to witness. But after he died, I read a little bit about CBD. And cannabis. I had a few other experiences with patients who had great results. So I thought, I think I'll look into this and just prove to myself that there's no good research and you can't really use this stuff. And so I started reading, and then now here I am with 200 videos and a teaching program.
I knew it. I kind of knew that was going to be your answer, because you can tell people who come, I think, from this at an angle where they didn't believe. Like I personally also was from the pharmaceutical industry, and I was looking for the, what's the catch,
Right.
and sounds like you were the same, but once you see it, it's like
Well, yeah, I think I've smoked my body weight back in high school. I smoked like crazy, and I used to smoke almost every day. And in retrospect, I was using it to manage anxiety, and that was way back in the 80s in a little town in northern Michigan. We didn't really have a lot of room or understand how to do anything with anxiety or depression back then, and so I was just, I think, doing what I could, and still getting by, getting great grades and hanging out with my friends and pursuing sports, but definitely needed that assistance. So, and then of course you get into medical school and residency, and all that gets pushed to the side. But when I started to look back into it again, I was like, well, of course, that was what was happening way back then.
Right. So you have a lot of people like ADD. I know a lot of people have been coming to me with problems with ADHD, especially when working from home and there's all these distractions.
The ADD is such a great place to prescribe cannabis, because it seems to, on functional MRIs, on the PET scans that light up, it seems to light up your brain in the same way that Adderall does. It impacts the movement centers, because part of what we have to do with ADHD people is help them to just sit still, and getting rid of that hyperactivity allows them to focus enough so that they can do something instead of just constantly being physically mobile. And we don't have great studies looking at ADHD, but a Duke researcher looked at over 200 chat rooms for various ADHD people, and looked at all of the comments about cannabis, and found like an 87% favorability for ADHD. People love to use it for that condition.
Yeah. And I sold Adderall, and it's, and I knew that this was a safer alternative. So,
oh yeah. I sold with Eli Lilly and Amgen and Medtronic and Forest. I sold for osteoporosis for 8 years. I was on speaker bureaus and traveled all over the country. I had a blast.
Yep.
Well, Dr. Mary, I can admit this. I've admitted it many times. I love how you think back to when you were growing up in the 80s, okay? Because I grew up in the 60s and 70s, and we didn't even know what ADHD was back then. I didn't get diagnosed with it until I was an adult. And of course, I said, come on, right? I can multitask. I can watch 4 games and take notes and still write at the same time. He goes, exactly. So it was an enlightening experience when I realized why at age 14, 15, 16, 17 in school, I would use this. Back then it was not as potent as it is now, but it would help me hyper focus on the task, whether it was taking notes or I don't know how many tests I took under the influence, let's just say, but certainly I was able to focus on the task at hand much better. And to be honest, it also helped me behind the wheel of a car. And I know that's kind of weird to say that, but I took my driver's test high and passed.
That's so, I think when we're talking about, this is where I get nervous, legitimately nervous, because think we're talking about there are certain products that will, like the terpenes, and it's not just cannabis. So there's some cannabis that can make you a complete idiot, and you will have no focus, and you will not know the next word you're going to say.
Right.
So it's like, that's where I get nervous with this industry, because I agree, Jimmy, I know what you're saying, but like people who are coming here need your education is basically what I'm trying to say.
Well, there's a lot of things that impact driving. like sedating antihistamines or sedating antidepressants, pain medications,
Right.
and cannabis impacts your driving too. But after 2 weeks of regular use of really any of those things, your driving should return back to normal. And at that point, it's difficult for you to know if somebody is using cannabis regularly unless they mix it with alcohol, because it does seem to be very difficult to become habituated to alcohol with driving as far as lane weave and response time.
No
But
question about it. We
the,
understand that, I mean, we've interviewed other doctors, 8 times the effect. And again, there's a big difference between what is being sold in dispensaries now and tested now than what, we got back in the day in the 70s and early 80s, let's just say. So I understand that. But I will tell you this, you mentioned Adderall, and I know, Alyssa, you actually sold this stuff. You can imagine when a doctor diagnosed me as ADHD and he gave me a prescription for Adderall, I took it and it was one of the worst experiences of my life. I was bouncing off the walls. It was speed, and I don't need speed. I need focus, but I don't need speed, right?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it does help paradoxically, but it doesn't work for everybody. It definitely doesn't work for everybody.
3 days. 3 days. I was done with it. I don't have anything to do with it again. Thank you very much. Goodbye. And
There's so many prescription therapies, and thank goodness you didn't have a good reaction to it, because you would have been back in that doctor's office once a month, sitting there for 3 or 4 hours, waiting for your appointment, getting your script, taking it to the pharmacy, waiting for it at the pharmacy. You'd be totally out of control of your medicine. You have to take it every single day or you'll get withdrawal. Or you can use some cannabis, and if you have a really difficult day concentrating, you haven't been eating properly, you're not sleeping, your relationships are in the can and you can't get yourself organized, you can take more. Or if you have a day where you're really moving well and you've been meditating, then you only need like a little bit or none, then you take a lot less, and study after study shows that when you're in charge, then the amount of medication you take is less compared to if you just hand over that responsibility to your doctor. So it's super good for you to manage it with cannabis or CBD. You're going to use less over time.
I never knew that. That's really good facts for people.
The patient-controlled anesthesia that you get after they take your appendix out, or, they give you that little thing and they say, just press this button if you need it. Because we've found that if you press that button, you're going to press it a ton less than if you have to get the nurse and the nurse has to get you the shot. Then people are like, I have a little pain. I don't want to get into too much pain. I'm going to call the nurse now. So they take a lot more medicine over time than if they just handle it on their own.
When I had my back surgery and was on the morphine drip with the little button, they limit it. You can only push it once every 10 minutes. I think that's what they do. They put some kind of a damper in there because...
lockout, yeah.
Which was fine. But amazingly enough, ruptured disc, went in as Groucho Marx, 12 hours later, walking the halls, fine. I mean, it was... Modern medicine still...
Medicine is great for that. We have
Yeah.
so many wonderful tools to help people if you break your leg or if you get in a car accident or if you need surgery. But boy, for ADHD, for anxiety, for, end of life stuff, we've got us, we've got cannabis, and that's where all of that should be tracking to.
Do you see an increase in research, more research now, perhaps, especially if the those who are in charge deschedule, take it off that Controlled Substances Act, and open up? To me, that's one of the biggest growths of this industry is the future of research, because aren't you still scratching the surface on what we know about anxiety and depression and the role it has with the endocannabinoid system?
Oh, absolutely. And just scratching the surface on the relationships between the endocrine system, the systems in the gut, and how the gut microbiome responds to the endocannabinoid system, and then how that also affects thyroid and cortisol levels. All of those systems are in interplay all the time. But we also just need better and stronger data in anxiety and depression and all kinds of chronic diseases. And the research is very powerful. It can drive a lot of financial decisions and support pharmaceuticals, which I don't want this whole thing to go 100% pharmaceutical, but a little pharmaceutical cannabis would be really good for us because it'll move the needle for the entire industry.
Agreed. Well, I think it's so exciting. The products for autism. I mean, look at some of these conditions where, having children, it's like there are just no alternatives, and it's nice. It's an amazing opportunity, I think.
And the research in autism in Israel is so powerful and so exciting that they took 187 kids, I think, and gave them a high CBD, low THC cannabis, and it decreased their self-injurious behavior. They were able to dress themselves better. It's really remarkable improvements. So a lot of times we're using just a little bit of cannabis here and there when there's acting out behaviors and you need to get things under control. It's got such a great rapid onset with inhalation. So it works, I think, better than any other choice we have for helping somebody who's really feeling terrible. And I think the same is true you could fill in the blank there for any acutely out of control problem for stress or anxiety or nausea when you're in end of life, or, when your pain gets really jacked up. There's these methods of getting cannabinoids in the system very quickly through inhalation usually, and you get a great result immediately. Or in 90 seconds, which is pretty doggone immediately.
Agreed. Now, how do you feel about, you mentioned nausea, it wasn't last week that there was a lot of the news about, taking cannabis when you're pregnant. And I have very strong opinions on I've seen women who have used CBD and conceived. I think it relaxes your body in a way. But I also, I don't know, I'm in the middle. I'd love your opinion on.
There's Jamaican research that would suggest that everything is fine with CBD or cannabis, but the overall, the research, and I would really love to poke a hole in this research and find it not true, but the research overwhelmingly says we really shouldn't use cannabis or other cannabinoid products when you're pregnant or breastfeeding. We just, you're going to end up potentially with some intrauterine growth reduction, and babies need to be, every ounce matters when you're a little peanut. So we really don't want to, if you've got a woman who's already got a little baby, then, and you impact it with cannabis, that's going to just be tough. I wish that we could move on that. I would love to say something different, but we can't.
I guess I totally agree. I prefer to be more, conservative in how I look at it. But what about Zofran compared, if you look at, right? I still feel better having someone, I still feel like it might be a better option than Zofran. That scares me. So I feel like that's at the end of the day where we're stuck at. So I agree that I want to say it's not safe, it's not good, but is it better than Zofran? Maybe.
Well, like with autism or with seizure or with, other disorders that impact children, and we're giving them cannabis, and oh my gosh, how can you give cannabis to a child? But then, all these other medications that you're giving the children are certainly impacting their neurologic development. But I mean, I've had patients in their early 20s that have been on these medicines since they were 8 or 10 years old, and they would love to get off them, but they're like, I have never had a brain that isn't on these medications, and I'm terrified of getting off of them. So they become a lifelong consumer or customer, if you want to look at it in a really negative way. But but you can't have a youngster going through misery without trying to help either. If you have a way to help them, then why would you not? But the best thing to do, I don't know if we'll ever have the answer to that question, because we're never going to take 10,000 kids and put half of them on cannabis and the other half not on cannabis and then see how they do. You always have a factor that leads them to trying it,
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the things you just mentioned, we talk about a lot on this program, especially with Alyssa and some of the RNs that we have on. And it's all about the doctors that are your typical MDs that, don't know enough about this product to recommend it, are afraid of recommending it. It's still seen as a last resort for many people who are dealing with the anxiety and the depression or the chronic pain or any of the other diseases out there that it's interacted with. I'm talking about MS or Crohn's or epilepsy. will we ever get to the point, or will it take a ton of research for the medical community as a whole to embrace the powers of this plant?
Well, this is what I'm hoping with the medical research. I'm hoping that we do find some situations where there's a particular cannabinoid that you can't necessarily find in high concentrations anywhere, but that if we pull it out and we refine it and we put it in an E. coli, medium, splice it in so that we can grow it in a very stable way and get the dosing right, then maybe we have a very powerful cancer medication. All of it taken together with all the terpenes and all the other cannabinoids is powerful, but maybe we have a super powerful one if we do the pharmaceutical research. And then in that case, why not do a synthetic cannabinoid and bring it in early rather than try to bring it in at stage 4 with, when almost all hope is gone. I agree that sometimes it strikes me as so odd that the very last thing someone would do is modify their nutrition and add cannabis in so many circumstances. But I think starting with lifestyle makes the most sense. It's crazy what people will do to their bodies before they look at something that is basically a weed. And I mean, it's basically a weed. We have an endocannabinoid system that our bodies are built with, so they're made to handle cannabinoids. And then we have a plant that grows like a weed all over our planet. I mean, if we weren't in a prohibition, it'd be growing, well, it's not growing in my ditch. I'm on the 23rd floor in Manhattan, but it's growing in somebody's ditch. They could probably get it to me pretty easily. I mean, it's it's not difficult to grow unless you're doing some really great tricky stuff to get some different products. It makes sense that we should be using it as an adaptogen to stay healthy and well.
What's helpful is that we started this conversation talking about the 70s, right? And my mom didn't breastfeed. Like, it was not, I mention that all the time. Like, it was just she said, poor people breastfed. If you had the money to buy formula, you bought formula. And so maybe we're, that's my hope is that we're in the same direction with medicine. Like, we think there's only synthetic pharmaceuticals and we're starting to explore this. So I hope
I do a lot of telemedicine, and there are so many people who have called for a 3-month refill on their blood pressure pills or their diabetes pills, but we really can't replace your in-person doctor. We can, do 1 3-month refill every year, but after that, you need to be seen in person. And people are like, well, how am I supposed to do that? Like, I don't have any money. My insurance is gone after I lost my job. And, it's not a position for me to say, well, have you considered cannabis? But there are so many situations where I think you could save a lot of money if you considered cannabis instead of what the doctor is giving you.
Now, Alyssa sends me different articles, interesting articles she finds, and one in particular today was about this product called eucalyptol, which is like eucalyptus, but it's a terpenoid. Now, what's the difference between a terpenoid and a terpene? Any help there?
Boy, I think you're just looking at a slightly different chemical structure that's going to have probably some pretty potent antiviral effects. Thank you for reminding me, because when I was down at Union Square this weekend, they were selling eucalyptus, and I was like, I don't want to drag it all the way home because I had 2 bags full of food already, but I was like, I got to order some from the florist because eucalyptus is so naturally antiviral, very, very healthy for you to inhale. So I always buy some in the winter and hang it from the shower rod, and then it hydrates and it maintains that fabulous smell and is and it's naturally antiviral, which we all could use a little bit of that right now, right?
Absolutely.
And in this study, it was said it was especially it's an enchantment by eucalyptol, especially when doing math. And I feel like for all the people homeschooling right now, if anything's going to help my kid with math, I will throw it. I will spray it on them all day long. But yeah, I was talked about cognitive improvement and neuroprotection through eucalyptus. So I think hopefully more of this information will, but then I think we get stuck with how to use it. So you said you would put it in your shower, because that's where personally I get stuck. I don't know. I know eucalyptus is good, but then if I put the fake one in the fake diffuser, is it bad? Like, there's some bad oils, right? That you don't want to diffuse.
Yeah, and then you worry about inhaling concentrated because, your lungs aren't designed to inhale concentrated oils. That's part of the concern about using vapes.
Right.
So yeah, that's the way that I use it. I'm not sure that there's a magic to it. I think it would also be really beautiful if you had an entry if you weren't on the 23rd floor in a little tiny box in Manhattan, if you had an entry table in your home, you could maybe put it there and it would be really beautiful. And, it does have a beautiful green, it stays nice for a long time. So it's a good time to get it. I mean, the flu is going to come in hardest end of December, January, February. That's really when we see the flu coming in hard, and sometimes into March. But, COVID is just continuing to march forward. It's been pretty aggressive this last month or so. So it might be a good thing to have right at the entryway, as we talk this through. It might be have it there because just so that you have that, nourishing the air in that particular space. I also bought some green plants for whatever good it is. Some, like spider. Those spider plants are very good at cleaning the air. But I don't know if they clean the air of viruses and bacteria, but I'm spending more time indoors and I like the idea of a few green plants. I went on that website, Bloomscape, and they have all kinds of different plants that you can buy, and they send them to your house and then they're all set to go. You pull them out, they're already potted. There's no fuss. You just water them.
That's up my alley.
Perfect. Yeah. For your windowsills back there, do you have windows?
No, actually I'm at my cottage because I'm at a little cottage because I needed a little break from my math tutoring skills. So my husband's much better. I just thought I'd escape to a little cottage while it's warm. But yeah, like I was using tea tree oil obsessively at the beginning of COVID, and I was like more emotional than usual. And I didn't know the whole estrogen disruptor, but that is a very legitimate agent, but it might not have been a good idea to use as much as I was. So this works.
For vitamin C, vitamin C deficiencies don't exist very much, but when you get in the hospital, when you go from a general medical bed to an ICU, the frequency of vitamin C and vitamin D deficiencies increase so that you're up around, 20% of people that are in an intensive care unit that are vitamin C deficient. So getting the vitamin C and D and selenium and zinc are all a good idea. Right at the beginning of COVID, I put together a formulation and we called it Norona, Norona. We got a letter. We had to shut it down. But that was what it was. We got an FDA letter, but it was zinc, selenium, D and C, and some N-acetylcysteine, which is a mucolytic. So it thins the mucus.
Yeah.
But I thought that was a good combination. We had fun putting it together, but we didn't get any opportunity to sell it.
It's hard. I mean, I respect having regulations that people aren't, everyone's looking for a magic bullet, but then yes, even the scientists and doctors are they can't access. It's unfortunate. So
I mean, there's a lot of good research, but I think part of the reason that we've been able to keep cannabis under the rug for so long is because, you have the dietitians publishing in the dietitian journals and the internal medicine doctors like me publishing in my journal and the surgeons publishing in their journal. So I don't know really how to handle myself in an operating room. I haven't been reading surgical journals for years, not since medical school. So you do get in your little cubby and you quit looking up and seeing what other people are doing, So cannabis is publishing here and there and then and really in their own journals. And so if you're not looking, you're going to miss some great stuff.
We'll certainly keep on top of everything that you're learning. And how can we visit a website, or what's the best way to follow what you're learning and doing? Because I'm on your same page. I think all the stuff that you're uncovering is fascinating. So
I'm going to actually do some work on psilocybin pretty soon. I'll publish a little bit on that, and I'm going to publish a few videos on perioperative management, because like you were saying, Jimmy, that there's some people that are, there's some issues with pain management around surgery. So I publish those new videos at cbdandcannabisinfo.com, and I share them through my newsletter. So there's always great CBD deals and fun things to share in my newsletter. And then if you're interested in becoming a coach, just getting educated, I have the cannabinoid protocol that I'm really thrilled about the growth of that this year. Great.
Well, Dr. Mary Clifton, I have looked forward. I've read your newsletters for a long time, so I so appreciate you taking the time to hang out with me and Alyssa here on our Medicinal Monday show of Cannabis Chat. And we know how to find you now, and I'm going to take you up on that offer because you'd be an added addition on a regular basis on our program, and I really appreciate you taking the time.
Oh, thank you so much, you guys. It's been such a great time for me.
All right, that's Dr. Mary Clifton from Manhattan and the CBD and CannabisInfo.com website. And of course, she's also available as a public speaker. And, you know, if she could fit you in, trust me, she's a very busy woman. We so appreciate her taking some time out and joining us here today.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, a former Emmy Award-winning talk show host and sportscaster from New England. So we're going to interrupt the kind of promotion of a new cannabis channel to talk to you about the year of cannabis in 2020. That's right, it was quite a year for the green wave. It's why we have a saying here at Pro Cannabis Media, it's a whole new world of weed out there. So if I were to ask you, what are your top 5 stories of the year in cannabis? What would they be? Well, here's mine. We'll do it David Letterman style, kind of backwards. Number 5, Colorado. They've delivered close to $2 billion in cannabis sales this year alone, and now has passed $1 billion generated in state tax revenue since it legalized cannabis in 2014. Pretty amazing. Number 4, the World Health Organization has descheduled cannabis from the most restricted category to the least restricted category, and the UN then voted to remove it from its most restricted category. Now, of course, the door is open to recognize cannabis for its medicinal effects internationally. Number 3, just after the U.S. House of Representatives votes to open the doors for medical research of cannabis in legal states, the DEA finally issues its guidelines about research grants, and it denied that opportunity for scientists, spurning more and more research efforts that are out there. And what do you think happened? More lawsuits have followed. Meanwhile, number 2, back to the U.S. House of Representatives for passing of the MORE Act that legalized cannabis and expunged small cannabis sentences. But that bill will never see the floor of the Senate because, as you know, that is controlled by that other party. All eyes on Georgia's Senate runoff now for control of the Senate. However, considering that no House of Congress has even considered changing the law for 80 years, it was a pretty good year. What was the top story? Come on, Election Day. More people went to the vote, more people went to the polls, and more people voted in the United States of America. That meant 5 states had ballot questions. All 5 states passed those ballot questions, making 4 more adult use legal states: Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey. Mississippi, what did they do? They added a medicinal program. That means a majority of the states in the United States of America, over 33 now, have medicinal marijuana programs. So, what are your top 5 stories for 2020 in cannabis? Email us at info@ProCannabis Media, and we might just read your list on one of our live cannabis chat shows that we live stream 3 days a week from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. right out of this studio. That's right, on ProCannabisMedia.com, Pro Cannabis Media's Facebook page, and the YouTube channel. We go live 3 times a week, and right now we're live streaming the best of our 2020 shows on all of our social media pages. So like, share, subscribe, and follow us, because the only socialization we're doing now during this pandemic is social media. So for everyone here at Pro Cannabis Media. Happy holidays. I'm Jimmy Young.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hey, I am Chris Mile.
And I'm Chelsea Miles.
And together, we will take you miles away from sadness
into the realm of calmness and joy. In case you don't know,
we make delicious recipes infused with a magic ingredient.
Cannabis. Don't worry if you cannot smoke your cannabis. Follow our videos and cook your food infused with marijuana.
We are here to make a bold statement that anyone can be a chef. Our easy recipes will not only fulfill your hunger pangs, but they will also give a dose of happiness by taking you to cloud 9.